I, Uchiha Nobunaga, the acknowledged king of negligence within my clan, until the news of the second Hokage's demise reached us. My father urgently summoned me back to the clan, standing amidst a throng of clansmen clamoring for the Hokage position. I realized we were teetering on the precipice of extinction. While everyone anticipated my awakening of the Mangekyo, I silently clutched my bamboo flute. This time, I would wield wisdom transcending this era to carve out a different future. For the Uchiha, Chapter 1, Nobunaga, In the 20th year of Konoha, autumn had arrived. The leaves of the hidden leaf village had shifted from vibrant emerald to a withering yellow. As the wind swept through, the leaves of the ancient trees by the training ground rustled, as if applauding the annual grand performance unfolding in the arena, or perhaps mourning for Lord Orochimaru in advance. In the center of the arena, dust swirled. Two figures moved with such speed that ordinary genin would doubt their own vision, frantically exchanging positions like entwined bolts of lightning. Separate, separate, again collide. Their speed and intricate maneuvers left a group of upperclassmen spectating in awe, exclaiming, "Did these two little devils grow up on tailed beast feed? Is chakra free of charge?" One of the figures was slender, resembling a bamboo pole. His skin pale, as if deprived of sunlight for years, which was not far from the truth, as the laboratory was indeed his gentle abode. His long, sleek black hair streamed behind him as he moved at high velocity. It was none other than Orochimaru, hailed as the once-in-a-generation genius and currently the top of the theoretical classes at the Konoha Ninja Academy. His opponent, in stark contrast, sported a wild, spiky black hairstyle, each strand standing up as if charged with static electricity. He bore a perpetual sunny, cheerful boy smile, yet his strikes were sharper than anyone else's. This was the current prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the leader of the practical classes, Uchiha Nobunaga. Orochimaru, how is today's new tactic coming along? I hope it's not the same old routine. Nobunaga sidestepped Orochimaru's cunning trio of shurikens with ease, not missing the opportunity to unleash a taunt ninjutsu. I heard you were studying in the library until closing last night. Be careful of myopia. It's not very convenient for a ninja to wear glasses. Orochimaru's pale face displayed no sign of emotion, yet his hand seals quickened noticeably. His hands flew through the seals, moving so rapidly they appeared to leave afterimages, completing several basic wind release techniques in an instant. Humph! Wind release. Great breakthrough! Whoosh! A gust stronger than usual erupted from his mouth, akin to a compressed air cannon, howling as it surged forth. It aimed directly at the advancing Nobunaga. The dust and fallen leaves on the ground were instantly swept into the vortex, forming a murky earth tornado that charged forward with great ferocity. The force was evidently enhanced compared to last week's assessment. Oh, an improved version? Increased chakra output, I see. Nobunaga's eyes lit up, and instead of slowing down, he charged into the gale with even greater enthusiasm, a broader smile on his face. What a pity, Orochimaru. The same technique against the Saint Kof, against Uchiha Nobunaga, is futile. Witness my Uchiha fist. Just as the tempest was about to engulf him, Nobunaga's body suddenly dropped low. He seemed to be compressed by an unseen force, then pivoted on his left foot, executing an extraordinarily fluid and graceful 360-degree spin, akin to a gyroscope. The earth tornado whirled past him by a hair's breadth, brushing against his nose and back. Visually stunning, the peril reached its peak. The onlookers erupted. What kind of divine maneuvering is this? Did Nobunaga learn his body techniques from a cat? How can he twist like that? I'm reporting this. He must have activated the Sharingan. Report invalid. Are you blind? Nobunaga's eyes haven't changed color. It's pure body technique prediction and reaction. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. Impossible. I calculated the wind speed and range. How could he evade? This bastard's body technique has advanced. Just as he experienced a moment of shock-induced delay. Exposed. Nobunaga's voice resonated like a phantom nearby. Utilizing the momentum from his spin, Nobunaga lowered his body to evade the gale, then sprang up like a coiled spring. His left fist clenched tightly, fiery orange flames igniting between his fingers. 15 style, venomous bite, boom! The flaming punch landed squarely on Orochimaru's hastily raised arms. The force was so immense that Orochimaru felt as if he had been struck head-on by a rampaging ninja pig, an excruciating pain coursing through his arms, causing his defensive posture to crumble instantly. He was uncontrollably propelled backward. But that was not the end. Nobunaga's movements flowed like water, executing a combo he had mastered. It's not over yet. Sin's Lament. A right hook followed, Judgment's Lament. Then a swift spin, his flaming elbow striking upward like a war hammer. Burn, you fiend. Boom. This ferocious, flaming, rising elbow struck Orochimaru's chin perfectly. Orochimaru's slender form, amidst the audience's wow exclamations, resembled a kite severed from its string or a baseball struck from the field, tracing a tragic parabola before crashing into the sandy ground several meters away, creating a remarkably artistic shallow crater in his shape. Puff. Dust billowed. The training ground fell silent for half a second. Only Nobunaga remained, striking a handsome finishing pose, the flames on his fist and elbow flickering out, releasing tendrils of smoke. He shook his hand, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. The pain in his body surged like a tide. Yet at this moment, Orochimaru lay on the ground, feeling the emotional pain that cut deeper than any physical injury. Lost again. Orochimaru's face buried in the warm sand, the sense of defeat coiling around his heart like a cold serpent. Despite improving the wind release, increasing chakra output, and predicting his advance route, why does it still end like this? As a genius upon whom countless teachers had pinned their hopes, he possessed his own pride. Yet this pride had been ground beneath Uchiha Nobunaga, this freak, for 5 long years. Theoretical classes? Orochimaru could ace them with his eyes closed. Nobunaga? He either slept or doodled in class. Rumor has it he was designing some scientific ninja tools, barely scraping by with passing grades, relying solely on practical combat too. Boost his scores. Traps? Nobunaga's traps always appeared in the most unexpected and maddening places. Intelligence? That fellow seemed to possess a beast-like intuition. Ninjutsu? Though rarely used, primarily relying on body techniques to pummel classmates. Once Nobunaga did employ it, the power was quite formidable. Throwing techniques? Orochimaru believed he was accurate enough, yet Nobunaga always managed to execute them in ways that caught others off guard, his shuriken curving unexpectedly. Was the disparity between civilian ninjas and those of bloodline just this vast? So great that even if he exerted double or triple the effort, he could see no glimmer of hope to turn the tide, especially when Nobunaga had yet to awaken that legendary Sharingan. Orochimaru couldn't even fathom what would happen once those eyes opened. Would he still have the courage to stand before him? Graduation was approaching next year. Was it destined that he, Orochimaru, would forever remain the eternal second beneath this spiky-haired backdrop? Cough, cough. Orochimaru struggled to rise from the sandy pit, brushing off the dust from his body, striving to maintain an appearance of calm, though the weariness and disillusionment in his tone were unmistakable. Nobunaga, you've grown stronger again. Without your eyes, you've already bested me. Once you awaken them. He paused, a self-mocking smile flickering across his pale face. That I fear I won't even be able to catch a glimpse of your shadow. Nobunaga approached, his signature cheerful smile, returning to his face as he extended his hand to help Orochimaru up. Oh, come now. Don't say that. Orochimaru. In this world, is there truly anything that is absolutely impossible? His gaze flickered towards the other side of the playground, where Jiraiya, a bumbling giant with a head full of white hair, was clumsily attempting to climb a tree, only to repeatedly tumbled down onto his backside. Perhaps one day, even that laggard will catch up to us, Nobunaga remarked, gesturing towards Jiraiya with his chin, his tone brimming with deliberate optimism. Orochimaru, taken aback, nearly gasped and stumbled back at the audacity of the comparison. He shook off Nobunaga's grip, his pale face flushing with indignation, resembling a boiled shrimp. Uchiha Nobunaga, you may comfort me, but do not belittle my intelligence and endurance in such a manner. Comparing me to that fool Jiraiya, are you implying that my recent defeat was not humiliating enough, and now you wish to deliver a psychological blow? He pointed towards Jiraiya, who was still grappling with the tree, muttering, how strange, I definitely felt my chakra rising, his voice escalating in pitch. That guy? The one who barely scrapes through theoretical classes, whose hand seals are slow as a tortoise, whose chakra control is so poor even dogs disdain him, and who spends his days peeking at women in the bathhouse to write lewd novels. He could possibly catch up to us. Orochimaru, shall. He faltered, wanting to make a fierce vow, but swallowed the words upon realizing that the impossible monster stood before him, leaving him with only a furious glare directed at Nabinaga. All right, I can see. Nabinaga raised his hands in surrender, a disingenuous grin plastered across his face. But seriously, Orochimaru, I think you should consider exploring other avenues. Wind release. How should I put it? It doesn't quite suit your style, does it? How about water release or lightning release? Or perhaps something more cunning? More tactical? Like poison, perhaps? He patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Next training session, I shall hold nothing back. Farewell. With a casual wave, Nabinaga sauntered away, leaving behind a thorny figure that Orochimaru could only glare at in frustration as he strolled out of the training ground. Water release. Lightning release. Poison. Orochimaru stood rooted, watching Nabinaga's retreating figure, then glanced down at his pale hands, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Nabinaga's words settled like seeds in the fertile soil of his mind. Perhaps it was time to try a different path? The stubbornness of genius began to quietly veer towards pragmatism at that moment. With his hands buried in his pockets, Nabinaga strolled leisurely, unknowingly arriving at the rooftop of the teaching building. The setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the entirety of Konoha. The evening breeze, imbued with the unique chill of autumn and the fragrant scent of grass and foliage, brushed against him. Leaning against the railing, he gazed down at the ninja academy below. The younger students had concluded their day of training, engaging in playful pursuits, their laughter echoing with the innocence of childhood. In the distance, he could see groups of students, backpacks slung over their shoulders, some discussing the day's lessons, others planning where to go tomorrow. Observing this vibrant and peaceful scene, Nabinaga's playful smile gradually faded, revealing a weight of gravity and melancholy that belied his youthful age. It was now the autumn of the 20th year in Konoha. 3 years had passed since the legendary god of ninja, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had departed this world. And these 3 years have been filled with smoke and flames across the ninja world. The 3 major ninja villages, Rock Hidden, Cloud Hidden, and Mist Hidden, had formed the so-called anti-Konoha hegemony alliance, driven by the might of the second Raikage, a muscular brute. Shortly after the first Hokage's burial, these ruffians hastily launched their war. The justification? It sounded grandiose, demanding Konoha relinquish ownership of the Nine Tails and requesting a land of fire to share its lucrative mission resources with the 3 ninja villages. The newly appointed second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, faced with such unreasonable demands, responded with his signature icy demeanor, unhesitatingly dismissing their opportunistic requests. Subsequently, this god of ninja, known for his cold wisdom, led the remaining old ninjas from the village's founding era into battle with resolve. 3 years had passed. Nabinaga had heard his elders occasionally mention the grim realities of the front lines. Tobirama's once silver hair was said to have grown even more pallid during these years. The village's founding elders, like autumn leaves, were falling one by one in the brutal conflict. Each obituary that returned to the village weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. Yet, even amidst such turmoil, the seemingly cold-hearted but resolute Tobirama clung to the unwavering belief that he would not allow the students of the Ninja Academy to step onto the battlefield. These children were the future of Konoha, the seeds of hope. This steadfastness deeply stirred Nabinaga, who was acutely aware of the original story's trajectory. In his previous life, watching the anime on screen, he had merely regarded the will of fire as a passionate slogan. However, to truly find oneself in such a war-torn world, where lives were as disposable as blades of grass, and to witness Tobirama sacrificing his last remnants to protect these futures, Nabinaga profoundly understood the weight and value of this burning oneself to illuminate others. Peace was never given. It was a luxury purchased with the blood, sacrifice, and steadfastness of countless individuals. Hang in there, old-timers, Nabinaga murmured, gazing at the blood-red remnants of the sun on the horizon, that he clenched his fists, his usually smiling face now etched with determination. I must grow stronger. I must become even stronger to safeguard this peace where even that foolish laggard can sneak a peek at the women's bathhouse. A cold breeze swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves on the rooftop. The figure of the young Uchiha Nabinaga, illuminated by the twilight, stretched long and slender. It seemed that burdens and responsibilities had quietly settled upon his still tender shoulders. Asterisk asterisk chapter 2. The grim tidings arrive. Asterisk asterisk. The summer in Konoha still clung stubbornly to its lingering heat. The wind on the rooftop played mischievously, tousling Nobunaga's signature spiky black hair, strands dancing wildly as though he were a dandelion caught in a gust. Seated cross-legged on the precarious wooden railing, he held a slick bamboo flute in his hands. His fingers leaped across the holes, as swift as if he were partaking in a hand seal class. The sound of the flute floated languidly. Unlike the traditional melodies of the Land of Fire, it resembled silk steeped in icy spring water, smooth and cool, carrying an ineffable ethereality that enveloped the entire rooftop in its essence. Wow! Tsunade, resting her chin on her hand atop the adjacent railing, gazed in rapt attention, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans striving to cool her down. Nobunaga, this piece, it's incredible. What's it called? Her voice, bright and crisp like heated pebbles under the sun, punctured the languid bubble of the afternoon's flute melody. With a languid flutter, Nobunaga's eyelids lifted just enough to cast a glance her way. A sly grin crept across his lips, causing the flute's melody to take a playful turn, reminiscent of a roller coaster. Castle in the sky, he replied, deliberately bringing the bamboo flute closer to his lips, his voice drawn out in a teasing manner. And also, Tsunade, please refer to me as Lord. Uchiha Nobunaga, we are not that familiar. And as the rising star of the gambling world from the Senju clan, I'd rather not get entangled in your luck aura, tomorrow's star. Uchiha Nobunaga, are you itching for trouble? Tsunade instantly transformed into a furious ball of energy, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as she seized Nobunaga's collar with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. The force nearly sent Nobunaga into a free fall. Her cheeks puffed up, and the ponytail behind her whipped through the air, creating angry waves. What do you mean by gambling luck halo? Am I the kind of person who loses everything and clings on stubbornly? What I engage in is called strategic investment. There are wins and losses. Do you understand? Oh, wins and losses? Nobunaga raised an eyebrow, leisurely extricating his poor collar from Tsunade's iron grip, his fingertips brushing away the sweat from his brow. Let me calculate. Aside from that one time a few years back, right before your great-grandfather Hashirama passed away, when you inexplicably won, the rest of the time, he paused deliberately, watching Tsunade's face grow increasingly crimson. TSK, you're practically a mobile treasure chest for the casino owner. I heard that just yesterday, you covertly exchanged that talisman given by Grandma Uzumaki, said to ensure safety, for gambling money? Should I shout out now and summon Lady Uzumaki to judge? Grandma, your granddaughter is contributing to Konoha's GDP again. Uchiha Nobunaga. Tsunade's face flared a shade redder than a ripe tomato, and in a fit of anger, she threw her head back, her ponytail sweeping across Nobunaga's cheek, causing him to shrink his neck in irritation. Do not underestimate me. Last night, at the Uzumaki family's casino, I descended like a divine force. I wreaked havoc. The dealer turned pale. Do you comprehend? I won. Spectacularly. The Uzumaki family's casino. The melodious notes of the flute that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had snapped its neck, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Nobunaga lowered his gaze to the ordinary bamboo flute in his hand. The texture of the flute pressed against his fingertips, and the playful glint in his eyes dulled, replaced by a weight akin to the calm before storm. A chill swept up from his soles, surging through him like a bolt of lightning, as if his heart had been seized by an icy claw and tossed into a washing machine set to spin. The Uzumaki family's casino. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, a workaholic, had just last week led his personal guard to the Land of Lightning, strutting around with the airs of I am the fastest in the world, to negotiate some ludicrous peace treaty. Counting the days, weren't the ambushes by the insane duo of Kinshiki and Kinshiki scheduled for these very days? And what of Uncle Kagami? Uchiha Kagami, one of the few elders in the clan who didn't regard him as the shame of the Uchiha, but rather found his ideas intriguing. 3 days before departure, Kagami had deliberately cornered him at the training ground exit, pretending to be casual while giving him a heads up. Hey, Nobunaga, those muscle-bound fools from the Land of Lightning may seem simple, but they are cunning. I heard they even possess the 3,000 death ninja tools left by the Sage of Six Paths, so keep your eyes peeled. At that time, Uncle Kagami had laughed and ruffled his hair, saying, the little rascal is showing concern for others, growing up. But alas, what was meant to happen would happen. The inertia of fate was enough to crush the Nine Tails. This little butterfly from another world flapped its wings, only to summon a tempest. Nobunaga bit down hard on his lower lip, a faint metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. It had been a decade since he traversed into the world of Naruto, transforming from a middle-aged wage slave named Han Sanlang, perpetually battered by life, unemployment failed, ventures, debts, and being backstabbed as a security guard, into a young master of the Uchiha clan. Memories of his past life were like aged glass obscured by years of grime. All he recalled was becoming a labor law warrior and a fire safety whistleblower, taking revenge against unscrupulous companies, then drunkenly drifting through life, only to wake up in a hellish ninja world war. The irony. He had been so engrossed in online novels that his understanding of Naruto was pieced together from fan creations. He only knew the broad strokes. Hashirama's demise triggered a ninja world war, and the second Hokage was ambushed in the Land of Lightning by Kinshiki and Kinshiki. But the specifics? The exact day? How it happened? What was Danzo doing at the time? His mind was foggy with confusion. Now, the second Hokage was set to depart, and he had donned a mantle of a diviner, desperately hinting for safety within the limits. Yet he still couldn't escape this narrative trap. Tsunade, Nobunaga, something big has happened. A voice akin to a broken gong shattered the last remnants of tranquility on the rooftop. Hut, hut, hut. Accompanied by earth-shaking footsteps, a white-haired figure tumbled onto the scene. None other than our hapless spokesperson, Jiraiya. One of his sandals had heroically perished midway, leaving one bare foot to tread upon the scorching wooden planks, caked in dirt and suspicious grass clippings he might have just rolled out of some bushes. His face, not particularly handsome to begin with, now appeared as pale as a ghost, lips trembling as if afflicted with severe Parkinson's, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. That Tsunade's complexion drained of color faster than Nobunaga's wallet. She gripped Jiraiya's shoulders with such force that it seemed his collarbone would soon emit a painful crack. Her voice trembled as if set to vibrate. "Well, what did you say? What's happened? Hurry up. You're driving me crazy." Jiraiya's Adam's apple bobbed awkwardly, his gaze darting around until it landed on the culprit bamboo flute in Nobunaga's hand. In an instant, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the floor, his voice breaking into a wail. "Teacher Hisashi, their news has returned. Lord Tobarama and Lord Kagami. They didn't come back." Wah! Boom! Tsunade felt as though a thunderclap had struck her on the head. She shoved Jiraiya aside, her ponytail soaring in a panicked arc as she turned to dash downstairs, her silhouette exuding a semblance of bravery. Yet upon closer inspection, the veins on her clenched fists were bulging, and her legs trembled like leaves in a storm, as if she would topple over at any moment. "Tsunade," Nobunaga instinctively called out, yet his feet remained glued to the railing as if welded in place. Comfort? What use was that now? It was akin to when he had faced his own failures in life, surrounded by relatives offering platitudes. Money is just a material thing. Let go. At that moment, he had only wanted to slap them with that material thing. Understanding? Those who haven't lived through it could never truly grasp the suffocating feeling of being ground beneath the heel of fate. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a puddle of melted sorrow, a few strands of white hair plastered against his sweaty skin. Let's go. Nobunaga dusted off his pants, the motion momentarily faltering. The wind on the rooftop still blew, yet the melody that had previously lifted spirits was now extinguished by the grim news from the front lines. The air was thick and stifling, as if a heavy stone pressed down upon his chest. He glanced at the staircase leading down, adding, "Let's check on your teacher Hisashi and see what condition he is in now." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a shadow darted through the rooftop entrance with the precision of a phantom. Clad in a deep blue Uchiha clan vest, one knee on the ground, was the renowned serious one of the clan, elite Chunin Uchiha Masahiro. Dust from his journey clung to his face, his expression grave enough to wring out 2 pounds of bitter melon juice, his voice deep and somber, as if it emerged from a crevice in the earth. "Master, the clan leader urgently commands you to return to the clan grounds for an emergency meeting." Nobunaga raised his iconic hedgehog-like brows in surprise. Oh, a rare visitor indeed. His father, Uchiha Yoshihide, had long treated him. This son deemed a slacker, filled with nonsensical ideas, and a corrupter of the Uchiha's promising youth, as if he were invisible. Yet now he had specifically dispatched the composed Masahide to capture him. It seemed that the shocking demise of the second Hokage had sent tremors throughout the upper echelons of Konoha, shaking the Uchiha clan to its core. Understood, he replied lazily, making his way toward the staircase. As he passed by Jiraiya, who was still grappling with existential doubts on the floor, he nonchalantly nudged the dust-covered figure with his toe. "Hey, Whitehair, get up. Do you plan to remain here as a stone of lamentation until the end of time? Do you believe your tears can summon your teacher back?" Jiraiya looked up abruptly, his gaze meeting the stark white wolf tooth necklace that hung around Nobunaga's neck, a gift personally given to him by Uncle Kira on his birthday last year. For reasons unknown, the sight of it suddenly quelled the inexplicable feelings of grievance and fear within Jiraiya, replacing them with a more complex emotion. He hastily scrambled to his feet, slipping on his remaining straw sandal, and followed along like a chastened little wife down the path leading to the Uchiha clan grounds. Masahide trailed Nobunaga at a respectful distance of 3 steps, resembling a dutiful bodyguard. Known for his steadiness, he wielded his two-tomo Sharingan with great skill, yet was often exasperated by Nobunaga's rebellious antics. At that moment, observing his young master prancing ahead, exchanging high-fives with passing classmates, and playfully tugging at the grass along the roadside, Masahide could no longer contain himself. "My lord, the atmosphere within the clan is fraught with anxiety, and tensions are running high. Your demeanor." Masahide. Nobunaga abruptly halted, a fresh blade of grass clenched between his teeth, turning to face him as the stem bobbed with each word. "Do you think my father, in a fit of rage, might cast little Fugaku onto the battlefield to gain experience?" Masahide's posture stiffened noticeably. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader's youngest son, was merely 5 years old. Last month, due to Nobunaga's so-called wild survival training that involved taking the clan's youths to the river to fish and shrimp, the clan leader had furiously assigned little Fugaku to a relatively safe combat squad to experience the glory of the Uchiha. The result? Fugaku returned, curled up in a corner, sobbing for 3 whole days, refusing to eat, his little face gaunt, leaving several soft-hearted aunts in the clan deeply distressed. Everyone knew this incident. The clan leader intended to use such tactics to compel his kin to rediscover the fierce spirit of the Warring States era, while simultaneously serving as a warning to Nobunaga. The clan leader has his own profound considerations. Masahide managed to divert his gaze, his voice heavy with concern. "My lord, there have long been murmurs regarding your actions. You frequently take the younger generation to the South Kawa for fishing and barbecuing, visit the gambling den to bring warmth to Lady Tsunade, which you call intelligence gathering, and teach them those that uniquely styled tunes, which truly tarnishes the Uchiha's reputation. Oh, only seeing the fun of fishing, yet failing to recognize the hardships endured behind the scenes?" Nobunaga scoffed, the grass in his mouth swaying enthusiastically. "How many times have I seen the training grounds at 4 in the morning without anyone mentioning it? This is called balancing work and rest. Education through entertainment. Isn't it far preferable to tossing a 5-year-old into the chaos of battle to hear the wails of the fallen? The bloodlust of the Warring States era that was forged amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, not through tormenting our own children. Is my father intending to groom Fugaku for the Anbu reserves? Or does he wish for him to only master the Shattered Jade technique when he becomes Hokage?" Masahide's lips quivered as he sought to respond, but ultimately swallowed his words. He recognized the validity of Nobunaga's statements, sharp enough to pierce the heart. Yet, the pride of the Uchiha was akin to a thick callus, suffocating their rationality. Under the reign of the first Hokage, the Uchiha had enjoyed relative stability, but ever since Hashirama's passing, the true power lay with the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, whose wariness and suppression of the Uchiha was glaringly evident. The police force? It sounded prestigious, wielding authority, yet in reality, it was a burdensome task, dealing daily with trivial brawls and petty disputes, often leading to blame. The clan leader was desperate, like a beast trapped in a cage, yearning for an opportunity to bare its fangs and prove that the Uchiha blade had not dulled with time. Chapter 3. The family meeting. As Nobunaga passed the fragrant pancake shop around the corner, he suddenly hit the brakes. The pancake vendor was hurriedly closing up, with several golden sesame pancakes sizzling on the iron griddle, their aroma weaving a tantalizing spell. "Uncle Pancake, the usual. 2 sesame pancakes, please. Freshly made," Nobunaga called out, gesturing to Masahide Uchiha to settle the bill. After all, he was the affluent and handsome scion of the clan, not lacking in funds. Masahide sighed, pulling out his coin purse while watching the vendor expertly wrap the pancakes in oil paper and hand them over. He couldn't resist reminding, "Young master, the clan meeting is likely to be quite serious and somber. Bringing pancakes in might not be the most appropriate choice. Even the gravest affairs require sustenance." Nobunaga retorted, taking a hefty bite of the pancake, crumbs dusting his lips. "Masahide, consider this. When those old men start bickering, their spittle could drown a fish. If it escalates to fisticuffs, how can one fight on an empty stomach? How can one muster the strength for a verbal duel? How can one tactically retreat when the moment demands?" Observing Nobunaga's carefree munching, Masahide recalled what he had whispered to Lord Kagami Uchiha 3 days prior on the training field. At the time, everyone had dismissed him as a mere child babbling nonsensically, yet it seemed he understood the looming storm more than anyone else. This awareness, juxtaposed with his cavalier demeanor, stirred a complex mix of emotions within Masahide. As they approached the Uchiha territory, the atmosphere thickened. Passers-by seemed to have been fitted with accelerators, their hurried steps betraying anxiety. Clad in dark blue uniforms, Uchiha clan members rushed towards the central assembly hall, their eyes bloodshot, weapons clattering ominously at their waists. Echoing like a tolling bell, many street-side shops had hastily shuttered their heavy wooden doors, leaving only a narrow gap through which flickering shadows could be seen fervently praying before altars, incense curling into the air. Nobunaga, still chewing his pancake, cast his gaze over the frantic figures. The youngsters, recently awakened to their Sharingan, clutched their shinobi tool bags, their youthful faces forced into expressions of resilience. Yet their eyes betrayed their trepidation. The elders, with 2 or 3 tomo in their eyes, wore furrowed brows, chakra swirling uncontrollably at their fingertips, emanating an aura of danger. He was suddenly reminded of his arrival 10 years prior, when Hashirama was still alive. Konoha, though not as prosperous as in later years, had thrived with the vibrant spirit of youth, unlike now, where even the wind carried a heavy scent of rust, an unmistakable sign of war and death. The year the first Hokage passed, conflict erupted. Masahide's somber voice returned, steeped in historical gravitas. Yagura, Amigakure, and Kirigakure allied, invading our lands. Since Hashirama's burial, this hard-won peace has only lasted 17 years before being torn asunder. This war has persisted for 3 years. He inhaled deeply, bitterness lacing his tone as he lamented the imminent loss of peace. 10 days prior, the front lines had delivered shocking news. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Yagura, allies turned foes, clashed over territory and spoils. What followed? The ruthless Mu, master of dust release, was obliterated by Yagura's explosive techniques. Yagura himself exhausted, perished on the battlefield. The 3 village alliance disintegrated. The second Reikage, recognizing the shifting tides, urgently summoned the second Hokage to the Land of Lightning to negotiate a peace treaty. In retrospect, it was clear that this was no diplomatic endeavor, but rather a descent into the trap laid by the madmen, Kin and Jin. Masahide's voice trembled as he recalled his own eagerness to accompany them, hoping to reintegrate the Uchiha into the heart of Konoha and regain trust. Nobunaga remained silent, biting into another pancake, the crumbs cascading onto his attire. The oppressive heat seemed to intensify, mingled with the distant, sharp wail of police sirens, Konoha's law enforcement mobilizing in haste, their cries piercing through the veneer of tranquility that had lingered for 2 decades. He lifted his gaze. The iconic, grand entrance of the Uchiha clan, adorned with a massive fan emblem, loomed before him. At this moment, the open, black lacquered gates resembled a silent, insatiable maw, awaiting all Uchiha to willingly leap into its depths. Let us proceed. Nobunaga stuffed the last bite of pancake into his mouth, carelessly wiping the sesame from the corners of his lips, and took the lead, crossing the high threshold. The shadow cast by the door enveloped him, extending a long, stubborn, and solitary silhouette behind him, reminiscent of a silent exclamation mark. The heavy wooden doors of the assembly hall creaked open just as Nobunaga swallowed the final morsel of his sesame pancake. The creaking of the hinges was swiftly drowned out by the oppressive clamor within. This was the epicenter of Uchiha power. Hundreds of clan members filled the hall, their single tomo and double tomo red eyes flickering in the dim light, akin to embers in the dark night. The front row of seasoned 3 tomo warriors stood resolute, chakra coalescing, their calm breaths starkly contrasting with the restlessness of the younger clan members behind them. In the corners, unawakened youths and elders sat upright, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards the front. Atop the dais, 6 elderly elders sat with solemnity. In the center, the clan leader, Shinsuke Uchiha, with his dark hair cascading down his forehead and short, spiky hair at the back, bore a jawline as sharp as a blade. He slowly rotated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his gaze silencing the murmurs like a receding tide. With a soft rap of his fingers on the armrest, the sound reverberated through the hall, commanding silence. News from the front, he began, his voice hoarse and weary. Cloud Village is in rebellion. Kin and Jin have employed the 6 Paths ninja tools in a surprise attack. The second Raikage, A, has fallen in battle. A brief, stunned silence ensued. The second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and our own Kagami Uchiha have been confirmed dead. Akimichi Torafu is gravely injured and unconscious, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are hospitalized due to injuries. His Adam's apple bobbed as he continued. Lord Tobarama was constrained by the ninja tools and could not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. He willingly held the rear, bequeathing the position to Hiruzen. A cacophony erupted. The stillness shattered. Young clan members surged forward, the floorboards creaking under their weight. Though the 3-tomo elders remained unmoved, the tomo in their eyes spun rapidly. In a corner, a single tomo youth accidentally dropped a kunai, the clattering sound piercing the silence. He bent down in panic, only to be restrained by the iron grip of an elder beside him, whose eyes burned with a fury more intense than the crimson of the Sharingan. Silence. Shinsuke suddenly rose. A tempest of chakra and cold-eyed intent crashed down. The air seemed to solidify, the tumult stifled by an unseen force, leaving only the defiant glint of blood-red eyes. 2 matters, his voice, icy, resonated through the hall's pillars. First, the shinobi world is transforming. Second, the Uchiha's choice, to uphold Lord Tobarama's dying wish in supporting Hiruzen Sarutobi, or to vie for the position of Hokage at the Shinobi Summit. Is there even a need for debate? An elder with a jagged scar erupted from his seat, the chair screeching against the floor. Konoha was built by the Senju and Uchiha together. The Senju have held the title for 2 generations. Will it become hereditary? His voice seethed with indignation. When Lord Madara stepped down, the first Hokage explicitly stated that the Hokage must be elected. On what grounds does Tobarama Senju claim it for himself? Precisely, shouted a young man with a double tomo, fist raised high. We remain in the village for this very day? The clan leader is worthy. A robust man with 3 tomo pounded his chest, his armor clanging. In terms of strength, the clan leader stands as a paragon among the elite shinobi of Konoha. In terms of experience, his battlefield accomplishments are illustrious. Regarding bloodlines, does the Sharingan pale in comparison to others? The crowd was filled with fervor. The single tomo shinobi were ablaze with passion, while the 3-tomo warriors breathed heavily, the air thick with a restless battle spirit. In a corner, Nobunaga quietly brushed the sesame dust from his hands. As his gaze swept over the agitated clansmen, he was suddenly reminded of that fateful night decades later, the night of their clan's annihilation. Were the Uchiha then as they are today? He raised his eyes to the high platform, where Shinsuke, with closed eyes, revealed a hint of red light beneath his eyelids. This father remained calm, even in critical moments. 3 years prior, when the first generation passed, he quelled the clamor for clan leadership, and when faced with the burdensome issues of the police department, he took command and trained elite forces. Elder Shinsuke's eyes opened, sharp as a blade. If we contest, which other clans will take a stand? Shinsuke snorted coldly. Inazuka, Nara Akimichi? They too have been oppressed by the Senju's regulations. Promising heavy profits, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Tobarama's disciple. Shinsuke interjected. He has the backing of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mito clans, as well as the legacy of the Senju. Our contention puts us against half of Konoha. And what of it? Shinsuke slammed the table. The sacrifices of the Uchiha during the founding of the village were the greatest. Lord Madara bears an infamous reputation. This child, Kagami, has given his life to compensate for Lord Madara's mistakes, so that the Uchiha may stand firm in Konoha. Must we now beg for mercy? The mention of Kagami silenced the hall. He was Shinsuke's cousin, a pinnacle of the 3-tomo, a gentle spirit of Konoha. Yet now, even his remains must be sought from an enemy nation. Nobunaga felt a chill at his fingertips. Recalling how Kagami had once joyfully promised to teach him the great fireball technique when he awakened his double tomo, his crimson eyes devoid of malice. Kagami's funeral arrangements are already in place. Shinsuke spoke in a low tone, the tomo in his eyes flickering momentarily. Upon receiving his remains, the entire clan shall mourn. He scanned the room, his gaze solemn. However, the position of Hokage cannot be claimed merely through fervor. Tobarama has managed for 2 decades, controlling the Umbu, the academy, and the hospital. Contending for this position is a gamble with the lives of our entire clan. To the right, an elder protested. Shall we stand idly by while Sarutobi Hiruzen ascends? His foundation is still shallow, simply because he is the designated successor, because of the power behind him, because Konoha requires stability at this moment. Shinsuke's voice turned icy, with the second generation freshly deceased, and 3 villages watching us closely. Who would support a Hokage that could incite internal strife? A long silence ensued. The agitated lowered their heads, while the contemplative furrowed their brows. Shinsuke sat heavily back down, his knuckles whitening from tension. Nobunaga found the situation somewhat absurd. They debated the Hokage's position without recognizing the ambition hidden beneath Sarutobi's gentle facade. The schemes lurking within Danzo's sleeves, and the invisible web spun by Tobarama that marginalized the Uchiha, shackled the police force, and sullied the Sharingan's reputation. Perhaps, the seeds of conflict were being quietly sown today. I have made up my mind. Shinsuke broke the silence, rising. His eyes, calm yet profound like still waters, were more oppressive than any pressure. We shall honor the last wishes and support Sarutobi Hiruzen, clan leader. Shinsuke raised his head, his eyes filled with anguish. This is not resignation. Shinsuke's gaze swept over the crowd. The police force will operate in 3 shifts starting today, expanding patrols, strictly monitoring the merchants from the land of lightning. This is both to maintain order and to demonstrate to Konoha who is protecting them. His voice grew colder. The remaining shinobi will be on high alert, weapons secured, and ready for battle. Ready for battle? Someone inquired. Yes, ready for battle. Shinsuke's Sharingan glinted ominously. We must settle the blood debts of the land of lightning, and the accounts of Konoha shall be meticulously calculated. The clansmen responded in a roar. Their earlier reluctance transformed into determination. The 3 tomo began to strategize as the younger clansmen organized their protective gear. Shinsuke's face remained stern, pulling out a wine gourd and taking a deep swig before forcefully throwing it to the ground, turning to leave. As the hall emptied, Nobunaga pondered, feeling a chill at the back of his neck, realizing Shinsuke had approached him from behind. At the clan meeting, you seem so at ease. Shinsuke lightly tapped his forehead. Are you treating this like a festival? Nobunaga laughed, evading him, grabbing his father's sleeve. Father, your wisdom is unmatched. I am utterly captivated. Shinsuke helplessly ruffled his hair. Enough of your prattle. I will head to the Senju clan to discuss retrieving your uncle Kagami's remains. I want to go too. Nobunaga's eyes brightened. Thinking of Tsunade, surely she must be grieving. Remembering that hot-tempered girl who once chased him through 3 streets, a bittersweet feeling washed over him. Shinsuke raised an eyebrow. Behave yourself. The Senju clan is in mourning. Understood. Nobunaga straightened up, his movements too hasty, nearly causing his ninja pouch to slip. Shinsuke's lips curled in a barely perceptible smile before returning to seriousness, his cloak billowing as he strode away. Nobunaga hurried to keep pace. As they passed the entrance, he glanced back at the now empty council chamber. The wine gourd left by Shinsuke rolled on the ground, the remaining liquid seeping into the floorboards like an indelible bloodstain. He recalled Shinsuke's words about Konoha's accounts, to be slowly reconciled. Who could have predicted that the conclusion of these accounts would lead to the Uchiha's demise? Nobunaga took a deep breath and chased after his father's silhouette. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows. In the distance, the footsteps of the police force could be heard, as though everything remained the same. Yet, he knew from this moment onward, nothing would be the same. The Uchiha of Konoha? Or Konoha's Uchiha? This question had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 4. The vortex of Mito. The territory of the Senju clan shrank, like kelp wilting under the scorching sun, languishing in a corner of the village. Slightly north of the center, behind it loomed the towering Hokage rock, the colossal statues of Hashirama and Tobarama resembling vigilant overseers, their authoritative gazes seemingly penetrating the rocky facade, instilling a sense of unease in the hearts of the villagers. In recent years, with the advancement of the integration into Konoha's plans, the Senju clansmen, either willingly or unwittingly, had departed, relocating. The once vast clan territory had seen large swathes of land and housing sold off as severance pay, compensating those who had left. Reflecting on those days, this place was once resplendent, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha's domain. Now, only 2 rows of ordinary village cottages and a few symbolic ancestral homes remained. The remaining inhabitants were predominantly stubborn elders unwilling to budge. They were the true holdouts, determined to root themselves here until their final days, impervious to any persuasion, as if they were welded to the ground. As Nobunaga and his father stepped through the slightly desolate entrance of the Senju clan, the heart-wrenching cries of Tsunade surged forth like a deluge, so piercing that it seemed capable of lifting the roof off. Nobunaga squinted, spotting young Tsunade clinging to a woman embodying the quintessential Yamato Nadeshiko, weeping uncontrollably. The woman, Tsunade's mother, Mabuki, with her long, straight black hair cascading to her waist, wore a face that, though beautiful, was now crumpled in sorrow and despair. Beside her stood her husband, the illegitimate son of the daimyo, Sampu, who held his wife and daughter tightly, murmuring comfort in a protective manner akin to that of a startled hen. At the head of the table sat a young woman with striking red hair styled in characteristic buns. Her vibrant locks stood out dramatically against the dimly lit room. Nobunaga inwardly scoffed. That hair color must have been plucked right off the finest tomatoes from the market. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shinsuke chastised him. "What are you mumbling about? Go call for help." He slapped Nobunaga on the back of the head, the impact making Nobunaga feel as if his molars were loosened. Immediately, Nobunaga composed himself, bowing politely to the assembly. "I pay my respects to Lord Mito, Lady Mabuki, and Lord Sampu." Tsunade, who had been sobbing inconsolably, seemed to hit the pause button, reluctantly extracting herself from her mother's embrace, her small shoulders trembling as she offered a halting salute, resembling a sunflower battered by a fierce storm. Speaking of Mabuki and her husband, 10 years ago, they had been the talk of Konoha, making headlines. At that time, Hashirama Senju was a force to be reckoned with, single-handedly defeating Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails, reshaping the terrain around the Valley of the End with his monumental techniques. The god of shinobi was in his prime, causing the other major nations to retreat into their shells, focusing solely on development. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire was so terrified that he lay awake at night counting sheep, urgently dispatching envoys bearing lavish gifts to seek a marriage alliance, while also bestowing upon Konoha an array of development packages, fearing that Hashirama might one day take offense and uproot him as well. Little did the outsiders know that Hashirama was engulfed in a profound melancholy, having just slain his dearest friend, Madara, radiating an aura of despair that seemed to declare that life was not worth living. Tobirama and Mito were at a loss, and thus summoned their niece, Mei, to bring some joy to the somber atmosphere. Since the feudal lord's legitimate heir was already married with children, they settled on the kind-hearted but unremarkable illegitimate son, Sampu, for the match. Their wedding was a grand affair, filled with the sounds of gongs and firecrackers, and they soon welcomed Tsunade into the world, for whom the feudal lord even conferred the title of Princess Tsunade. It was only then that Hashirama began to regain his composure, taking to spoiling his granddaughter and nurturing her to become a VIP on the gambling scene, showcasing a teaching talent that would have been wasted had he not pursued a career in training. Nobunaga observed Tsunade, his mind racing with thoughts. It was unclear how her parents had perished, with tales suggesting they either died in battle or fell victim to experiments involving Hashirama's cells. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly after the birth of Shosuke. There was no immediate urgency. Tsunade was significantly older than Shosuke, affording them a few years of buffer. However, with the first great ninja war nearing its end, and the mighty Vortex Mito present, her parents should be safe, right? Alas, Tsunade's fate seemed more tragic than Sasuke's. At least Yonggwa from Konoha had ultimately established a family and continued the lineage, while Tsunade found herself an old maid, leaving a gaping hole in the family tree. He silently lamented. This is what time travel entails. Kishimoto merely needs to churn out contradictory merchandise to profit, while time travelers must contemplate numerous complexities. Just worrying about these individuals' life trajectories could turn Nobunaga's hair gray. Shinshu, you're here. Mito lifted her gaze, nodding slightly, her voice calm as a frozen lake, betraying little emotion. Nobunaga was pulled aside by his father, Shinshu, and found himself kneeling upright as rigid as a plank, adhering to decorum. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Aside from the Senju clan members, several prominent clan heads were present. Uchiha Sasuke from the Sarutobi clan, Hyuga Q from the Hyuga clan, Yamashiro Yuhu from the Yamashiro clan, Nara Riku from the Nara clan, and Hitaki Sakumo, also known as White Fang. Each bore serious expressions, as if ready to face execution. Mito slowly rose and bowed solemnly to the assembly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. "Thank you, esteemed clan heads, for gracing us with your presence today. Tobarama's recent misfortune has struck Konoha like a dagger to the heart, nearly bleeding us dry. Yet, mere lamentation will not suffice." She shifted her tone, now resolute. "If Hashirama and Tobarama were to witness us, they would weep in despair, perhaps even descend to exact vengeance. The immediate priority is to stabilize our situation. Konoha currently stands leaderless, with anxiety rife amongst the populace, akin to a headless fly. I humbly beseech you all to gather your wisdom and deliberate on Konoha's future course." As her words hung in the air, Sasuke unexpectedly dropped to the floor in a formal seiza, his movements swift as if propelled by an unseen force. His forehead pressed against the ground, urgency coloring his voice. Although Lord Tobarama entrusted his final wishes to Nizashi, he is still inexperienced, akin to a bamboo shoot just breaking through the soil. His strength barely reaches the level of an elite jonin. How can he command the current situation? I implore Lady Mito and the esteemed clan heads to reconsider. We must appoint a dignified, powerful figure to lead, lest Konoha's legacy fall into the hands of a mere child. This maneuver was executed with strategic finesse. Nobunaga observed with barely contained amusement. The old man played a masterful game. On the surface, it seemed humble and deferential, yet in reality, he had placed everyone present on the hot seat. Glancing around the hall, apart from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, every clan head had been fostered by the second Hokage. Tobarama. Mito, as the widow of the first and sister-in-law of the second, could not openly contradict her late brother-in-law's dying wish. Who would dare to claim that Nizashi should not ascend? That would be tantamount to slapping Tobarama in the face and exiling themselves from Konoha's inner circle. This strategy of retreating to advance was executed with greater skill than an S-rank ninjutsu. It would be a disservice not to pursue a career in acting. The hall fell into a delicate silence. Mito's penetrating gaze, akin to a spotlight, fell squarely on the silent Shinshu. Clanhead Shinshu, what is your perspective? Directly addressing him left no room for evasion. Shinshu leisurely stroked his chin, seemingly weighing his words. In my view, there are two urgent matters. First, we must rally our forces and drive the three-village alliance back to their homes. Let them feel the sting of defeat. Second, we must pressure the Cloud Village to retrieve the remains of the second Hokage and our clan member, Uchiha Kagami, at all costs. The souls of our fallen cannot be left to wander nor subjected to indignity. His tone was unwavering. Then he shifted the topic. Since the second Hokage's final command is clear, let Nizashi serve as acting Hokage to manage urgent affairs. Once the situation stabilizes, we can convene a council of Jonin to formally elect a Hokage. It will not be too late. With that, he deftly redirected the discussion. Q, what do you think? Q, having been called upon, had been intently staring at his teacup, as if the future of Konoha lay hidden at the bottom. Suddenly prompted, he sprang to attention, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, what Shinshu said is quite right. Indeed, Nizashi is a decent lad. Though he may be a bit green now, he can certainly be groomed as a potential fourth Hokage, for the time being. Allowing him to act as Hokage is merely a form of on-the-job training. Haha, on-the-job training. His words flowed rapidly, his tone light, as if discussing a neighbor's child, leaving everyone puzzled about the true thoughts and stance of the Hyuga clan. Mito internally rolled her eyes. That sly old fox. The internal conflicts within the Hyuga clan were already considerable. Any further division would leave them with little energy or resources to contend for the Hokage position. The Hyuga, much like the Uchiha, held a certain arrogance, but their support was likely far less than that of the Uchiha. The real challenge lay with Uchiha Shinshu. His extensive experience in battle and prowess placed him among the elite within Konoha's Jonin. In every aspect, he vastly outperformed the greenhorn Nizashi. Tobarama, oh Tobarama, you have left me with a monumental dilemma upon your death. It appears that without revealing something substantial today, I will struggle to quell this assembly of ambitious individuals. In Konoha, without absolute strength, one's words may carry less weight than the barking of a stray dog at the village entrance. Her thoughts raced. Had May been a son and inherited Hashirama's would release bloodline. Tobarama's final wishes would not have created such a convoluted situation. He could have simply passed the mantle to a direct descendant, thus sparing himself the hassle. Moreover, the Sarutobi clan had garnered numerous allies. Should Nizashi secure his position, would he not turn against the Senju in the future? These were all potential threats. With these thoughts, Mito abruptly stood, an intangible aura enveloping the entire hall. Clearing her throat, her voice rose dramatically. Infused with an undeniable resolve and the chilling essence of authority, the Three Village Alliance? A group of ingrates who have forgotten their wounds. Do they truly believe that Konoha has become a soft target without Hashirama and Tobarama? They have lost their leader, yet still dare linger at our doorstep, hoping to seize a piece of our flesh. This time, I shall personally confront them. I will ensure they remember why the flowers bloom red. Hatake Tsukumo reacted swiftly, rising to interject urgently. Lady Mito, that is out of the question. Please, remain here and let us handle the matters at the front. I, Hatake Tsukumo, have sworn an oath that within 3 days, I shall drive the enemies of the 3 villages into a state of utter disarray, forcing them to flee back to their homes in disgrace. Beside me, Yamashiro Yubei and Nara Rokasuk hurriedly echoed my sentiments. Lord Tsukumo speaks the truth. The second Mizukage and Tsuchikage have already been led to mutual destruction by the cunning strategy of the second Hokage, who used 2 peaches to slay 3 warriors. The second Reikage has also been betrayed by his own ferocious hounds, Kin and Jin. The alliance of the 3 villages is now leaderless, akin to a headless swarm of grasshoppers. Although we, Konoha, have suffered the tragic loss of our second Hokage and elite guards, our unity against the common foe is at its peak. This is indeed the time when the underdog shall prevail. Why should we trouble you to take matters into your own hands? If anything were to happen to you, how could we bear the weight of such a loss? Vortex Mito waved her hand decisively, her movements sharp and efficient, as if swatting away an irritating fly. No more persuasion is needed. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the crowd, radiating an undeniable authority. Her personal involvement is not due to a lack of faith in your capabilities. Rather, it is to ensure that they understand clearly and unequivocally that even in the absence of Hashirama and Tobarama, Konoha remains a place where no one dares to act recklessly. Do they truly believe Konoha is a marketplace where they can come and go as they please, seizing whatever they desire? Her words resounded with gravitas, carrying the immense pressure of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Hatake Tsukumo and the others opened their mouths, yet ultimately swallowed their words of persuasion. It was clear that this formidable figure was resolutely determined to engage personally, to assert Konoha's enduring authority with absolute strength. Further persuasion would be nothing short of folly. Chapter 5. The front lines. The night enveloped the sky like a sheet of rice paper splattered with ink by a mischievous child, slowly consuming the last vestiges of light on the horizon. At this moment of twilight, Uchiha Nobunaga, the young scion of the Uchiha clan, finally set foot into the frontline camp in the land of rice, accompanied by a detachment of Uchiha forces. An indescribable aroma permeated the air, a melange of dry dust, lingering gunpowder, sweat, and a faint whiff of blood, truly a battlefield's exclusive brand of air freshener. In the distance, the crackling of campfires echoed, their flickering flames casting shadows on the canvas of tents, resembling myriad curious eyes blinking in wonder. Nobunaga instinctively touched the treasured flute at his waist, yet his mind was still preoccupied with the intricacies of lightning release body techniques. While fire release is exhilarating, its explosions resemble the raucous sounds of festive fireworks. He mused internally, wearing an expression of resignation. Each time he embarked on developing new ninja techniques, he had to wrap himself in layers of fireproof cloth, resembling a mummy. Just last time, he almost singed off his 2 handsome eyebrows. Should word of this spread, the moniker Fire Fist Nobunaga would surely stick. Perhaps even supplemented with the shameful titles of Bald Eyebrow Nobunaga or Hairless Uchiha. This is no exaggeration. Thanks to the extraordinary chakra manipulation abilities bestowed upon him by his status as a transmigrator, Nobunaga successfully created, noting here, drawing inspiration from memories of his past life, a series of unique ninja techniques centered around the transformation of fire release chakra. Armed with this explosive and visually arresting combat style, he, at the tender age of 10, managed to approach the level of a Jonin. He boldly named this exclusive technique the Fire Release Uchiha Fist. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was colder than the evening breeze outside. For figures knelt in an impeccably standard Saiza posture, their spines twisted in an effort to maintain their final semblance of dignity. But the slight tremor in their voices betrayed their inner turmoil. We, the subordinates, have inadequately protected the second Hokage, leading to his demise. We implore Lord Mito for punishment. Their voices were heavy with tears and despair. Vortex Mito's iconic red hair glimmered with a dim metallic sheen in the flickering candlelight. She did not even cast a glance at the kneeling figures, instead striding directly toward a weary-looking ninja in the corner. The prayer beads around her wrist swayed gently with her steps, producing a subtle rustling sound. Deputy Commander Kayomesa, Mito's voice was deep and direct, imbued with undeniable authority. What new developments are there from the alliance of the three villages? Are the brutes from the land of lightning still playing deaf and hiding like turtles? Called upon, Kato Kayomesa sprang to his feet, the red marks on his knees from the tatami mat still fresh. He replied swiftly, his tone respectful, regarding Lord Mito. From a Wagakure. It is led by Oanoki, the second Tsuchikage. This young man, despite his age, has perfectly inherited his teacher's dust-release bloodline limit, along with a notoriously short temper. It is said that just yesterday, he made their messenger from Kumogakure weep with his harsh words, resulting in an exceedingly awkward scene. He paused briefly before continuing his report. The leader from Kirigakure is Hayakawa Shiro, an old veteran who trained under the first Mizukage, and is renowned for his swift sword techniques capable of cleaving through waterfalls. He is a formidable opponent. As for Kumogakure, the leader is none other than the direct disciple of the second Raikage, Yatsuki Ai. That physique, that build, those arms seem to be 3 times thicker than mine. Regarding the bodies of Lord Tobarama and Lord Kagami, Kayomesa's voice lowered, tinged with indignation. Kumogakure has yet to relent. Mito then turned her gaze toward the 4 kneeling figures, her expression icy enough to freeze magma. It seemed that having dealt with the troublesome Kin and Jin, they believed themselves to be kings of the mountain. Sarutobi Hizashi. She pinpointed, her voice laced with frost. Rise and recount in detail what transpired. Leave not a single word unspoken. With great difficulty, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions, Shimura Danzo, Mito Menka, and Nara Koharu, finally managed to straighten their forms. As they did, dust from their garments cascaded down, as if shedding a heavy burden. Hizashi cleared his throat forcefully, his voice thick with painful memories. That day, the second Raikage invited our teacher to the outskirts of the plateau, claiming it was for the final negotiations of a peace treaty, stipulating that only core escort teams would attend. Little did we expect that during the banquet Hizashi's fists unconsciously clenched tightly as he recalled the moment when that madman Kin suddenly tossed out the mind-binding rope. In an instant, it ensnared our teacher. Almost simultaneously, Jin raised the 7 stars sword and lunged toward the back of the second Raikage AI. The awakened bloodline limit guards they brought surged forward like lunatics. Even more terrifying was the chakra reaction surging from the direction of Kumogakure, clearly indicating an ambush. He took a deep breath, pain flashing in his eyes. Our teacher was restricted by the mind-binding rope, his chakra flow obstructed, rendering even the invincible flying thunder god unusable. We could only force our way out. Just as they reached the dense forest near the borders of the land of rice, Hizashi's voice trembled with emotion. As the pursuers closed in, our teacher determined that being caught between 2 flanks would lead to a deadlock. He insisted on staying behind to cover our escape. Hizashi paused, his throat constricted as if swallowing gravel. In that dire moment, Kin and Jin suddenly burst forth from the side. Kin wielded a red gourd, intent on devouring our teacher. His voice rose sharply, laden with grief and anger. I utilized the illusory instant body technique, placing myself in front of our teacher. The moment I was ensnared by the red gourd, I shouted, "Teacher, hurry and escape." As the winds howled, he recalled how his teacher had seized the opportunity to strike back at Jin, but the completely deranged Kin, having transformed into his beastly form, ensnared our teacher with the mind-binding rope. Our teacher fought valiantly, creating a chance for us to retreat alongside the gravely injured Kayomesa. Hizashi's voice sank low. Once we broke free from the encirclement, we all fell unconscious. When we awoke, We were in Konoha Hospital. Later, we learned that Yatsuki AI and his clan had taken advantage of Kin's beastly transformation, seizing the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow, easily vanquishing Kin. Now, the entire Kumobikure is clamoring to crown AI as the third Reikage. Nobunaga, listening from the sidelines, was left utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing with thoughts. Good heavens! The dramatic twists and turns of this narrative are even more exhilarating than the ultimate storm fighting game I played before my journey through time. However, it lacks that compelling background music to enhance the atmosphere. His thoughts began to meander. It appears that aside from the newly appointed second Kazekage, shaman of Sunagakure, who remains steadfast, the other major ninja villages are collectively entering the era of the third Hokage. The first established the village, the second advanced technology, and set the rules. And the third, is he perhaps a distributor of the title of the strongest? After all, the titles of the strongest Hokage, Kazekage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage seem to be exclusively associated with the thirds. This setting truly is a timeless trend. As he pondered, he discreetly cast his gaze towards the kneeling Shimura Danzo beside him. The future Hokage had his lips pressed together like a dull blade. Yet his eyes darted rapidly beneath his lowered eyelids, calculating something with a depth unbefitting his age. No wonder he is the future mastermind behind the rude organization. A warning bell went off in Nobunaga's mind. That restless, darting glance and hidden schemes suggest that this nefarious plan has been brewing since childhood. As the main forces gradually established their camp, even the coarse brown rice, hard enough to chip a tooth, had yet to be fully swallowed when Nobunaga eagerly tugged at Masahide, trudging toward the barren hillside behind the camp. The wind atop the hill was fierce, causing their garments to flutter. From this vantage point, the contours of the entire battlefield lay bare within the land of rice. Those pitiful villages resembled corn cobs gnawed upon by a pack of ravenous giants, reduced to mere remnants of walls standing desolately at the borders of the land of fire. Hastily constructed defensive works stood askew, akin to a child's toppled block castle. After 3 years of relentless warfare, hundreds of miles revealed no signs of life. An eerie stillness that sent chills down one's spine. It was no wonder that Orochimaru later chose this desolate place to establish the Sound Village. Nobunaga couldn't help but scoff. He likely coveted the tranquility of these ruins, ideal for his grotesque biological experiments, while conveniently evading the eyes of Konohagakure. On the other hand, the daimyo of the land of rice must have been terrified, contemplating, "We, too, need our own military might. At the very least, we must possess some power to protect my treasury from the prying eyes of the neighbor, Old Wong. Look at those Uchiha boys down there." Masahide's voice was swept away by the mountain breeze as he pointed to some young figures in the camp. A few of them, just last year, were at the Ninja Academy, bickering over the last 3-colored dumpling, and now they boldly brandished kunai, wearing expressions of faux bravado as they faced the battlefield. There was a hint of unnoticeable sentiment and complexity in his tone. Nobunaga remained silent, merely drawing from behind him the bamboo flute that had accompanied him for many years. As the flute's holes gently touched his lips, a melodious tune, imbued with an inexplicable familiarity, flowed forth like a mountain stream trickling over pebbles, tender yet resolute. Drifting down towards the camp illuminated by flickering lights below, a marvelous phenomenon unfolded. The cacophony of the camp seemed to be muted by an invisible hand pressing the volume down. Patrolling ninjas halted in their hurried steps. The cooks forgot to add wood to the fire, and even the stern-faced guard stationed outside the main tent subtly turned their heads, straining to listen. At the entrance of the main tent, Uchiha Shinshu furrowed his brow, his gaze like lightning directed towards the swaying figure atop the hill. This young man's furrowed brow resembled a knot, veins seemingly bursting on his forehead, as the battle was to commence tomorrow. Was he truly treating this like a picnic? Playing the flute atop the hill. Without turning, he commanded a silent figure behind him. "Shingon, keep a close watch on him. Ensure this fool doesn't act rashly or throw himself into danger." The ninja named Uchiha Shingon nodded silently. His hidden 3-tomo Sharingan glimmered as he gazed intently at the hilltop. Past experiences taught him that when Nobunaga played the flute, the seemingly casual fingers resting on the flute mirrored the rhythmic sequence of hand signs used to extract chakra, identical to the family's secret techniques. This lad was surely not merely playing a tune. Elsewhere, Sarutobi Hizashi nudged Danzo beside him, tilting his chin towards the hilltop, whispering, "Hey, Danzo, look at that." Is that the Uchiha fool who is notorious for his nonsensical ramblings at the Ninja Academy? Jiraiya has mentioned him several times, claiming he always speaks in a manner that leaves one bewildered. Yet, it seems he is not as lacking as the rumors suggest. Danzo, not yet fully consumed by darkness, merely cast a cold glance towards the hilltop, exhaling a brief, derisive snort. Humph. Just another of Kagame's descendants. His tone was flat, yet carried an air of condescension. Inside the main tent, Uzumaki Mido sat upright, listening to the flute's ethereal notes drifting through the canvas, her mind stirred with uncertainty. In recent years, Tsunade would frequently visit the Uchiha training grounds, returning with animated chatter about how Nobunaga had invented a fire technique, the Uchiha fist, capable of exploding corn kernels like popcorn, though she suspected it was merely burnt. This boy's chakra control was indeed astonishing. Yet the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans had existed since the Warring States period. If Tsunade were to grow too close to him, Mido sighed silently, her palm unconsciously twisting the chain as a bold idea surfaced. The future generations will have their own blessings. If all else fails, perhaps I could wait until he matures a bit more and directly bind him with chains, bringing him home to be a son-in-law for the Senju clan? That doesn't seem too far-fetched? As the flute's melody gradually diminished, it ultimately faded into silence. Nobunaga deftly returned the flute to his waist. Brushing off the grass and dirt from his backside, he turned to Masahide with a grin. Masahide, what do you think? This piece is called Lemon, or Radiance. Do you think if I inscribed this melody on a stone using fire chakra, it would count as a form of performance art? Masahide's lips twitched uncontrollably, 3 dark lines seemingly dropping from his forehead. Young master, we are going to war tomorrow, not to hold an art exhibition or a stone carving concert. Nobunaga pouted, his face displaying a melancholic expression of artistic despair. Alas, that truly is a day of sorrow. Just as Masahide was about to initiate another round of reality checks, Nobunaga hastily waved his hand, interrupting him. All right, I understand. He turned and sprinted down the hill, the wind swirling up dried grass and debris at his heels. I just want them to hear it. Even if we truly end up burying our bones in this cursed place tomorrow, they must remember the flavor of our homeland's melody. After a few strides, he abruptly turned back, flashing a particularly mischievous smile in the moonlight towards Masahide. By the way, Masahide, remember to let that blind group of the 3-village alliance truly experience that our Uchiha flames not only make the enemy weep and wail, but he deliberately elongated the tone. And under Masahide's expectant gaze, he suddenly shifted his tone, grinning like a little devil. But they will also be roasted to perfection, questioning their very existence. Make sure they bring plenty of cumin. It might make it more palatable. Before the words had fully left his lips, he darted down the slope like a nimble rabbit. The cool moonlight cast a long shadow behind him, stretching and twisting along the hillside, resembling a dragon poised to unleash a fiery breath at any moment. The camp below erupted once more into a cacophony of sounds, the crackling of the campfire, the footsteps of patrolling ninjas, and the clanking of metal. Yet this time, within many ninjas' steps, there seemed to be an added dimension that had not existed before. The essence of that phenomenon is ineffable, yet it resembles a small spark, quietly ignited by the melodious notes of a flute resonating from the mountaintop, stealthily and tenaciously burrowing into their weary and taut hearts. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Jinchuriki. The Battlefield of Ninjas? It is merely a grand spectacle of unregulated combat. Ambushes, poison, feigned death, betrayal of comrades. Any means to secure victory is permissible. Those who fall, merely expendables, part of the normal casualties of war. Completion of the mission or the enemy's capitulation is the hallmark of a distinguished ninja. The first tenet of the ninja code: the victor takes all, while the vanquished are left to the earth. Today, however, Uzumaki Mido diverged from the norm, first notifying the allied villages of the commencement of their decisive battle, asserting that unless Konohagakure surrendered, they would be obliterated, with the consequences to be borne collectively by the 3 allied villages. The trio of villages remained unconcerned, believing that without the flying thunder god technique of Senju Tobarama and his formidable water release techniques, Konohagakure would undoubtedly falter against their numerical superiority. This battle must continue, and they must inflict a severe blow upon Konoha. Otherwise, the death of their village leader would be in vain. The scent of blood carried by the wind swept through the treetops, and as the charge of the allied villages resonated through the forest, The warning flares at the forefront of Konoha's defenses had just ascended into the sky. The Uchiha clan's ninjas gripped their kunai, forming a defensive formation at the forefront of Konoha's lines, while the opposing forces surged forth like a deluge from the canyon below. The brutal warriors of Mangekyo led the charge, with Kirigakure's Yagura wielding his ninja blade, followed closely by his mist ninjas, while the elite jonin of Iwagakure sought to breach the mountainside from the flank. Kill. The vanguard of the allied villages, the third Raikage A, emanated electric sparks. With his comrades displaying ferocious expressions as a contingent of 20 surged forward into the fray. At that moment, the ground suddenly groaned under an unbearable weight, and the clouds above the battlefield were stirred by an unseen force. Uzumaki Mito emerged atop a massive boulder at the center of the battlefield, her normally coiled red hair cascading like a waterfall, the diamond seal on her forehead glowing with an ethereal blue hue, her entire being engulfed in a blood-red chakra aura. And an eerie chill permeated the air. Unaware of the impending doom, Mito raised her hand towards the ground. The roar of chakra surging forth drowned out the cries of battle. The once tranquil soil violently churned, as golden chakra chains erupted from beneath the surface, resembling ancient serpents awakening from slumber. The leading Mangekyo ninjas, alongside the third Raikage A, found themselves ensnared by the chains before they could unleash their ninjutsu. Their bodies rendered immobile as chakra flowed backward along the chains, rendering them as inert as scrap metal. Form a formation. Use earth release to counter, cried out the seasoned jonin from Iwagakure, slamming his palm against the ground, causing earthen chakra to rise into towering walls. Yet, the tips of the adamantine locks suddenly sprouted countless sharp spikes, piercing the rock face like a torrential downpour. As the chakra of the Uzumaki clan spread along the rock's veins, as if monstrous maws were forcibly opening within the walls to consume chakra. Just as the allied ninjas climbed the walls, chains erupted from within, hurling them back into the chaotic crowd below. The three temporary leaders of the allied villages now stood upon a high ground on the western side of the battlefield. Inoki of Iwagakure, his hands pressed against his knees, watched in dismay as his prized earth release was so effortlessly countered, his knuckles whitening from exertion. The elder advisor from Mangekyo clutched his red gourd tightly. The mouth of the gourd aimed at the raging woman below, yet hesitated to give the command to attack, while Yagura of Kirigakuure gripped his ninja blade. The hunger emanating from the blade causing his throat to constrict, as even his icy heart trembled at the magnitude of chakra displayed before him. What is she doing? Yagura suddenly pointed towards the center of the battlefield. Uzumaki Mito's feet hovered half a foot above the ground, the adamantine chains forming a red dome with a diameter of 100 meters behind her, as sacred Sanskrit seals materialized at the interlaced nodes, revealing a colossal tailed beast bound by golden chains behind her, the nine tails within her being emitting a deafening roar. The sound, laced with not only fury but also a rare hint of fear, resonated through the air as the adamantine chains constricted its limbs and body, forcibly stripping away the purest essence of its chakra. Is that the essence of a tailed beast ball? Inoki suddenly raised his head, witnessing the space before Mito beginning to warp, as 5 orbs of black energy, each measuring several meters in diameter, took shape. Unlike typical ninjutsu that radiated violent chakra fluctuations, these orbs were eerily quiet, akin to slumbering black holes, and the stillness only heightened the sense of dread. The allied ninjas found themselves gripped by an invisible terror, their momentum abruptly stalling. It's the tailed beast ball. She intends to compress the chakra of the nine tails to its utmost limit. The elder advisor from Mangekyo screamed in disbelief. He had encountered such forbidden techniques in ancient texts. As the tailed beast ball is formed from chaotically rotating chakra, it is imbued with annihilative power, capable of devastating an area of considerable radius, with explosive energy density amplified 100-fold, turning anything it touches to dust. The adamantine dome suddenly descended, the golden chains tracing a massive formation across the ground, enveloping the canyon where the main forces of the allied villages were situated. Mito's forehead beaded with sweat, her red hair whipping wildly from the tailed beast chakra's onslaught, as she bellowed into the void. 9 tails. This is the price of your unwillingness to cooperate. The 9 tails, forcibly drained of chakra, emitted a pained howl, as the tailed beast orbs glowed ominously. The leaders of the allied villages could no longer afford to maintain their composure. Inoki slammed his hands to the ground. utilizing Earth Release, super heavy rock technique, transforming the Earth into a shield while propelling himself backward through the recoil. Yagura raised his ninja blade to shield himself, summoning a massive ice shield that cracked upon contact with the tailed beast ball's aura. While the elder advisor from Kumogakure tore his clothing to reveal a fan on his back, expending all his chakra to fan away the impending disaster. Five-tailed beast balls, under Mito's command, plummeted into the center of the canyon. Contrary to the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, only a visible ripple of energy expanded rapidly. Where the ripple passed, the ninjas of Kumogakure turned to ash. The water release techniques of Kirigakure evaporated upon contact, and the rock formations of Iwagakure were erased as if by an invisible hand, taking with them the ninjas who had been climbing. The screams from the canyon's depths ceased almost instantaneously. As the energy ripple dissipated, the canyon, once teeming with ninjas, transformed into a scorched basin stretching over 1,000 meters, with remnants of a few corpses flung by the shockwave scattered along the edges. While the center bore no trace of chakra, everything had been utterly annihilated by the tailed beast balls. Coughing violently, Mito expelled a mouthful of blood, staining her garments crimson. The adamantine chains binding the wreckage and others fractured and dissolved into motes of light in the air. She cast her gaze downward to her abdomen, where the nine tails thrashed with increasing agitation, yet her bloodshot eyes bore no trace of fear. The three leaders of the allied villages were now stumbling toward her. Inoki's upper body twisted unnaturally, clearly having injured his back from the recoil. Yagura had lost large patches of flesh from his back due to the shockwave. The cold hilt of his blade stained with his own blood, and the elder advisor from Kumogakure had lost his gourd, his fan and entire being appearing as if they would shatter at any moment. They dared not look back, knowing only that the battlefield swept by the tailed beast balls had become a death zone, one that even vultures would not dare approach. Meanwhile, the third wreckage and the ninjas of Kumogakure, previously bound by the adamantine chains, lay incapacitated on the ground, drained of chakra. The ninjas of Konoha stood at the edge of their lines, staring at the newly formed scorched basin, momentarily forgetting to cheer. A figure trembles as it points forward, where the silhouette of Uzumaki Sueho stands resolutely atop a colossal boulder, her crimson hair billowing amidst the smoke, resembling a battlefield goddess wielding dominion over life and death. Observing the Konoha ninjas surge like a tidal wave towards the remnants of the three villages, untouched by the ravages of war, the exhausted third wreckage, struggles to lift his head from the ground, roaring at the distant Uzumaki Sueho. Cease this. We, the Cloud Village, are willing to unconditionally halt hostilities and immediately return the body of your second Hokage. We wish for peace as well. Urge them to desist. The battered Inoki and Byakuya from the Rain Village also shouted through the haze, their voices betraying their desperate predicament. As Sueho unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs at full power, over 2,000 members of the allied forces were obliterated without a trace. Though the enemy still possessed a ninja force comparable to Konoha's, the nine tails within her was roaring ferociously, struggling violently. While it was feasible to unleash a few more inferior tailed beast bombs, she understood all too well that should she exhaust herself and lose control, allowing the nine tails to break free, Konoha would find it nearly impossible to seal this ferocious beast again. After all, the man who could treat the nine tails as a mere pet, like Hashirama, was long deceased. You wretches clearly deserve a lesson. Only now do you wish to negotiate? The chakra swirling around Uzumaki Sueho intensified, her fiery hair standing on end, as her palm began to coalesce into a dark-tailed beast bomb. The three third Hokages hastily scrambled forward, exclaiming, "Please, spare us. We are willing to return all looted resources, release captives, return remains, and sign an unconditional peace treaty." Unconditional? Sueho raised an eyebrow, her tone suddenly firm. "You must compensate Konoha for all damages caused by your invasion of the Land of Fire. Of course, we shall return immediately to assemble a delegation, bringing the remains of your second Hokage and other ninja to Konoha to discuss the peace agreement in person." After a hurried consultation, Inoki promptly responded, a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. Sueho scoffed, "If you dare to play tricks, I will not hesitate to send a few tailed beast bombs as gifts to each of your villages." "Absolutely not. We will approach Konoha with utmost sincerity to negotiate peace." A flicker of humiliation crossed Inoki's eyes, yet he could only acquiesce. Subsequently, Sueho raised her hand. signaling the Konoha forces to sound the retreat and methodically gather the spoils of war. Meanwhile, having received the orders, Nobunaga led Masahide to search through the scorched crater left by the tailed beast bomb, contemplating. The power of the tailed beast bomb is indeed formidable. Yet harboring a tailed beast within one's body is quite bothersome. Regarding chakra capacity, perhaps I should consider the cells of Hashirama. The key lies in awakening my eyes. Only by opening the Mangekyo Sharingan can I suppress Hashirama's cells and awaken would release. If my ocular power reaches the eternal Mangekyo, I might even perfectly fuse yin and yang release, potentially awakening the Rinnegan as well. As he pondered, he suddenly stumbled over something hard beneath his feet. Bending down to inspect, he discovered a cork-like object embedded in the ground, and as he dug further, his heart raced. It was a red gourd. With this treasure, perhaps I could exchange it for the lightning release chakra mode from the Cloud Village. Even if that fails, acquiring a lightning release body refinement technique would suffice. Suppressing his excitement, Nobunaga carefully stored it away. On another front, the remnants of the allied forces returned to their camp, where the leaders huddled together, their faces ashen. What on earth is happening with Uzumaki Sueo? How can she contain a tailed beast within herself and wield its power to attack at will? The third Raikage slammed his palm onto the table, causing the solid wood surface to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. During the 5 Kage Summit years ago, when Senju Hashirama proposed that each village acquire tailed beasts as war reserves, I had assumed it merely meant unleashing tamed beasts onto the battlefield to disrupt enemy formations and inflict damage. I never imagined the strategic value of tailed beasts could be so terrifying. Byakuya recalled his experience attending that summit as a bodyguard for the first Mizukage, his tone laden with complexity. Inoki interjected, "We, the Stone Village, purchased both the 4 tails and 5 tails. Your Cloud Village and the Mist Village acquired the 2 tails, 8 tails, and 3 tails. And the 6 tails. Only the Sand Village, those miserly fools, relied on their possession of the 1 tail and made no additional purchases. It was said that the remaining 7 tails were bought by the Takigakure, but when they could not pay the balance, they resorted to assassinating Senju Hashirama to evade their debts. What became of them? Aside from a bounty hunter claiming to be a rogue ninja from Takigakure surfacing in recent years, they have since vanished without a trace. As for the 9 tails, after the battle at the Valley of the End between Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama, it had gone missing, only to have been sealed within Uzumaki Sueho all along." He paused before continuing. "Initially, I had intended to enlist the Sand Village to join the campaign. But that fool shaman claimed to be studying the war applications of tailed beasts and could not come. I suspect the Sand Village's spies in Konoha have already reported back. What shall we do next?" The third Raikage directed his gaze at the two. "The situation is dire. We can only accept defeat." Byakuya murmured, with the second Hokage deceased. "The major bloodline clans within the village are becoming restless. We had hoped to leverage his death to further undermine Konoha, but it seems we must first return to our village to quell the unrest. I too must return to address a few unruly elements. Once stability is restored, we can collaborate with the Wind Village to explore how to seal tailed beasts within human bodies." Inoki rubbed his aching waist, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Suddenly scoffed. "Then you each send some of your men with me to Konoha. While negotiating the treaty, we can gather intelligence, sharing our findings. Moreover, the compensation this time shall be split among the 3 of us. Had it not been for your internal strife, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. We of the Stone Village will not bear half the cost. Do you intend for your Cloud Village to dismantle our bridge after crossing?" Inoki retorted sharply. "What? Do you of the Stone Village wish to engage in open conflict with my Cloud Village, allowing Konoha to reap the benefits? Do you still possess any fighting strength?" A's cold words continued to provoke Inoki. "You." Inoki leapt to his feet, disregarding the pain in his back. "You, Yagami A, I will remember this debt." While the two exchanged barbs, Byakuya stood up abruptly. He understood that, as the bodyguard of the first Mizukage, his standing was not as secure as Inoki's as a disciple of the second Hokage. The declining Hayabusa clan could not support him as the Yagami clan did. Now, with the war a dismal failure and the second Hokage fallen, internal discord within the Mist Village had reached a boiling point. Stabilizing the village and preserving his position as Mizukage took precedence over compensation. Engaging in disputes over reparations was merely a waste of time. After all, the compensation belonged to the village, while the Mizukage was his own. Seeing Byakuya's resolute stance, Inoki took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Very well. Since your future Mizukichi has consented, I, Inoki, shall not lose face. The compensation shall be equally divided between our two clans. With that, he turned to leave, inwardly cursing. Yagami, the humiliation I have suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold. Chapter 7. The funeral. While the remnants of the three villages scattered like birds and beasts, a fierce argument erupted at the Konoha encampment. What do you mean by cowardice? Abandoning the commander to save your own skin? Explain yourself. Danzo gripped the collar of a Uchiha clansman tightly, his scarred jaw contorted with rage, a terrifying crimson hue illuminating his eyes. He appeared consumed by fury, almost resembling a fervent Uchiha, were it not for his attire revealing his true identity. Hearing the uproar outside, several individuals emerged from the tent. Danzo, cease this. Release him. Sarutobi Hizashi, stepping forward, sternly halted Danzo's impulsive actions. What do you intend to do? Regardless of your anger, you cannot turn it against your own. What transpired, Long? Asked Uchiha Nobuhide, who had just emerged, inquiring about the Uchiha clansman held captive by Danzo. As he pushed aside the hands concealed within the collar of his garment, Uchiha Chokin disdainfully remarked that during the spoils of war, a few young clan members had exchanged sharp words with the Umbu led by Danzo, perhaps because Lord Danzo found the truths we spoke rather unpleasant, leading to the current predicament. Was that mere banter? It was blatant slander. At that moment, the second Hokage had left me and Sarutobi behind, asking who among us would be willing to cover the rear. Both Sarutobi and I were eager to take on that responsibility. Yet the second Hokage ordered Sarutobi to return and assume the role of Hokage, while he himself charged ahead to hold the line. How could we not wish to join the fray? But a ninja's duty is to obey orders. Therefore, we have done nothing wrong. Danzo's voice trembled with agitation. Enough, Danzo. Our elite guard failed to protect the second Hokage, and that is our dereliction of duty. Cease your words at once and apologize to the Uchiha brethren. Sarutobi Hizashi firmly instructed Danzo. No. Hizashi, what more does Danzo have to say? Enough, stop this. Apologize. Hizashi, you will regret this. I am the captain, Danzo. Witnessing the classic drama of the Hokage unfold before him, Chokin felt compelled to applaud the two leading actors. Their verbal exchange not only reiterated the legitimacy of Sarutobi Hizashi's succession, but also crafted an impression of his broad-mindedness among the onlookers. His father, with his rigid mindset, would likely struggle against this duo's performance. It seemed prudent to have a deep conversation with him upon returning. This was the opportune moment to alter the future relationship between the Uchiha and the village, with more than a decade until the Second Great Ninja War. With careful planning, it was certain that not only the third but also the fourth Hokage would ensure a place for the Uchiha. The air in Konoha village was laced with the faint scent of gunpowder, and before the victory of the recent battle could be celebrated, a heavier shroud of sorrow enveloped the village. Vortex Mito had just seen off the envoys from the three villages and immediately turned to organize a grand funeral, both to lay to rest the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and to welcome back the Konoha warriors, wrapped in white cloth, returned by the Cloud Village. On the day of the funeral, the sky was overcast, as if the Nine Tails had spat upon it. The village square had been temporarily cleared, with dozens of coffins lined up neatly, the one made of camphor wood standing out particularly, unmistakably containing a significant figure, for only those of importance could be collected. Uchiha Chokin blended into the crowd, observing his father, Uchiha Nobuhide, clad in a dark blue clan robe, his expression stern as he stood at the front of the Uchiha contingent. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This spectacle is more bustling than a New Year market." Yet the atmosphere was stifling. If only some seeds or peanuts could be sold to alleviate the awkwardness. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn back by a muffled sob from behind. Turning, he saw several young ninjas, recently bereaved of their fathers and brothers, clutching one another and weeping, their shoulders trembling. Chokin quickly averted his gaze, realizing that this funeral was a solemn affair born of human tragedy. Silence. Mito's voice cut through the murmurs like a stone dropped into a pond, and the buzzing discussion ceased instantly. She was not wearing her usual fiery red battle attire, but had donned a plain white kimono. However, her iconic red hair still stood out, like a flicker of flame in a snowy landscape. She approached the foremost coffin, placing her hand on the lid, her voice low yet clear. "Today, we bid farewell to Lord Tobarama, the second Hokage, and to all the brave warriors who sacrificed their lives. In the name of Konoha, we send you on your final journey. As her words resonated, the crowd erupted in a wave of weeping. Chokin caught a glimpse of Sarutobi Hizashi standing beside Mido. Adorned in the new Hokage cloak, an heirloom of Tobarama's, which appeared somewhat oversized for his frame, lending a comical air to the scene. The future third Hokage bowed his head, his hand pressed against his chest, shoulders slightly quaking, unsure if he was truly crying or merely stewing in emotion. Meanwhile, Danzo stood beside him, his facial scar appearing even more pronounced in the gloomy light, his gaze fixated on the coffin with a complicated expression, lips tightly pursed, resembling a child deprived of candy. Ah, these two leading figures were at it again, Chokin thought, rolling his eyes internally. Just days ago, they had nearly clashed over the matter of covering the rear, yet today they stood side by side, playing the roles of grief-stricken loyalists. The speed of their transformation was swifter than the Uchiha's awakening. The funeral proceedings dragged on, somber and lengthy, with the elderly monk reciting prayers until parched, and the elderess speeches filled with fervor. When it was finally time for the family representatives to present flowers, Chokin seized the opportunity to slip away. He quietly tugged at his father's sleeve. "Father, I wish to see Uncle Kagami." Nobuhide, absorbed in his sorrow, frowned at the request. "Behave yourself, do not wander." Yet his tone lacked conviction. After all, Uchiha Kagami was a family hero, and it was only fitting for his nephew to pay a visit. Chokin gained his father's tacit consent and crouched low, weaving through the crowd towards the Uchiha's designated area. There lay a solitary coffin, that of Uchiha Kagami. Kagami had been a member of the second Hokage's personal guard, perishing alongside him on the battlefield, his body returned by the Cloud Village. As Chokin reached the coffin, he feigned adjusting the Uchiha clan emblem atop it, but his fingers discreetly tapped the lid, producing a muffled sound. It appeared there was indeed someone within. What a pity. He sighed internally. Kagami was among the few Uchiha who maintained close ties with Konoha's upper echelons, and it was said he had a good relationship with Sarutobi Hizashi. Had he survived, he could have served as a bridge between the Uchiha and the village. Lost in thought, he was startled by footsteps behind him. Turning, he found Nobuhide had followed him, his expression grave as he gazed at the coffin. "The elders say there is something unusual about Kagami's body." "Oh." Chokin raised an eyebrow. Nobuhide lowered his voice. When they brought him back, the clan members responsible for collecting him mentioned that Kagami's eyes seemed not to have closed, and the patterns within them appeared strange. Chokin's heart stirred. Just days ago, he had pondered the matter of awakening the eyes. Could it be that Kagami had? He moved closer to the coffin, subtly lifting a corner of the cover while pretending to adjust the clan emblem. At a glance, he gasped. Inside the coffin, Uchiha Kagami's eyes were wide open, bloodshot with the unmistakable patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling within them. Indeed, Chokin's heart raced. Uncle Kagami had awakened the Mangekyo? This was a monumental discovery. It was known that the Uchiha clan had only a handful of documented Mangekyo users. "Father," he exclaimed, gripping Nobuhide's arm with urgency. "These eyes must be preserved." Nobuhide was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind? Those are Kagami's eyes. I know they are his, but these are not ordinary eyes." Chokin insisted, his voice lowered, eyes alight with fervor. "These are the Mangekyo, the strongest power of our Uchiha. Keeping them may prove invaluable in the future." Nobuhide hesitated. Though he was the clan leader, much of the clan's secret knowledge had been lost when Madara departed, and thus he was not deeply versed in the mysteries of the Sharingan. At Chokin's reminder, he finally grasped the eye's value. He looked at Kagami's strange eyes within the coffin, then at his son's earnest expression. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "I understand. Before the burial, I will have someone take care of it." "Don't bury him." Chokin quickly interjected. "Find a hidden place to conceal them, preferably sealed with a special jutsu, and ensure no one discovers them, especially Sarutobi and Danzo. If they learn the Uchiha has a Mangekyo, who knows what schemes they will concoct." Though Nobuhide found his son's request somewhat peculiar, he acquiesced. He looked at Chokin, suddenly sighing. "You, my child, are becoming increasingly burdened with thoughts." Chokin chuckled lightly, not responding. Burdened with thoughts? In this predatory world of ninjas, those who did not carry heavy thoughts would have long been devoured, leaving not even the remnants of their bones. After addressing matters concerning the mirror, Nobunaga returned to the main venue, just in time to witness the concluding moments of the funeral, marked by the resounding blasts of firecrackers. Following the lively display, The ninjas began to bear the casket towards the cemetery located in the back mountains. Nobunaga, blending into the crowd, observed the slow procession of the fragrant cedar coffin and suddenly noted a detail. Danzo, while turning, covertly cast a glance in the direction of the Uchiha clan. His gaze sinister, as if plotting something. This fellow certainly harbored ill intentions, Nobunaga thought with a cold smirk. The previous day's dispute between Danzo and the Uchiha leader, ostensibly regarding the rear guard, was in reality an attempt to label the Uchiha as disobedient and maliciously undermining their comrades. Now, at the funeral, he was likely contemplating further schemes against the Uchiha. Indeed, as the funeral concluded, Danzo approached Shinsuke. Clan head Shinsuke, Danzo's voice rasped like sandpaper against wood. Lord Mito and the Hokage have sent me to inquire about the casualties from this war, especially concerning the Uchiha clan. You know how urgently the village needs this data to arrange for compensations, and what else? Shinsuke frowned, disliking Danzo's sardonic demeanor. A cold smile crept across Danzo's lips. Additionally, regarding the remains of Uchiha Kagami, Lord Mito and the Hokage believe it necessary to inter him alongside the second Hokage. After all, he was the second's personal guard, and his valorous death would fulfill Kagami's wish, allowing the Uchiha to integrate into the village. The implications of his words were unmistakable. The Uchiha were not part of the village's decision-making body, and to survive within the village, they must obey. Nobunaga, listening nearby, found himself stifling laughter at Danzo's petty provocations, akin to a monkey donning a crown. Just as he was about to retort, Shinsuke intervened. Taking a step forward, Shinsuke fixed Danzo with a steely gaze. Deputy Captain Danzo, Kagami is a hero of Konoha. Konoha was established by the Senju and Uchiha. The Uchiha have never needed to integrate into Konoha. Wherever Kagami is laid to rest, he remains a ninja of Konoha. Does the Elder Council no longer consider the Uchiha part of Konoha's ninja? Typically mild-mannered, Shinsuke transformed into a fierce predator when serious. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from further confrontation, merely huffing, "Take care." With that, he turned to leave, his demeanor reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Watching Danzo depart, Nobunaga could not help but give Shinsuke a thumbs up. "Father, that was quite impressive." Shinsuke shot him a glare. "Stop your banter. Do you think Danzo is so easily dismissed? His words are merely a test of our resolve." He paused, his tone grave. "It seems some in the village remain wary of us Uchiha. Not just wary, they see us as thorns in their sides," Nobunaga replied with a dismissive pout. "But that's fine. Now we have our opportunity." "Opportunity?" Shinsuke inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Nobunaga's eyes sparkled. With the second Hokage recently deceased, Sarutobi and Danzo are preoccupied with claiming the political legacy he left behind, while other clans have their own agendas. If we can maintain our footing and quietly enhance our strength. He leaned closer to Shinsuke, lowering his voice. "Let us not forget, we possess Uncle Kagami's Mangekyo. Who knows, perhaps the position of Hokage could be within our grasp as well." Shinsuke nearly jumped at his son's audacity. "Have you lost your mind? Wasn't Lord Madara a Mangekyo user too? Politics cannot solely be maneuvered through power." "Why not?" Nobunaga raised an eyebrow. "Hashirama convinced Madara to become Hokage. Tobirama persuaded the entire village, and Sarutobi is a disciple of Tobirama. Currently, the strongest force in Konoha, Mito, supports him. Why should it not be possible for the Uchiha's Mangekyo to dominate the era?" He paused, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Perhaps we Uchiha could even produce the strongest fire-release Hokage in history." As Shinsuke observed his son's newfound confidence, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It suddenly dawned on him that this son, once merely a carefree rascal, now possessed a mind teeming with intricate thoughts. "Enough of this," Shinsuke said, patting his father's waist. "Remember to keep Uncle Kagami's eyes well hidden. I will study them later. Also, after the funeral, we should have a thorough discussion about the direction we Uchiha should take moving forward." Shinsuke lowered his head, a complex expression in his eyes as he gazed at his son. He suddenly realized that perhaps this son, whom others referred to as a fool from the Uchiha clan, was not as simple as he appeared. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were engaged in their own conversation. "You should not provoke the Uchiha," Sarutobi said, rubbing his temples, his tone weary. Danzo scoffed. "I merely reminded them to remain in line. Do not forget, the Uchiha are your greatest obstacle to becoming Hokage." Now is not the time for such discussions, Sarutobi sighed. The envoys from the 3 villages are still within the village, and there are numerous messes to clean up outside. If internal strife erupts, Konoha will truly be finished. Danzo remained silent, though his dissatisfaction was evident in his eyes. Outside, the dark clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a patch of azure sky. The reconstruction efforts in Konoha were about to commence, while the undercurrents of power struggles, hatred, and uncertainty regarding the future had only just begun to stir. Uchiha Nobunaga stood at the edge of the family training ground, watching Uchiha Shigeru teaching the younger generation about shuriken techniques, feeling an unexpected surge of joy. He fondled the bag containing the red gourd at his side, recalling Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, and could not suppress a smile. It seemed the days ahead would not be devoid of excitement. He murmured to himself as he turned to head home. Peace in Konoha had always been but a superficial guise, and he, Uchiha Nobunaga, was poised to become yet another stone stirring the murky waters, a stone with sharp edges. Chapter 8. Father and son. As Nobunaga approached his home, the figure of Uchiha Shingo stood sentinel in the shadows, like a statue. Young master, the clan head awaits you at the training ground. Shingo's voice was deep and steady. This interview seems a bit rigorous. Nobunaga raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing on his lips as he followed in Shingo's footsteps. They traversed the dim path through the thicket bordering the old residence, the air thick with the whispers of the wind weaving through the leaves. His gaze flitted past the 3rd gnarled oak tree, where he had left a mark from last year's clandestine practice. Now, it bore only a faint scar, eroded by time. Silently narrating the passage of days. Young master, the clan head is just ahead. Shingo's voice pulled him back from his reverie. In the clearing at the center of the training ground, his father, Shinsuke, stood with his back to him, poised beside several sturdy wooden stumps. The hem of his dark blue combat attire was caught by the wind, revealing the outline of the bulging ninja tool pouch at his waist, resembling a dormant beast ready to pounce. Nobunaga's gaze locked onto his father, the earlier image from the funeral resurfacing in his mind, the heavy hand of his father pressing down upon Uncle Kagami's coffin, fingers pale from exertion, veins bulging, as if trying to imprint an unspeakable sorrow into the cold wood. "I'm here," he responded, his voice tense without his conscious realization. Shinsuke slowly turned at the sound. Nobunaga's heart raced as he beheld the 3 tomo of his father's Sharingan silently activated, the crimson background swirling with an unsettling speed, coldly fixing its gaze upon him. "Since you entered the Ninja Academy at 5, I have let go." Shinsuke's tone was heavier and harsher than he remembered, like gravel wrapped in silk. "Have you been complacent these years? Show me if your strength matches your potential." Before the last word escaped his lips, his right hand, resting on the tool pouch, shifted slightly. Nobunaga barely had time to respond when, whoosh, a blazing fireball erupted, as if a ferocious beast had broken free from the chains of hell, carrying with it an aura of destruction that tore through the air, roaring directly towards him. The searing heat wave rushed towards him, singeing his eyelashes and causing a sharp sting, while the wild grass surrounding the training ground curled and withered at an observable rate, turning to ash. Instinct transcended thought. He sprang into action, his body soaring backward like an arrow released from its bow. Just as his toes left the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. A fireball crashed violently into the very spot he had just vacated, shattering the bluestone ground and sending shards of rock flying, igniting sparks that left behind a deep, charred crater the size of a bowl, still emitting wisps of smoke. The scalding air slapped against his face, inflicting a sharp pain. Was this a mere controlled fireball? It seemed his father had held back. Nobunaga licked his cracked lips, scorched by the heat wave, as a surge of mixed tension and exhilaration coursed through his spine. The image of Kyo Kuzunagi's fierce form flashed in his mind, and his body instinctively reacted, his left foot pivoting sharply as he twisted, his right hand slicing through the air like a blade, creating a blazing arc of crimson. The 108 style, dark sweep. With a whoosh, golden red flames erupted from his arm like a venomous serpent awakened from slumber, crashing ferociously into the second fireball hurled by Yoshihide. Boom. The 2 torrents of fiery chakra collided violently in midair, producing a deafening explosion. The ferocious shockwave swept through the air like an invisible hammer, instantly sending several heavy wooden targets flying. Charred splinters and scalding dust rained down upon Nobunaga. Coughing violently, He was engulfed in smoke and dust as he caught sight of his father's hands forming seals with a speed that seemed almost spectral. His ring and pinky fingers intertwined. That was the starting seal of the red flower claw. It appeared that the situation had escalated. Nobunaga wiped the searing ash from his face, but a sudden blaze of pain shot through his eyes, as if searing iron were burning him. The tumultuous emotions he had suppressed on the day of the funeral, filled with resentment, anger, and ambition, now erupted like a volcanic eruption. Those cold calculations concerning power, the clan's conspiracies, and the coveted Hokage seat transformed into a fiery battle spirit, surging wildly through his veins. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens enveloped in raging flames descended like a deadly rain. The sharp sound of slicing air pierced through the atmosphere, sealing off all avenues of escape. Life and death hung in the balance. Nobunaga crouched low, grounding himself like a rock, his core strength surging forth. His right arm, infused with unwavering resolve, became entwined with even fiercer golden-red flames as he spun and unleashed the 100th style, Demon Blaze. The furious flames erupted from his arm, intertwining before him to form an impenetrable wall of fire that spun and leapt. Gold and red intertwined, distorting the air with waves of heat. Clang, clang, sizzle. The shurikens, enshrouded in flames, clashed against the fiery barrier, emitting a piercing metallic clang, followed by the sound of metal melting under intense heat. A few droplets of scalding golden red molten metal penetrated the flaming shield, carrying the scent of death, and splattered accurately onto Nobunaga's pant leg, scorching several small holes that emitted wisps of smoke. The searing pain was unbearable. This was not Uchiha's fire technique. Where did you learn this? Yoshihida's voice lost its usual steadiness, tinged with an unmistakable astonishment. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, fixed upon the crimson hues of Nobunaga, where 2 slowly rotating single-tomo Sharingan emitted an eerie glow amidst the smoke and flames. Nobunaga offered no reply. Instead, he responded with a sudden burst of speed. Within the dynamic visual realm of the Sharingan, his father's movements appeared to slow down, decomposing before him. He could distinctly see the nearly invisible scar on Yoshihida's thumb, a remnant of an iron nail that had scratched him 3 years prior while he was repairing the clan's defensive barriers. Now was the moment. 771st style, solo slaughter. Utilizing the momentum from his charge, he spun violently, his right leg sweeping like a battle axe. The flames compressed at his ankle, instantly elongating to form a fierce flaming scimitar, howling as it sliced toward Yoshihida's shoulder. Yoshihida's pupils constricted, and in a split second, he crossed his arms in a defensive stance. A thin layer of crimson fire barrier ignited upon his arms. Boom! The flaming scimitar collided ferociously with the fire barrier. A tempest of energy erupted once more. Both were sent staggering back several steps by the sheer force. As Nobunaga landed, he steadied himself, his sharp gaze sweeping over his father, whose dark blue combat sleeves were singed away, revealing a robust forearm marred by a glaring burn, the edges slightly curled. These techniques. Where on earth did you acquire them? Yoshihida shook his numbed, aching arm, his gaze sharpening to an unprecedented intensity, like a hawk fixating on its prey. The rhythm, explosive power, and the unique continuity and destructiveness embodied in these techniques diverged entirely from the foundational principles of Uchiha's ninjutsu. Nobunaga tugged at his sweat-soaked collar, the pain in his eyes intensifying, as if his very eyeballs were on the verge of being seared through. He forced himself to endure the excruciating torment. Recalling the ancient scrolls he had glimpsed years ago in the depths of the clan's library, which chronicled Uchiha's more primal and ferocious fire techniques used during their conflicts with other ninja clans, as well as the even more intense bloodline fire release. No words, only action. 114 style, wild bite. He crouched low, resembling a cheetah sprinting close to the ground, feigning an attack with his left hand while his right fist coalesced with compressed flames, shrieking through the air as it targeted Yoshihida's lower body with lethal precision. This tactic derived from Kyo Kusunagi's deceptive strategy in the King of Fighters, executed to perfection under the precise foresight of the Sharingan. Yoshihida fell for the ruse. Instinctively lowering his center of gravity, he applied all his strength to guard his lower half. His chest was wide open. Whoosh! Nobunaga's blazing right fist barely grazed his father's ribs. The searing flames instantly burned a large hole in the fabric of his combat suit, revealing a grotesque, twisted scar beneath. This was the remnant from 20 years ago, during the brutal village founding battle, when a young Yoshihide was injured by an explosive tag from the Senju clan while covering for his clan members during their retreat. As a child, Nobunaga often traced that scar with his small hand, listening to his father recount tales of blood and fire. At this moment, the heaving chest beneath that uneven scar resonated with the boiling blood coursing through his veins. With the missed strike, Nobunaga's onslaught continued unabated. His body spun like a top, channeling all his strength and chakra into a single, devastating series of strikes. 128th style, 9 wounds. Spinning forward, his burning left fist swung upward with the force of a mountain, forcefully knocking aside Yoshihide's hastily raised arms. 125th style, 7 rivers. His left foot shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, compressing flames that howled through the air, landing solidly against Yoshihide's chest. Bang! Amidst the dull thud, Yoshihide's imposing form was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the rocky wall at the edge of the training ground. Debris rained down. This strike ignited the fury within Yoshihide. He let out a low growl, his hands moving so swiftly that only shadows remained, before forming the tiger's seal. An overwhelming, suffocating chakra exploded forth. The very ground of the training field trembled violently. The air seemed to ignite instantaneously, the acrid scent of charred earth replaced by a more potent, pungent sulfuric odor. Yoshihide threw his head back and roared. A spiral, thick as a giant serpent, crimson fire dragon spewed forth from his mouth, carrying an intent to incinerate all in its path. As the fire dragon surged, the air warped, waves of heat billowing forth, threatening to transform the entire space into a furnace. The great fire extinction. It was time to get serious. Nobunaga's heart thundered wildly within his chest, nearly on the verge of bursting. In that moment, the Sharingan was pushed to its absolute limits, the rapidly spinning tomo transforming the surrounding reality into a slow-motion spectacle. The overwhelming wall of fire surged forward, the veins on his father's forehead bulging from the exertion of chakra. Even the startled sparrows in the distance, taking flight, revealed every minute detail of their wing beats. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Uncle Kyo's eyes, wide open in disbelief, the years of his own suppressed strength, all his attempts to alter his fate, the moment he spoke of competing for the Hokage position, the astonishment and complexity that flickered in his father's gaze. Countless thoughts surged through his mind like a high-voltage current. The pain in his eyes suddenly peaked, as if glass shattered deep within his eyeballs. It felt as though some slumbering beast had been forcefully awakened. The 118th technique, Great Serpent Slash. Nobunaga raised his left hand high above his head, where crimson flames gathered frantically, compressing and swirling, no longer adhering to traditional chakra flow, but instead surging forth in a chaotic spiral. As his right hand, infused with resolute intent, thrust the maximally condensed vortex of flames forward, a thunderous roar erupted. The explosive fire dragon unleashed a deafening roar, crashing violently against his father's immense wall of fire. The clash of ultimate fire techniques was akin to thunder igniting the earth. A colossal shockwave formed a visible white energy ring, instantly clearing the vicinity of all debris. Nobunaga distinctly heard his father's incredulous intake of breath. With a violent thrust, both were thrown back by the ferocious impact. Nobunaga's back slammed against the rough wooden post at the training ground's edge. A metallic taste surged into his mouth. He struggled to lift his head, dizziness overwhelming him. And in his blurred vision, he saw his father, Nobuhide, half kneeling amidst the dust, his chest heaving violently, a vivid scarlet stain at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Nobuhide wiped away the blood, his voice heavy with labored breaths, yet his gaze shone with startling brilliance. But it was not over yet. He formed hand seals again, so swiftly that only a blurred afterimage remained in the Sharingan's view. The air thickened with the acrid scent of sulfur, turning nauseatingly potent. The ground beneath them grew searing hot, as if standing on the brink of an erupting volcano. A deeper, more overwhelming aura of terror suddenly descended. Nobunaga's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Was this the great fire destruction? He felt as though the chakra within him was on the verge of igniting, evaporating under the omnipresent, terrifying heat. The lethal torrent of flames surged forth from Nobuhide's mouth, carrying an unyielding force capable of incinerating all. Just as the shadows of death loomed over him, the searing pain in his eyes reached a breaking point. It felt as if an invisible shackle had shattered. The world around him underwent a strange transformation. Everything slowed, dissected, and deconstructed. He perceived the minute tremor in his father's wrist as he formed the seals, a result of an old injury flaring up. He caught sight of a concealed weak point within the seemingly impenetrable torrent of flames, an intentional gap left by Nobuhide's controlled range, and even through the roaring inferno, he glimpsed a fleeting mix of complex reassurance and profound worry in his father's eyes. Power. The power of insight. It was in this moment. The 121st technique, Heavenly Fall. Nobunaga nearly screamed the name. The golden flames ceased their chaotic surging, flowing down his arm like liquid gold, exuding supreme majesty and sharpness. Instantly, they coalesced before him, forming a massive, refined array of golden flame swords, their edges shimmering with blinding brilliance. Nobunaga's right hand swept forward as if commanding an army. Clang! The golden sword array rent the skies. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-stopping, cutting resonance. The array of golden flame swords sliced through the oppressive darkness like the first light of dawn, akin to a legendary sword that cleaved through thorns to create the world. With a relentless, judgmental momentum, it struck against the raging torrent of flames. Sizzle. There was no cataclysmic collision, merely a soft sound, akin to a heated blade slicing through solid butter. The golden sword light cleaved through the surging, all-consuming flames of the great fire destruction, parting them as if Moses had split the sea. The fierce sword energy continued unabated, grazing Nobuhide's frozen cheek. Boom! A tremendous roar. The solid rock wall behind Nobuhide shattered. A terrifying chasm, several feet deep with edges as smooth as a mirror, was imprinted upon the stone. Fragments of rock rained down, striking at Nobuhide's feet, jolting him back to reality, his body stiff with disbelief, frozen in place. Chapter 9. A loving family. Nobunaga felt as though all his strength had been instantly drained, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the scorched earth. The clarity of insight faded like a receding tide, leaving only a powerful dizziness and ringing in his ears. He vaguely saw his father's hurried figure, heard familiar footsteps approaching with unprecedented urgency. Strong yet slightly trembling arms lifted him from the ground and enveloped him in a tight embrace. The intense sulfur scent mingled with his father's characteristic tobacco aroma enveloped him instantly. Nobuhide's voice trembled as never before, filled with shock, joy, and disbelief. His gaze fixed intently on the slowly spinning, crimson-tinted double tomo Sharingan in his son's eyes. When did this happen? Nobunaga wearily rested his head against his father's sturdy yet slightly trembling chest, listening to the heartbeat that thudded like a drum. Suddenly, he managed a weak but profoundly relieved smile. Just moments ago, he whispered, his voice hoarse. The pain in his eyes and head persisted, like countless needles stabbing at him. Yet deep within, there was a sense of clarity as if the dust had settled. The sight of Uncle Kyo's coffin, Danzo's venomous eyes, and his own earth-shattering declaration. All the swirling calculations, anxieties, and ambitions that had plagued him were temporarily soothed by the power emanating from those eyes. Nobuhide tightened his embrace slightly, resting his chin gently atop Nobunaga's head, his voice soft as a sigh, laced with cautious tenderness. Does it hurt? A bit, Nobunaga replied, closing his eyes and feeling the warmth of his father's embrace, the mingling of sweat and blood creating a sticky discomfort, yet the smile on his lips deepened. But it's worth it. The raging winds at the training ground gradually subsided, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred foliage and burnt earth. Distantly, the shouts of the Uchiha youth's training could be heard, but close by was the steady, powerful heartbeat resonating from his father's chest. Nobunaga understood that something had irrevocably changed from this moment onward. This pair of double tomo Sharingan was the key, and the fierce battle just fought was the answer he had delivered to his father and to himself. Let us go home. Nobuhide supported him as he stood, his voice regaining its usual steadiness, though softened with an imperceptible tenderness. Your mother must be worried. Nobunaga nodded, allowing his father's strong arm to support his slightly weakened body as they walked step by step toward home. As they passed the crooked oak tree, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a fresh, deep, blackened gash on the trunk, a testament to the earlier cataclysmic strike of Heavenly Fall. Nobunaga paused momentarily. Father, he said, Looking at the menacing mark, his voice calm, yet undeniably resolute. I want to study Uncle Kyo's eyes. As Shinshu held his hand, there was a barely perceptible moment of stiffness. Without any hesitation, he continued to stride forward. Good, he uttered a single word. His voice low, yet imbued with a resolute determination. Outside the training grounds, Uchiha Shinku, ever vigilant, silently observed as the setting sun elongated the silhouettes of this father and son duo. Two elongated shadows were cast upon the battle-scarred training field, reminiscent of two brushstrokes dipped in dark ink, poised to rewrite the fate of the Uchiha clan. Upon pushing open the door to their home, the wind chimes in the entrance jingled softly. Shinji, half supported by his father, stepped inside, the blackened hole in his pant leg still emitting wisps of heat from where flames had seared it. A poised and graceful woman emerged from the kitchen, holding a teacup, and upon seeing their soot-covered appearance, the blue porcelain cup slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the wooden floor and spilling its contents into a darkened map upon the tatami mat. Have you destroyed the training ground or burned down the Konoha barrier? Exclaimed their mother, Uchiha Miyuki, her voice rising sharply, brandishing a cloth like a weapon. Shinshu instinctively recoiled, about to offer an explanation, when a small head peeked from behind the door. It was Fuyuki, clutching a half-eaten rice cracker, his round eyes wide like two black grapes. Brother, did you fight with father? I heard the training ground rumbling, and thought your Uchiha fire fist had exploded. What does a child know? It was merely a sparring session with my father. Shinji ruffled his younger brother's hair. We battled for 300 rounds. I still have a few techniques left, and father has some jinjutsu up his sleeve. In the end, we drew. However, Fuyuki, resembling a fluffed-up cat, dodged Shinji's hand and hurried to his father's side, tiptoeing to touch the singed cuff of Shinshu's sleeve. Dad, did brother injure you? Did he secretly use ninja tools? Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Shinshu bent down to lift Fuyuki, his ears discreetly tinged with crimson. This man, who could withstand the formidable fire destruction technique, had only one fear, his mother's stern gaze, and the persistent clinging of his younger son. The cloth in his mother's hand had already landed on his back. What are you dawdling for? Take Shinji to wash up. I will prepare something for the hot springs. The sound of hot water splashing in the bathroom echoed as Shinji submerged himself in the wooden tub, overhearing Fuyuki in the living room, animatedly recounting the battle between his older brother and father to their mother. Brother must have used the spicy water balloon he had last week. I saw him stuffing it into his ninja tool pouch. The little one's voice was as clear as wind chimes, prompting Shinji to chuckle. That bottle of spicy water had long been repurposed as a seasoning by their mother. When he emerged from changing into a clean kimono, he found Fuyuki sprawled over the low table, drawing. The paper bore crooked figures of two stick men, one with flames erupting from his hand, the other with eyes aglow like light bulbs. Brother, look. This is how you looked in battle. Fuyuki exclaimed, running over with the drawing, his nose smeared with ink. You're much cooler than the adults in our clan when they fight. They just stand there with their eyes wide open, spewing fire. You talk too much, Shinji replied, pinching his brother's cheek, but Fuyuki suddenly covered his eyes. Mother said opening your eyes will hurt. I'll blow on them so it doesn't hurt anymore. The warmth of Fuyuki's breath brushed against his eyelids, and Shinji recalled how, just 2 years prior, little Fuyuki had charged forth with a wooden sword, declaring he wouldn't let anyone bully his brother. His heart softened like cotton candy. Miyuki placed a bowl of onsen eggs in front of Shinji. Eat well. Replenish your brain that your father burned. Fuyuki immediately leaned in to snatch the spoon. I'll feed brother. The golden yolk flowed over the rice like melted gold. Yet the little rascal deliberately held the spoon high, causing Shinji to crane his neck, much to their mother's amusement. To be honest, Shinshu interjected, gently shaking the sake cup in his hand. The technique you employ today is entirely different from the clan's fire techniques. Fuyuki chimed in immediately. Brother must have used the Uchiha fire fist. I often see him attacking dummies with flames at the training ground. Shinji nearly spat out his rice. That is the Uchiha's fist. It is a ninjutsu I created by merging the ancient techniques recorded in our clan's scrolls with my own understanding of the chakra nature transformation of the fire release. Yet Fuyuki stubbornly retorted, it's just the fire fist. A fist with flames is a fire fist, right? All right. Their mother laughed, pushing Fuyuki's milk cup toward him. Let your brother discuss serious matters. Shinji scooped a spoonful of rice, tracing a golden red chakra flow on the low table with his fingertip. I reviewed the clan's genealogy. Uncle Katsu opened his eyes while witnessing his brother's death, and Aunt Kira opened hers during a difficult childbirth. Then will it hurt when I open my eyes in the future? Fuyuki suddenly interjected, his little brows furrowing like a walnut. I cried for a long time the last time I was pricked by a needle. Shinji flicked his forehead lightly. Coward, opening your eyes requires courage. Just like when you snatched back the comic book that was taken from you. That spirit was commendable. That's because that edition of One Piece was a limited edition. Fuyuki retorted indignantly, only to be restrained by Shinshu's hand on his shoulder. Their father brought over a dust-covered leather-bound book from the study. Look at this section. The Sharingan is referred to as the eye that reflects the heart, and the techniques of the eyes are related to the obsessions held when they awaken. Fuyuki tiptoed closer, pointing with his little finger at one of the pages. Father, what is this eye that looks like a windmill? It's way cooler than your 3-tomo. Just as Shinji was about to explain, he noticed his brother suddenly covering his mouth. Could it be that eating too much candy makes you grow such eyes? Don't talk nonsense. Shinshu pushed the genealogy closer to Shinji. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, which requires intense emotions to awaken. Fuyuki's eyes suddenly sparkled. Just like when I lost my limited edition card last time, I was so angry that I wanted to burn down the entire Konoha with a fireball. Their mother gently patted his back. At your age, don't learn bad behavior. Yet Shinji pondered thoughtfully. Fuyuki makes a valid point. Emotions are indeed the trigger. Anger, fear, and even the obsession over the lost card could all serve as keys to unlocking the eyes. He muttered to himself, likening it to the Lantern Corps in DC Comics, where different emotional wavelengths resonate differently, awakening the Sharingan bloodline. The Mangekyo resembles a single lantern, powerful, yet with a concerning duration, while the Eternal Mangekyo is akin to wearing 2 lanterns, compensating for the flaws, while becoming even more formidable. The Rinnegan, however, is like the convergence of 7 lanterns into a white light, belonging to another dimension altogether. What is a lantern? Can it be eaten? Fuyuki's attention was immediately diverted. As he smacked his lips around the milk cup, is it tastier than red bean soup? Just as Shinji was about to answer, he saw his father tapping the words Mangekyo in the genealogy. If you wish to study the eye of the mirror, I do not object. But remember, do not use your brother as an experiment. Dad, do I look like such a bad person? Shinji feigned an attempt to pinch Fuyuki's face, but the little one nimbly dodged and peeked out from behind their mother. Brother definitely will. Last time he said he wanted to study why I never grow taller. Later that night, as Shinji lay on the tatami mat, he listened to Fuyuki in the adjacent room, eagerly recounting tales of the warring states period to their father. Father, will brother be able to become Hokage one day? Just like Monkey D, Luffy in the manga. The little one's voice, tinged with sleepiness, continued, when that time comes. I will be brother's guard, even stronger than Uncle Shinku. Moonlight streamed through the paper windows, casting the shadows of trees on the floor. Shinji retrieved the manga he had hidden under his pillow, only to hear Fuyuki tiptoeing in, clutching a fabric doll resembling a ninja cat. Brother, this is for you to ease your worries. He stuffed the plushie into Shinji's arms, his small voice still muddled. I just heard you and father talking about the eternal eyes. Does that mean you're going to change your eyes? Can I give you mine? Since I don't need them now anyway. Shinji's heart felt as if it had been steeped in warm water. He wrapped his arms around his younger brother's slight shoulders. Silly boy, when you open your eyes, perhaps they will be even more powerful than mine. Fuyuki yawned, nuzzling closer. Then let's make a promise to protect mother and the Uchiha together. Before he could finish his sentence, the little one had already fallen asleep. Shinji gazed at his brother's peaceful sleeping face and suddenly recalled the glimmer of pride in their father's eyes earlier that day at the training ground. Perhaps the true power of the Sharingan has never been the blade of vengeance, but rather the flame of protection. Just like this moment. As he cradles the small form in his arms, beneath the starry sky belonging to the Uchiha clan. The following morning, Fugaku awakens to the acrid scent of burnt food wafting from the kitchen. Rubbing his eyes, he rushes out to find Shinshu engaged in a fierce battle with a spatula and a frying egg, his gray sleeves smeared with yolk. While Shinshu doubles over in laughter beside him, the eggs prepared by their father resemble charred remnants of a fireball. Fugaku leaps onto a chair, suddenly pointing at Shinshu's eyes. Brother, your eyes are shining. Shinshu glances at the copper mirror, where the 2 tomos slowly rotate, reflecting the rising sun outside. Shinshu serves the charred eggs onto a plate. Hurry and eat. Afterward, I will take you to the library. Mirror's research notes should still be there. Fugaku immediately raises his hand. I want to go too. I can help you turn the pages. Their mother, Uchiha Miyuki, brings over a fresh bowl of miso soup, chuckling at the sight of the three men. Sunlight filters through the paper window, casting warm spots of light on the low table. Fugaku is busy drawing eyes on the fried egg with his chopsticks, mumbling, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, when I awaken, I will draw 9 tomo. Shinsho suddenly feels that perhaps the road ahead is not as daunting as he once imagined. After all, he is not alone. He has a father who can turn eggs into charcoal, a younger brother who loves to snatch his manga, and an atmosphere filled with warmth and vitality. These are the true sources of strength that surpass the Sharingan. Chapter 10. The human heart. The burnt smell in the kitchen lingers as Shinsho shoves the last bite of charcoal-like egg into his mouth, causing him to stick out his tongue in distress. Fugaku bursts into laughter beside him, until their mother, Uchiha Miyuki, places a freshly made onsen egg into his bowl, prompting the little one to cover his mouth in an attempt to stifle his giggles, his shoulders shaking like a mischievous cat. Finish quickly and go. Shinshu rolls up the sleeves of his gray attire to his elbows, revealing the still-healing burn marks from yesterday's spar with Shinsho. He glances at the wall clock. The morning light is creeping up the Uchiha crest through the gaps in the paper window. The library's restrictions will be lifted by noon. As Shinsho grabs his ninja tool pouch, Fugaku suddenly hugs him from behind, shoving a stuffed toy embroidered with a ninja cat into his arms. Brother, this is to bolster your courage. I heard Uncle Shingon say there are ghosts of Lord Mirror in the library. The little boy's voice is still laced with sleepiness. If you see them, tell them Fugaku will bring rice cakes next time. Their mother laughs as she pulls Fugaku away. Don't listen to those fools. She slips a paper-wrapped package of freshly made red bean rice balls into Shinsho's bag. Eat this if you get hungry. Her fingers linger momentarily at the corner of Shinsho's eye. Your father spent 3 days and nights studying the kaleidoscope. Do not follow in his footsteps. As they walk along the stone path in the clan grounds, early risers are tidying up the courtyard. Several children practice Uchiha slashing techniques with wooden swords, bowing deeply as Shinshu passes by, the loudest among them still bearing soot from yesterday's fireball training. Shinsho touches the corner of his eye, recalling the 2 tomos swirling in the copper mirror this morning, suddenly feeling that within that crimson hue lies something hotter than flames. The wooden door to the library, adorned with the Uchiha emblem, gleams with the passage of time. Shinshu's hand, resting on the door's handle, hesitates as his fingertips trace the engraved edges of the emblem. This was carved by Lord Madara himself. His voice drops low, as if afraid of awakening slumbering memories. When the village was founded, he proclaimed that the wisdom of the Uchiha would illuminate Konoha, and when he departed, he lamented that they did not deserve the fruits of Izuna's labor. As the door swings open, dust dances in the beam of light. Rows of bookshelves stretch from the floor to the rafters, with the topmost scrolls bound with red string. Their covers darken with age. Shinsho stands on tiptoe to examine the most prominent shelf, suddenly dazzled by a metallic glint in the corner. It is a hidden compartment embedded in the wall, the keyhole shaped like an open Sharingan. Do not touch that. Shinshu produces a brass key from his pocket, its shape a perfect match for the keyhole. When the compartment springs open with a dull thud, it reveals 3 neatly stacked scrolls with deep blue covers. The label on the top scroll reads, Analysis of Ninjutsu by Senju Tobarama. Just as Shinsho reaches for it, his father clasps his wrist. Shinshu's fingertips are icy, yet his gaze is strikingly bright. First answer me. Why did you not use the clan's fire techniques during yesterday's training? Because the clan's fire techniques seem somewhat rigid to me. Shinsho gazes down at his fist, calloused from practicing the Uchiha style. Fire techniques should not merely be destructive. Shinshu suddenly smiles, withdrawing another scroll from the hidden compartment. This is precisely what Mirror wished to see. He unfurls the scroll on the dusty long table, revealing yellowed pages filled with Mirror's handwriting that penetrates the paper. During his research on the kaleidoscope, he stated that the true power of the Sharingan lies in understanding the human heart. The scroll is adorned with dense notes, and beside the words Uzumaki Mido, Mirror has annotated in red ink. Her red hair burns like fire. Her heart is as steadfast as rock. After Hashirama's death, aside from Tobarama, only this one person can stabilize the situation. Shinsho's fingertips glide over the words, and he suddenly recalls attending the Hokage banquet as a child, where the red-haired woman had effortlessly repelled a child attempting to snatch Fugaku's rice cakes with just her gaze. She was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Shinshu pours a little water into the inkstone. On the day she married Tobarama, she brought an entire card of sealing scrolls as her dowry. You saw it during the last battle with the 3 villages. It was her Uzumaki clan's adamantine ceiling that secured the victory. He dips his brush in the water and draws a circle on the table. Now that the Senju are no more, she is the blade of the Senju. Shinsho recalls Fugaku's words from last night, suddenly understanding why his father often perused the clan's genealogy late into the night. Those yellowed pages conceal not only bloodlines, but also the chessboard of power in Konoha. The Uzumaki hold one corner of the board, the Sarutobi guard another, while the Uchiha stand at the center. What about Sarutobi Hizashi? Shinsho suddenly asks. He remembers the young man, clad in an oversized Hokage cloak, who wore a perpetual smile during yesterday's funeral. The flickering light on his smoking pipe seemed to hide unspoken thoughts. Shinshu pauses, sketching a crooked Sarutobi family crest on the paper. He is a skilled player, but his lineage dictates that he cannot act fairly for Konoha. He points to Mirror's annotations on the scroll. Tobarama took him as a disciple partly to offer the daimyo a favor, and partly to use him to keep us Uchiha in check. Water spreads across the table. But he forgets that the Sarutobi clan has long feared the Uchiha and Senju joining forces, just as they had arrived in Konoha with suspicions rather than loyalty. Suddenly, the cicadas outside grow louder. Shinsho gazes toward the Hokage rock, as if he can see Sarutobi Hizashi frowning over 3 confidential reports. Shimura Danzo's Umbu capturing people in the black market, Mito's gambling house raking in profits, and Tsunade's pharmacy being raided by the elderly of the Fire Country for its dubious vitality potions. These 3 families are like venomous snakes. Shinshu's voice turns cold. The Mito family's casino hides the secrets of ninjas from various countries. The Tsunade family's pharmacy trades in lives. And as for the Shimura family, they are merely the dogs guarding the door. He suddenly slams his palm on the table. They fear us, Uchiha, but they fear the Uzumaki even more. Shinsho's gaze falls upon the compartment of the scroll, where a yellowed note is tucked away, bearing Mirror's hurried handwriting. The position of Hokage is like a raging fire. The Uchiha will be burned if they approach. He suddenly remembers Fugaku's drawing of the 9 tomo. Recalling his brother's foolish declaration of wanting to be a protector, his heart racing as if struck by something. Has father ever seen the kaleidoscope Sharingan? He suddenly inquires. Shinshu's motion falters, his fingertips brushing against his own eye socket. On the battlefield 20 years ago, it was Uchiha Madara's eyes. His voice trembles imperceptibly, as that pair of eyes, which once sparkled like 2 brilliant luminous pearls, should now have decayed with his burial. In truth, there was a time when we almost departed from Konoha alongside Lord Madara, Shinsho reminisced. After Lord Madara acquired Lord Izuna's eyes, his strength surged to new heights. Had it not been for my father, your grandfather, Uchiha Hana, intervening, the Uchiha clan would no longer exist in Konoha today. So why did we ultimately remain? Curiosity flickered in Shinchong's eyes. Because we ran out of funds, Shinsho replied with a wry smile. Lord Madara never concerned himself with financial matters. It was always Lord Izuna who managed the finances, and after him, it fell to my father, Hana. In the initial years of village establishment, we invested all our resources into construction. The situation was such that leaving would have left us with nothing, and the clan was unwilling to abandon all we had worked for. Thus, we unanimously believed that peace was hard-won and chose not to follow Lord Madara. Now it makes sense, Shinchong realized. No wonder Uchiha Madara, with his immense power, could not comprehend the needs of ordinary shinobi. As the sunlight crept onto the table, Shinchong finally presented the long-prepared reform plan for the police department, annotated in red ink. The urban management office should be led by the Inuzuka clan, whose noses are sharper than even the Umbu's spies. The armed police department should involve the Yamanaka clan, as their insects can infiltrate any space in search of criminals and evidence. The judicial office could recruit the Kurama clan, whose perception and jinjutsu are comparable to ours, making them invaluable for interrogations. Shinsho frowned at the scroll. Are you suggesting we delegate the Uchiha's police powers? Distributing power appropriately will aid us in garnering the support of other clans in the village. If we expand the pie and share it, we will actually end up with more than before. It is through giving that we receive. What the Uchiha lack is not strength, but the qualification to establish rules. This is the path we must take, Shinchong smirked. Is this what you refer to as the Uchiha's path? Shinsho's fingers lingered over the words regarding Hokage administration, high-ranking ninja meetings, and the judiciary. Are we to relinquish the Hokage's authority? Not to divide, but to balance, Shinchong replied, pulling out a small notebook filled with meticulous accounts. The Mito clan's casino averages a daily profit of 30,000 ryo, yet they only remit 3,000 to Konoha. The prices at the Tsunade clan's pharmacy have surged by 50% over the years, while the Hokage has remained deaf and mute. He slapped the notebook onto the table. Someone must tally these accounts. The door to the library creaked open as Shingon arrived with news, accompanied by the sounds of children practicing fire techniques outside. Shinchong gazed at the map of Konoha sketched by his father hanging nearby, and suddenly understood why Kagami was studying the Sharingan's history. Perhaps it had long foretold the present circumstances. And the Sharingan was the Uchiha's ultimate safeguard. Do you think Uzumaki Mito would agree? He recalled the image of the red-haired woman on the battlefield and her complex expression as she gazed at Hokage Rock during her funeral. She desires balance even more than we do. Shinshio carefully stowed the scroll away, reflecting that with the Senju clan gone, Tobarama had left Hiruzen to balance us out. Yet Tobarama had forgotten that he himself was Hokage and did not establish a counterbalance to the Hokage's power. Thus, she needs new pieces on the chessboard. He suddenly laughed, patting Shinchong's shoulder. Just as your mother always says, sweet red bean soup must be simmered long enough to achieve its flavor. As they traversed the clan grounds, the afternoon sun shone perfectly. Several children dashed about with newly crafted paper lanterns, adorned with wobbly drawings of Sharingan. Shinchong abruptly halted, gazing towards the Hokage building. I heard that Hiruzen is meeting with the daimyo today. What do you think he aims to accomplish? Shinshio tightened his grip on the scroll. He seeks to wield the daimyo's sword to strike at our trees. Shinchong's voice held a hint of amusement. Yet he had forgotten that Konoha's trees have never been severed by mere blades. Upon returning home, Fugaku was sprawled on the doorstep, drawing. Seeing them approach, the little one bounced up, holding a sheet of paper. Brother, look at my new police department. There are those who capture criminals, those who interrogate them, and even bugs watching over the villains. Shinchong knelt to ruffle his brother's hair, suddenly struck by the boy's remarkable intelligence, managing to depict these concepts merely from glimpses of his plans. In the distance, within the Hokage's building, Hiruzen was furrowing his brow over a series of reports. At the Senju ancestral home, Uzumaki Mito's prayer beads emitted soft sounds, and in the Shimura clan's dungeon, Danzo's kunai was already aimed at the next target. Yet at this moment in the Uchiha compound, smoke curled from every chimney. The calls urging young Uchiha to return home for dinner resonated through the courtyard. Fugaku dashed towards the kitchen, the corner of his paper brushing against Shinchong's hand like a butterfly poised to take flight. Shinshio touched the scroll in his arms, suddenly recalling the last sentence Kagami had pinned in his notes. Light does not banish darkness, it coexists with it. He lifted his gaze to Hokage Rock, where the statues of Hashirama and Tobarama stood solemnly in the sunset, seemingly safeguarding the memories of Konoha's past, while the figure being sculpted nearby symbolized the dawn of their era, which was just beginning. Shinchong observed his father's weary profile, realizing that the secrets hidden within the library were never meant for vengeance. Just like Fugaku's drawing of the Nine Tails, clumsy yet brimming with hope. Chapter 11. Separation of powers. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated in Konoha, the paper doors of the Senju ancestral home had already been pushed open 3 times. As Uzumaki Mito stepped over the threshold, the wind chimes tinkled softly, and she gazed at the statues of Hashirama and Tobarama on Hokage Rock, her fingers tracing the prayer beads around her wrist, one of the dowries she received upon marrying Senju Hashirama. On the table lay 2 scrolls, one sealed with Hiruzen's red stamp, the other blank, her nails unconsciously etching shallow grooves into it. Just after Tobarama's funeral, the cherry blossoms in the clan grounds had already blanketed the stone path. Before the altar in the side hall, a lone white candle flickered in the morning breeze, illuminating the solitary Uchiha clan emblem on the offering table, a testament to the alliance formed between Madara and Hashirama when they established the village. Now a poignant reminder of the Senju bloodlines withering. Mito wiped the dust from Hashirama's altar as Kiba-son approached, carrying a scroll adorned with the vibrant seals of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Nara Shikaku reported that Shimura Danzo led the Umbu to raid 3 spy hideouts last night. Son's voice was subdued, his short blade still stained with blood. They claimed it was by the Hokage's orders to root out spies from other villages. Mito turned, her red hair gleaming in the morning light. This child, Hiruzen, has yet to learn the political cunning of his master. Tobarama intended to draw out a bigger fish this time. She accepted the scroll, her gaze skimming over the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi clan's promises of full support, and suddenly smiled, knowing that Tobarama had indeed chosen wisely. Son, how is Shomo faring lately? He should be old enough for the Jonin exam by now. Thank you for your concern, Lady Mito. That boy is clamoring to attend school. Insisting he is grown now and wants to protect Konoha, Son recalled his son with a smile. In the Hokage's office, Hirazine was frowning over 3 reports. The intelligence from his direct umbu indicated that Shimura ninjas had killed 3 smugglers at the border. The Mito clan's accounting revealed a 30% increase in casino profits. And the list from Tsunade's pharmacy showed that orders for enhancement drugs were booked out 3 months in advance. He tapped his fingers on the desk, suddenly remembering Tobarama's last words. Balance is not blocking the flow of the river, but rather allowing it to branch out. Hokage-sama. A member of the Uchiha clan requests an audience, came the voice from the shadows of the umbu. As Hirazine looked up, he saw Shingon entering. The young Uchiha's kimono was speckled with grass, clearly having rushed from the training grounds, and the scroll he held was bound with a red ribbon, sealed with the Uchiha clan's emblem. In the Shimura clan's dungeon, the sound of chains dragging on the ground startled the bats roosting overhead. Danzo glared at the black market merchant hanging from the rafters, his eyes glinting with malice, the poison dripping from the kunai in his fingers. Speak. Did the Tsunade clan's medicine come from you? The merchant's blood mixed with cold sweat dripped to the floor. Lord Danzo, spare my life. The apothecary of the Uzumaki clan remarked that what the young and old gentlemen consume is not merely medicine, but rather a cherished thought. Suddenly, figures from the umbu burst through the door, presenting a note that caused Danzo's expression to darken. The Mito clan's casino had been smashed by ninjas the previous night, and the token left by the instigators bore the Uchiha fan insignia. Meanwhile, Mito was furiously confronting the shards of broken porcelain scattered about. His prized 9-tailed screen had been cleaved in 2, and on the wall behind it, someone had painted a massive Sharingan in vermilion. A summoning beast entered, clutching a piece of fabric adorned with the distinctive fire rat patterns unique to the Uzumaki clan. Go inform Uzumaki Koharu that Mito has overturned the wine jar. If her medicine is adulterated again, next time it will be her pharmacy that burns. In the Uzumaki pharmacy, Koharu was sneering at the mortar and pestle. A young apprentice had just brought news that the Oil Women clan's insects had constructed a nest outside the medicinal fields, feasting upon the starchy residue from the medicines. She pinched a pill and recalled Danzo's words from the day before. The Uchiha would surely strike at us 3 clans before moving against Hizashi. As dusk descended, envoys from the 3 clans gathered in the hidden chamber of the Shimura household. Mito's ledgers lay open on the table, with alarming losses circled in red ink. Koharu's medicine list was marked with crossed-out names of several ninja clans, and Danzo's intelligence network map indicated the Uchiha's power was expanding, marked in vermilion. Hizashi must take a stand. Danzo's voice rasped like sandpaper against wood. If we allow the Uchiha to proceed unchecked, our 3 clans will eventually be reduced to nothing but bones. Who does not know that the Mito clan operates casinos and brothels? That the Uzumaki clan provides medicine for the gentlemen who partake in their pleasures, while our Shimura clan facilitates your troubles through intelligence from the exchange of gold. Since the Warring States period, we have thrived together. Now the Uchiha seeks to undermine our very foundations. If Hizashi does not sever the Uchiha's hand, we need not continue supporting this puppet Hokage. The following morning, as Uzumaki Mito pushed open the paper door of the Senju ancestral home, she gazed at the 2 scrolls on the table, suddenly recalling the news delivered by Hataki Sakuen the night before. Uchiha Shinsuke was in contact with the Inazuka and Oil Women clans. Her red hair shimmered in the morning light. As she grasped her brush, the beads on her wrist clinked softly, heralding the storm to come. Sarutobi Hizashi stood before the vermilion gate of the daimyo's estate, holding a gift box containing the latest ninjutsu scrolls. As the gatekeeper examined the box, he remembered his father's words. The Sarutobi clan is like a door hinge. Too tight, and it will break. Too loose, and it will wobble. In the daimyo's study, fragrant incense wafted from a bronze burner. The middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe perused the financial reports of Konoha and suddenly chuckled. Hizashi, when your master was alive, he never requested such a substantial financial subsidy from the land of fire. Hizashi's fingers curled upon his knee. Lord Tobarama stated that the ninja village must sustain its shinobi as well as its citizens. Yet the common folk will not fight your battles. The daimyo pushed the report toward him. The Uchiha clan is preparing to overthrow you as Hokage. Do you understand? He suddenly lowered his voice. Your uncle is now the captain of my guardian ninja squad. Do not forget your lineage, Sarutobi. Upon returning to Konoha, the moon hung high in the sky. Sarutobi Hisashi gazed at the lights of the ninja academy, reminiscing about the snowy night when Tobirama accepted him as a disciple. At that time, the white-haired Hokage crouched in the snow, sketching a map of Konoha on the ground. The Senju have already integrated into Konoha, while the Uchiha clan stands alone. Only by making them appear as an unstable factor can Konoha maintain its current stability. Suddenly, figures from the Umbu descended from the rooftop, presenting a scroll that made his pupils constrict. The Uchiha had publicly convened a clan meeting, the core issue being the Hokage position, with the 8 characters of selection inscribed. In the Uchiha clan's library, flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the scrolls. Shinsuke pointed at the location of the police department on the map. When we chose this location, I stated that the police department should serve as the Uchiha's eyes in Konoha. Nobunaga added, the Shimura clan's Umbu has overstepped its bounds 7 times. The Mito clan's casino harbors wanted criminals, and the Uzumaki clan's medicines have caused strokes among the shinobi of 3 clans. These accounts must be settled. He unfurled a new scroll, on which 3 lines were drawn in vermilion, the result of a day-long discussion with his father Shinsuke. Henceforth, the police department will be divided into 3, the Urban Management Office, the Patrol Office, and the Court Office. The Urban Management Office will oversee street patrols. The Armed Police Office will handle arrests and detention, and the Court Office will manage trials. The original police department will be transformed into the Public Security Bureau, primarily staffed by the Uchiha, supervising the newly established 3 departments. Shinsuke gazed at the phrase separation of powers on the scroll, and suddenly patted his son's shoulder. You perceive further than I and our clan. We merely desire the position of Hokage. You seek a system. 3 days later, representatives from all ninja clans gathered before the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hisashi stood on the steps, surveying the throng below, when he suddenly heard Uzumaki Mito's voice from behind. Let them speak. I, too, wish to hear the Uchiha's insights. Shinsuke ascended the steps, presenting a scroll to Uzumaki Mito. The sunlight illuminated his Sharingan, the 3 tomos slowly spinning, reflecting the smaller ninja clans below. We do not seek the Hokage position, but rather 3 things: the list of Hokage's powers and a clear process for Hokage appointments. Whether the special jurisdiction granted by the 2nd Hokage to the police department still holds, and lastly, whether the village will provide transparency in accounts to all ninja clans. Just as Danzo was about to retort, the head of the Oil Women clan, Oil Women Shirko, suddenly rolled up her sleeve, and countless insects formed the characters for agree. The head of the Inazuka clan, Inazuka Ritsu, whistled, and 3 ninja dogs brought forth the Uzumaki clan's counterfeit medicines to the stage. The representative from the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hideyoshi, raised a ledger that showcased the Mito clan's casino's illicit accounts. Upon reading the scroll, Uzumaki Mito suddenly laughed. Stepping forward to place a hand on Sarutobi Hisashi's shoulder, I shall speak on behalf of Tobirama. She turned to the assembly, her red hair billowing in the wind. From this day forth, the Hokage will oversee the Ninja Academy, hospital, mission hall, land planning, and other daily administrative affairs of the village, while we elders will manage the daily actions of the Umbu and convene upper ninja meetings to refine Konoha's laws. The police department will be responsible for the daily law enforcement and judicial execution in Konoha, with mutual oversight rights among our 3 factions. During the autumn equinox, new signs were hung on the 3 streets of Konoha. The sign for the Urban Management Office bore the Inazuka clan's wolf head emblem, shining in the sunlight. At the entrance of the Armed Police Office, next to the Oil Women's insects, was the cross emblem of the Kato clan, beneath the eaves of the Court Office. The 6-pointed star wind chime of the Kurama clan jingled softly. Sarutobi Hisashi watched the children practice shuriken at the Ninja Academy when he suddenly received a message from Uzumaki Mito. Umbu Captain Hitaki Sakuen has inspected the Uzumaki pharmacy. The starch exceeds the medicinal herbs by 3-fold. He chuckled and shook his head, penning a reply. Proceed according to the police department's regulations. In the Uchiha clan's assembly hall, Shinsuke frowned at the new report delivered. The first case handled by the court office involved an Umbu member under Danzo wounding a ninja from the Oil Women clan. Shinsuke inquired of his brother Nobunaga, who had just returned from class. Danzo will certainly cause a commotion. Should we ask Elder Mito to intervene? No need, Nobunaga casually replied. This is a matter for the court office. The following day, when Danzo stormed into the court office with the umbu, the representative of the Kurama clan was already seated at the judge's bench, beside a lively watercolor painting vividly depicting the umbu's assault. While an Inuzuka ninja dog presented a bloodied sleeve as evidence, and the insects of oil women Shirko formed the characters for truth in midair, Danzo surveyed the empty spectator seats and suddenly comprehended where he had faltered. Those smaller ninja clans he had once overlooked were now occupying the positions that rightfully belonged to him. As dusk fell, Shinsuke stood beneath the Hokage rock, observing the shadows of the three statues merging on the ground. The broadness of Hashirama, the sharpness of Tobarama, and the gentle outline of Sarutobi, all coalescing into the overseers of Konoha. He retrieved a note from his pocket, inscribed with the flowing script of the Whirlpool's water master. Only when rivers bifurcate can more land be irrigated. In the distance, the sound of patrolling footsteps echoed, as the ninjas of the Inuzuka clan passed by with their ninken, while the insects of the Oil Girl clan fluttered beneath the lanterns. As Shinai looked up, he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen standing by the window of the Hokage's office, raising a teacup in his direction. The night breeze swept through the streets of Konoha, stirring the newly hung signs of three families. In this village composed of ninjas, the scales of power had finally found a new fulcrum, reminiscent of the lines drawn on the map by Tobarama years ago, seemingly dividing, yet in truth providing Konoha with a more robust foundation and balance. Chapter 12. The Theory of the Eight Gates. As the morning dew still clung to the branches of the cherry trees in the Uchiha clan's territory, the low table in the dining room was already set with miso soup and grilled fish. Miyuki placed a piece of pumpkin into Fugaku's bowl, the wooden chopsticks producing a crisp sound against the ceramic edge. Tomorrow, Fugaku will be starting at the Ninja Academy. As his older brother, remember to keep an eye on him at school, Nobunaga. With half a fish stuffed in his mouth, Fugaku mumbled, cheeks puffed, I'm not going to the Ninja Academy. I want to learn your fire fist and father's Jinjutsu. He clenched his small fist tightly, his ears turning red. After being taken by Shinai to the battlefield's edge last month, he had been fixated on the idea of guardianship ever since. Nobunaga snapped his fingers against Fugaku's forehead. Don't boast when you lack strength. Only the weak rely on bravado. Without the power to back it up, words are of no use. With his head drooping, Fugaku scratched the rim of his bowl with his fingers. Got it. Observing his younger son's dejected demeanor, Shinai attempted to lighten the mood, saying, Fugaku, come with me to the training ground later, and I will teach you the Uchiha's fundamental fire release, Great Fireball. Back then, Nobunaga had mastered this technique after just one glance. And when he used it a second time, he even compressed it to nearly B-rank ninjutsu level, leaving Shinai so astonished that he chose to turn a blind eye to his eldest son's training, lest he be overshadowed by this prodigy. When rumors of the Uchiha clan's foolishness circulated in the academy, Shinai merely remarked that anyone who believed them must be a fool. Absolutely not. Fugaku sprang up suddenly and hid behind Nobunaga. Brother said the Great Fireball is a gentle ninjutsu that doesn't hurt anyone. I want to learn Fire Fist. To explode popcorn like you. Shinai and Miyuki cast their gazes toward Nobunaga, whose face darkened instantly as he pinched Fugaku's cheek. You can't just blurt everything out. You've ruined my reputation. Yet, his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. During that time spent training fire element chakra, he had devised an experimental spherical pressure cooker to test whether the external cutting force of the whirlpool or the internal compression force was stronger. That little rascal had suddenly tossed in a half-eaten corn cob, resulting in chaos. Wasn't it you who said that the snacks in the ninja world are too monotonous and wanted to show that gambling addict a thing or two? Fugaku swatted his hand away and dove into Miyuki's embrace, making a face. He even snatched a corn cob from me. So your fire attribute chakra is now capable of such fine control? Shinai suddenly recalled something, his gaze taking on an unusual quality. A while back, before the funeral, you asked me to trade the red gourd for lightning release chakra mode. Were you trying to synthesize a bloodline limit? With a hint of contemplation, Nobunaga absent-mindedly stroked the edge of the table. I have already acquired the Scorch Release, but now I wish to explore another path of physical cultivation. Scorch Release. The others exclaimed, startled. When did you synthesize a bloodline limit? How come I didn't know? No wonder I couldn't withstand your flames that day. Shinai quickly inquired. Oh, during the first 2 years of entering the Ninja Academy, I developed a non-form ninjutsu called Spiral Sphere, modeled after the formation method of tailed beast balls from ancient texts. It creates a chakra sphere that spins in no fixed direction, with power reaching a rank ninjutsu. Due to the difficulty of controlling the integration of fire release properties, I spent those 2 years researching wind release properties. The byproduct of that was mastering both fire and wind release properties to their utmost. One day, while creating the Uchiha's fist, I combined the fire and wind chakra in my fist, and the two forces merged to create Scorch Release. I also planned to let Fugaku learn it, to see if he could achieve Scorch Release as well. However, due to my body's incomplete development, many ideas cannot be realized. So I can only attempt physical cultivation to see if I can enhance my understanding of chakra from a physical perspective, Nobunaga stated calmly, his heart steady. Physical cultivation? The three of them perked up their ears. Yes. Nobunaga began to draw circles in the empty bowl with his chopsticks. Chakra is derived from the fusion of physical energy and mental energy, which transforms into physical strength. In essence, chakra is a converter hidden within our bodies. I suspect it resides in the brain since sensory attribute chakra relies on the brain. He paused, observing the focused expressions of his family, and continued. This converter itself has no attributes. The chakra produced is non-attribute chakra, akin to that used by the samurai of the Land of Iron. Without attribute enhancement, its lethality is naturally inferior to that of attribute chakra. Hence, the rise of ninjas led to the decline of samurai, with the same 100 physical strength. The combat power of taijutsu is 100, non-attribute chakra is 500, while ninjutsu can reach 1,000 or even higher. However, I discovered in the clan's library that Uchiha Madara ultimately fell to Senju Hashirama's sage art at the Valley of the End. He glanced toward the Hokage rock, where Hashirama's statue was faintly visible in the morning mist. Sage art. Shinai frowned. The elders say that only chakra formed from a mix of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy can be utilized as sage chakra. Later, when others attempted to learn it, they either couldn't withstand the chakra fluctuations and exploded or turned to stone. Eventually, everyone understood that Hashirama possessed a unique heritage, which is why the three great sage regions are recognized as realms of sage inheritance. The key lies in natural energy. Nobunaga's tone grew excited. If physical strength mixed with natural energy can create sage chakra, could it be that attribute chakra is merely physical strength combined with a certain attribute of natural energy, thus yielding inferior chakra? Hence, its lethality is higher than that of non-attribute chakra. By combining two attributes to form a bloodline limit, like the dust release of the second Tsuchikage, which is a fusion of wind, fire, and earth attributes. What about 4 or 5 attributes? Even with the addition of yin-yang release, what would that yield? Would full attributes equate to sage chakra? While the reasoning holds, the ratio of attributes is key. Otherwise, bloodlines would be everywhere, Shinai countered. Moreover, what does this have to do with what you mentioned about physical cultivation? The chakra converter limits the amount of chakra we can extract and protects us from absorbing natural energy uncontrollably, Nobunaga explained, tapping a rhythm on the table's edge. But what if we could liberate or even expand this converter? Normally, when we extract one portion of attribute chakra and mix it with physical strength, hypothetically, its power is 10. However, the energy capacity of the meridians far exceeds this. If the converter could extract 10 portions simultaneously, wouldn't the power increase correspondingly? Fugaku, munching on his corn, suddenly interjected. Then can we pop more popcorn? Nobunaga choked momentarily, while Miyuki laughed, attempting to defuse the situation. Don't corrupt your brother. Last time the kitchen beam was left with a black mark from your fire. Nobunaga scratched his head, suddenly recalling something. By the way, father, did you receive the lightning release chakra mode from the hidden cloud? It just arrived yesterday. Shinshio retrieved a cloth pouch from within his garments, unveiling an aged scroll within. They had only requested the notes on the Uchiha's fundamental fire release compression technique, without stipulating any further conditions. Nobunaga unfurled the scroll, his fingertips gliding over each line of text, while his Sharingan instinctively activated, the two tomo clearly reflecting the internal flow of lightning-based chakra. The basic notes could be provided, but without exceptional chakra control, mastering the core vortex compression technique was unattainable. He glanced at Fujitaka, recalling his conversation with Shikomaru earlier that afternoon while collecting textbooks at the Ninja Academy. He had promised to guide the boy in chakra extraction techniques during next week's physical training class. It was Shomo, wasn't it? Fujitaka's eyes sparkled with recognition. I saw him practicing with a short blade to peel apples at the training ground last time. He was remarkably skilled. Brother, Can you teach him the Fire Fist technique? Combine physical arts with lightning release techniques. Nobunaga tapped his brother's forehead lightly. The Fire Fist represented an application of chakra transformation, not a mere plaything. Fujitaka pouted, but popcorn is truly delightful. The sunlight outside the dining hall gradually warmed, casting the shadow of the cherry tree onto the ground through the paper door. Shinshio perused the clan records on the table, while Miyuki tidied the bowls, and Fujitaka counted the remaining chestnuts. Nobunaga continued to caress the scroll, detailing the lightning release chakra mode. The tingling sensation at his fingertips mingled with the residual warmth from the stove, forging a peculiar anticipation in the morning light, akin to the popping corn, seemingly boisterous, yet concealing the subtle glimmers of chakra and the mysteries of the human body. Laughter and chatter from the children at the Ninja Academy echoed in the distance. Fujitaka leaned against the doorframe to peer outside, suddenly exclaiming, "Brother, look! Shomo is out there." As Nobunaga raised his head, he caught sight of the white-haired youth sprinting down the stone path, a ninja tool pouch clutched in his arms. Sunlight dancing like tiny golden flecks at the tips of his hair. He was suddenly reminded of what Uzumaki Mido had mentioned regarding the bifurcation of rivers. Perhaps the secret of chakra and the path of physical cultivation, like the streams of Konoha, could only be discovered through trial and exploration, leading to one's own distinct waterway. Fujitaka had left to collect the textbooks. Nobunaga tucked the lightning release scroll into his clothing, rising with a gust of wind that gently stirred the paper notes on the table, his notes from the previous night. The final line illuminated by the morning light. The 8 gates are not shackles, but rather a staircase. Chapter 13. Daily Life at the Ninja Academy. 1. The following day. Just after the 3rd chime of the morning bell at the Ninja Academy, Nobunaga bounded into the classroom, the remnants of a cherry blossom petal still clinging to his collar, a testament to the morning's antics when Fujitaka had pulled him beneath the cherry tree to demonstrate the Fire Fist. As he flung himself into his seat, a voice reminiscent of icy shards echoed from the front row. "Uchiha Nobunaga, your ninja tool pouch is emitting smoke again." Glancing down, Nobunaga indeed saw wisps of white steam rising from the corner of the pouch at his waist. He hastily reached in, retrieving a 3-layered cloth-wrapped iron lump. Upon unwrapping it, the popcorn inside crackled and popped, each kernel bearing charred edges. "I experimented with the new chakra mode last night," he mumbled, shoving a handful into his mouth. The words muffled. "The lightning release high-frequency vibration controls the temperature, but I miscalibrated the timing." Hinata Masahiro's Byakugan rolled in its sockets, scanning the contents peeking from his pouch, a human meridian chart, before returning her gaze to the open pages of her Essentials of Gentle Fist, her fingertips creasing the paper. This was the umpteenth time she questioned whether this fellow was truly an Uchiha or had been swapped at birth. Other Uchiha children practiced the hand signs for fire release during morning study, while he, on the other hand, either brought charred snacks or savored a tattered Ninja World Flora and Fauna encyclopedia. Her fingers subconsciously traced the edges of the pages, recalling the 3-hour Gentle Fist training session from last night, followed by an early morning tea ceremony that left her wrists sore. Only in the academy, when Nobunaga insisted on delving into these odd topics, could she temporarily forget the suffocating rules weighing upon her. "Hey, Hinata's little princess." Nobunaga suddenly leaned closer, brandishing a piece of frog skin smeared with slime. "Could you help me examine the contraction frequency of these epidermal cells under chakra stimulation? Your Byakugan is far superior to Tsunade's microscope." Masahiro's ears flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from anger. She abruptly closed her Byakugan, catching a glimpse of the peculiar looks from her clan's ninja students in the back, those who relished gossiping, insinuating that as the daughter of the main branch, she spent her days mingling with an Uchiha oddity. Yet she could not help it. This scoundrel Nobunaga always found some excuse to ensnare her, sometimes dragging her to observe the insects at the oil merchants, allegedly for researching starch-based counterfeit drug identification. Other times, compelling her to assist him in locating chakra nodes, under the guise of data collection for physical cultivation, and once, even insisting she observe the Inuzuka clan's ninja dog sneeze to analyze the flow of chakra within its nasal cavity. Yet, it was precisely during these moments that she felt less like a puppet bound to a predetermined path. In just a few years, she would be wed to the eldest son of the clan elder, forever confined within the high walls of the Hugo estate. Tsunade announced that today she would dissect a toad, and Masahiro attempted to divert the subject. "If you keep causing trouble, I'll inform her that you secretly roasted last week's experimental frog. Nobunaga's hand froze midair. He had witnessed Tsunade's formidable strength last week. Upon discovering that her cultivated experimental slug had been fed to the chickens as moving millet by Jiraiya, she had smashed a pit into the laboratory's stone table, frightening Jiraiya away for 3 days. Reluctantly, he shoved the frog's skin back into the pouch, only to collide with Orochimaru's penetrating gaze. The civilian genius sat by the window, deftly wielding a makeshift bone pen, rapidly recording something on bamboo slips. Upon noticing Nobunaga's glance, he raised his chin slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Next to the chakra property transformation formula on the scroll, a popcorn kernel was encircled in red ink, labeled in small letters, failed case, number 37. Nobunaga understood perfectly. This fellow was once again competing. After all, graduation was imminent. Were it not for Nobunaga's constant pressure, the title of the Academy's first civilian valedictorian would have undoubtedly belonged to Orochimaru, leaving Tsunade and himself to contend for second place. Nobunaga, Orochimaru, and Tsunade entered. The latter cradling a stack of glass dishes, a band-aid plastered on her forehead, no doubt a result of an explosion during the morning's biological potion preparation. Without prompting, she announced, "Now let us review the cell division chart that I assigned you yesterday." Her voice carried a stubborn tone. No one understood better than Nobunaga where that stubbornness stemmed from. 3 years ago, on the day of Hashirama's funeral, she had clutched his memorial tablet, weeping until she fainted, only to awaken clutching the medical texts collected by Hashirama, declaring her ambition to become the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Over the years, she had relentlessly pursued biological studies, all for this goal. Orochimaru immediately set down his bone pen, ready to speak. The human cell division cycle is approximately 20 hours, which can be shortened to 3 hours under chakra stimulation, though this may result in chromosomal abnormalities. This is also why bloodline limits are difficult to stabilize in inheritance. His speech was steady and articulate, akin to a walking encyclopedia. When it was Nobunaga's turn, he scratched his nose. It's probably just cells growing and then splitting into two. Like when I pop popcorn, one kernel turns into many. Tsunade's fist cracked ominously. Masahiro could not resist elbowing Nobunaga, subtly mouthing, "Interface. Mitosis." Nobunaga's eyes lit up, immediately continuing, "Oh right. There's also the interphase and mitosis. Just like popping popcorn requires heating before it bursts, the steps must not be jumbled." A sudden eruption of laughter erupted from the back of the classroom. A few Uchiha and Hyuga students led the mirth, the ringleader smirking. As expected, a fool who can't even remember the basics, truly embarrassing the Uchiha clan. Nobunaga did not turn around. However, the popcorn in his hand flew out, precisely striking the forehead of the jeering student. "So what if I can't remember?" He twirled the pen in his fingers, the two tomo of his Sharingan faintly visible. Far superior to some who could only practice the great fireball technique, yet remained oblivious to the fact that mixing fire-based chakra with water-based chakra could create acidic flames. He relished teasing these earnest clan children, particularly the Uchiha, as if deviating from the clan's prescribed methods of fire release rendered one unworthy of the Uchiha name. This remark struck a nerve. The faces of several young ninjas flushed crimson, yet none dared to speak. Everyone was aware that this anomaly had, merely a year prior, used nothing but physical techniques to reduce 3 senior students to tears as they sought the teacher's assistance. It was rumored that he could even crush fireballs with his bare hands. Tsunade cleared her throat emphatically, slamming a glass bowl onto the table. "What is all this noise? Today we will practice the chakra extraction method I taught yesterday, in groups. Nobunaga, you are with me. Orochimaru, Shiro, you will accompany Jiraiya." As soon as those words left her lips, a loud clatter erupted from the corner. Jiraiya, who had been drooling over the desk, abruptly lifted his head, a suspicious silver strand still clinging to his mouth, as the small draft of Liu Bei's notebook slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. "Huh, who am I going with?" He rubbed his eyes and saw Orochimaru staring at him with the keen gaze of a scientist examining an experiment. He shivered and stammered, "I think I'll just go help Hinata clean the tables." This boy managed to infiltrate their little circle, all thanks to Senju Tobarama, who had shoved him into the Sarutobi team. Before, he could barely stutter a word to Tsunade, but in the past 2 years, he had gradually become more familiar with them. Nonetheless, his chakra was genuinely frightening. The sheer vitality he exuded was a vivid inheritance of his mother, Senju Tashiheim's bloodline. That one T-do. Orochimaru's voice was devoid of inflection, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Your chakra levels are extraordinarily abundant, making you perfect for testing the new extraction formula. As he spoke, he produced a device wrapped in wires, its metallic probe gleaming ominously. It will only hurt a little. Jiraiya, terrified, clung to the desk like a frog pinned down. Nobunaga couldn't help but chuckle, just as Tsunade yanked him by the collar and dragged him into the laboratory. "What is so funny?" she demanded, slamming a vial of green liquid before him. "Where's that cell sample I asked you to observe yesterday? Don't tell me you fed it to a frog again." Nobunaga retrieved a sealed glass slide from his pocket, the cells writhing irregularly under the stimulation of chakra. "Look at this division rate," he said, tapping the slide's edge. After applying lightning chakra, the division cycle has halved, but the cell walls have thinned. "I suspect it's a matter of chakra purity." Tsunade interrupted him, adjusting the microscope's focus. "Your lightning mode, while precise in chakra manipulation, causes too much mental energy fluctuation, akin to roasting marshmallows with a great fireball. The force is neither too light nor too heavy." Suddenly lowering her voice, she added, "Yesterday, while helping Grandma Tsunade organize medicinal herbs at the hospital, I came across the counterfeit medicine list from the Uzumaki clan. The starch in it exceeds the actual medicinal ingredients." Nobunaga raised an eyebrow. He had already heard of this from Aburame Shurho. It was said that the insects from the Aburame clan became lethargic after consuming the counterfeit medicine. "What does that have to do with us?" "It matters greatly," Tsunade insisted, pushing up her non-existent glasses and mimicking Orochimaru's serious demeanor. "Medical ninjutsu relies on precise chakra control. If one cannot even distinguish the proportions of medicinal ingredients, how can they save lives?" She paused, her tone softening. "My great-grandfather always said that a ninja's hands can both kill and heal. I wish to try the latter." Sunlight filtered through the laboratory window, casting delicate patterns on Tsunade's earnest profile. Nobunaga suddenly recalled the day of Hashirama's funeral, when this girl had clutched his memorial tablet, her tears hitting the offering table louder than the popping of a white candle. He scratched his head and handed her the burnt popcorn. "Here, a failed experiment. You can study the burns from lightning chakra. Next time, I'll roast chicken with fire chakra for you. It'll taste better." Tsunade accepted it, crushing a charred kernel between her fingers before breaking into a sudden giggle. "You should focus on your physical training first. Last time you referred to the 8 gates as stairs. I searched through the hospital's ancient texts but found no relevant records. That was just my guess." Nobunaga leaned closer to the microscope, observing the cells gradually disintegrating under the lightning stimulation, akin to how Fugaku always believed that the fire fist could explode chestnuts. "One must try to know for certain." As the two murmured over the microscope, a commotion erupted from the classroom. Nobunaga peeked out to see Jiraiya pinned to a chair by Orochimaru, the wire-laden device being pressed against his arm, the boy's screams threatening to shatter the roof. Hinata Shiro stood nearby, her Byakugan wide with shock, clearly tasked with monitoring Jiraiya's chakra flow. A piece of popcorn had clung to the hem of her meticulously arranged kimono. Having not been brushed off immediately as usual, Nobunaga knew that in half an hour, she would have to return to the clan grounds to practice gentle fist. And this fleeting moment of disorder was rare. "Orochimaru, if you keep tormenting him, I'll tell your teacher, the Hokage, about the stray cats you secretly dissect," Nobunaga shouted. Orochimaru paused momentarily, slowly retracting the device. "It's merely basic data collection." Though he said that, he did not persist, instead pulling out a small notebook and quickly jotting down notes. Jiraiya took the chance to break free, running to Nobunaga's side, looking as pitiful as a drenched puppy. He said he wanted to measure how much current I could withstand. He even claimed the Aburame insects could act as living wires. "That's science," Orochimaru corrected, though his gaze flicked toward the lightning scroll in Nobunaga's hand. Earlier that morning, he had seen Fugaku handing that scroll to Nobunaga, its edges still bearing the lightning markings of Kimogakure. Nobunaga tucked the scroll into his clothing, deliberately shaking the popcorn in his hand. "What importance does science have compared to food? Come on, Fugaku mentioned that the cherry blossoms are in full bloom over by the playground. Let us try using wind chakra to blow the petals down, and then roast them with fire chakra to make flower cakes." At this, even Hinata Shiro paused momentarily. She glanced down at her open gentle fist manual, then out the window at the drifting cherry blossoms. Her fingertips traced a shallow line on the etiquette class schedule. That afternoon in the taijutsu class, two astonishing events occurred that left the ninja school instructors speechless. First, the underperforming Jiraiya astonishingly outpaced 3 clan students in the long-distance running test, reportedly spurred on by Nobunaga's challenge of treating him to non-burnt popcorn if he won. Second, Hinata Shiro, during her gentle fist sparring, remarkably deviated from the conventional techniques and instead used her Byakugan to detect her opponent's chakra weaknesses, landing a gust of wind that sent her opponent reeling. No one knew that this was a non-standard acupoint she had unconsciously noted while observing Nobunaga's study meridian charts that morning. As the setting sun elongated the shadows of the ninja school, Nobunaga walked home bearing the chestnut experiment report entrusted to him by Fugaku. Trailed by a small entourage, Tsunade clutched the cell samples. Orochimaru was busy scribbling down chakra formulas. Jiraiya continued to ramble about the sweetness of popcorn. And Hinata Shiro trailed behind. The cherry blossom petal that had somehow adhered to her kimono finally swept away by the wind. Unbeknownst to her, a piece of unburnt popcorn had found its way into her sleeve pocket. Passing by Hokage Rock, Nobunaga gazed up at the statues of Hashirama and Tobirama. Under the fading sunlight, the outlines of the statues appeared exceptionally clear. Hashirama's broad shoulders seemed to protect the entire village, reminiscent of his promise to ensure that children could study in classrooms rather than bleed on the battlefield. Tobirama's sharp brow seemed to harbor expectations for the younger generation. After all, it was he who had steadfastly held the school gates shut during the first Great Ninja War, preferring to let the older ninjas burn out on the front lines rather than allow the ungraduated children to step onto the battlefield. In the distance, the laughter of Kakashi echoed, the silver-haired boy chasing after Fugaku, their shadows weaving erratically across the cobblestone path. Nobunaga suddenly felt that perhaps the mysteries of chakra and the steps of physical training were not what truly mattered. Rather, it was the light of the ninja school. The bustling daily life, like that pot of poorly popped popcorn. Though burnt, it concealed a warmth that was worth anticipating. He tossed a piece of popcorn into his mouth, the sweetness blossoming on his tongue as he heard Tsunade's voice call from behind. Nobunaga, don't forget to bring your scalpel for dissection class tomorrow. Orochimaru said he would teach us to identify cells poisoned by chakra. Got it, Nobunaga shouted back without turning. Watching as the sunset bathed the faces of the 4 in golden light, their shadows merging into one. The bell at the Ninja Academy rang again, this time not as a signal to hurry to class, but rather as if it were softly humming a song about the future for these young ninjas yet to mature. Nestled at the bottom of a bag stuffed by Nobunaga, a notebook bore the words, "The 8 Gates." Not shackles, but a staircase. Next to it, in a handwriting unmistakably belonging to Tsunade, a note appeared, reading, Appendix, Formula for Controlling Roasted Chicken Cooking Time, Draft. Chapter 14, Daily Life at the Ninja Academy. 2 morning lights streamed through the laboratory windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the open pages of the Cell Division Atlas. Nobunaga pinched a kernel of corn between his fingers, the cold white electric light flickering between them, accompanied by the faint crackling sound, as the aroma of burnt kernels mingled with that of the grain. The chakra's high-frequency vibrations had reached a critical point. He suddenly opened his palm, and several plump, golden popcorn kernels danced slightly. Bang! Tsunade slammed her surgical knife, still glistening with green medicinal liquid, onto the lab table, causing the microscope slide to jump. Uchiha Nobunaga, if your popcorn's critical point continues to interfere with my cellular activity records, I shall let you experience a critical point where your entire chakra network is crushed. Her teeth ground together, strands of her light golden hair dampened by the vapor from the medicine, sticking to her cheek. The emerald flames of fury flickered in her eyes. A mixture of anger from repeated disruptions and an exasperated acknowledgement of his uncanny ability to find alternative paths. Nobunaga grinned as he offered the popcorn forward. Here, an exclusive secret recipe to invigorate your mind. Your control group S cells are obviously languishing due to insufficient chakra stimulation. He pinched another kernel, pretending to flick it into Tsunade's petri dish. You dare. Tsunade shielded the microscope, resembling a feisty little lion, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Nearby, Hinata Mihiro, who was diligently recording data, lifted her gaze, her pure white eyes briefly sweeping over Nobunaga's smiling face before quickly dropping again, her fingers unconsciously tracing a shallow line along the edge of the essence of Gentle Fist book. The complex etiquette of the main branch, along with her training in the Gentle Fist, cocooned her in an invisible shroud, leaving the chaotic laboratory as her only sanctuary. Crude. A cold, disdainful voice echoed from the corner. Orochimaru set down his intricate bone pen, his serpentine golden eyes locking onto Nobunaga. The destruction rate of cellular structures through high-frequency vibrations is a staggering 763, resulting in energy waste. Precise guidance of chakra microflows is the optimal solution. Before him lay an unfurled scroll filled with dense formulas and data, resembling a frigid declaration, alongside a diagram illustrating the energy dissipation model of Nobunaga's fire release mode. Merely talking theory, Nobunaga retorted defiantly as a spark of flame flickered at his fingertips, compressing into a pinpoint of white-hot intensity. See, extreme compression. Your sluggish microflows would leave you vulnerable to 8 strikes in battle. The battlefield is ever-changing. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly as fine strands of chakra seeped from his fingertips, silently sketching intricate energy circuits in the air. Efficiency and stability form the foundation of survival. Relying on raw talent for crude control, like you, lacks the essence of wisdom and aesthetics. Enough. Tsunade, unable to contain herself, slammed her fist on the table, causing the lab equipment to rattle. Your so-called optimal solutions and foundations are causing my cells to prematurely divide. Nobunaga, put away your charred remains. Orochimaru, your microflow model is disrupting my microscope's focus. Fuming, she turned to Jiraiya, who had been attempting to diminish his presence. And you, Jiraiya, stay away from my petri dish. A droplet of saliva could contaminate the mutated streptococcus. Jiraiya sprang away from the petri dish beside Tsunade, hastily wiping the corner of his mouth. Huh. Oh, Tsunade, your disinfectant smells quite pleasant today, he began, but before he could finish, Tsunade delivered a swift smack to the back of his head. Idiot. Tsunade's cheeks flushed deeper, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or something else. Mahiro sighed softly, skillfully taking a sterile cloth to quietly wipe away the droplet that nearly fell from Jiraiya. Her movements were fluid and silent. She lifted her gaze to Nobunaga, her eyes lingering for a moment on his side profile, which shone with the brilliance of focused experimentation, before quickly averting her gaze. As though that fiery glance had never existed. The sunlight outside shifted, adorning the bustling laboratory with a shimmering golden hue. The threads of fate entwined silently within the aroma of popcorn, the pungent medicinal scents, and the sharp brilliance of the youths. Taut and ready to pull everyone into the vortex of destiny that had long been laid out. As the setting sun melted into gold, it painted the old cherry tree in the courtyard of the Senju ancestral home with a tragic beauty. Uzumaki Mito sat serenely beneath the porch, her crimson hair resembling solidified flames, her wrist adorned with prayer beads that made a rhythmic, heavy sound as she turned them. 2 documents lay open before her. Tsunade has recently visited the edge of the Uchiha training grounds 3 times. Hataki-son has knelt on one knee, his voice low and steady, conducting chakra control experiments with Uchiha Nobunaga 7 times, accumulating over 3 times the length of conventional coursework. Target, Uchiha Nobunaga. His research into the variations of fire release has brushed against the edges of bloodline fusion. Potential rating, dangerous. Mito's gaze skimmed over Tsunade's elegant handwriting on the documents, pausing at the name Uchiha Nobunaga, her fingertips hesitating slightly. A glimmer, unnoticed even by Tsunade, occasionally flickered in her granddaughter's emerald eyes, reminiscent of the time she had gazed at Hashirama's back. Hinata Mahiro, Mito began slowly, her voice devoid of discernible emotion. What of that child from the main branch? Observation is limited, Son replied candidly, but her time spent in the Ninja Academy laboratory has significantly increased. And there have been 6 unnecessary academic exchanges with the target. Coupled with the recent unusual movements of the Hyuga main branch, the purpose of their contact remains questionable. The sound of the prayer beads paused momentarily. Mito lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing through the courtyard towards the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory, as if she could see the silhouettes of the 2 youths against the sunset. Do caged birds yearn for the warmth of flames beyond the high walls? She gently tapped her fingertip against Mahiro's name on the document. You shall visit the Hyuga clan and discuss the graduation team arrangements with Yasuhiro. Yes, So nodded. Mito's eyes drifted back to Tsunade's name, her fingertips tracing the slightly disordered handwriting, ultimately resting at the end of the document, her expression growing profound and distant. The flames of the Uchiha burned too fiercely. The Senju require new roots, new anchor points. She picked up another scroll, densely filled with the names of young talents who had left the Senju to integrate into the village, revealing a list of candidates for the voluntary would-release awakening experiment. Notify Tsunade. She should be informed of this upon her return home. The root cultivation plan requires her awareness. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Under the same twilight, within the solemn dojo of the Hyuga main branch, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The fragrant incense swirled, yet it could not dispel the oppressive air. Bang! A bony hand slammed heavily on the table, causing the teacups to jump. Byakugan. Pure and flawless Byakugan. It is the foundation upon which the Hyuga clan stands in Konoha, guarding the main family. Hinata Mihiro's father, the current leader of the main branch, Hyuga Yasuhiro, wore a stern expression, his voice sharp as a blade, piercing towards his kneeling daughter. And you, Mihiro, have allowed the flames of the Uchiha to scorch your eyes. Do you comprehend the madness and curse that flows through the blood of those with red eyes? Mihiro lowered her head, her silky black hair cascading down, obscuring her pale cheeks. The loose white training garment accentuated her frail form, resembling a slender bamboo that could snap at any moment. Her hands resting atop her knees turned white from the pressure. The cold, hard floor of the dojo transmitted the relentless scrutiny of the main branch. Just as the chill of their gazes lingered. Father, Hinata Mihiro murmured, her brow furrowing slightly as she attempted to ease the tension. I was merely engaging in academic exchange. Exchange? Yasuhiro interrupted harshly, his gaze like lightning directed at his daughter. Then why is it that every time you practice the gentle fist at home, there is a hint of unfamiliar agitation? The Uchiha's fire release is poison. It is a poison that erodes the Byakugan. He stood, his towering figure casting a heavy shadow over Mihiro. From this day forth, you are confined. All courses will be transferred to the main branch's inner courtyard, supervised personally by the elders. Copy the essence of gentle fist 100 times. Should I discover even a trace of your heart straying, you may as well separate from the family. He spoke in a voice as cold as ice. The implicit threat unmistakable. Shira's body trembled almost imperceptibly, her head bowed even lower. A few strands of hair cascading down to obscure the mingled glimmer of fear and resentment that welled up in her eyes. The fate of a caged bird had never felt as heavy and frigid as it did at this moment. Yes, father, Hinata Shira replied, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her gaze, quickly overshadowed by a deeper indifference. The will of the clan supersedes all. The colossal Hokage rock of the Hidden Leaf Village cast long shadows under the setting sun, resembling a great beast lying in wait. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke swirled around. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned against his high-backed chair, the embers in his pipe flickering, reflecting the profound fatigue etched across his brow, tinged with a subtle sharpness. Opposite him, Shimura Danzo's half-hidden face lingered in shadow, the exposed eye glinting with malice. Uchiha Senju Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice deep. Lord Mito's root plan has stirred much activity among us. Danzo let out a brief, cold laugh, akin to metal scraping. A cornered beast will fight back. What does the Senju have left besides that old hag with one foot in the grave and that little girl still wet behind the ears? The Uchiha? A group shackled by the police department's constraints, merely pyromaniacs. Reforming the police department? A trifling joke, merely a fig leaf for their ambitions. He leaned forward, his face contorted with excitement in the shadows. Monkey, this is the perfect opportunity. They have presented us with a legitimate reason. Riding the wave of discontent regarding the police department's reform, we can push through a special bill. Grant the Hokage's office emergency powers. What nonsense about the separation of powers? The village only needs one voice. One will. That is your will, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage. Hiruzen silently inhaled his smoke, the haze swirling before him, obscuring the portraits of the first and second Hokage on the wall. Danzo's voice slithered like a venomous serpent into his ear. Mito wishes to recreate the glory of the Senju through would-release experiments? The Uchiha crave power? Then grant it. Completely uproot the Senju and Uchiha. Sever the last remaining ties. The Public Security Bureau? Once the bill is passed, the first strike will sever their proud claws. Replace those disobedient dogs with our own. Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the Hokage rock outside, the gentle and broad visage of Hashirama appearing somewhat blurred in the dusk. His fingers unconsciously drummed on the table, the rhythm slow and heavy. Power is like a chessboard. moves made without regret. He requires Mido's prestige to temporarily stabilize the situation, and the Uchiha's strength to deter external threats, but ultimately, there can only be one true sovereign in the leaf. This matter requires careful deliberation. Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice returning to its usual calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Public opinion must continue to be guided. Discontent regarding the police department's reform can be amplified further. Danzo, you will personally reach out to the Nara and Yamanaka clans, gauge their sentiments. As for Lord Mido and the Hyuga family, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Let them act first. The more they move, the greater the flaws that will emerge. Danzo's mouth curved into a satisfied arc, like a shark scenting blood. Understood. Hiruzen, the leaf must be thoroughly cleansed. The office door quietly closed, sealing in the swirling smoke and cold calculations. The Hokage rock outside sank into darkness, leaving only the silhouette of the rock formation standing silently under the night sky, resembling a great tombstone, or perhaps a dormant beast. Alone, Hiruzen stood at the window, the tip of his extinguished pipe resting gently between his fingers. He gazed at the village, its lights flickering to life. And deep within his eyes, the flame of ambition quietly began to replace his initial weariness. The infirmary of the ninja school was filled with the crisp scent of disinfectant, a white curtain delineating a small space. Nobunaga sat at the bedside, gritting his teeth, his arm wrapped in fresh bandages, faintly displaying purple swelling. During the afternoon's practical combat assessment, Hinata Shira's gentle fist technique, the 8 trigrams 32 palms, had been extraordinarily precise, the final strike subtly penetrating the hastily erected chakra defense, imprinting directly on his left arm. The curtain rustled as Tsunade entered, her expression stern, carrying a tray of medical supplies, her movements somewhat heavy, the metallic instruments clattering with sharp sounds. Careful now, Lady Tsunade. Nobunaga gasped as the cotton pressed against his wound. The little princess of the Hyuga is far too ruthless. Wasn't it agreed to stop at merely sparring? Serves you right. Tsunade shot him a glare, her hands instinctively lightening their pressure as she meticulously cleaned the bruises around the wound. What were you doing in the assessment? Distracted? Your eyes were practically glued to her. Her verdant eyes, filled with reproach, also harbored a trace of unacknowledged bitterness, her speech quickening. You trained so diligently, yet faltered during the assessment? I suspect you were dazed by those Byakugan eyes. Nobunaga chuckled, attempting to gloss over his blunder. Not at all. That was a tactical feint, to confuse the enemy. Before he could finish, he winced as the cotton pressed down harder. Tsunade regarded his grimacing face, her irritation dissipating significantly, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Before adopting a serious demeanor again, enough with the chatter. The dressing is done, and for the next few days, refrain from any rough activity. And certainly no more playing with fire at the training grounds. She paused, her voice dropping slightly, tinged with a hint of shyness. Regarding the concept of the minor extraction and suturing technique for the anomalous chakra, I have a new idea. I need to observe the subtle changes of fire attribute chakra during the healing process. Would you be available to come to the lab tonight? Her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze darting, unable to meet Nobunaga's eyes. This was the reason she had racked her brain to devise, a reason to keep him there. Just then, the infirmary door was gently pushed open. Hinata Shira stood quietly at the entrance, her pure white training uniform immaculate, as if the moonlight had solidified. She held a delicate Japanese food box, her gaze first resting on Nobunaga's bandaged arm, a barely perceptible ripple crossing her pure white eyes, like a stone cast into a calm lake, before she quickly restored the impassive demeanor of the clan's eldest daughter. Then, her attention shifted to Tsunade. With a slight nod of acknowledgement, Nobunaga-kun, Shira's voice was cold and melodious, akin to the gentle chime of jade. Father has instructed me to bring this medicinal meal, beneficial for bruises and meridian recovery. It is a secret recipe from the Hyuga clan, advantageous for chakra guidance. She placed the food box on the low cabinet beside the bed, her movements graceful and fluid. Tsunade's smile instantly faded, staring at the food box adorned with the Hyuga clan emblem, then glancing at Shira's seemingly tranquil face. A vague sense of frustration lodged in her chest. Her actions became somewhat rigid as she gathered her instruments, the tweezers clattering against the bottles with a jarring sound. Thank you, Shira. Nobunaga scratched his head, offering a smile towards the food box, then turning to Tsunade with a hint of apology. Tsunade, the observation experiment tonight might have to be postponed. This arm. Before he could finish, Tsunade abruptly lifted the tray and turned to leave, leaving behind a curt remark. Do as you wish. Come or not. The white curtain whipped loudly as she exited, her footsteps quickly fading. Shiro watched the direction Tsunade had disappeared, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her pale cheeks. She turned to Nobunaga, her voice still calm. Nobunaga-kun, please focus on your recovery. After speaking, she slightly inclined her body before turning to leave, her wide sleeves brushing against the doorframe, departing soundlessly. The infirmary was suddenly enveloped in silence, leaving Nobunaga alone. Gazing at the exquisite food box on the table and the fresh bandages on his arm, the air still infused with the scent of medicine and a faint, elusive essence, both clear yet distinct, emanating from the two girls. He sighed helplessly, his fingers unconsciously grazing the edge of the bandage. Outside the window, the night deepens, and the lights of the school flicker on one by one, resembling scattered stars that illuminate the tender yet tumultuous emotions of youth, as well as the silent undercurrents of Konoha village. In the distance, the Hokage's office glows like an unblinking eye in the darkness. Chapter 15. Team Formation. Tsunade's formidable strength, capable of shattering training grounds, and the glimmer in Hinata's Byakugan are not lost on the perceptive Uchiha Nobunaga. Yet, at the tender age of 11, his shoulders still bear the weight of youth. Rather than being swept away by naive feelings, he understands that in this chaotic ninja world, power is the true currency. At present, enhancing his strength to reach the threshold of the legendary Sage of Six Paths is the singular focus on his agenda. This is not a mere flight of fancy. Nobunaga possesses a clear understanding of the enemy situation. Obito, lurking in the shadows, has likely just completed his fusion with Hashirama's cells, awaiting the awakening signal of the fabled Rinnegan in the mirror of his mind, temporarily offline. As for the entity known as Kuro, it remains a silent ornament as long as Obito does not stir. This invaluable strategic window is Nobunaga's golden opportunity for relentless advancement. His short-term training plan is succinct and efficient, majoring in lightning release chakra techniques while honing his physique. Speed equates to survival. Imagine racing through the ninja world, cloaked in thunder. What a thrill. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Drawing from the successful amalgamation of wind and fire release into the unexpected blaze release, he resolves to incorporate water release chakra transformation into his training regimen over the next 2 years. His goals? Naturally, the compelling bloodline limits, the storm release that manipulates both electricity and water, the ice release that freezes all, and the dissolution release that melts stone. He also intends to delve deeply into the profound effects of bloodlines on lineage. Though the notion of mass production may seem audacious, it quietly takes root in the young heart. If he can decipher the code of this bloodline, the Uchiha crest might gain a new hue. Time slips away like sand through fingers as the youths engage in spirited contests of shuriken, throwing, and fire release, ushering in the graduation season of the Ninja Academy. Upon pushing open the door to the Uchiha clan's residence, imbued with the scent of ancient sandalwood and smoke, Nobunaga instantly spots his father, Uchiha Nobuhide. He sits cross-legged on the tatami, focused intently, as if tending to a work of art, polishing a short sword brought back from the battlefield of the land of rice. The blade glints coldly, casting flickering reflections upon the polished floor. The team roster has been released. Nobunaga deftly secures his bamboo flute to his waist and sits cross-legged at the low table, casually tossing a sour plum into his mouth. I, Hinata Masahiro, and Marahoshi Kosuka. The leading teacher will most likely be Hataki Sakomo. Nobuhide momentarily pauses in his task. The short sword dances lightly in his fingers, a flash of cold light. Marahoshi Kosuka? Is that the child who crawled back from last year's bloody grind in the land of rice? Yes, Nobunaga muses, savoring the burst of flavor from the sour plum. Narrowing his eyes slightly. I heard he was saved on the battlefield by the second Hokage and received the true teachings of water release. He often wears a faded, old garment, with his forehead protector carelessly draped over his arm. Some antiquated clan members whisper behind closed doors, branding him as cursed. Absurd. Nobuhide's wrist flicks, and the sword clinks back into its sheath, the crisp sound resonating in the quiet room. To be favored by Senju Tobarama, how could he be mediocre? A mere rootless commoner, daring to fight for his future on the battlefield at such a young age. His determination far surpasses that of those elders who merely chatter. He suddenly lowers his voice, his gaze sharp. The winds in Konoha have shifted subtly of late, You might consider keeping close to that boy. The arrangements made by Uzumaki Mido and Hatake Tsukumo for him to join your team are not mere coincidences. Nobunaga raises an eyebrow. Are you referring to Saratobi Hizashi? Nobuhide sips his cold tea, his tone growing frigid. All authority over the Ninja Academy has been entirely transferred to the Senju clan. They are responsible for teaching and graduation assessments, allowed to utilize the residual power. In exchange, Uzumaki Mido offered earrings symbolizing the legacy of the Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans to Hizashi, making him a witness for the next generation, while graciously returning command of the Umbu to the Hokage. He pauses, his expression growing colder. Last week, a teacher sent by the Senju specifically highlighted the core case of fire release's countermeasures in a tactical lecture for the third years, an almost public declaration to all ninja clans that close ties with the Uchiha carry risks. The sound of the guard shift echoes outside. Nobunaga's keen eyes discern two Inazuka clan ninjas leading their ninja dogs amidst the patrols. Since the establishment of the city management office, the Inazuka's ninja dogs have become instrumental in smuggling investigations. Their acute sense of smell leading to a reduction in the operations of the gambling dens run by the Uzumaki clan, while the espionage activities lurking in the village seem to have delved deeper underground. In a seemingly casual manner, Nobunaga inquires about the integration of the Hokage's guard into the Umbu. Brother Masashi mentioned that the elite guard left behind by Lord Tobarama is now entirely under the command of Vice Captain Danzo. Nobuhide's fingers tighten around his teacup, turning pale. Not just that. Some unwilling members of the Umbu have been reassigned to the Jonin class, under the pretext of handling basic legal construction. Additionally, the proposal for the Ninjutsu Regulation Act, draft, submitted by Nara Shikamaru yesterday, included a clause mandating prior notification for any fire release technique that exceeds standard chakra limits. The specificity of this measure is almost a direct branding with the Uchiha crest. Does anyone question the dangers of Senju Tobarama's formidable water release barrier? Nobunaga interjects. If not for the clan elder's insistence that my appearance and strength resemble that of Lord Izuna, I would have. Danzo's actions are undoubtedly sanctioned by Lord Hizashi. Nobuhide swiftly interrupts, cutting off his father's musings on the clan's lineage. A mere den of thieves. Rising, he approaches the hanging map of Konoha, jabbing his finger forcefully at the Hokage rock. 3 days ago, Danzo boldly proclaimed at a high-level meeting that the separation of powers is a shackle on the Hokage's authority and demanded its dissolution. He was publicly admonished by Hizashi. Yet, what followed? He smirks. The Jonin class hastily passed the herb management regulations, revised, ostensibly targeting counterfeit medicines, but in reality, it precisely aimed at the oil-producing clan's parasites, which are most detrimental when mixed with inferior starch. Long-term consumption would undoubtedly compromise their combat effectiveness. This insidious strategy is truly nefarious. Outside the council hall, the clear voices of children echo. Little Fuyuki is energetically swinging a battle-scarred wooden sword, locked in a fierce duel with Hatake Tsukumo. Nobunaga watches the lively figures of the two children, contemplating the schemes of Saratobi Hizashi and the probing of Uzumaki Mido, feeling the pall of political maneuvering paling in comparison to the pure spiritedness of youth. However, Nobuhide shifts his tone, a peculiar amusement glimmering in his eyes. Danzo's impatience may well be a response to the prick of your separation of powers. Last month, he attempted to intervene in the Umbu's trial of the assault on an Inazuka ninja, only for the illusionist from the Kurama clan to present a vivid memory in court, showcasing the Umbu's actions in pristine detail, even producing bloodstained sleeves as evidence. Concrete evidence forced Danzo to retreat in disgrace. Recently, he has been forced to ally with Uzumaki Mido and Nara Shikamaru under the banner of assisting the Hokage, engaging in some undignified antics, such as spreading rumors in the marketplace. Nobunaga's fingers tap a lively rhythm on the low table, recalling the discussions he overheard at the market that morning, the violent enforcement by city management, the ninja dogs relieving themselves indiscriminately, and the armed police releasing insects to search residences. With the judicial process becoming murky, a war of public opinion has been ignited. They can only shoot arrows from the shadows, scattering unfounded rumors. Nobunaga's fingers pause, a knowing smile curling at his lips. But therein lies an opportunity. We can take this chance to standardize enforcement procedures, correct attitudes, and publicize our efforts to reshape our image. Simultaneously, we can redirect the villagers' attention to the true targets of law enforcement, gambling dens, smuggling, and espionage, each a cesspool of corruption. This time, let the calamity be precisely directed eastward, allowing them to reap the consequences and experience the repercussions of public opinion. He paused momentarily, his thoughts leaping forward. Hatake Tsukumo, or perhaps the water vortex, has cunningly assembled the three of us into a team. This is a test to see if the proud Uchiha, the regimented Hyuga, can unite with the commoner Maru Hoshi Kogai into a singular force. The Uchiha's fire, the Hyuga's eye, and the commoner's water. This combination resembles a meticulously orchestrated demonstration of Konoha's unity, more symbolically significant and grounded than Tsunade's lineage, who amalgamates the ninja clans with the commoner representative Jiraiya and the civilian prodigy Orochimaru. Nishihide's gaze fell upon the conspicuous black market mark at the border of the Land of Waves. The mission to be undertaken there tomorrow is to combat smuggling. Remember, do not fixate solely on the scraps, smuggled ninja tools. Pay close attention to that child, Kogai. His knowledge likely exceeds your imagination. The following morning, as dawn began to paint the sky, Nishihide, carrying a bulging pack of ninja tools, made his way to the Ninja Academy. Passing by the training grounds, he found himself halted. Hatake Tsukumo was meticulously instructing Maru Hoshi Kogai in the art of water release. In the soft morning glow, Kogai formed hand seals, and a wall of water materialized in response. The water flowed seemingly ordinary, yet Nishihide keenly sensed the immense power surging beneath the tranquil surface, poised to erupt. This hand sign, Nishihide's gaze sharpened. It was personally taught by the second Hokage. Tsukumo turned at the sound, his silver hair shimmering in the morning light. The second Hokage once stated that water not only extinguishes fire, but can also reflect the form and trajectory of flames as clearly as a mirror. He gently patted Kogai's tense shoulder, his voice warm yet firm, for this child bore the shackles of a life owed. Little did he know, to rise from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood back to life itself is the most undeniable badge of strength in this world. Kogai's ears subtly flushed with color as he gripped the worn scroll, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, Hyuga Mahiro stood quietly, her kimono sleeve inadvertently revealing a charred piece of popcorn. Nishihide recognized it immediately as the result of his uncontrolled fire release from the previous week. She still kept it? After tomorrow's graduation ceremony, go to the mission office to collect your scrolls. Tsukumo's voice held a hint of expectation. It was said that among the smugglers in the Land of Waves, a few deserters from the battlefield of the Land of Rice were mixed in. Just right. Let Kogai identify them. Nishihide's gaze swept across the three standing side by side, finally resting on the shadows they cast upon the ground. Three shadows of varying lengths quietly approached and intertwined under the morning light. In the distance, behind the windows of the Hokage building, the haze of power struggles lingered, the flickering light of Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe casting shadows, while Danzo lurked like a serpent in the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment. Yet, in this moment, the sunlight on the training ground was warm and clear. Kogai's water wall resembled a flowing glass, refracting the morning's golden rays. Mahiro's Byakugan was clear and transparent, tinged with a barely perceptible curiosity. Nishihide's bamboo flute hung quietly at his waist, as if a new melody awaited to be played within its holes. Nishihide felt a sudden clarity in his heart. The delicate balance of the so-called separation of powers may well lie within this seemingly discordant combination, just like water and fire. Inherently opposing, yet capable of generating a majestic spectacle in their fierce collision. This was not mere compromise, but a transcendence of inherent attributes into a new realm of possibility. He plucked a sour plum and popped it into his mouth. The familiar tartness spread across his tongue, followed by a lingering sweetness. The journey to the Land of Waves tomorrow? He knew well that beneath the calm sea surface, turbulent currents awaited. But so what? At least this time, he was not alone. Chapter 16. The Assault of the Undying. The briny, cold sea breeze whipped against Uchiha Nishihide's youthful face, bringing with it a heavy dampness. He crouched behind the jagged rocks, where the crevices were encrusted with dark barnacles, and beneath the rocks lay deep scars carved by the relentless waves. 100 meters away, a cargo ship, its waterline far below the norm, clumsily approached a modest private dock. The hull was rusted. The indistinct insignia of the Land of Soup on its side appeared ready to be corroded away. However, the rugged sailors on the deck, despite their tattered clothing, revealed strong wrists as they hoisted the anchor. The faint yet discernible chakra of lightning release marked them with the unique insignia of the hidden cloud village, forming a glaring contradiction against the surface of the land of soup. The ship's enormous shadow engulfed a corner of the dock. The low rumble of the engine and the rough clanking of the anchor chain shattered the tranquility of the rainy night. Nishihide merged with the shadows, a sculpted figure, with only his dark Sharingan slowly rotating, perceiving every subtle detail. The ship's structure had been reinforced, and a barely audible, yet clear female voice emerged beside him. Hyuga Mihiro, her white irises displaying delicate veins, akin to intricate blue patterns extending beneath her skin, added an air of lethal precision to her calm demeanor. Between the lower cargo hold and the deck, there existed a hidden compartment, housing 12 high-density chakra nodes like concealed venomous stingers, designed to trigger their specially crafted lightning-release explosive talismans. Hataki-sensei should have recognized it as well, she noted, her voice trembling slightly as her Byakugan was fully activated, akin to a tightly wound spring. Maru Hoshi Kogai, a veteran tempered by the crucible of war, brushed his calloused fingers over an unusual indentation on the damp rock, collecting a few tiny crystalline particles that glimmered under the light. The salinity exceeded the usual levels of this sea, indicating a special treatment of extracted salt. His voice was low, gravelly. The ship was submerged too deeply, its draft exceeding 3 feet, with the hidden compartment and the density of contraband far surpassing that of tobacco, silk, or tea. Only refined chakra metal ingots could account for such weight. He paused, his murky yet sharp gaze shifting towards the masked laborers, emerging from the dock's shadows like phantoms, beginning to unload war supplies of mass destruction. As heavy wooden crates were lowered, a mix of pungent acid and the sweet rot of decay stubbornly seeped through the rain's clarity, wafting up from the cracks of the dock's stones. Nishihide moved. Without any sign, his figure left behind a blurred afterimage, like smoke torn by a tempest, and in the next moment, he was crouched beside a pool of murky water on the edge of the unloading zone. Ignoring the rain's relentless assault, he slightly bent his right index finger, dipping it into the liquid and bringing it to his nose, his lips moving as he took a cautious sniff. Then, he drew a kunai, carefully applying the collected liquid to its cold edge. With a flick of his finger, a small fireball ignited the liquid on the kunai. The moment the orange-yellow flame erupted, an eerie and dazzling azure flickered at its periphery. The unique volcanic ash from the waters of the land of waves danced around the flame. Nishihide stared intently at the bizarre azure edge of the flame, his gaze darting to the subtle, yet undeniable corrosion on the kunai's blade. His pupils constricted sharply. This substance, after deep refinement, was precisely what catalyzed the creation of explosive talismans and other chakra-sealing materials. What a coincidence! He abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the rain curtain to fixate on Mihiro at the deepest point of the cargo ship's hidden compartment. Mihiro, tell me, is there a dual barrier constructed from the intertwining of oil and ice crystals? Without hesitation, Mihiro nodded in affirmation. To the northeast, about 4 meters deep. The heat of the oil and the chill of the frost intertwine to form the core node of the sealing technique. Have you sensed the vein? Nishihide smirked, his palm slowly opening upward. The crimson gold chakra flame leaped to life in his palm, as if imbued with the spirit of a living being, suddenly soaring upward. The cold rainwater was instantly vaporized by the flame's scorching heat, transforming into a swirling mist of white steam that spiraled upward. The hidden cloud is in dire need of this submarine volcanic ash to mass-produce military consumables. However, the sea routes surrounding the volcanic region of the Land of Whirlpools are now firmly controlled by the iron fist of the hidden mist. Conventional trade has been completely severed, forcing them to scurry like rats in a gutter, opting for the perilous smuggling route through the Land of Waves. What an ironic reality this is. His words guided the pulsating fireball in his palm, as the flames twisted and stretched, sketching a petite, yet vivid outline of the 5 great nations across the air. Ships from the land of soup, flying the trade flag of the water nation, smuggling the strategic materials desperately needed by the land of lightning, brazenly traversing the traditional maritime dominion of our land of fire. Yet, the border patrols of the Leaf Village, who should have been most vigilant, stood blind and deaf in the face of this tide flowing right before them. On the fiery map, the connections between the lands of soup, water, lightning, and fire resembled a menacing black serpent swaying in the tempest. Nobunaga's words pierced through the clamor of the rain like a cold needle. Marahoshi Kogai, a lower ninja from the Leaf who had survived the battlefield, suddenly tensed like a drawn bow at Nobunaga's utterance. His blade, lined with edges, emitted a thirst for blood. And with a surge of formidable chakra, it tore through the curtain of rain, cleaving a vast fan-shaped barrier of water. Water release, water barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. 3 shurikens, wrapped in visibly leaping blue lightning, were deflected by the soaring water wall, spiraling into the sturdy wooden piles at the dock. The violent impact instantly created 3 charred craters the size of bowls on the wooden post, sending smoke and splinters scattering. Huh, quite a lively conversation, you little leaf brat. A gravelly voice, as if scraping against sand, echoed from atop the towering stacks of smuggled goods, laced with derision. A tall figure, draped in a voluminous black cloak, stood like a rock, his face obscured by shadow beneath the hood, revealing only the glint of icy green eyes. Scanning like a predator surveying its prey, ominously locking onto the direction of the reef. In that very moment, the long-anticipated dark clouds burst like a ruptured ink sac, unleashing a torrential downpour. It is the bounty hunter Kakuzu. The ninjutsu he unleashed was astonishingly swift. A deep azure wind sphere, compressed to the utmost, tore through the curtain of rain, crashing into the hastily formed water barrier of Kogai. Hiss! It sounded like tearing silk as the solid water barrier was forcibly ripped apart and shattered by the ferocious wind release. Amidst the dual pressures of rain and the roaring wind, Nobunaga's mind raced at an extraordinary pace, silently orchestrating a war within the depths of his thoughts. The waves surged, entwining with rotting fishing nets as they crashed onto the dock. The tangled and twisted nets instantaneously manifested in his mind as a vast web of trade agreements binding the 5 great nations. Seemingly fair, yet rife with carefully crafted traps and shackles. The scrolls of 1,000 years of history flipped rapidly in his memory. What was the lifeline for the ninja clans during the Warring States era? It was the commission, gold, silver, and provisions, all reliant on the feudal lords who wielded land, population, and tax authority. Within the depths of the Uchiha clan's secret scrolls, those dust-covered parchments recorded the chilling naked truth. The previous feudal lord of the Land of Fire had simultaneously hired the Senju clan to fend off the infiltration of the Land of Water in the eastern border, while funneling vast sums to the Uchiha clan to disrupt the caravans of the Land of Wind in the west. What was the purpose? Merely to exhaust and weaken the 2 most powerful clans of the time on the eastern and western fronts, at the cost of the lives of citizens and the devastation of the homeland along the borders, all to ensure that no ninja force could grow powerful enough to threaten the supreme authority of the feudal lords. It was the man, Senju Hashirama, akin to a deity descending, who ultimately ended this unending chaos. He established the system of one nation, one village, cleaving mountains and parting seas with his unparalleled would-release jutsu, compelling the feudal lords of all nations to acknowledge the autonomy of the ninja villages through sheer, unmatched military power. The era of chaos concluded, dawn began to break, and the cheers of peace seemed to resonate through the heavens. Yet beneath this grand ideal, far more lethal seeds of disaster had been secretly sown. Boy, are you still lost in thought at such a moment? Have you lost your reverence for death? Kakuzu's chilling voice whispered like a specter, and in an instant, he broke through the rain's obstruction, appearing directly before Nobunaga before Kogai and Masahiro could fully react. His gigantic fist, hardened like heavy yellowish rock, struck toward Nobunaga's face with a piercing roar that tore through the air, without mercy. The punch's wind shattered the icy raindrops. Kogai's scream nearly shattered. Dodge. He tried to intervene, but his body, forced back by the wind pressure, hesitated for an instant. Chokingly, Nobunaga stood utterly still. His Sharingan erupted in a brilliant red light at the moment the fist was upon him. He abruptly crouched, bending his elbow, and golden red flames surged as he spun, transforming into an impenetrable fire tornado. 100 styles. Demon burn. Bang! The clash of fists resounded like a volcano erupting. The crimson golden flames did not emerge from the ground, but exploded outward from Nobunaga himself, like a shockwave of energy. The space within a 3-meter diameter was instantly transformed into a hellish furnace. The cold, pouring rain was vaporized in an instant by the furious, ultra-high temperature fire chakra, emitting a chilling hissing sound. The entire area of confrontation was enveloped in dense, roiling, white-hot steam, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Even Kakuzu, a battle-hardened veteran, was caught off guard by this sudden counterattack. His right fist, reinforced with earth release, was burned at the front by the scorching flames, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. He reacted with extreme swiftness, pumping powerful chakra from multiple hearts to envelop his arm as a buffer, retreating like a specter. Nevertheless, the edges of his cloak were still singed and curling, the bandages wrapped around him sizzling under the licking flames. And a few drops of viscous black blood slowly seeped from the seams between the bandages and hardened skin. Humph! Kakuzu halted, lowering his gaze to the charred marks on his right arm, his emerald green eyes locking onto the figure in the white mist, his tone now laced with unmasked gravity. It was unusual for someone to materialize fire chakra to this extent. This level of destructive force and temperature, could it be a bloodline limit? His heart, reinforced by earth release, thudded heavily within his chest. Bloodline limit, a power that transcends conventional chakra. Huh. From within the depths of the steam came Nobunaga's voice, piercing through the mist, strikingly clear. I merely conducted a small model verification against the economic shackles that have ensnared ninjas for millennia. His figure seemed to merge with the steam, appearing and disappearing, with only those eerily enchanting Sharingan eyes, burning with the flames of wisdom, standing out. Why did the grain prices within the territory of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire suddenly collapse in the third month after Hashirama signed the Chakra Weapon Production Limitation Treaty? Did you think those thousands of starving rogue ninjas and low-ranking ninjas who perished were merely victims of war? The youth opened his palm. A cluster of coalescing crimson-golden flames danced in his hand, the light twisting and intertwining, as if wielding an invisible brush, sketching an even more detailed map of the 5 great nations in the misty steam. When a ninja no longer needs to stake their life on battlefield commissions for tomorrow's rations, those high and mighty feudal lords will have lost the most effective reins around the necks of ninjas, the deadliest shackles. His voice flowed like an undercurrent beneath ice, calm yet lethal. With the establishment of the ninja village system, ninjas transformed from scattered wolves into tamed tigers. They seemed to have found a resting place, yet their lifeblood was thoroughly constricted. The very lifeblood of the village's finances, the sustenance of the ninjas, and the renewal of their weaponry all hinge upon the allocations from the national treasury. Ultimately, the purse of the ninjas is firmly grasped in the hands of the feudal lords. With a swift motion, Nobunaga unleashed the 108 styles of Shadow Whip. A swirling flame shot forth from his hand, not aimed directly at Kakuzu's vital points, but rather tracing an intricate arc as if imbued with life, targeting Kakuzu's bodily support and potential escape routes. Kakuzu emitted a cold snort, and from beneath his dark robe, several arms composed of countless bizarre black tendrils writhed forth, deftly extinguishing the incoming flame with the agility and precision of a striking serpent. However, at the moment he thwarted the Shadow Whip, Nobunaga's whisper, as chilling as a surgical blade, pierced through the cacophony of wind and rain, burrowing into his ears. In the days when Lord Hashirama was alive, Konoha, relying on his divine deterrent, naturally received the lion's share of protection fees. Utilizing the cover of steam and cargo, Nobunaga reappeared like a specter in the shadow of another massive pile of goods, the inside of his Sharingan reaching its zenith, locking onto the minute flaws in Kakuzu's movements. At that time, did the feudal lords of the other 4 nations ever consider extending even a modicum of support to the hidden cloud, hidden rock, hidden mist, or even their seemingly allied hidden sand? No, they made a highly tacit decision to collectively reduce the allocations to their own ninja villages. The skewing of resources towards Konoha is a stark manifestation of Lord Hashirama's power and a slow, chronic bleeding of the other ninja villages. This is the epitome of brilliant strategy. With the gold of the feudal lords, the internal strife and discontent within the ninja world are incited, sowing the seeds of hatred within the once stable ninja villages, all stemming from the inequitable distribution of resources. Kakuzu's tendrils, possessing a life of their own, suddenly pierced through a stack of cargo boxes that stood between them, wood splintered and flew. Yet, Nobunaga's true form had already vanished like smoke, aided by the explosive force and the cover of his shadow clone technique. The cold, analytical voice continued to seep from every corner of the mist. Now, reconsider. Why did the astute and powerful second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, meet his demise during a mission in the Land of Lightning. Why did the already subjugated Qin and Jin, who should have been loyal to the Raikage, happen to carry the legendary Sage of Six Paths treasures and incite rebellion? Was it merely out of disdain for the second Hokage's personal style? Or was it that their true benefactor required a new Raikage, one who was powerful, bellicose, and sufficiently deranged to rise to power? A catalyst to plunge Konoha into temporary chaos and disarray, devoid of its helmsman. Nobunaga's voice suddenly rose, like the clarion call of judgment, resolutely cutting through the howling winds and thunder, only by crippling the vital branches of Konoha, allowing the Land of Fire to descend into a brief period of leaderless sorrow and turmoil. Can the other four nations' feudal lords seize the opportunity to convene under the guise of an emergency coordination meeting, brazenly pushing forth a new round of budget allocation proposals to reduce the military budget of the Land of Fire, appeasing their restless ninja villages? This is the game of power. This is the noose of currency. What does it matter that ninjas possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas? In the hands of the feudal lords who control the machinery of the state and the power of resource allocation, they are merely sharper blades and more valuable chips. No matter how formidable the ninjas may be, they cannot outmaneuver those who tally gold within the depths of the palace. Nobunaga, your words are rather extreme. Flagwood Sakuya, having just dealt with smuggler ships, arrived with a face marked by an unshakable chill. It was not due to Nobunaga's power, but rather this meticulous dissection, piercing through the superficial fog of history, unveiling the cold rules governing the world that he most dreaded to acknowledge. Chapter 17. Counterattack. Kakazu, repelled by Sakuya's ninja blade, burst into wild laughter. Indeed, only money will never betray you. At that moment, it seemed as if multiple powerful engines were thrumming violently behind him. Accompanied by a thunderous drumming sound, the fabric at his back suddenly tore open. Emerging were dozens of enormous tendrils composed of sludge, rotting filth, and a nauseatingly dense black substance, crawling forth like monsters from the abyss of hell. These tentacled monstrosities were not only incredibly resilient. Sakuya's white fist, imbued with the power of the 8 trigrams, struck one tentacle, producing nothing but a dull impact sound, unable to sever the chakra-infused threads. But they also bore formidable corrosive and devouring properties, each swing stirring up a foul wind. Even someone as seasoned as Sakuya found that the blade, which had severed countless foes, barely managed to cut through a few threads, only to elicit a painful metallic grinding sound, akin to striking the hardest of alloys. The viscous black liquid clinging to the tentacles began to silently corrode his blade. Money? Nobunaga's figure danced like leaves in the wind, evading amidst the tempest of thrashing tendrils, his Sharingan anticipating the trajectory of each strike with a chilling calm. Do you know how much the bounty was placed on Senju Tobarama's head before this war began, courtesy of the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning? Kakuzu tore open his fire-scorched, rain-soaked garment, revealing a chest covered in a myriad of intricate, centipede-like suture lines. At the heart, a distinctly colored organ pulsed weakly, exposed to the cold rain. Listen well, you young ninja of Konoha. 650 million ryo. That is equivalent to the entire annual military budget of the Land of Wind. His fist once again enveloped in a heavy layer of Earth-style hardened armor. He struck towards the afterimages left by Nobunaga's rapid movements. Boom! The impact reverberated like a cataclysmic collapse, as 3 tons of solid granite were penetrated effortlessly, shattering into fragments. Massive stones flew apart, transformed into a cloud of high-velocity debris. I entered the opulent currency exchange of the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, tasked with witnessing the demise of Senju Tobarama. Kakuzu's voice was like a steel blade scraping bone, filled with cold derision and the indignation of unveiled truth. That official, that gluttonous pig adorned with gold teeth, dares to bemoan his poverty, lamenting the significant losses incurred from the Raikage's death and the rebellion of Qin and Jin. He retaliated with a punch, forcing back the approaching Sakuya. But what was the outcome? Barely a month after confirming that Konoha had lost its anchor, that pack of contemptible nobles swiftly utilized the savings from what should have been paid as compensation for the Raikage's death. Kakuzu's remaining 4 hearts beat with heightened frequency, his emotions surging violently, as 2 of the massed tendrils chakra grew increasingly viscous and profound, purchasing a full 20 ships of high-purity volcanic ash from the Land of Whirlpools. That was enough material to obliterate an entire nation with explosive tags. Lightning release, false darkness, wind release, pressure damage. Be careful. Hinata Mihiro's pupils, due to the rapid operation of her Byakugan, appeared somewhat unfocused, yet her 360-degree field of vision allowed her to catch Kakuzu's lethal attack in Nobunaga's blind spot. Her body transformed into a white bolt of lightning in the storm, instinctually pivoting to strike at Nobunaga's back with the 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. In that fleeting moment, as Nobunaga's thoughts momentarily wavered due to Kakuzu's words, 2 strands of compressed lightning, as tangible as daggers, silently shot forth from the gaping maw of the tentacled creature behind Kakuzu, targeting Nobunaga's back. Meanwhile, another masked creature expelled a high-pressure wind ball towards the unsuspecting Sakuya. Bang! The electric discharge erupted without obstruction. A surge of electric current erupted, penetrating without the slightest waste into the body of Hinata Maki, who had been scattered back to the heavens. The pristine white training garment at the girl's shoulder was instantly torn asunder, stained a glaring crimson. The immense impact propelled her backward like a severed kite. Maki! Nobunaga's eyes widened with fury. The burst of blood seemed to ignite the violent flames within his heart. The tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly. Almost instinctively, his body twisted back, and his right arm shot out like lightning. The crimson flames of his scorching ninjutsu transforming from mere lethality into a propulsive force, barely launching Nobunaga to Maki's side, pulling her back into his embrace. The girl's soft, cool body collapsed into his arms, the searing pain robbing her of all strength in an instant. Warm blood surged from her gaping wound, instantly staining Nobunaga's arms and clothing, thick and warm, carrying a strong metallic scent, as if a burning iron had pressed against his skin. Maki coughed violently, blood trickling from the corners of her lips, yet her snow-white pupils remained firmly locked on Nobunaga, struggling to speak. You're not hurt, are you? Nobunaga's gaze turned icy in an instant. Beneath the chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls lay an inferno of rage. He held Maki's increasingly cold body tightly with his left arm, while a swirling flame erupted from his right hand. 8 sake cups of the 108 styles. After a brief moment of gathering strength, he hurled the flame at the masked creature before him, and upon contact, a golden radiance exploded forth, transforming from its previous fiery shape into a realm expanding like a solar flare. The extreme heat warped space itself. The creature's wind blades, as they emerged, were instantly vaporized into nothingness by the terrifying temperature, not even allowing steam to form. What the powerful lord sought was never victory, but to see Nobunaga bow his head, gently pushing the gravely injured and weakened Maki towards Sakaki Sakuin's direction. The lead instructor gritted his teeth, disregarding the bleeding wound on his left shoulder from the wind blades, stepping forward with all his might to catch Maki. At the same time, Nobunaga's right hand suddenly spread wide, then clenched tightly. The crimson flames surrounding him seemed to respond to an ultimate summons, wildly converging into his palm, collapsing and reshaping. A flame entirely composed of the most refined scorching chakra finally took form. It was intended to keep all ninja powers in a perpetual state of half-life, ensuring they could be manipulated at will, a pack of hungry wolves tearing at each other. Die! The roar reverberated through the rainy night. Nobunaga's right arm bulged with muscle, and with all his might, he hurled the flame towards Kaku, Mac's great serpent slash. Sizzle! This flame, born from the will to obliterate everything, shattered the torrential rain. Under Maki's horrified gaze, as Kakuzu's 3 hearts rapidly contracted, it seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space, piercing through the 3 earthbound, cursed masked tentacles that rushed to intercept him with pinpoint accuracy. Those 3 tentacles, symbols of immense power, were instantly enveloped, torn apart, and vaporized by the molten flow of crimson. Boom! Like a watermelon being smashed, Kakuzu's heart exploded in his chest. Charred remnants, akin to shattered glass, mingled with foul-smelling viscous fluid splattered backward. Kakuzu emitted a sound that resembled a groan rather than a human voice. Struck by the immense force, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into a mountain of smuggled goods. The heavy wooden crates shattered, splintered wood, and jars marked with clay sealing spells scattered across the ground. Several jars broke, spilling a viscous purple liquid that exuded a sweet yet pungent aroma. Kakuzu sat amidst the wreckage like a shattered puppet. A blackened void the size of a bowl appeared where his heart once was, still smoking at the edges. With great effort, He pried apart his ribcage and shattered innards. Retrieving a handful of charred material mixed with hot heart fragments and black viscous fluid, casually tossing it aside. "Kid," he gasped, his dark green pupils, visible through the bandages. Fixated intensely on the approaching Nobunaga, devoid of the previous pure intent to kill, now filled with a complex meaning. "You understand, don't you? More than I imagined. You grasp the festering sores of this world better than most. You understand too." Nobunaga halted, standing atop a rising mist of seawater vapor, a spectacle caused by his scorching chakra continuously evaporating the rainwater. The chilling raindrops transformed into white mist as they approached him. "After all, you are the only one who saw through this ruse and acted in your own way, exchanging your life for 5 hearts. As long as there's money, you can continually replace your heart to prolong your life? What a resilient slave to wealth." The remaining 2 hearts within Kakuzu's chest throbbed with a dull, resonant echo, independently and wildly pumping forth immense power. For the first time, his dark green eyes truly focused on the Uchiha boy before him, as if trying to pierce through to his very essence. Journalism, shipping, war commissions, black market intelligence. These are the fastest and most substantial channels of currency in the ninja world. Mastering even one is enough to rival nations in wealth. His voice returned to that unsettling rasp, but the tone shifted to one of deep intrigue. "Kid, tell me, why do the main players in the smuggling route of the Land of Waves, those desperate rogues, always equip themselves with tattered headbands of the Mist Ninja? Is it for a laughable sense of psychological comfort? Or to convey to others that they are neutral wandering ninjas? Do you know that back in the day, Takigakure was tasked to assassinate the monster Senju Hashirama because the Land of Water refused to pay for the 7 tails? Do you understand what money represents?" He suddenly tore off the tattered headband that had long been soaked and tangled by the rain. The scratched Takigakure emblem seemed to tell a story. Maki's veins around her eyes bulged to their limits. Her pale pupils, overwhelmed by extreme insight, seemed almost detached. In her reality-defying vision, behind Kakuzu, 2 distinctly different, yet equally explosive chakra masks slowly emerged from the viscous air. "Be careful, he is going all out," Maki shouted to Nobunaga. One of the apparitions behind Kakuzu flickered with the red glow of fire release, while the other swirled with white chakra representing wind release, combined ninjutsu, flame wind raging waves. A wave of chakra composed of wind and fire shot forth from the mouths of the 2 masks, its overwhelming power obliterating everything in its path. Nobunaga instantly positioned himself in front of Maki and the others. "Teacher, take care of Maki and the others. I'll handle him." Without waiting for Sukuen to respond, Nobunaga twisted his body and bent forward, his arms raised to shoulder level, enveloped in golden flames. As Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu approached, his right fist, filled with chakra, smashed into the ground, 555 style, divine might. Boom! A 10-meter-high fountain of flames erupted from the ground, blocking the onslaught of the powerful combined ninjutsu. After a moment of stalemate, the fiery fountain clashed against the overwhelming ninjutsu and, astonishingly, managed to neutralize it. As the dust settled, just as Sukuen prepared to strike, the bounty hunter had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind a parting remark. "Uchiha brat, we will meet again. Next time, I'll take your head for the bounty." Seeing Maki nodding behind him, her Byakugan activated, Nobunaga, suppressing his exhaustion, slowly sat down. "Are you hurt?" Sukuen approached with Maki and Kokai. "Fortunately, just exhausted. If the enemy Henti thought they might not withstand the teacher's kunai, I might not have made it." Nobunaga replied, still shaken. "If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't have been able to protect them." Kakashi shook his head, acknowledging that the team had performed admirably in this mission. The unexpected incident should elevate the mission's rank to S-class. However, the rank was not the primary concern. It was the truth that Kakuzu had just hinted at. Nobunaga, with the support of Mishiro, rose to his feet. The era of chaotic ninja clans had given way to the current age of individual ninja villages, a transformation that altered the nature of ninja conflict. What had shifted was the scale of devastation. The small-scale skirmishes of had evolved into large-scale wars, resulting in an ever-increasing toll of lives lost and a deepening well of suffering and hatred. Yet, one thing remained unchanged. Ninjas continued to be mere tools, slaves to the daimyo, or, one might say, to capital. Nobunaga observed the leading instructor, who seemed eager to change the subject. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun slowly, while Mishiro and Kogai kept their heads bowed. Kakashi attempted to find a rebuttal for Nobunaga's assertions, yet his feeble words sounded more like self-justification. In his brief 20-plus years of life, the deepest wisdom he could muster was the will of fire embodied by the first and second Hokage. The harsh truths spoken by Nobunaga were beyond the comprehension of someone like him, a mere tool. It was likely that only a handful in the entire ninja world could grasp such concepts. Chapter 18. Harsh realities. The smoke and bloodshed from the battle at the port of the Land of Water clung to the hearts of the four-man team like a persistent parasite. The cold rain had long ceased, yet the oppressive atmosphere was more suffocating than the damp sea breeze. The heavy burden of the sealed scroll containing evidence of smuggling weighed down on Kakashi's back, yet it paled in comparison to the staggering revelations articulated by Nobunaga, which left him staggering in disbelief. This elite jonin, renowned on the battlefield as the White Fang of Konoha, was currently engulfed in an unprecedented internal storm. His life creed was steeped in the samurai spirit upheld by the Hitaki clan: loyalty, execution, and protection. The Hokage's commands were absolute, and the will of Konoha was the blade he wielded. The will of fire, forged by Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, had once been a guiding light illuminating his path as a ninja, teaching him to safeguard the hard-won peace and protect the village's children and future. However, Nobunaga's cold and precise scalpel peeled away the seemingly sacred will of fire, revealing the frigid, gilded cage woven by the daimyo. The bounty of 650 million ryo that Kakuzu had mentioned struck him like a heavy blow, shattering his preconceived notions about the purpose of their mission. He suddenly comprehended why the formidable second Hokage, Tobirama, had fallen into what seemed like a ridiculous trap of peace in the Land of Lightning. It was no accident. It was a meticulously crafted game of chess. Ninjas, regardless of their strength, were merely pawns on a chessboard, their worth ultimately quantified as cold, hard numbers on a bounty sheet. Kakashi's gaze unconsciously swept over Nobunaga, who walked ahead with slightly unsteady steps, and then to Mishiro, who was being supported by Kogai, her pale face contrasting with the extraordinary clarity in her eyes. A profound sense of powerlessness gripped him. He was accustomed to charging into battle, resolving conflicts with the edge of his blade. Yet he had never contemplated the true purpose behind his strikes or the direction in which he ought to wield them for genuine protection. Nobunaga's words pierced through him like a chilling current, freezing the foundation of his proud convictions. The thought of reporting everything to Lady Mito lingered in Kakashi's mind, almost instinctively. Vortex Mito, the widow of Senju, a symbol of Hashirama's will, was the only lifeline he felt he could grasp at this moment. He hoped this wise elder could refute Nobunaga, assuring him that these were merely the radical musings of youth, and that the brilliance of Konoha remained pure. Yet a quieter, yet more authentic voice deep within him questioned, if Nobunaga was indeed correct, could Lady Mito truly break free from the shackles of national finances? The operations of Konoha's hospitals, schools, and umbu, could any of them function without the funding allocated by the daimyo? Was this not a different form of servitude? He suddenly recalled his son, Sakujo, that intelligent child, whose eyes always gleamed with dreams of ninja glory. A fierce protective instinct mixed with an unprecedented panic surged within him. He had to keep Sakujo far from Nobunaga. Such thoughts were perilous. They could ruin him. Yet immediately following this realization came a wave of shame. Should he allow Sakujo to remain an ignorant tool, oblivious to the truth, merely wielding a blade? The conflict tore at him. The loyalty to the samurai spirit clashed violently with a nascent acceptance of the truth, each step feeling like walking on thorns. The wound on his shoulder still throbbed, each breath pulling at his torn nerves. But at that moment, the turmoil within Mishiro was far more intense than his physical pain. The cold warning from her father, Hyuga Yoshikazu, echoed in her mind. The flames of Uchiha would scorch your eyes. The thought of separating from Nobunaga if she continued to engage with him felt like an invisible shackle, a constant reminder of her fate as the head of the main family. The cursed seal of the caged bird would not only mark her forehead, but would also burn deeply into her soul. Yet, in the instant when Kakuzu launched his lethal attack against Nobunaga, all rules, warnings, and destinies were cast aside. Her body acted faster than her mind. Her chakra surged instinctively, propelling her to shield him. In that moment, what supported her was neither the glory of the Hyuga clan nor the essence of the gentle fist, but a primal drive from deep within. She could not bear to see him harmed. Even while being supported by Kogai, Mishiro's gaze remained almost glued to Nobunaga. Observing his slightly fatigued yet upright figure, witnessing the resolute lines of his profile illuminated by the faint morning light, a torrent of mixed pain and unfamiliar emotions surged within her. Nobunaga's astonishing statements, though shocking, strangely did not instill fear in her. Instead, it felt as if a crack had been torn open in a dark room, allowing a blinding light to reveal more truths. She understood why her father and the elders of the main family regarded the Uchiha with such trepidation, not merely due to their power, but because they comprehended the rules. She perceived the seemingly transcendent, yet equally bound predicament of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan was but a tool, and the main family versus branch family system was merely another form of maintaining the stability of that tool. The thought that her gap with Nobunaga was widening filled her with unease, not fear of power, but apprehension about the inability to stand side by side. She did not wish to be merely a protected bystander, nor did she want to be pushed further away due to the so-called divisions between clans. The terrifying prowess of Kakuzu made her realize that relying solely on the gentle fist taught by the main family would not protect those she wished to safeguard in the face of true life-and-death combat. Upon returning, she would double her training. Mishiro bit her pale lips, a resolution quietly taking root in her heart. Imbued with a sense of determination that felt like a last stand, she would find a way to navigate her father's warnings and the clan's rules. But power, she must possess it. At the very least, she needed enough strength to stand beside him, to face the storms together. The caged bird did not yearn for the sky. It longed to protect the light that tore through the darkness within her heart. This desire was both fervent and secretive, much like the popcorn that Nobunaga had burned, now warmed by her body heat, nestled within her sleeve, her only grasp on warmth amidst this cold fate. Kogai's footsteps were heavy, each step reminiscent of the muddy battlefield in the land of rice fields, soaked in the blood of comrades. He supported Mishiro, his arms steady, yet his gaze was hollow and lost. The exchange between Nobunaga and Kakuzu, particularly that astronomical bounty of 650 million ryo, felt like a cold chisel driving deep into the scars he had never healed. The cheerful laughter of Hiroshi, the calm reassurances of Yawara, and their desperate final act of detonating the explosive tags to propel him to safety echoed painfully in his mind, accompanied by the heart-wrenching command to run. These images were magnified and distorted amidst the hysterical laughter of the mist Nin and Nobunaga's chilling words. He had been burdened with the heavy shackles of having hastily caused the death of his comrades, defining the remainder of his life as penance under the identity of a lowly genin. He believed it was a tactical error on his part, a failure of strength, or perhaps an overzealous ambition in that moment. However, at that moment, Nobunaga's cold analysis struck like a lightning bolt, piercing through the fog of confusion in his heart. What if that mission was, in itself, a colossal trap? What if their trajectory of actions, even the intelligence they received, was meticulously orchestrated by some exalted beings, designed to incite conflict and deplete each other's strength as mere pawns? In that case, the deaths of Hiroshi and Noera, their sacrifices, would become the most lamentable and futile footnotes in this sordid game. What is the worth of the intelligence he fought to bring back? In the eyes of those who manipulate wealth, it would scarcely measure up to a shipload of smuggled volcanic ash. Lord Tobarama, when you saved me back then, did you also perceive something? Guka closed his eyes in anguish, the resolute figure of Senju Tobarama at his death, intertwined with the chaotic image of the second Reikage of being ambushed, and the frenzied figures of Kin and Jin, swirled in his mind. The second Hokage, whom he had always revered, such a wise and powerful presence, was his fall merely an accident on the battlefield? Or was he also just a crucial piece that had to be sacrificed in this grand game where ninjas are pawns, nations serve as boards, and wealth is the very framework? The pillar of atonement began to crumble. When the source of evil pointed towards the unfathomable, cold, and ruthless rules themselves, his personal guilt, accumulated over countless days and nights, appeared so insignificant, yet absurdly ironic. A profound sense of void and anger almost consumed him. He did not know whom to hate, nor against whom to wield his blade. The belief that sustained his existence, the hope for redemption, now teetered on the brink. His world descended into a dim chaos, with only Nobunaga's chilling voice cutting through the rain like a funeral bell, echoing in his ears. As they paused for a moment at a secluded forest inn, far from the village, an oppressive silence seemed to solidify. Sakumo stood watch, his eyes sharp yet burdened with an indescribable weariness. Masahi closed his eyes to meditate, long lashes casting faint shadows on his pale face, though his heart was far from tranquil. Guka leaned against a post, staring vacantly at the dancing flames of the campfire. As if his soul had already departed, Nobunaga sat on a log, observing the crackling fire. The flickering light reflected in his obsidian pupils, the slowly rotating tomo of his Sharingan appearing exceptionally profound. He could certainly feel the weight of the atmosphere, and knew his words fell like a boulder into still waters. He did not regret it. A festering wound must be lanced for healing to commence. Evading the truth would only lead Konoha to a slow demise under the guise of false prosperity, ensnared like prey in a spider's web. Do you think my words too harsh? Too extreme? Nobunaga's voice shattered the silence, not loud, yet clear enough to reach every ear. He did not glance at anyone, his gaze fixed upon the flames, as if conversing with the flickering spirits. Tsukumo-sensei, do you wish for me to deny all that I have witnessed? To return to the academy and continue researching how to pop popcorn evenly? Masahi, do you wish for me to feign ignorance of the true reasons behind the Hyuga clan's wariness towards the Uchiha? Guka, do you wish for me to tell you that the deaths of Hiroshi and Noera were solely due to your personal error? He paused, allowing each word to carry the weight of gravity. Why was Kakuzu able to survive as a rogue ninja? Why did he possess 5 hearts? It was not due to innate talent, but because he perceived the essence of this world woven by money and power, where the strength, honor, and even lives of individual ninjas could be priced, traded, and sacrificed. He chose to embrace these rules, transforming himself into a slave to wealth, thus gaining a distorted existence. And what of us? What of Konoha? Still cloaked in the satin of the will of fire, concealing the cold reality of ninjas as expendable commodities. Nobunaga's voice rose sharply, infused with an uncontainable fervor yet remarkably calm. From the warring states to the ninja villages, the form has changed, but the essence remains unaltered. During the warring states, ninja clans were mercenaries, battling for the selfish desires of feudal lords, in exchange for sustenance and a foothold. In the era of ninja villages, what has changed? The ninja village has become the war contractor for feudal lords. We possess greater scale and strength, yet bear a heavier toll. Feudal lords, through the reins of fiscal allocations, firmly grip the lifeblood of the ninja villages. Which aspect? Hospitals, schools, ninja tool research, ninja salaries, does not require funding. Where does the money originate? It seeps through the fingers of the feudal lords. He abruptly stood, striding to the campfire, where the flickering flames cast erratic shadows across his face. Lord Hashirama secured Konoha's autonomy with absolute force, yet he could not shatter the feudal lord's monopoly on resources. His ideal was peace. But the system he established sowed the roots of Konoha's financial dependency on feudal lords. Lord Tobarama foresaw the peril. Thus, he vigorously developed the Umbu and established the Ninja Academy, attempting to render Konoha more independent. Yet ultimately, he could not escape the cycle of mission commissions and fiscal allocations. Feudal lords merely need to tighten their purse strings slightly, or, as in this case, reduce Konoha's share under the guise of smuggling, easily igniting internal discord, stirring animosity towards other ninja villages, or forcing us to undertake more perilous missions, incurring greater casualties. This is why Lord Tobarama perished in the Land of Lightning. This is why the alliance of the 3 villages dared to strike just after Lord Hashirama's death. This is why the bounty on the second Hokage's head was 65 million. He surveyed his teammates, each bearing varied expressions, his tone laced with a hint of compassion, yet overwhelmingly resolute. Ninjas possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, yet their economic lifeblood is constricted at the throat. Our strength, which we take pride in, has become a bargaining chip on others' negotiation tables. This, indeed, is the harsh reality we face. Chapter 19. Reform. The colossal shadow of Hokage Rock loomed heavily over Konoha, yet the lights of the Uchiha clan flickered defiantly, twinkling in resonance with the stars beginning to appear in the sky. Upon pushing open the door to his home, the familiar aroma of grilled meat enveloped him warmly, instantly washing away the lingering saltiness of the sea breeze and the scent of blood from the land of waves. His mother, Miyuki, was crouched by a small charcoal stove under the eaves, carefully tending to the embers, the sparks dancing and illuminating her focused and gentle profile. "You're back?" she said without looking up, her voice warm and soothing like well-aged sake, imbued with a magic that could erase all fatigue. "Yes, Nobunaga replied softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the brightly lit study. He turned on his heel and walked straight there. The paper door was half open, and the dim, golden light poured out. His father, Uchiha Nobuhide, stood with his back to the entrance, his figure frozen before the wooden sculpture of the first Hokage. This was a gift from Senju Hashirama to Uchiha Madara, and time had etched deep cracks into the broad shoulders of the statue, as if it bore the weight of the entire ninja world's history. Nobuhide stood like a javelin, motionless, seemingly engaged in a silent dialogue with the statue. "Father," Nobunaga called softly. Nobuhide slowly turned, the three-tomo Sharingan casting a pale glow in the dim light, his gaze sharp as a blade upon Nobunaga. "The mission report has been submitted by Sakomo to the Council of Elders." His voice was steady, carrying a hint of hoarseness from the long journey. Yet his commanding presence remained undiminished. "But I wish to hear your account. What transpired in the Land of Waves?" His gaze swept over Nobunaga's slightly fatigued yet exceptionally bright eyes, where burned a fervor he had never witnessed before, almost searing. The embers in the corner's charcoal basin crackled softly, and the light and shadow danced across their faces. Nobunaga did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the table, retrieving a thick manuscript from his ninja tool pouch, the culmination of his reflections on the journey home. He spread it open, revealing a hand-drawn map of the ninja world, with the borders of the 5 great nations winding and twisting like an entangled serpent. "Father," Nobunaga's voice resonated with a deep clarity, carrying a force that pierced through the very fabric of the page. "Our journey to the Land of Waves, with Kakuzu's 5 hearts and a staggering bounty of 650 million ryo, imparted a profound lesson. For a millennium, the shinobi have been shackled by 2 invisible yet immensely burdensome chains, never truly breaking free." His fingertips, imbued with undeniable strength, pressed firmly against the golden crown symbols on the map denoting the daimyos of various nations. "The first chain is the fate of reliance on brute force. During the Warring States period, our clan of ninjas were mercenaries, producing nothing, fighting on the battlefield for mere grains of rice and a handful of tools, tearing at one another in a struggle to survive amidst the private desires and ambitions of the daimyos. And what of the current era of ninja villages?" His fingertips glided over the Hokage symbol representing Konoha, laced with a hint of cold sarcasm. "The ninja villages have become contractors for larger-scale warfare. We possess greater power and larger organizations, yet we bear the weight of even more terrifying consumption. Hospitals, schools, the development of ninja tools, ninja salaries, and orphan compensation, each one a voracious beast consuming gold. Where does the money come from? It dribbles from the fingers of the daimyos like a meager charity. With just a gentle tightening of their purse strings, they can make Konoha's war machine creak and even stall." Nobuhide's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the years of hardship following the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama, when Konoha's finances were abruptly constricted by war. The wisdom and strength of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, forced him to humble himself repeatedly, personally visiting the capital of the Land of Fire, seeking funding assistance amid the nobles' clinking cups, his voice low and submissive. The humiliation and helplessness were now brutally exposed by his son, piercing him to the bone. The second chain, Nobunaga's fingertips struck down like a searing iron brand upon the smuggling routes connecting the Land of Water and the Land of Waves. A stranglehold on our economic lifeblood. The daimyos monopolize land, minerals, grain, and trade routes, core resources essential for survival in the shinobi world. They gripped the neck of the ninja villages. His voice rose sharply, tinged with uncontainable anger. "Look at this. The Land of Fire need only slightly reduce funding, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind dares to brazenly default on payments to Sunagakure, forcing them to treat a tailed beast like Shikaku as a bargaining chip. This is why Lord Tobarama met his demise in the Land of Lightning. On the surface, it appears to be the rebellion of the Gold and Silver Brothers. But beneath lies the daimyo's fear of Konoha's strength and their attempts to break free from resource dependence. This is why the head of a Hokage is valued at 650 million ryo. In their eyes, we are merely valuable pawns, expendable pieces on their chessboard." The study fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the crackling of the hearth and Nobunaga's slightly hurried breaths. Nobuhide's gaze remained fixed on the map, the 2 invisible shackles seemingly taking on a tangible form, weighing heavily upon his heart. Kakuzu's stitched face, the maniacal grin, and the cold revelation of 650 million ryo intertwined with the image of Lord Tobarama lying in the land of lightning, forming a bloody truth. Kakadu. A man of his ilk, Nobunaga broke the silence, his voice as cold as tempered steel, embodying the grotesque tumor birthed by this very system. When he realized that lives could be equated to bounties and strength to currency, he willingly plunged into this noose, transforming himself into a slave to money. He embraced the rules, yet became utterly lost within them. Suddenly, he withdrew another sketch, a blueprint for Konoha's escape from the noose, its lines ablaze with fervor, as if carrying the resolve of a desperate gamble. To truly break free from this noose, both chains must be severed. Nobunaga's fingers, filled with the momentum of creation, traced a fiery path across 3 routes on the map. The first sword, revolutionizing chakra technology to transform destructive force into creative power. The dusty research materials left behind by Lord Tobarama are precious embers. Nobunaga pointed to the area marked for sealing techniques on the sketch, where he had drawn spiral symbols. The Vortex Clan's adamantine sealing technique can bind the raging-tailed beasts. Why can't the principles of chakra manipulation be applied for civilian use? Can the medical ninjutsu of Konoha hospitals, combined with precise chakra instruments, double the success rate for limb regeneration surgeries? If the border outposts' defensive barriers were powered by chakra rune arrays, could their range and precision be enhanced tenfold? His gaze burned with intensity, as though glimpsing a future vision. Could the shadow techniques of the Nara clan be utilized to manipulate precision instruments for remote surgeries or high-risk operations? The oil women's insect manipulation techniques hold limitless potential for environmental management, information transmission, and even precision agriculture. Establishing the Konoha Joint Research Institute, gathering Tsunade's medical wisdom. The oil women's insect techniques, the Nara's shadow control, and the Uchiha's chakra manipulation to strip these secrets down to their foundational principles, transforming them into technologies that benefit the entire shinobi world. By holding core technologies and granting patents to various nations, we can exchange them for the vast wealth necessary to sustain Konoha's operations. Let the wisdom of ninjas become a source of wealth creation, rather than mere destruction. The second sword, mastering the lifeblood of resources, no longer dependent on others. Nobunaga's finger jabbed at the expansive forests and fertile lands on the map of the Land of Fire. We possess the most advantageous natural resources. We have the families most knowledgeable about herbs. A strategically marked area on the sketch circled in red highlighted Konoha's medicinal material base. Let the Inuzuka clan cultivate the finest ninja dogs to guard the medicinal fields, preventing theft and destruction. The oil women's clan can utilize their insect manipulation techniques to drive away pests, monitor soil composition, and track the growth conditions of medicinal plants. The Nara clan, with their profound understanding of plant properties, can be responsible for cultivating and producing top-tier medicinal materials, exclusively for Konoha hospitals, ensuring medical quality. Selling to the outside world to establish a brand, monopolizing the market. Let the fake medicine groups, like those of Tanshin Kamaru relying on starch, be utterly crushed by the weight of genuine materials. He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of adventurous resolve. More importantly, if Lord Mizuki's support for the Root Project could achieve breakthroughs in Tobarama's cell research, even just in realizing controllable wood release birthing techniques, his finger emphasized the forest area on the map, then the strategically cultivated timber, rare medicinal materials, and even specific crops would become monopolistic strategic resources. This would be Konoha's heavy bargaining chip in the resource game. Enough to make those daimyos who choke us on resources think twice. The third sword, upgrading the mission system, valuing strength in creation. C rank escorting merchant caravans, B rank exterminating bandits. Nobunaga scoffed, utterly rejecting the old model. This is a waste of valuable ninja lives and strength. He quickly sketched a symbolic skyscraper on the blueprint, designing and deploying top-tier security systems powered by chakra for wealthy merchants in the Land of Fire and other great nations. The commission for a single task could equal 10 B-rank escort missions, clearing the lethal algae blooms caused by nutrient pollution in the coastal waters of the Land of Water. The clean insect swarms controlled by the oil women would far exceed any fleet in efficiency. Earth-release ninjas can carve paths and build dams, reshaping the terrain. Lightning-release ninjas can establish a surveillance and early warning electric grid covering the entire village, even participating in the construction of large hydroelectric plants. Wind release ninjas can assist in optimizing ventilation for large buildings, aiding in wind energy utilization. The power of ninjas should serve as an engine for world progress, creating immense value, rather than being squandered in endless, lowly conflicts for the benefit of others. When ninjas begin to create value, rather than merely destroy, we can shed the label of expendables and earn true respect and bargaining power. The blueprint unfurled amidst Nobunaga's passionate words, brimming with revolutionary fantasies and viable paths. Nobuhide gazed at the interwoven lines on the map, filled with ambitious markings, as if he could hear the brittle sound of old-world chains shattering. A long-buried fervor surged within his once-silent heart. However, as the leader of his clan, he has traversed through numerous political tempests and is acutely aware of the thorns that line the path of transformation. With grand aspirations, Shinshio slowly spoke, his fingers unconsciously caressing the cold tea cup, his gaze deep as an abyss. Yet, the daimyo is no fool. They would never passively allow Konoha to break free from its restraints. Reducing funding is merely the initial step. Trade blockades, technological barriers, diplomatic isolation, and even inciting neighboring nations to create friction at the borders, they will employ every means to suffocate our endeavors. Can Konoha withstand such backlash? Our allies, the smaller ninja clans, will they steadfastly stand by us amidst overwhelming pressure? He looked towards Nobunaga, his eyes reflecting both hope and profound concern. Reform is akin to a double-edged sword, capable of severing chains, yet also prone to inflict self-harm. The hand wielding the blade must be as steady as a rock, and one must possess the awareness to endure the repercussions. Suddenly, the fire crackled, sending brilliant sparks into the air, momentarily illuminating Nobunaga's youthful yet resolute face. Nobunaga's gaze swept over every mark on the map, finally pausing at the conspicuous Konoha Development Fund, which serves as the core source of funding for welfare, strategic reserves, and technological research in his plan. Shinshio lifted the already cold cup of tea, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, veins protruding. The Uchiha's police department, or rather the current Public Security Bureau, is one of the pivotal points for your reform. How do you intend to utilize it? Each department must fulfill its duties with fairness and rigor. This is the most solid foundation for this transformation, Nobunaga asserted decisively, his voice leaving no room for doubt. The judiciary must maintain absolute independence in its rulings. This is the greatest guarantee for severing Danzo's attempts to meddle in emergency powers and undermining the separation of powers. The city management must rigorously purge internal corruption, reshaping Konoha's internal environment. The gambling den in Mito, the counterfeit medicine shop in Torai, none shall be spared. We must expose typical cases, hold public trials, and let everyone witness the resolve for a new order. The armed police must uphold order and execute their duties with procedural fairness and transparency. Only thus can merchants, civilians, and even other ninja clans believe that Konoha is a land of clear rules and fair justice, the golden gateway to attract external capital and talent. When Konoha is efficient, clean, and governed by the rule of law internally, the outside world will perceive our determination and capability. The flickering glow of the fire danced in the study, casting the solemn figures of father and son in shadow. The wooden carvings of Hashirama on the wall seemed to come alive in the light, the broad corners of his mouth hinting at a flicker of unspoken expectation, transcending time to observe this plot that would determine Konoha's future. Shinshio remained silent for a long time, long enough for the fire's glow to dim slightly. Ultimately, he leaned back against the chair, releasing a long sigh, a sound imbued with both the relief of shedding burdens and the resolve to embark on an unknown journey. Go forth and act, Nobunaga. His voice was as solid as a rock, each word carrying immense weight. The resources of the Uchiha, the reputation of the Uchiha, the blade of the Uchiha are all at your disposal. Remember your words. He fixed his gaze upon his son's fiery eyes. The hand that wields the blade must remain steady. While severing the chains, one must also safeguard oneself. Chapter 20. No Byakugan under the same nightfall. Deep within the Senju ancestral home, far from the Uchiha territory, the atmosphere was equally grave. The candlelight flickered in the exquisite bronze lamp, casting a glow upon the distinctive red hair of Uzumaki Mito, resembling frozen flames of blood. She sat poised before a desk, her wrist adorned with prayer beads, which she turned slowly and rhythmically, producing a faint yet heavy sound. as if measuring the passage of time and the weight of destiny. Before her lay two scrolls. One was a detailed report from Hatake Tsukumo, chronicling the events of the mission in the Land of Waves. The other was a recently received summary of a confidential letter from Uchiha Shinshio, the core of which contained the blueprint to sever the dual shackles. Mito quietly mulled over the cold and precise words spoken by Nobunaga, her aged yet sharp gaze sweeping across the audacious testimony of 650 million ryo found within the mission report. Such youthful audacity in perceiving the festering wound of the ninja world with such clarity and executing actions so ruthless. The sound of the prayer beads paused for a moment. She lifted her gaze, as if piercing through the thick walls, looking towards the distant memory of her husband. She recalled the boundless ambition Hashirama displayed when founding Konoha, as well as the long, heartbreaking silence he faced alone in his later years, witnessing the annual reduction of taxes from the Land of Fire. In that silence lay the helplessness of ideals colliding with the barriers of reality, the exhaustion of recognizing the chains, yet being powerless to break free. Lady Mito, Hatake Tsukumo, standing nearby, lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Could Nobunaga's words be too shocking? Might they attract unwanted attention? He had personally witnessed the brutal scene at the docks in the Land of Waves and heard the subversive rhetoric. The impact on his heart was no less than that of Uzumaki Mito. Mito did not respond immediately. She remained silent, the candlelight casting flickering shadows across her wrinkled yet resolute face. After a while, she finally spoke, her voice calm yet imbued with the weight of worldly wisdom. Cruel, yet every word is a pearl of truth. She raised her eyes, her gaze resembling an ancient well, reflecting Tsukumo's complex expression. Hashirama had cleaved mountains with wood release, ending the era of warring states. Yet he could not sever the invisible chains woven from money and power. Her voice grew slightly hoarse, imbued with endless reminiscence for the departed. He was the one who saw the existence of this noose more clearly and earlier than anyone else, which compelled him to urgently seek a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning. He wished to secure a breath of life for Konoha and for everyone. She stood, walking to the window, gazing at the silhouette of Hashirama atop Hokage Rock in the night. The evening breeze tousled a few strands of her red hair. The rebellion of Kin and Jin. How could it occur without the daimyo's instigation? The internal strife within the hidden cloud village. How could it entirely escape the covert maneuvers of the nobility from the Land of Lightning? She seemed to be questioning Tsukumo, yet also questioning herself, and more so, interrogating the unseen fate. Nobunaga had unveiled a truth we all knew yet were reluctant, or perhaps afraid, to acknowledge. What use is a ninja's power to move mountains and fill seas? In the hands of the daimyo, who controls the state machinery and monopolizes the lifeblood of resources, they ultimately remain mere pawns on the chessboard, sharper yet more valuable tokens. She abruptly turned, her eyes shining with clarity, the fierce aura of the red-haired demon from the Uzumaki clan momentarily overshadowing her weariness. Yet the path he has charted may very well be Konoha's only lifeline since Hashirama and Tobarama. Her gaze fell upon the section of the report regarding Tsunade and the emphasis on medical technology within Nobunaga's blueprint. Informed Tsunade, Mito's voice was resolute. The research team for the Root Seed project shall be under her full supervision, expediting progress. The innovation of medical ninjutsu and the application of chakra in medicine must be firmly in Konoha's hands. This is our foundation for existence and the key bargaining chip to attract allies. Additionally, in my name, discreetly contact the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to express Senju's interest in the concept of a collaborative research institute in Konoha. Tell them that some seeds require suitable soil to germinate. In stark contrast to the solemnity beneath the candlelight at the Senju ancestral home, the Hyuga clan's dojo was enveloped in an eerie, frozen silence. The air seemed to solidify, and the heavy scent of sandalwood could not dispel the penetrating chill. Hyuga Q stood at the head of the table, resembling a cold jade statue. Before him lay a detailed task report from Hyuga Mihiro. As his Byakugan gaze swept across the lines where Nobunaga analyzed the theory of the monetary noose and the words regarding the injuries sustained to protect him, his pale pupils suddenly constricted, a chilling aura instantly enveloping the entire dojo. Preposterous. Ayasu slammed his palm onto the Zeton table before him, the hard surface resonating with a deep thud that sent the teacups trembling and splashed tea everywhere. Ninjas are born to protect, to uphold the glory of their clan. To preserve the purity of the Byakugan. What need is there for the notion of a noose? What necessity for independence or creation? This child spouts heretical words that confuse the masses, undermining the very foundation of the ninja way. Such a heart deserves to be punished. His cold gaze pierced like twin blades towards an elder of the clan standing submissively at his side. How could Masahiro dare to record such wicked sayings in an official document? His voice suddenly rose, brimming with uncontrollable rage, defending the Uchiha? Indeed, the flames of the Uchiha have scorched her mind, tainting her Byakugan. Is the threat of the caged bird seal not sufficient to keep her in line? Master, please quell your anger. The elder bowed even lower, his voice trembling as he reported that Masahiro had been in a dire situation at the time. Silence. Ayasu interrupted sharply. The caged bird seal, a symbol of the clan's absolute authority, faintly glowing with a greenish light in his fury, resembling the eyes of a venomous snake ready to strike. It is a great shame for a daughter of the clan to protect an outsider, not to mention becoming tainted by such rebellious words. His icy glare swept over the assembly, and every Hyuga clan member fell silent, too fearful to meet his gaze. Send the order. Masahiro is to be confined to the inner courtyard immediately, and shall not be permitted to leave without summons. She must transcribe the essence of the gentle fist 300 times, without error. The intensity of her training will be doubled, personally supervised by the eldest elder. Should I discover her approaching Uchiha territory again, or if her resolve wavers even slightly? He paused, his voice as sharp as a poisoned icicle, each word striking the silence of the dojo. The mark of the caged bird shall be etched upon her forehead. Let her soul remember the clan's rules. The elder trembled. Bowing deeply, as you command, master. He understood that this was not merely punishment, but a stern warning. Masahiro's future had been overshadowed by this chilling decree. The invisible cage tightened, leaving no room for even a breath. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Lord's estate, in a lavishly illuminated mansion renovated to welcome envoys from various regions, a tightly sealed chamber adorned with luxurious velvet carpets bore a similarly oppressive atmosphere. Golden candlesticks emitted a soft yet opulent glow, illuminating the weary face of Saratobi Hisashi. He knelt on the polished tatama mat, his back straight, yet betraying the weight of an invisible burden. Opposite him sat his father, Saratobi Sasuke. The elder's eyes were half closed as he leisurely twirled his grizzled beard, smoke wafting from his ornate pipe, obscuring the wrinkles on his face and the glimmer in his eyes. The commotion caused by Nobunaga in the Land of Waves, along with his rhetoric about economic independence, had swiftly reached the ears of the Lord. Sasuke exhaled a long plume of smoke, his tone flat, yet laced with undeniable coldness. The ministers have convened overnight and preliminarily agreed to reduce next year's budget for Konoha by 30%. Hisashi's fingertips dug fiercely into his palm, leaving crescent imprints, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Father, Konoha has just endured the sacrifices of the second Hokage and the siege of 3 villages. It is in desperate need of recovery. The hospital needs funds for reconstruction. Compensation for the families of fallen ninjas requires money. Orphan placement demands financial resources, and the border defenses also necessitate investment. A 30% cut is akin to draining Konoha's very marrow. His voice brimmed with suppressed urgency and anger. Compensation? Sasuke opened his eyes, a flicker of icy derision passing through his murky gaze, akin to a serpent's flicking tongue. It was precisely that lengthy and costly list of compensations for the deceased that provided the Lord with the best excuse. The nobles, upon seeing the financial strain behind each name on the list, had their hearts bleed. They believed that it was Konoha's overly generous compensations that had fostered laziness among the ninjas, leading them to disregard their lives. He leaned forward, through the curling smoke, lowering his voice to a whisper like a serpent's hiss. Listen, Hisashi. You sit in the position of Hokage, and you must understand that the Hokage is the shadow of the village, yet more so, a reflection for the Lord. The art of balance lies first in the appearance of obedience. Tomorrow, you will meet with the Lord and the envoys, and you must lament your poverty. Cry with heartfelt sincerity. But more importantly, you must declare your loyalty, a loyalty that is resolute and unwavering. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sasuke's wrinkled face seemed to don a meticulously crafted mask, his eyes cold and calculating, informed those lofty nobles that Uchiha Nobunaga is youthful and reckless, oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. His words are but the babbling of a child, not to be feared. Konoha shall forever be the sharpest and most loyal blade of the Land of Fire, a blade that requires meticulous care to remain sharp. And the funding is the indispensable oil for maintaining this blade. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Within the smoke, his gaze was as keen as an eagle's. How to weep, how to express, it is up to you to gauge the measure of it. But the core remains singular. Make the Lord believe that Konoha cannot survive without his benevolence, and that Konoha's stability hinges upon your control. Sarutobi Hisashi. The Uchiha are far too restless. Hisashi bowed his head, his thick brows knitted tightly. The Hokage robe, adorned with flame motifs, felt like a suffocating chain of honor. The polished surface of the table mirrored his face, revealing the weariness, resentment, and helplessness concealed beneath the amiable facade presented to the villagers. He recalled the task report submitted by Hitaki Son, where Nobunaga had scrawled a fiery phrase in red ink alongside the bounty analysis of Kakuzu, each word like a knife piercing his heart. The power of a ninja should be the light that creates a better world, not a blade that drinks the blood of the powerful. Outside the chamber, the golden eaves of the Lord's mansion shimmered with a cold, luxurious glow under the moonlight. Further away, the lights of Konoha flickered to life, resembling scattered stars upon the earth, with the Uchiha district's lights standing out, particularly defiant and bright against the deepening night. Within the Uchiha district study, the embers of the hearth flickered dimly, warmth nearly extinguished. Nobunaga rolled up the draft of the 5-year economic reform plan for Konoha, which bore the hopes of the entire Uchiha and even Konoha's future, the parchment making a soft rustling sound as it was rolled. Uchiha Shinshu remained by the window, a silent mountain, gazing at the distant contours of Hokage Rock, which appeared even more majestic and solitary in the darkness. Nobunaga, Shinshu whispered to the night outside, addressing the stone statue of Hashirama, which seemed to transcend time and space to gaze back at him. The ancestors once cleaved mountains with ninjutsu, laying the foundation for peace. Now, he paused slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the darkness, resting on the hand of his son, tightly clutching the scroll. It is our descendants' turn to use wisdom and resolve to break free from this millennia-old cage of wealth. Nobunaga raised his head, his father's silhouette against the faint starlight, illuminated by the dim lamp, resembled a guiding lighthouse. His steadfast face bore the 3-tomo Sharingan, glimmering with the deepest and brightest light before dawn. The fire had completely extinguished, leaving only a cold, gray ash. Yet, within that seemingly lifeless pile of ashes, a spark, almost imperceptible, stubbornly and persistently flickered. Weak yet unwilling to die, like the first seed buried beneath frozen soil, awaiting the spring breeze to herald its emergence and rebirth. Chapter 21. The 5-year plan. Deep within the Senju ancestral home, the lights of the secret laboratory burned throughout the night. Uzumaki Mito stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, her back turned to the room, her red hair appearing as if it were solidified flames under the light. Her gaze pierced through the glass, as if tracing the long river of time, settling upon the figure of her husband, Senju Hashirama. The god of ninjas, Mito murmured to herself, her voice resonating in the silent room, laden with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Before the conclusion of the Valley of the End, although Hashirama's power was formidable, it resembled a mountain peak shrouded in mist. The world recognized its grandeur, yet it remained elusive in its entirety. Only when the colossal wooden Buddha statue rose from the depths of the Valley of the End, like a divine retribution, did it cleave the earth into a profound chasm. Subduing both Uchiha Madara and his 9 tails, did the ninja world truly comprehend the weight of the term god of shinobi. This was no longer mere praise, but an undeniable truth. The superficiality and tentative nature that characterized the 5 Kage's summit vanished entirely, replaced by a deep-seated reverence and reliance. They entrusted their safety wholly to the unfathomable yet benevolent strength and moral compass of Hashirama. Hashirama possessed not only unparalleled strength, but also the wisdom to foresee the future. In Mito's thoughts, the stark reality faced by her husband in his later years vividly emerged. Upon realizing that their daughter, Mito, had failed to inherit the wood-release bloodline, which symbolized the pinnacle of the Senju power, a profound concern mingled with his paternal affection lingered in Hashirama's gaze. He understood well that without the wood-release power, the Senju lineage would become a target of envy in the ninja world once he, the towering tree, fell. Whether as a precious resource to be exploited or a potential threat to be eradicated, the the Senju clan faced an unprecedented crisis. Mito whispered about the integration of the Senju into Konoha, a meticulous plan that Hashirama had devised in his twilight years. This double-edged sword effectively bridged the growing rift between the ninja clans and civilians during Konoha's formative years, allowing the Senju to dissolve into the very fabric of Konoha, no longer standing out as a conspicuous target. On the other hand, it served as the final talisman left for the Senju bloodline, enabling them to flourish under the protection of Konoha, becoming one of the cornerstones of the village rather than a conspicuous bullseye. Tobirama Mito and all members of the Senju clan clearly perceived the looming crisis and exhibited no resistance to the integration plan. Rather, they actively cooperated. During Hashirama's lifetime, the Senju began to relocate gradually from their ancestral home, a symbol of glory and a target, dispersing throughout Konoha. Yet, this integration aimed at preservation. The desire to restore the Senju's former glory, rooted deep within their bloodline, had never extinguished. Especially for Uzumaki Mito. She understood better than anyone that without the birth of new would-release users, the Senju would be akin to a colossal beast stripped of its fangs, its remaining deterrent power destined to fade with time. She had witnessed Hashirama's miracles wrought through would-release and grasped its strategic significance for the protection of Konoha and the survival of the Senju. The Root Seed Project was the answer, the flickering ember of hope Mito clung to. Its core aimed to study the cellular tissue left by Hashirama, attempting to safely and controllably revive this dormant power in the Senju descendants. In the core area of the laboratory, Tsunade was wholly engrossed. Her complexion appeared slightly pale, faint shadows beneath her eyelids, yet her emerald eyes sparkled brilliantly, fixated on the scene under the microscope, the samples of Hashirama's cells, subjected to countless dilutions and treatments. Beside her, a small tissue slice taken from Hashirama's remains rested quietly within a specially designed temperature-controlled cultivation device, exuding a faint yet pure vitality, reminiscent of new sprouts in the depths of a forest. On the experimental table lay an array of intricate instruments and notebooks filled with data. Tsunade delicately operated a miniature probe provided by the Nara clan, aided by shadow techniques, attempting to guide a minuscule amount of Hashirama's cellular active factors to make initial contact with her cultivated stem cells. With each action, she held her breath, her fingertips steady as rock, the laboratory enveloped in an unusual silence, broken only by the soft hum of instruments and the rustling of her pen across paper. Her weariness was palpable, yet her determination and focus were even more intense. The immense pressure of the legacy left by her grandfather Hashirama weighed upon her, as did the responsibility of being a direct descendant of the Senju bloodline. Reviving the wood release was not merely for the Senju clan to withstand future storms, but also to safeguard Konoha and protect the monumental endeavors of her grandfathers, Hashirama and Tobirama. This pride derived from her bloodline, and the heavy sense of duty compelled her to be vigilant. Hashirama's integration into Konoha preserved the existence of the Senju bloodline, while her Root Seed project aimed to imbue it with the hope of resurgence. At that moment, the heavy soundproof door of the laboratory was gently pushed open a crack. Orochimaru slipped in silently, akin to a serpent merging with the shadows. His golden snake-like eyes scanned Tsunade's weary, yet fervent profile, ultimately resting upon the intricate instruments and the vibrant cell culture dishes, a glimmer of subtle curiosity flashing in his depths. Tsunade, his voice bore its characteristic rasp. Tsunade jerked her head up, her expression revealing annoyance at the interruption and a momentary bewilderment. Orochimaru, has the mission concluded? Or did that fool Jiraiya get himself into trouble again? Instinctively, she set down her pen and rubbed her throbbing temples. Orochimaru approached the experimental table, his gaze sweeping over the complex apparatus. That fool Jiraiya, he remarked with his usual sarcasm. Yesterday, Lord Sarutobi conducted a summoning technique training with him. Eager to succeed, he mismanaged his chakra control and ended up summoning himself in reverse. He is yet to return. Lord Sarutobi only sensed intense spatial fluctuations and cannot pinpoint the coordinates. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Reverse summoning? Where did he go? His presence had vanished entirely. Lord Sarutobi cannot locate him. Orochimaru's fingertips absently traced the cold metal surface. What I want is for you to inquire with the summoning contractor in the Wetbone Forest. Can the slug sage perceive Jiraiya's coordinates? Or is there another way to locate him? Tsunade fell silent for a few seconds, casting a complex glance at the tenaciously pulsating dark golden cells in the culture dish. Ultimately, She inhaled deeply. Wait. She closed her eyes, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a puff of small white smoke, a palm-sized, translucent slug appeared on the experimental table. Kukuku, Lady Tsunade, it affectionately nudged her finger. I appreciate your help, little slug. Please sense Jiraiya's chakra. He has reverse summoned himself to an unknown location and is currently missing. The little slug flicked its antennae, and after a moment, it emitted a mental wave. Kukuku. I sensed it. Lord Jiraiya's chakra is currently stable in Mangekyo Mountain, receiving guidance from Sage Fukasaku, and is temporarily unable to contact the outside world. Kukuku. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. As long as he is safe. Thank you for your hard work. She gently released the summoning. Mangekyo Mountain, Sage Fukasaku, Orochimaru murmured, a peculiar light intensifying in his golden snake-like eyes, a strong desire for the unknown power. He shifted his focus, gazing intently at Tsunade. Tsunade, does the slug sage know the spatial coordinates of the dragon's cave, or the exact entrance leading there? Tsunade keenly detected the almost obsessive curiosity in Orochimaru's gaze. The perils of the dragon's cave were well documented in the Whetbone Forest's lore. Orochimaru, she cautioned. The dragon's cave is vastly different from the Whetbone Forest and Mangekyo Mountain. Its summoning contract is extremely dangerous. She hesitated, looking into Orochimaru's unwavering eyes. The slug sage had mentioned that the dragon's cave has a relatively fixed entrance node in the ninja world. Located at the border between the land of rice and the land of fire, near the outskirts of the Valley of the End. The exact location would require one to sense and seek it out independently. However, I must warn you, it is exceedingly perilous. At the border of rice and fire, near the outskirts of the Valley of the End, Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of warmth, merely reflecting a clear fixation on his objective and indifference to her warning. That will suffice. He uttered no further words and turned to depart. The hem of his black cloak sweeping across the ground as he silently exited the laboratory. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, a growing unease swelling within her. Yet the alarm from the cells before her sounded once more, compelling her to redirect her full attention to the arduous struggle with Hashirama's cells. At the entrance of Konoha village, the sunset bled like a wound. Orochimaru stood silently, his golden snake-like eyes glimmering with a cold yet persistent light in the dusk. He had donned a dark, agile outfit suited for movement. The image of the entrance to the Dragon Cave, situated at the juncture of the land of rice and the land of fire, along with the Valley of the End, was etched in his mind like a spell. He disclosed his whereabouts to no one. His thirst for pure power had long since transcended all worldly ties. The intricate studies regarding Hashirama's cells in Tsunade's laboratory were undoubtedly enticing, yet they ultimately belonged to the Senju lineage. Orochimaru sought to carve his own perilous path toward the essence of power. The mystery and danger of the Dragon Cave were precisely the ultimate trials he desired. Casting one last glance at Konoha bathed in sanguine hues, Orochimaru's figure melded with the shadows, vanishing instantaneously along the winding road toward the land of rice. His goal was resolute, to locate the fabled entrance and step into the Dragon Cave. The unknown path ahead was fraught with peril, yet all that occupied his mind was an unbridled fervor for power. Nothing else mattered. As night deepened, within the depths of the Uchiha clan's territory, a heavily guarded chamber was illuminated. Uchiha Shinobu sat at the head of the table, his youthful visage radiating a maturity beyond his years. Beside him, his father, the clan leader Uchiha Nobuhide, sat silently like a mountain, providing steadfast support. Opposite them were three clan leaders, Yamanaka Shikaku, cloaked in a long coat, occasionally revealing glints of sharpness behind his sunglasses, Inazuka Kiba, with eyes keen as an eagle, accompanied by his robust Nin-ken, and Akimichi Chusa, exuding tranquility, aged yet resolute. The chamber's walls were adorned with a colossal map of Konoha. Shinobu rose and solemnly unfurled the substantial scroll titled Konoha Economic Reform 5-Year Plan upon the table. Esteemed clan leaders, Shinobu's voice resonated clearly and powerfully. The recent expedition to the Land of Waves has unveiled the festering wounds of the ninja world over the millennia. The bounty on Kukuzu and the smuggling from the Cloud Village reveal that the core of the daimyo's balance lies in the dual shackles of the ninja, their reliance on the daimyo's military might and their dependence on economic lifelines. His gaze swept across the room, his fingers tapping the scroll. This blueprint is the sword that will sever those chains. There are three core components. 1. The civilian application of chakra technology, transforming destruction into creation, directing efforts toward the Konoha Joint Research Institute, integrating Yamanaka's insect manipulation techniques for environmental management, information transmission, and precision agriculture, Nara's shadow manipulation techniques for meticulous control, and the principles of Uzumaki sealing to develop civilian technologies. Holding core technologies in our hands, we will authorize patents to various nations in exchange for wealth. Let the wisdom of ninjas become the source of prosperity. 2. Commanding the strategic resource base of medicinal materials, pointing toward the vast lands of the Fire Country, we shall establish a strategic base for medicinal herbs in Konoha. The elite ninkin of the Inuzuka clan will patrol and guard the medicinal fields. Yamanaka's insect manipulation techniques will monitor soil and herb growth. And the Nara clan will spearhead the cultivation of top-tier medicinal materials exclusively for Konoha Hospital, ensuring quality. Additionally, we will sell externally, crafting a monopoly brand. We shall eradicate the counterfeit pharmaceutical syndicate. 3. Upgrading the task system. The value of power lies in creation, with a wave of his hand. Shinobu dismissed the inefficacy of C-ranked escort missions and B-ranked bandit exterminations. We will deploy top-tier chakra security for wealthy merchants, utilizing earth, lightning, and wind release to participate in large-scale infrastructure projects, roads, dams, hydroelectric stations, ventilation, wind energy. Let the strength of ninjas become the engine of progress and value creation. Tear off the label of expendables. As Shinobu elaborated, the atmosphere in the chamber grew heavy and fervent. Yamanaka Shikaku spoke solemnly. The Yamanaka clan fully supports the Research Institute. The path of the insect manipulators extends beyond war. We shall contribute to environmental monitoring and the cultivation of Yamanaka's strength, willing to lend wings to this transformation. Inuzuka Kiba patted his ninkin. Guarding is the instinct of the Inuzuka. Leave the vigilance tasks to us. We shall not allow any miscreants to tarnish a single blade of grass. His commitment targeted the core of the plan. Akimichi Chusa nodded. The Akimichi clan understands the human heart and excels in crafting illusions. In judicial matters, we can ensure the truth is revealed. Assessments of chakra security, mental resilience testing, and other new domains are our responsibilities, emphasizing our crucial role in the new system. Uchiha Nobuhide's gaze traversed the three clan leaders before finally resting on Shinobu. The Uchiha clan's law enforcement system is the cornerstone of this transformation. Each must fulfill their duties with justice and clarity. The independent judicial authority of the courts must remain untouchable. This is our shield against the encroachment of emergency powers. The city management must strike decisively. The gambling establishments and counterfeit pharmacies of Mito must be eradicated. The armed police must execute procedures transparently. Only with Konoha maintaining efficiency, integrity, and rule of law will our determination for transformation be evident. This will be our golden emblem to attract external forces. Shinobu met his father's gaze, nodding solemnly. He looked to Yamanaka Shikaku, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akimichi Chusa, each reflecting a resolute determination. Thank you for your trust and support, Shinobu declared earnestly. Placing his palm on the unfurled Konoha Economic Reform 5-year plan, the characters on the scroll seemingly imbued with the power to rejuvenate and renew. The blueprint was drawn, and alliances forged. The moment for action had arrived. Let us begin. In the chamber, the flickering flames of the oil lamps cast shadows upon the seated figures, resembling colossal gears poised to propel the wheels of history. The night in Konoha deepened, ignited by the flames of reform kindled within this chamber, heralding an impending storm at dawn. Chapter 22. Lobbying deep within the Senju ancestral home, the scent of pine resin and aged ink permeated the heavy air. The candlelight elongated the figure of Uzumaki Mito, casting her shadow upon the dust-laden scrolls on the bookshelf. Her scrutinizing gaze resembled an invisible probe, traversing the Uchiha father and son before finally resting on the scrolls spread open on the rosewood table. Konoha Economic Reform 5-year plan. The ink was still fresh, yet the words exuded a sharp ambition of desperation. Lady Mito, Shinobu's voice was steady as he met her piercing gaze, omitting lengthy preambles. The bounty on Kakuzu from the Land of Waves has unveiled the festering wounds of the ninja world over the millennia. The core lies in two shackles, the ninjas' reliance on the daimyo's military might, and their economic lifeline being gripped tightly. His eyes blazed with intensity. Konoha's current situation was precarious. The The Senju, Sarutobi, and Uchiha clans were locked in a relentless struggle. Yet at this moment, the remnants of the three villages' battlefield victories lingered, and the opportunity for a decade of respite lay before them. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the golden generation, were brimming with creativity. If we fail to seize this window and pursue a path of development and strengthening, how shall Konoha withstand the next outbreak of war? He cut straight to the heart of the matter. The Joint Research Institute is the starting point. We must unite the wisdom of ninjutsu and transform it into civilian technologies. Core resources. Reforming the law enforcement system is essential. A separation of powers must eliminate chaos stemming from emergency powers. This is the only path to true independence. The opportunity is fleeting, Lady Mito. Konoha needs you to make the final decision. Mito fell silent. The sound of her beads ceased abruptly, leaving only the faint crackle of candlelight in the room. She regarded Shinobu, his insights and burning determination beyond his years reminding her of Hashirama's solitary courage when facing the elder's inquiries. After a moment, she spoke slowly, her voice imbued with the weight of years and a hint of probing depth. The blueprint is commendable. However, are you capable of wielding this dagger of resolution? Before her words could settle, buzz, the air suddenly thickened. Several crimson golden chakra chains shot forth from behind Mito without warning, faster than lightning. The chains bore ancient Uzumaki sealing symbols, imbued with the will to bind all and extract chakra, akin to a thunderbolt cleaving through the night, instantaneously ensnaring Shinobu's vital points. Vajra Lock. The absolute power of the Uzumaki clan subduing tailed beasts manifested as the most direct litmus test. Shinobu's pupils constricted. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in an instant, spinning rapidly. The trajectory of the chains, the nodes of the swirling symbols, the moment of weakest energy, were rapidly dissected within his crimson vision, anticipating. There was no space to retreat. Form 427, Iron Crush. With a low growl, the crimson golden flames ceased their wild surge and coiled around his arms like molten liquid metal. Extreme heat forcibly compressed, coalescing into a blinding white light, distorting the air around his arms due to the heat. He pivoted, stepping forward rather than retreating, his arms enveloped in golden flames resembling a red-hot hammer just extracted from the forge, boldly facing the encroaching chains. Bang! The jarring and deafening sound of metal scraping against metal resonated fiercely, accompanied by the thunderous roar of energy annihilation. The runes circulating on the Vajra seal flickered wildly, attempting to suppress and disintegrate the searing high-temperature chakra that consumed all. The brilliant clash of crimson gold and dark gold light devoured one another in a fierce embrace. A tremendous force surged through the chains, causing the ground beneath Nobunaga's feet to instantaneously crack with spiderweb-like fissures. The chains, akin to a living python, constricted relentlessly, tightening into the golden flames. Nobunaga's arms bulged with iron-like muscles, veins protruding from his forehead as his Sharingan firmly locked onto the point where the energy flow of the chains was most sluggish, the junction of the runes most unstable. This was theoretically the only gap in the Vajra seal. The blinding white light emanating from his arms suddenly withdrew, coalescing in his right fist, transforming into a meticulously refined, almost tangible red-gold chakra battering ram. On the edge of his fist, the intense flames were highly concentrated. 82 strikes break. A heavy and explosive sound erupted. Nobunaga's right hand struck with the precision of a blacksmith, forcefully driving the scorching chakra into the critical node of the chain's energy flow. The extreme heat and explosive chakra instantaneously shattered the internal chakra circuits and rune connections of the chains. Buzz! The frenzied Vajra seal abruptly stagnated. The circulating runes dimmed rapidly like a severed light strip, extinguishing completely. The crimson gold chains, capable of binding tailed beasts, fell limp to the ground, resembling a long serpent stripped of its spine, losing all power and dissolving into faint specks of light, vanishing into the void. Nobunaga took a moment to catch his breath. Sweat from the sudden attack soaking his temples, his right sleeve burned through, revealing slightly reddened skin beneath. He raised his gaze, fatigue evident in his three-tomo Sharingan. Yet deep within shone a brightness born from shattering confinement and an undeniable resolve. Mito observed the swiftly dissipating particles of light on the ground, then gazed into Nobunaga's eyes, aflame with indomitable spirit. After a moment, A subtle yet genuine curve appeared at the corner of her taut mouth. Indeed, she uttered 2 words, heavy as a mountain. The rhythm of her prayer beads resumed, steady and resolute. The Joint Research Institute is approved. Tsunade may lead the medical team. The reforms of the Uchiha's law enforcement will be implemented according to your blueprint. I shall oversee it. The study door swung open abruptly, revealing Tsunade, her emerald eyes reflecting irritation from her disrupted experiment. Upon noticing the lingering golden particles on the floor and Nobunaga's scorched sleeve, she glanced at her grandmother's face, which displayed an unusual look of approval. Grandmother? Nobunaga? She pondered. Mito did not turn back, speaking calmly. Tsunade. Nobunaga-kun suggests that the depths of Hashirama-S would release are profound and cannot be mastered in a single day. Your research may be temporarily paused. Perhaps your focus should shift to more immediate paths of universal benefit. Tsunade furrowed her brow, about to rebut that she was not one to easily concede. Yet she caught Nobunaga's gaze, filled with clear trust and encouragement. The stubbornness within her stirred, fueled by a desire to prove her choices. She stepped closer, and though she did not exhibit it, her tone carried the conviction of a researcher. The path of universal benefit? The sage arts I am studying is one such way. Unlike traditional medical ninjutsu, which crudely injects chakra to heal wounds, it analyzes the guidance and activation mechanisms of chakra at the cellular level. Her voice grew clearer, imbued with confidence in her expertise. By precisely controlling the frequency and amplitude of yang chakra, it mimics the body's innate powerful self-healing signals, stimulating the regenerative potential of damaged tissues, promoting orderly division and connection of cells, while simultaneously expelling the residual alien energy caused by chakra erosion. The theoretical model indicates that it significantly enhances natural healing and reduces sequelae for deep muscle tears, meridian injuries, and even early chakra toxin erosion. Her emerald eyes sparkled. Was this not the essence of universal benefit? Nobunaga met her gaze, nodding affirmatively. This is precisely what the Research Institute requires. To transform the profound principles of ninjutsu into replicable and widely applicable medical technologies that truly benefit Konoha and even the ninja world. Tsunade, the medical team is yours to lead. Tsunade, feeling the weight of Nobunaga's trust and expectations, as well as her grandmother's tacit approval, found her heart swelling with a sense of responsibility and a desire to prove herself. She lifted her chin slightly. Very well. I accept the position of medical team leader. The sunlight was just right, yet an invisible barrier seemed to prevent it from penetrating the heavy wooden door of the Hyuga clan, intricately carved with the family crest. Inside, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, yet the atmosphere felt more distant than late autumn. Uchiha Shinshu sat upright in the guest seat. His back as straight as a spear. Nobunaga sat beside him, his expression calm as water. Hyuga Kenku deftly manipulated the tea set with the fluidity of flowing water. His movements precise and perfect, akin to an artisan sculpting ice. Every subtle transition exuded an air of chilly aloofness. Brother Shinshu, esteemed Nobunaga-kun, please. Kenku presented 2 cups of clear, emerald tea before the father and son, his smile warm and appropriate, yet his gaze seemed veiled with a layer of meticulously polished ice. The Hyuga clan had always been tranquil and self-contained, treasuring the purity of the Byakugan, with the preservation of family harmony as their paramount duty. The grand visions of the Konoha Joint Research Institute and the medicinal herb base. He sipped his tea elegantly, his tone flat and unruffled, maybe beyond our clan's capabilities. Matters concerning the ninja village will be handled by the Hokage and Elder Mito, while the Hyuga shall focus on our own legacy, performing our duties faithfully. And that shall suffice for Konoha. Shinshu held his teacup, the warmth of the porcelain unable to dispel the coolness of his fingers. He spoke in a low voice. Brother Kenku, the times are like tides. Those who follow will prosper. The medicinal herb base is fundamental to Konoha's future. The oil woman, Inuzuka, Nara, and other clans have united in solidarity. Brother Shinshu, I must respectfully disagree. Kenku gently interrupted, placing down his teacup. His movements soft yet imbued with an invisible force. Jinbai has recently made significant progress in the gentle fist-S rotation and must diligently refine her foundation daily. While she completed an S-rank mission alongside Nobunaga, her talent still requires the constant guidance of the clan elders. It cannot be taken lightly. The transmission of the Byakugan. with its intricate profundities, allows no room for negligence or distraction. His gaze subtly swept over Nobunaga, the conversation shifting seamlessly, delivering gentle yet firm reminders. Moreover, Jinbai also needs to deeply meditate on the essential heart of the gentle fist, making it inconvenient for her to meet guests. Young people, after all, are still finding their footing. It is best for them to focus on the path of the clan's training to avoid losing their roots. The phrase losing one's roots fell lightly, yet it struck with the weight of a mountain. Behind the screen, a delicate figure suddenly tensed like a bow drawn taut. Hyuga Jinbai's snow-white hair cascaded down, nearly obscuring her lowered profile. Her pure white eyes pierced through the fine cracks of the screen, locking onto the silent, seated figure cloaked in black. Beneath the wide sleeves, her nails dug deep into her soft palms, bringing sharp pain that could not quell the surging waves of grief and cold helplessness within her. The skin on her forehead was smooth, devoid of any curse marks. Yet the invisible and weighty shackles of being the clan's heir bound her soul more firmly than any brand, making each breath feel laborious. She could even sense the popcorn nestled in her sleeve, warmed by her body, slightly deformed, now a cold mockery, searing against her skin. Nobunaga appeared oblivious to Kanku's underlying insinuations, calmly lifting his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and then placing it down with equal tranquility. As he rose, a thin piece of paper fluttered down, inscribed with the words Preliminary Exploration of Chakra Precision Extraction and Meridian Care, based on certain theories of Hyuga Gentle Fist Meridian, seemingly inadvertently slipped from his sleeve. It silently landed on the polished tatami, positioned precisely near the edge of the screen. Since it is so, I shall not linger further. Father, we take our leave. Nobunaga's voice remained even and composed as he nodded slightly to Kanku. Shinshu's expression remained solemn as he stood, and the father and son bid farewell and departed. The heavy wooden door slowly closed behind them, emitting a muffled sound that completely severed the connection between the two worlds. Outside, the autumn wind swirled a few yellowed maple leaves, twirling them down in a graceful descent. Shinshio gazed intently at the tightly shut door, a symbol of ancient barriers. His expression ashen, and he coldly declared through clenched teeth, entrapped by one's own web, blind to the signs of the times. Nobunaga stooped down and casually picked up a withered leaf, its veins distinctly visible, yet utterly devoid of moisture, his fingertips subconsciously brushing against its fragile, brittle texture. A hard frost does not form in a day. When the clans of Konoha unite and forge a new path in this era of transformation, renewing themselves, Hinata's so-called tranquility today is but a fleeting illusion. He gently pinched the leaf, reducing it to powder, which then danced away in the wind, destined to become a mere reflection of memories. The night enveloped Konoha like thick ink, saturating the village. Deep within the Uchiha clan, the flickering light of a study lamp stood as the only defiant beacon in the darkness, illuminating the vast wall adorned with the 5-year economic reform plan of Konoha. The strategic locations of the medicinal material base and the Joint Research Institute were circled in red ink, the strokes resolute. Nobunaga stood alone before the map, his fingertips tracing the lines that symbolized the future. Outside, the lights of Konoha flickered in the crisp autumn air, resembling scattered stars upon the earth. The trial of the Vortex Mito's adamantine ceiling had passed, igniting the first spark of a grand blueprint, while Tsunade's medical ninjutsu theories laid the foundation for the medical team. Yet, the closed door of the Hyuga clan served as a chilling metaphor, reminding him that the path ahead would not be smooth. With the alliance newly formed, hidden reefs lay beneath their feet. Chapter 23. Konoha Joint Research Institute. The inauguration ceremony of the Konoha Joint Research Institute was deliberately scheduled on the birthday of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on the gleaming metallic instruments and experimental tables, while the air was infused with the mingled scents of pine wood, disinfectant, and ink. Vortex Mito occupied the main seat, her iconic red hair ablaze in the light, as she surveyed the distinct factions below. Led by representatives of the smaller clans, including Uchiha Shinshio, Yamanaka Shikaku, Inazuka Tobin, Nara Shikaku, and Karasuma Nanes, her eyes sparkling with hope for a new path. On the other side, the Hokage faction led by Sarutobi Hisashi, including Mito's husband, Tobarama Senju, and Shimura Danzo, bore expressions of scrutiny, doubt, or unabashed indifference. Today, Mito's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly above the murmurs in the hall, like a chime striking not to commemorate an individual's achievement, but to lay the groundwork for Konoha's future, heralding a new chapter. With wood release, Hashirama shaped the land, and Uchiha painted the blueprint with wisdom. This Konoha Joint Research Institute is the first sword cleaving through a millennium of shackles. She slightly turned, pointing to the prominently displayed emblem of the Konoha Joint Research Institute within the core area of the expansive 5-year economic reform plan. This sword shall be honed with the edge of chakra technology. Nobunaga rose in response, his youthful voice imbued with undeniable steadiness. He approached the podium, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling on Tsunade's slightly fatigued yet bright-eyed face. The strength of a ninja should not solely serve as a blade of destruction. It can be a remedy for healing, a brush for creation, a bridge connecting hearts. He pointed to the section of the plan detailing the transformation of civilian technologies. The Yamanaka clan's insect control techniques could be utilized for environmental management, precise information transmission, and even optimizing agricultural breeding. Shikaku nodded slightly, his sharp eyes hidden behind sunglasses. The Nara clan's shadow manipulation techniques, with their intricate control principles, could be applied to remote surgeries and controlling high-risk machinery. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin, revealing a pensive expression. The Vortex clan's adamantine sealing, with its delicate binding and guiding techniques for chakra, is an excellent template for stabilizing energy cores and precision instrument control systems. Mito's eyes gleamed with approval. The underlying wisdom of these secret techniques, when extracted, could be transformed into technological patents benefiting all. Core technologies held firmly in Konoha's hands would be supplied to various nations in exchange for the wealth sustaining Konoha's operations. Let the wisdom of ninjas become a source of creation, rather than mere consumables. As his words hung in the air, Tsunade's clear voice rang out, tinged with relief and newfound determination. Tsunade, head of the medical team, seconds that motion. She stood, her emerald eyes scanning the room before finally resting on Nobunaga, a silent understanding passing between them. She produced a scroll emanating a soft glow. Research on Hashirama's cells has encountered a bottleneck, yet the exploration itself has yielded inspiration. She unfurled the scroll, and a gentle, vibrant green chakra light flickered to life in her palm, reminiscent of new sprouts in early spring. Based on my understanding of my grandfather's remarkable self-healing abilities, combined with past research on expelling and healing with different chakra types, I have developed the healing palm technique. She delicately brushed the chakra over a small fish, which had been cut open for experimentation. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the bloodied fish visibly regained vitality. Its wounds healing as its tail unfurled, vibrant life coursing through its veins. This technique not only accelerates wound healing, but also revitalizes damaged tissue cells, significantly inhibiting and repairing the aberrations caused by chakra erosion. Tsunade's voice brimmed with pride, her gaze sweeping over the older ninjas who had harbored doubts about her youthfulness as a team leader. The contribution of the healing palm technique sparkled like a brilliant diamond, set upon the crown of the Research Institute, instantly dispelling all skepticism. Yamanaka Shikaku was the first to rise, bowing slightly. Yamanaka Shikaku, deputy leader of the medical team, wishes to use insect techniques as a guide to assist team leader Tsunade in exploring the mysteries of microscopic life, contributing to the advancement of medical ninjutsu. His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, sparkled with a thirst for the unknown. On the other side of the Research Institute, preparations for the infrastructure team were equally vigorous. Hataki-san, clad in a crisp battle outfit, exchanged his short blade for a surveying toolkit, discussing the planned renovation of the main road of the Land of Fire with the burly Akimichi Chofu. With your expansion technique combined with my lightning release sword techniques and earth release ninjutsu, Son pointed at the map, the efficiency of large-scale earthworks could increase tenfold. Particularly for tunneling through the mountains, your strength combined with my precise chakra cutting will ensure safety and speed far surpassing conventional blasting methods. He recalled Nobunaga's words during their mission in the Land of Waves. A ninja's strength should be used for creation. At that moment, the hand gripping the surveying pen felt heavier with a sense of mission than when grasping a ninja blade. Akimichi Chofu patted his round belly and chuckled heartily, his eyes shimmering with clarity earned through life and death. To repair bridges and pave roads for Konoha is far more fulfilling than smashing foes on the battlefield. Rest assured, Son, My strength finally has a purpose to benefit our homeland. He thumped Son's shoulder with his massive palm, producing a deep sound, brimming with might. Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Tobin gathered around the model of the medicinal material strategic base. On the model, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dog was simulating patrol routes. Shikaku, your understanding of medicinal properties is unparalleled. We rely on you for material selection and cultivation plans, Tobin asserted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. As for protection, leave that to me, Inuzuka. Patrol routes, alert levels, and intrusion detection will ensure not even a fly can enter the core medicinal fields. Any scoundrel daring to covet our herbs, he growled, as his loyal ninja dog, Beidou, bared its fangs, let them first reckon with my bite. Karasuma Nanes, along with Yamashiro and Kato from other clans, was selecting a site for the newly established Mind and Perception Application Research Lab. Her gaze swept over the planning map detailing chakra security assessments and mental resilience training. A hint of anticipation gracing her tranquil features. The illusions of the heart can also construct fortresses of defense. The Karasuma clan shall not shirk our responsibility. In stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere of the Research Institute, the atmosphere in the hidden chamber of the Shimura clan, where sunlight could not penetrate, was entirely somber. The frigid stone walls exuded a chilling aura, with the sole source of light emanating from a flickering oil lamp on the table, casting ghostly reflections upon the somber faces of Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate-un, and Toru Shinobiko. Absurd. Foolish. Danzo's voice rasped like sandpaper against stone, his emaciated fingers jabbing forcefully at the summary of the Konoha Economic Reform 5-year plan, nearly piercing through the paper. What nonsense is this about civilian chakra? Cultivating medicinal herbs? Establishing research institutes? That Uchiha brat and his band of fools are playing with fire. The daimyos are not fools. Does Konoha think it can escape their financial grasp? Dream on. Just wait and see. Trade blockades, technological barriers, diplomatic isolation, or even direct provocations at the borders. What can Konoha withstand? Will they wage war with those fanciful ninjutsu and cultivated herbs? Naive. Mito Gate-in leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing at the non-existent froth. His eyes glinting with shrewd calculation behind his glasses. Danzo, do remain calm. The youth are often plagued by unrealistic fantasies. Let them flounder until they are bloodied and bruised. Only then will they comprehend the rules of this world. He set down his teacup, his fingers tracing the medicinal herb base and chakra patent authorizations on the planning map. Yet, one must admit, Nobunaga's ability to draw up grand visions is impressive. Monopolizing medicinal herbs and trading patents sounds enchanting. Alas, Konoha is far too vast. By the time they cultivate profitable herbs and develop patents that can generate revenue, the village may already be in ruins from their reckless endeavors. A cold smile crept across his lips. Our casino, apothecary, and intelligence network are the true ventures that yield swift profits, capable of addressing urgent needs. Toru Shinobiko interjected immediately, her voice laced with her usual sharpness and a hint of barely concealed panic. Mito Gate is correct. Our three families have operated in collaboration for years, establishing solid channels and substantial profits. Why should we follow that brat into the perilous gamble of reform, especially regarding medicinal herbs? A flicker of pain crossed her eyes. Nara and Inuzuka joining forces to establish a medicinal herb base would sever our apothecary's roots. We must find a way to stifle this in its cradle. Danzo abruptly lifted his head, his triangular eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. His voice chilling to the bone. That spineless monkey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has already been bewitched by the siren song of Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha. To expect him to suppress reform is folly. Does he aspire to be a balanced Hokage? Balance. In the face of absolute power, balance is but weakness. His bony hand clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously as if shattering some invisible barrier. What are ninjas? Ninjas are blades. Danzo's voice suddenly rose, infused with a fervent obsession. Sharp, lethal, obeying the hand that wields the knife. We toil in the arts of ninjutsu, seeking power, to control our destinies and the lives of others. The daimyos? Merely fattened pigs waiting for slaughter. When the time is right, we shall place a more obedient blade against their throats. Want money? Want resources? Why grovel till the earth, or engage in those laughable inventions? Take it directly with a knife. His eyes gleamed with an unwavering reverence for power and a raw craving for control. Hiruzen's management theories are but a coward's veil. In this world, power is truth. As long as I, Shimura Danzo, possess the strength to upend the chessboard, all so-called rules and dependencies are mere nonsense. Mito Gate-in and Toru Shinobiko exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and a hint of intrigue reflected in each other's eyes. Danzo's words were heretical, yet unveiled a disquieting truth. Yet, the current state of Konoha, along with Uzumaki Mito and Toru Shinobiko, left some hesitation. Konoha? Danzo scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Since Hiruzen and Mito have chosen a path to ruin, let us not blame ourselves for seeking an escape route. He lowered his voice, imbued with a chilling resolve. We shall discreetly transfer our family's core industries and funds in batches. The land of hot water, the land of waves, and the land of iron. These small nations, militarily weak, require a strong protector. With the strength of our three families, we can establish new foundations there, free from the constraints of any daimyo. Should this leaky ship of Konoha truly sink, we shall be its last spark. Mito Gate-in's gaze flickered with uncertainty before crystallizing into a greedy sharpness. The land of hot water is indeed an appealing choice. Its people are simple, its beliefs chaotic, and the underground gold exchange thrives, facilitating our industrial transfer and financial operations. Moreover, my family records mention a long-established cult of a sinister deity in the land of hot water. They are said to be bizarre, acting without restraint, and their followers fervent, seemingly engaged in some undisclosed arcane research. Perhaps we could make contact? He emphasized the word contact, laden with implications. A feral light intertwined with a fervent curiosity sparkled in Danzo's exposed eye. A cult of a sinister deity? A source of power that is inscrutable? Excellent. We must delve deeper. Any entity that could enhance our strength and shatter existing rules warrants our attention. Remember, we have but one objective: to amass enough power to overturn everything, to control everything. For this, we shall spare no expense. In the dim chamber, the flickering oil lamp cast the scheming silhouettes of the three upon the cold stone walls, contorting and magnifying them like dark shadows sprouting in the abyss. The flames igniting in the Research Institute birthed, in another shadow, an even more perilous and lethal blade. Chapter 24. Theory and Assistant. The night was as dark as ink, pressing heavily upon Konoha. Deep within the Uchiha clan's territory, the study stood as the only stubborn beacon in this darkness. A massive map of the Konoha Economic Reform 5-year plan dominated an entire wall, the flame of the oil lamp dancing upon the paper, illuminating the lines that symbolized the future. Konoha Joint Research Institute, Strategic Medicinal Herb Bases, with a flickering glow, like a fragile ember, groping its way through the darkness. Uchiha Nobunaga stood alone before the chart, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the characters designating the Hyuga beside the medicinal herb base, where a layer of icy frost seemed to have crystallized. The face of Hyuga Niji, which appeared gentle yet was inherently unwelcoming, the heavy wooden door closing before him, symbolizing ancient barriers, and the fleeting white figure restrained by invisible shackles behind the screen were all vividly etched in his mind, bringing forth a weighty sense of stagnation. Having passed the rigorous test of Uzumaki Mito's formidable barriers, the flames of the Joint Research Institute ignited their first blaze. While Tsunade's brilliant theories on medical ninjutsu shone like a dazzling diamond embedded in the crown of the medical team, the inclusion of Oil Woman, Inuzuka, Kuruma, and the Boar-Deer Butterfly Alliance brought forth strength and hope. However, the resolute rejection from the Hyuga was like a bucket of ice water, quenching the initial stirrings of excitement and allowing him to see more clearly the rugged path ahead. The ice is hard to melt. It is not the cold of a single day, Nobunaga murmured softly, shifting his gaze from Hyuga to another core area in the planning chart, the civilian application of chakra technology. Reform is a great chess game. The absence of the Hyuga piece is indeed regrettable, yet the game cannot pause for this. He needed more pieces, more solid support. Medicine, as a means of universal benefit and the foundation for his deeper personal plans, became increasingly crucial following Tsunade's theories on medical ninjutsu. Just then, the study door was thrust open unceremoniously, bringing with it the scent of disinfectants and herbs characteristic of laboratories. Tsunade burst in, her emerald eyes ablaze with the fervor of a researcher and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, her light golden locks slightly disheveled. Nobunaga, what are you dawdling here for? Tsunade's voice rang clear, shattering the stillness of the study. The initial setup in the laboratory is complete. The framework for the medical team must be established without delay. The theoretical models for medical ninjutsu require substantial experimental data to support them, and the verification of cellular chakra guidance mechanisms needs manpower. I am stretched thin. You must come and assist me. Her tone brooked no dissent, as though Nobunaga's joining her medical team was an undeniable necessity. After all, from the beginning of the Ninja Academy, Nobunaga's fantastical yet incisive ideas, along with his profound understanding of chakra manipulation, had provided her research with abundant inspiration. In her eyes, Nobunaga was the most suitable partner at present. Turning around, Nobunaga wore an expression tinged with regret, yet his gaze remained resolute. Tsunade, I apologize, but I fear I am currently unfit to assist you. What? Tsunade's voice suddenly rose, her emerald eyes widening in disbelief. Are you joking? The research institute has only just begun, and the medical team is critical. Your theories on chakra micromanipulation could precisely help me validate the guiding model of the healing arts. Besides, wasn't it you who proposed the concept of universal accessibility? It is precisely because the concept of universal accessibility is of utmost importance that I must concentrate on a different direction. Nobunaga approached the desk, picked up a pre-prepared scroll, and handed it to Tsunade. Take a look at this. With a puzzled expression, Tsunade accepted the scroll and unfurled it. Instead of containing ninjutsu or medical notes, it presented a detailed compilation of literature and theoretical deductions regarding the 8 gates of death. The content was startling. It detailed that this technique was predominantly employed by elite shinobi to cultivate death warriors during the Warring States period. The first 2 gates could be opened relatively safely, but from the 3rd gate onward, each subsequent opening inflicted irreversible and cumulative severe damage upon the user. Most would cease at the 7th gate, obtaining a fleeting yet terrifying power before their body succumbed to ruptured meridians and organ failure. At the end of the scroll was a conclusion penned with a sharp quill by Nobunaga. The 8 gates are not shackles, but rather unawakened doors. The source of damage is not the insufficiency of physical strength, but the chakra torrent far exceeding the capacity of the meridians. Without a matching vessel, no matter how great the ambition to move mountains and fill seas, one shall ultimately become a torch consumed by flames. Are you still contemplating this suicidal technique? Tsunade furrowed her brow, her tone filled with strong dissent. This is nothing more than exchanging one's life for a momentary burst of power, the records of your ancestor. Uchiha Taijima, make it abundantly clear that even the Uchiha and our Senju, who possess naturally robust physiques, regard this as perilous. Perilous? Nobunaga shook his head, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. No, this is precisely the starting point of another path to survival. Tsunade, consider this. Why does the Sharingan bleed when activated, especially the Mangekyo? Why does it lead to blindness? Tsunade paused. This was a question she had pondered. Yet more from a traditional and medical perspective, the excessive chakra of Yin release depletes ocular strength. Depletion of ocular strength is merely a surface phenomenon. Nobunaga interjected, moving to the wall and gently brushing his fingers over a grand blueprint of reforms, his fingertip resting on the word medical. The fundamental reason is akin to the 8 gates of death, the activation of the Sharingan, particularly at advanced levels and during the use of potent ocular techniques, derives from the overwhelming energy surge of Yin release chakra, which instantaneously creates an enormous and volatile torrent of energy. This torrent is released through the intricate, yet fragile network of specific meridians within the eyeball. He turned to face Tsunade, the 3-tomo Sharingan quietly manifesting, the crimson pupils glistening with insight. The capacity of these minute internal meridians has its limits. When the influx of Yin release chakra exceeds this limit, it causes tearing and burning damage to the meridians. This is the fundamental reason behind ocular bleeding after utilizing ocular techniques. Repeated damage that goes unrepaired or excessive overload will ultimately lead to the complete death of the meridians, resulting in blindness. Nobunaga's words rang like thunder in Tsunade's ears. She had never approached the damage mechanism of the Sharingan from this angle. The traditional understanding was that it was a depletion of ocular strength, whereas his theory of meridian overload unveiled an entirely new and more profound avenue for research. Then how do you explain the records in your clan about Madara's eye transplant resulting in the eternal Mangekyo, which resolves blindness? Tsunade instinctively probed, her researcher's instinct fully awakened. This is precisely the crux. Nobunaga's eyes gleamed with intensity. Firstly, Madara's Mangekyo came from his blood relative, Izuna, whose ocular structure had the best compatibility with chakra, exhibiting minimal rejection. The powerful yang release chakra, life force, of the new body can more effectively nourish and repair the meridians of the new eye. Secondly, and more importantly, he stepped closer to Tsunade, lightly tapping the scroll in her hands. Do you remember the theory of chakra as a converter? The eye transplant is akin to adding a new, intact filtering network, the meridian system of the new eye, parallel to the existing, overburdened filtering network, the meridian system of the old eye. The interplay of both systems alleviates the immense torrent of yin release chakra, significantly reducing its pressure. The refined chakra's impact on a single meridian system declines drastically, thus controlling the damage. Eventually, with the body's complete adaptation and repair of the new eye, a state of eternity is achieved. The accounts of outsiders who received Sharingan transplants and experienced prolonged mental fatigue stemmed from their lack of Uchiha blood, rendering their bodies incapable of effectively providing matching chakra to drive and repair this additional, powerful filtering network. This led to a vicious cycle of continuous consumption of spiritual power, yin release, and insufficient bodily energy, yang release. At this point, Nobunaga couldn't help but privately mock Kakashi for his inability to find a girlfriend. With that appearance, he would undoubtedly be reported for sexual harassment at the Konoha library. Tsunade was utterly astonished. Nobunaga's theoretical model, grounded in chakra conversion, meridian capacity, and parallel diversion, logically elucidated the mysteries of the Mangekyo's blindness and the eternal Mangekyo. This was nothing short of a revolution in the understanding of bloodline limits. Thus, Nobunaga's voice was deep and powerful, whether it is the destructive impact of the 8 gates on the primary meridians or the tearing and burning of the eyes caused by the Mangekyo. The essence is the inadequacy of the vessel, meridians, to bear the force, excess chakra. The solution lies not only in enhancing the strength of the vessel, meridian resilience, and expansion, which requires entirely new medical techniques and physical cultivation methods, but also in discovering a better guiding and diversion mechanism for the force, such as the eye exchange mechanism of the eternal Mangekyo. The latter involves ethical considerations of bloodlines, which is not my desire. As for the former, his gaze burned intensely into Tsunade's. It is precisely within the realm of the medical team. In your future healing arts, Tsunade, the techniques of cellular activation, tissue regeneration, and deeper studies of meridian science that can be touched upon. Developing medical ninjutsu that can strengthen meridians and repair deep tissue damage, or discovering safe methods to expand meridian capacity, will not only resolve the fatal flaws of the 8 gates, but also benefit all shinobi. Those who have suffered meridian damage due to overtraining or battle injuries will no longer be rendered useless. This is the true path of universal accessibility. It is the direction I must pave the way for. My current research in physical cultivation aims to ascertain the limits and patterns of chakra's impact on the body's meridians, providing your medical research with the most direct and perilous data from human experiments. Tsunade fell silent. She gazed into the fervent determination reflected in Nobunaga's eyes, the resolve to take risks for a deeper goal, and recalled her own explorations in the healing arts concerning cellular guidance and activation. A sense of clarity washed over her. Nobunaga was not evading the work of the medical team. He was exploring a more fundamental and challenging path toward solving not just injuries, but the very essence of the vessel. Her earlier dissatisfaction dissipated instantly, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility and an exhilarating awakening. Clutching the scroll tightly, her voice became solemn. I understand now. Your research is audacious, but the direction is correct. I will support you wholeheartedly. I will take on the topic of meridian repair and tissue regeneration. Nobunaga exhaled in relief, revealing a sincere smile. Thank you, Tsunade. As for your choice of assistant, he pondered briefly. I recommend someone named Obito. Obito? Tsunade found the name somewhat unfamiliar, conjuring the image of a quiet, unassuming classmate from the ninja academy, who always hid in the corners and possessed rather mediocre chakra aptitude. Yes, that's him. Nobunaga firmly asserted that although he may appear unremarkable at first glance, his theoretical knowledge is exceptionally solid, particularly in the realms of biology, cell science, and genetics, where he possesses an extraordinary talent and a unique perspective. More importantly, he paused. A fervent desire to rise above mediocrity resided deep within him. I once inadvertently overheard him mention a concept. Nobunaga's voice lowered. Imbued with a keen insight into the human heart, he seemed to possess an almost obsessive interest in the potential of merging different bloodline limits to transcend his innate limitations. The following day, at the temporary medical research facility of the Leaf Village Joint Research Institute, the air was infused with the scents of fresh timber, disinfectant, and herbal remedies. Tsunade was intently focused on calibrating a complex chakra microflow observation device, her brow furrowed. Despite having received theoretical support from Nobunaga, the lack of capable assistance, coupled with the cumbersome setup and initial experiments, left her feeling overwhelmed. Tsunade, team leader, a somewhat timid voice called from the doorway. Tsunade looked up to see a slender youth standing there, clad in faded, worn ninja attire, his short, grayish-white hair tousled, and his eyes betraying a mix of anxiety, anticipation, and profound insecurity. It was Bairuho. Bairuho? Tsunade set down her tools, her emerald eyes scrutinizing him. Nobunaga recommended you. He mentioned that you possess a talent for biological and cellular theories? Bairuho's body tensed noticeably, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment as he stammered. Why yes. Lady Tsunade, I am very interested in those subjects and have read many books. He seemed anxious about being underestimated and quickly added, I will definitely be of help. Tsunade did not respond immediately, but instead handed him a preliminary report on abnormal cellular division stimulated by chakra. Can you understand the data model in this report? Please share your thoughts. Bairuho took the report with trembling hands, flipping through it nervously at first, but soon, his demeanor shifted. The unique focus that accompanies delving into data and theory replaced his initial trepidation. He pointed at a specific chart in the report, his speech gradually becoming steady and fluid. Here, the rate of cellular division accelerates abnormally under the third-class chakra wave frequency, but it is accompanied by a significant increase in the fragmentation of chromosomes. This does not align with conventional chakra nourishment theory. I believe the issue may lie within the composition of chakra attributes or the stability of frequency. The monitoring data on the purity of the input chakra in the report is insufficient. He began to analyze the contradictions in the data with clarity, proposing several hypotheses that required supplementary experimental validation. Tsunade listened, her expression gradually revealing surprise. This ordinarily inconspicuous and somewhat timid youth, once immersed in his area of expertise, displayed remarkable sharpness, logical clarity, and a solid foundation of knowledge. Especially commendable were the hypotheses he put forth, which were incisive and targeted the core issues, demonstrating his profound understanding of the broader field. Excellent. Tsunade interjected, a smile of approval gracing her features, dispelling the shadows from Bairuho's heart like sunlight. Your analysis is astute, and you have pinpointed the issues accurately. This report indeed has its oversights, and your hypotheses hold significant value. From now on, you are an official research assistant in the medical team, Bairuho. Bairuho's head shot up, his eyes brimming with incredulous joy, swiftly followed by deep gratitude. Oh really? Thank you. Lady Tsunade, thank you. He bowed deeply, his voice thick with emotion. He had never imagined that this underachiever would truly have the opportunity to step into the forefront of medical research in the Leaf Village. All of this was thanks to a single word from the illustrious Uchiha Nobunaga, whom he had never dared to aspire to be associated with. Do not thank me. Prove yourself with your abilities. Tsunade waved her hand, presenting him with another, more complex experimental design document. This is the preliminary experimental plan for the restoration of deep muscle tears using healing arts. You are responsible for verifying all theoretical parameters and preset variables. This afternoon, assist me in constructing the energy guidance circuit. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Bairuho straightened his back, his voice now resounding with newfound vigor, his eyes ignited with unprecedented passion. He cautiously accepted the weighty document, as if cradling his newly birthed hope. The ambition of merging bloodlines was momentarily suppressed. The stage before him, where he could showcase his true talents and gain recognition, was the point he cherished most. He silently vowed to seize this opportunity and excel. Meanwhile, deep within the Uchiha clan's territory, in a secret laboratory meticulously arranged by Nobunaga, heavily guarded and devoid of large instruments, only a few sturdy stone platforms and specialized chakra sensing and recording devices lent an air of simplicity and coldness. Nobunaga sat cross-legged on the central stone platform, bare-chested and clad only in black training pants. His eyes were closed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the chakra around him surged violently. Before him, within a specially designed sealing container, bathed in a unique solution, lay Uchiha Kagami's wide-open, kaleidoscopic Sharingan, characterized by its whirling pinwheel pattern. Nobunaga did not perform an eye exchange surgery. As he had conveyed to Tsunade, that was not the path he chose. The risks were too great, and ethical considerations loomed large. His approach was more indirect, requiring an intricate mastery of chakra. He was attempting an exceedingly perilous operation. Through his formidable chakra control, he aimed to painstakingly and minutely simulate the characteristic frequency and energy fluctuations of the turbulent in-release chakra flow unleashed during the activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Subsequently, he aimed to carefully inject this simulated, yet strictly limited in intensity, pseudo-ocular chakra into the meridians of his own eyes. The singular aim was to personally experience and accurately measure the impact limits and damage patterns this force would impose on the delicate meridians within his eyes, without truly opening them or activating the ocular technique. This was a genuine physical cultivation experiment, a dance upon the razor's edge, providing the most direct and dangerous first-hand trauma data for Tsunade's meridian repair research. A suppressed groan escaped Nobunaga's throat. Even when the intensity was constrained to 1/10,000th of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's true power, the moment that uniquely cold, rending chakra surged into the meridians of his eyes. A fierce sting, a burning sensation, and an indescribable feeling of expansion assaulted him in an instant. It felt as if countless tiny needles were piercing within his eyeball, akin to being seared repeatedly by a weak electric current. The nearby chakra sensing device emitted a frantic buzzing, the recording scroll unfurling automatically, its intricate runic lines beginning to twist and oscillate, faithfully documenting the abnormal tremors and subtle damage points within the ocular chakra circuit. Nobunaga gritted his teeth, his mind intensely focused, the three-tomo Sharingan rapidly rotating beneath his tightly shut eyelids, functioning like a precise radar, diligently monitoring every fluctuation within him, guiding the perilous chakra flow along a safe edge. Sweat soaked his temples, trickling down the taut line of his jaw. Each minute sting, each buzzing warning, etched into his consciousness an awareness of fragility and an insatiable desire for greater strength. This suffering was the necessary path toward the future power that would uphold the vital piece of the reform blueprint that belonged to him. Time languidly passed amidst pain and concentration. Eventually, Nobunaga gradually dissipated the simulated in-release chakra, exhaling deeply, weariness washing over him like a wave of relief. He opened his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan now bloodshot, his vision somewhat blurred, yet a brighter flame burned within, a radiance born from glimpsing fragments of truth. He approached the recording device, meticulously examining the damage point map marked on the scroll, cross-referencing it with the structural model of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his mind. Indeed, the primary impact lies in the microcirculation network near the nodes connected to the optic nerve and the spherical body, which aligns remarkably with the remnants of damage in Uncle Jing's eyes. He murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding over the scroll. The damage pattern indicated that 70 was of a tearing nature, while 30 was due to energy burns, necessitating a targeted repair plan. He carefully rolled up this precious data, tinged with blood and pain, affixing a label that read Top Secret Eye Meridian Shock Experiment Record 001. This was the inaugural human report for Tsunade. After completing these tasks, Shenlong lifted his gaze once more, involuntarily drawn to the sealed container. Within a specially formulated solution, Uchiha Jing's lifeless kaleidoscope eyes stared vacantly into the laboratory's darkness. The swirling pinwheel pattern, under the dim light, seemed imbued with endless sorrow and unfulfilled obsessions. Shenlong silently regarded those eyes, his weary face betraying no emotion. Jing's sacrifice had brought back this power, along with a burdensome legacy. He extended his hand, fingertips brushing against the cold container, gently touching those eyes that symbolized both strength and curse. Uncle Jing, Shenlong's voice was low, resonating through the silent laboratory with a complexity that transcended his years. Is the future you see, akin to this very moment, fraught with thorns and dim light? I shall not allow your sacrifice to merely serve as a tool for vengeance, nor will I permit it to mark the onset of my descent into the abyss of power. I will utilize it to illuminate the path ahead and ignite the true fire of transformation. His gaze shifted from the kaleidoscope to the large scroll on the wall labeled Konoha Economic Reform 5-Year Plan. were the markings for the Joint Research Institute and Herbal Resource Base. In the dim light, resembled sparks waiting to ignite in the dark. The hidden flames had already been kindled within his heart. The beginning of the medical path was unfolding. Konoha's transformation was inexorably advancing along a path strewn with thorns, interwoven with glimmers of light and blood. Uchiha Shinlong stood at the storm's epicenter, his very being a kindling, his intellect the guiding force, igniting flames potent enough to shatter millennia of shackles. Chapter 26. Tobarama and Forbidden Techniques. The door hinge of the study emitted a faint creak as Uchiha Shinlong entered, his steps slightly unsteady, burdened by the fatigue of overexertion. Beads of sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, dampening his temples, with a few strands of black hair clinging to his forehead. He had just concluded an exceedingly perilous and painful ocular meridian shock experiment. At this moment, his usually sharp, hawk-like three-tomo Sharingan was laced with fine veins of blood, a lingering sting embedded deep within his pupils, and his peripheral vision appeared somewhat blurred. A faint, acrid scent emanated from him, a residue of intense chakra friction. Uchiha Shinshu had long awaited him by the table, the flickering oil lamp casting his steadfast figure in elongated shadows upon the wall. When his gaze fell upon his son's bloodshot eyes and sweat-soaked temples, his deep-set pupils constricted sharply, the three-tomo Sharingan nearly surfacing uncontrollably. A tumultuous blend of heartache, anger, and concern surged within him, overwhelming his chest like a cold tide, causing his knuckles to whiten as he clenched his fists. He was acutely aware of what Shinlong was researching. The weighty report on the self-destructive ocular experiment based on Jing's kaleidoscope Sharingan pressed heavily upon his heart. However, he suppressed the questions rising in his throat, silently pouring a cup of already cold tea and pushing it across the table. "You're back?" Shinshu's voice rumbled low like thunder rolling through a valley, each word laden with gravity. He refrained from inquiring about the laboratory details, for Shinlong's report was sufficiently thorough. Instead, he questioned his son's current state, probing into the burning, almost frenzied obsession within his Sharingan, seeking to uncover the source of the pressing urgency that lay beneath. Shinlong responded, his voice noticeably hoarse. He settled into a chair beside the table, neglecting the cold tea, leaning back wearily and closing his eyes, seemingly striving to soothe the lingering burn within his eyes. A brief silence enveloped the study, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the oil lamp and Shinlong's somewhat labored breaths. Shinshu's gaze traversed his son's fatigued visage, ultimately resting upon the unfurled, ink-dried draft of the Konoha Economic Reform 5-Year Plan. The phrases cutting dependence on military force, controlling the economic lifeline, Joint Research Institute, and Herbal Strategic Base were etched sharply, painting a future fraught with both hope and thorns. He lifted the cold tea to his lips, taking a sip. The chill slid down his throat, failing to extinguish the worries simmering within. "Your blueprint," Shinshu began slowly, his voice regaining its usual steadiness, though the weight of his words remained palpable, "centers on severing those 2 millennia-old shackles. The direction is correct, and your thoughts are profound. Tsunade's mastery of medical ninjutsu theory lays a solid foundation for your medical aspirations. The alliances with the Oil Woman, Inuzuka, Nara, and Kurama have also rendered tangible support." He paused, his gaze sharpening as it turned toward Shinlong, as if seeking to penetrate the burdens deep within his soul. Yet every transformation necessitates the backing of strength. It requires not only political alliances, but also the might capable of crushing all obstacles, the very power that sustains your ambitions. He deliberately emphasized the word power, his gaze fixed on Shinlong's bloodshot eyes, laden with meaning. "In your eagerness, what exactly are you striving to elevate? Uchiha's power or your own? What compels you to rush as though an unseen disaster is in pursuit?" Shinlong remained with his eyes closed, yet his long lashes trembled slightly. His father's words pierced through the facade of his restrained fatigue, touching upon the suffocating urgency rooted in his clear vision of the future. The distorted face of Kaku from the land of waves and the maniacal laughter of the immortal money echoed in his mind, intertwined with the serene visage of Hashirama and Tobarama on Hokage Rock, alongside the kaleidoscope Sharingan submerged in solution, gazing vacantly at him. Power. Only power is the fundamental key to breaking the deadlock. He abruptly opened his eyes, the bloodshot pupils revealing the 3-tomo rotating slowly, no longer filled with pain but ignited by a fervor that pierced through all understanding. That brilliance was blinding, compelling even Shinshu to shudder. "Father," Shenlong's voice transformed. No longer hoarse but resonating with a peculiar clarity, as if infused with a fervent insight. "What is the essence of power? Where lies the origin of ninjutsu?" Just now, amidst the extreme pain and focus, I comprehended. Just as I understood that the damage to the kaleidoscope stemmed from a lack of power, I have discerned the core of all the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage, Tobirama. He sprang to his feet, striding toward the enormous map of Konoha hanging on the wall, as if this realm were the sandbox for elucidating truth. The dim light cast a long shadow behind him, merging with the mountains and rivers depicted on the map. The world reveres the second Hokage as a genius in the development of forbidden techniques. Awed by his formidable and enigmatic jutsu, Shenlong turned, his gaze intense as it locked onto Shinshu. Flying Thunder God Technique, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, Exploding Tag Technique, Reanimation Technique. These seemingly disparate forbidden techniques, behind their terrifying power, conceal a singular, fundamental key: the summoning technique. Summoning technique? Shinshu's brows furrowed deeply, disbelief etched across his face. This diverged vastly from his understanding of summoning techniques that called upon ninja beasts for battle. How could summoning possibly serve as the foundation for these powerful forbidden techniques that shake the very rules of the ninja world? It was a complete upheaval of his comprehension of the ninjutsu system. The technique of summoning beasts? What does that have to do with these forbidden arts? It is indeed the summoning technique, but it is far from your simplistic understanding. Shenlong's voice was resolute and unyielding, imbued with an undeniable insight. The ultimate essence of the summoning technique is the power of contractual summoning that transcends the boundaries of space. It is the law that shatters the confines of space. The second generation of Tobirama has grasped, applied, and expanded upon the concept of spatial contracts to an astonishing and unparalleled realm. All his core forbidden techniques are extreme extensions of this key, explored through various dimensions and directions. Nobunaga's finger suddenly pointed at a spot on the map, seemingly marking the origin of the technique, the Flying Thunder God Technique. His voice resonated with genuine admiration and analytical pleasure, as this S-rank space-time ninjutsu, unparalleled through the ages, instilled terror in the hearts of enemies. What lies at its core? It is the creation of a unique spatial coordinate at the target location, which is not merely a simple mark, but a stable, anchoring beacon of contract. The practitioner mentally locks onto this beacon and then initiates the contract. However, this contract does not summon external entities, but rather represents the ultimate communication with oneself. As a sacrifice of the self, it instantaneously responds to the contract's call, transporting the practitioner from their original position to the marked point. This is not merely the pinnacle of speed. It is an absolute mastery over spatial coordinates and a forcible contractual transfer of one's existence. Without a profound understanding of the principles behind spatial contract summoning and the unparalleled sealing techniques that solidify coordinates, such miraculous movement would be utterly impossible. This is the zenith of utilizing summoning techniques for personal displacement. He traced a bizarre and perilous arc in the air with his finger, as if igniting a series of catastrophic events. The mutual detonation seal technique. Nobunaga's tone turned icy and filled with destruction. And the terror of this technique lies in its endless pinpoint annihilation. Its foundation is a summoning storage space, constructed using sealing techniques, independent of the material realm, a vast arsenal. It is filled with countless detonative seals, modified through specialized summoning techniques. When employed, one simply affixes a detonative seal as a fuse and spatial marker to the target. Once activated, the explosion of this seal is merely the prelude. Its core value lies in the instantaneous summoning of a contract that directs to that storage space. It transcends being just a detonative seal. It becomes an unending, precisely targeted beacon of destruction. Continuously, it summons forth more contractually bound detonative seals from that summoning space. These summoned seals, akin to precisely guided missiles, instantaneously appear upon or around the target, detonating and forming an endless cycle of death. This is the lethal symphony of summoning techniques and sealing techniques, invoking not life, but pure, persistent annihilation. Nobunaga turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Nobuhide, as if to unveil the very division of the soul, the multiple shadow clone technique. His voice trembled with a profound mental resonance. This technique is classified as forbidden, and the consumption of chakra is merely a facade. Ordinary shadow clones are mere illusions created from chakra, false projections. Yet, what of the multiple shadow clone technique? It embodies true division and creation. The practitioner must amalgamate their vast chakra with an equal measure of spiritual energy extracted from their mental essence, then summon these energy spheres, infused with both spirit and chakra, into the material realm. Each summoning births a true clone, endowed with independent consciousness, the ability to act autonomously, and even the capacity to perceive and think. The existence of each clone represents a division of the spirit and a materialized summoning. When the clones dissipate, these fragments of spiritual energy, laden with experiences, memories, and even emotions, return to the original body, flooding it with a tumultuous stream of consciousness that inflicts a horrific shock upon the practitioner's mental world. At its core, it is a summoning-style division of one's spiritual energy and chakra, manifesting and reintegrating. A moment's carelessness could plunge one into the abyss of mental fragmentation. Chapter 27. Tobarama and Forbidden Techniques. 2. Nobunaga inhaled deeply, as if to suppress the weight within his heart when discussing taboos. His finger finally settled heavily upon the map's void region, symbolizing death and the unknown, the impure world reincarnation. His voice lowered, imbued with an indescribable complexity and a hint of chilling sincerity. This is the true crown of the second generation's forbidden techniques. The pinnacle of his lifelong research into forbidden arts, a demonic technique that genuinely brushes against the taboos of life and death. Its core concept is cold and precise, consisting of 3 movements: summoning, soul imprisonment, and vessel binding. 1. The summoning of souls. Firstly, it requires insight into the essence and destination of the soul. After death, where does the soul go? What lies beyond the threshold of the unknown, the pure land, or the entrance to the underworld? The Kato clan's ancestral secret technique, the soul transformation technique, provides Tobarama with the first cornerstone for peering into the realm of souls. This technique seeks to penetrate the barriers of life and death, forcibly summoning specific, long-extinct souls back into the present world from that unknown shore. It is a desecration of the deceased's rest, a brazen challenge to the cycles of life and reincarnation. 2. The shackles of the void. The summoned souls are formless, insubstantial energy beings, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Without a host, they will swiftly dissipate or be dragged back to the other shore by the forces of death. At this juncture, the highest sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, capable of imprisoning the void and sealing concepts, are required as chains to forcibly bind the retrieved souls. Without the Uzumaki sealing technique, this summoning would be utterly meaningless and futile. 3. The earthly cage. Finally, the imprisoned soul requires a vessel, a living sacrifice, the vessel, whose flesh and blood will become the anchor for the bound soul. The sealing technique's power forcibly embeds the soul into this living container, distorting its form, covering it with a husk of dust and paper, and endowing it with fragments of its former power. Thus, the deceased is resurrected in a distorted guise, becoming an immortal puppet in the hands of the practitioner. The summoning technique transcends life and death, invoking souls. The sealing technique binds the void, locking souls. The living sacrifice provides the vessel. Each element is indispensable, intricately intertwined, forming a forbidden summoning and sealing ritual that crosses the boundaries of life and death. This represents Tobarama's ultimate application of summoning techniques in the most taboo domains. Nobuhide was left utterly stunned, the tea in his hand long since cooled. Yet he remained oblivious to it. Nobunaga's meticulous dissection, which struck at the core of things, opened a door to him that he had never imagined. It turned out that the seemingly complex and esoteric system of forbidden techniques wielded by that ninja was rooted in a singularity of power that was profoundly embedded in the seemingly ordinary key of summoning techniques. He envisioned Tobarama standing at the intersection of space and rule, using summoning as a pen to depict a tapestry that subverted the common knowledge of the ninja world. Therefore, Father, Nobunaga gazed at his father's astonished expression, his voice tinged with a blend of admiration and enlightenment, rather than merely being a genius in the development of forbidden techniques. The second generation was a master of the spatial contract laws, wielding the summoning technique with divine precision, transforming stone into gold. All his core forbidden techniques are built upon this grand foundational framework of spatial contract summoning, combining extreme expansions and transformations with other domains, Uzumaki sealing techniques, Kato soul studies, detonative seal modifications. He is the one who truly comprehends the essence of summoning power. He paused, his tone carrying an indescribable nuance, even mixed with a hint of dark humor. Speaking of which, Father, I even feel that the second generation ought to respectfully bow deeply to his sister-in-law, Lady Uzumaki Mido. Oh, Nobuhide snapped back to reality, captivated by this sudden assertion, imbued with a sense of historical absurdity. Without the Uzumaki clan's unrivaled, top-tier sealing techniques, Nobunaga stated unequivocally, the second generation's brilliant ideas and concepts for forbidden techniques, capable of altering the very landscape of the ninja world, would largely remain as lofty, unattainable dreams, or be reduced to mere shadows of their former potential. He counted on his fingers, articulating the crucial role of sealing techniques with clarity. Flying Thunder God, its stable foundation lies in the solid anchoring of spatial coordinates. Without the robust support of the vortex sealing technique, those spatial coordinate markers, Flying Thunder God technique, would be akin to castles built on sand, susceptible to being smoothed out, distorted by spatial turbulence or the interference of an enemy's chakra, rendering the notion of instantaneous movement a perilous gamble. The mutual explosive tag, its essence is rooted in the summoning space that stores a vast array of explosive tags. This space itself is a highly stable and directionally connected superlarge sealing space constructed using the vortex sealing technique. Without this sturdy arsenal, no matter how precise the summoning beacon, there would be no ammunition to summon, making the idea of sustained destruction moot. The multiple shadow clone technique, the violent return of spiritual energy, is fatal to the practitioner. Without the sealing technique to provide critical buffering, sorting, and stabilizing during the division and return of the spirit, the practitioner would have long succumbed to madness. The more clones created, the quicker the demise. Edo Tensei, this is even more reliant. Without the powerful sealing technique of the Vortex clan that can imprison ethereal souls and resist the laws of death, even if one forcefully summons a soul back, it would dissipate like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, or worse, rebound upon the practitioner, dragging their soul into endless darkness. Observe the other four great nations, who have possessed tailed beasts for over a year, yet still struggle with how to effectively seal and control these calamities, suffering heavy casualties. This illustrates just how scarce and strategically valuable the top-tier sealing techniques capable of stabilizing tailed beasts are. Nobunaga approached the window and abruptly flung it open. The cold wind of late autumn rushed in, tousling his damp hair and dispersing the stifling air within the study. He gazed at the distant Hokage rock, where the colossal statues of the first and second Hokage stood, the last crimson glow of the setting sun, like dried blood, smeared across the cold contours of the statues, adding an ominous aura. The low voice of Nobunaga from the Vortex clan seemed ethereal in the wind, yet it carried a cold insight that pierced through the mists of history. The sealing techniques they depend on for survival and take pride in are not only their supreme treasure in the ninja world, but also a Damocles sword hanging over their heads, a source of potential disaster. He turned away from the deepening twilight outside and faced his father. The flickering light of the oil lamp in the study danced upon his face, illuminating his eyes, bloodshot yet ablaze with a flame of concern. Sharp as a blade piercing the darkness, directly striking at the deepest worries of Shinshu. Now, with Lord Mido serving as the stabilizing anchor in Konoha, deterring the petty ambitions of the surrounding nations with his unfathomable chakra and the power of the Nine Tails, the Vortex clan can still maintain a semblance of independence and prosperity. But father, please think carefully and calmly about the future. Nobunaga's voice rose sharply, imbued with a near-cruel prophetic power. In a decade, or even just a few years, when time erodes Lord Mido's body, when the power of the Nine Tails no longer shines at its zenith, when the light of this guardian inevitably dims, can Konoha alone withstand the unabashed, insatiable greed of the entire ninja world towards the vortex sealing technique? His words struck like an icicle, piercing through the seemingly peaceful yet fragile facade before them. Cloud Village needs to seal tailed beasts. Rock Village needs. Sand Village needs. Mist Village also needs. They covet this power like starving wolves eyeing a plump lamb. Moreover, the Vortex Nation itself, besides its legacy of sealing techniques, possesses a vast lineage of Vortex clan blood. The finest vessel for sealing techniques, and a reserve of Jinchuriki. It guards fertile seas and crucial maritime trade routes. Its geographical position and resources are a tantalizing feast. To possess such wealth is a crime. The innocent bear no guilt. When the power of protection wanes, the greedy fangs will surely reveal themselves. The study fell into a grave silence. The last sliver of daylight outside vanished entirely, and darkness enveloped the courtyard like thick ink. Only the flame of the oil lamp on the desk flickered uneasily, casting the solemn silhouettes of father and son upon the wall, resembling two statues lost in contemplation. Nobunaga's voice rang like a cold death knell in Shinshu's heart. Therefore, the day Lord Mito ages and his power wanes could very well be the day of the Vortex clan's demise. This would no longer be a minor conflict, but rather the strongest catalyst capable of igniting a conflagration that would engulf the entire ninja world, far surpassing the scale of the first great ninja war. The blood of the Vortex clan will stain the seas, and their legacy of sealing techniques may very well be severed amidst the flames of war. He stepped forward, locking eyes with his father, his gaze ablaze with unprecedented urgency. Father, we are out of time. We must ensure that Konoha possesses the necessary strength before the storm truly descends. This strength is not merely to extend a helping hand in the Vortex's time of peril, which would mean directly opposing the entire ninja world, but also for Konoha's own sake. To ensure that even after the potential severance of the legacy of sealing techniques, Konoha can still retain the foundation of strategic deterrence, preventing it from falling into a passive state in future wars. Our reform, our enhancement of strength, cannot be delayed. A prolonged silence ensued. The air felt as though it had solidified into a tangible entity, heavy enough to suffocate. Shinshu looked at his son's youthful face, already etched with worries and resolve beyond his years. The dissecting words of his son were like the most precise surgical scalpel, peeling back the rotting layers beneath the facade of peace in the ninja world, laying bare the bloody future and a grim timeline before him. The grand strategy concerning the Uchiha and the future of Konoha had never appeared so clear, nor so burdensome as a mountain. The summoning technique serves as the key to unlocking the forbidden arts and peering into the laws of space. The sealing technique is the cornerstone upon which the Vortex clan relies for survival, yet it also invites calamity. The future of the Uchiha, and the transformation that both he and Nobunaga aspire to achieve, must navigate the labyrinthine, perilous rules of the ninja world and the relentless countdown to destruction, seeking their own means to forge a path through chaos. The flame of the oil lamp flickered violently, as if responding to the blazing determination in Nobunaga's eyes, a fire more intense and radiant than the flame itself. The cold truths brought back from the land of waves, the painful insights from the kaleidoscope experiment, the revelations of the summoning essence unveiled by the forbidden techniques, and the heavy prophecies regarding the future of the Vortex Nation, all served as the fiercest fuel, fervently igniting the blueprint of transformation in the hearts of this Uchiha father and son. Chapter 28. The heroic Sarutobi Hiruzen. The window panes of the Hokage's office rattled in the night wind, like an unsettling omen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone behind the large desk, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing a well-worn intelligence document that had been perused repeatedly. The flickering flame of the oil lamp danced in his deep-set eyes, illuminating the words of the mission report from the land of waves as sharp as blades. Ninjas are merely the bloodied weapons in the hands of the powerful. And the cold voice of Uchiha Nobunaga seemed to penetrate the paper, echoing in his ears. Outside the door, Shimura Danzo's deliberately lowered voice could be heard reprimanding the Umbu to keep a close watch on the movements of the Uchiha. Hiruzen wearily closed his eyes. The weight of the third Hokage's cloak felt as heavy as iron, suffocating him. The warning from his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, who had returned from the daimyo's estate the previous day, echoed in his mind. Hiruzen, do not forget where your bloodline originates. Balance. The role of the Hokage is to manage this blade for the daimyo, not to indulge it in developing its own ambitions. The words of Mito, the Vortex clan leader, from the elders' meeting a month prior felt like thorns in his back. I will ask only this. Do you wish to be the accountant for the daimyo's estate, or the navigator for Konoha? Two immense forces tugged at his spine. On the table lay the 5-year plan for Konoha's economic reform, delivered yesterday by Uchiha Shinshu. The phrases regarding the civilian application of chakra technology, the strategic base for medicinal herbs, and the upgrade of the mission system were as sharp as swords, cutting through the murky past, yet they also stirred the most sensitive of nerves. He suddenly recalled his youth when his teacher Tobarama pointed to the rift in the Valley of the End and said, "True power is the strength to cleave fate." A lamp flickered, bursting into a flower of light. Sarutobi Hizashi abruptly rose, the crimson Hokage cloak sweeping over the teacup. Brown tea stains spreading across the provisions for the independent judicial authority of the police department like an ugly scar. The Uchiha clan's library was steeped in the scent of pine resin and old paper, the deep silence of the night shattered by the deliberately softened footsteps. Sarutobi Hizashi stood alone in the shadows cast by the towering bookshelves, watching Shinshu, who, by the light of a solitary lamp, traced the intricate lines of a human anatomy diagram with his fingertips. The youth bore an enduring weariness upon his brow, the pale blue shadows beneath his eyes narrating days of exhaustive toil, yet his elevated Sharingan, reflecting the glow of the flame, remained alert and sharp as a tempered blade. The third Hokage's late-night visit was for the report on the Land of Waves, or for this plan. Shinshu set down his pen, his voice calm and unruffled. Hizashi did not meander. His gaze weighed heavily. "Shinshu, do you harbor fundamental doubts about the Hokage position or about me, Sarutobi Hizashi? Where do you truly wish to steer this vessel called Konoha?" The flickering light of the oil lamp danced upon Shinshu's face, and he suddenly smiled gently, devoid of mockery, but filled with a piercing clarity that cut through the fog. "I bear no ill will toward you, Lord Hizashi. Your willingness to stand by your comrades on the battlefield and your restraint in the political arena, avoiding the misuse of the umbu to eliminate dissenters, speaks to your worthiness of the title Hokage." He abruptly shifted his tone, his eyes striking like cold lightning at the core. "But what of the Sarutobi clan behind you? You are a wedge driven into the heart of Konoha by the feudal lords of the Fire Country. To wield the power of the ninja village while maintaining ties to the nobility is the root of this rift." Shinshu rose, the candlelight elongating his slender figure, casting a giant symbol that interrogated history upon the wall of scrolls. "Why have you been so indecisive during this time? Why have you wavered during the reform of the police department? Why do you turn a blind eye to the sordid affairs of the Mito, the Uchiha, and the Shimura clans? Each decision tears a gash in your lineage. Today, you can suppress your shock at my wild words, but tomorrow, upon your father's decree or a noble's insinuation, how long can you endure?" Shinshu's voice, though soft, struck like a hammer, shattering the fragile facade of balance Hizashi had strived to maintain. "In time, you will only sink deeper into fear until one day, pressured, you make an irreversible decision. Like allowing certain factions to strike against the land of whirlpools after Lord Mito's century has passed." Hizashi's pupils dilated. This terrifying conjecture about the annihilation of the whirlpool struck deep within him. "So what is the separation of powers?" Shinshu pressed closer, the flames of determination burning in his eyes. "It is not merely a noose around your neck, but armor protecting you from being torn apart by various factions. It liberates you from the dilemma of being both the referee and the player. With the police department's independent judiciary, when my father and his colleagues overturn the Mito gambling house or investigate the fraudulent medicines of the Uchiha, you need not personally offend anyone. You simply support the court's fair judgment. During the upper ninja class legislative meetings, when border disputes or resource allocation controversies arise, it will no longer be you alone squeezed between the feudal lords and the ninja clans, but the entire elite of Konoha making decisions together. Is this not a means of alleviating the greatest political risk for you?" Shinshu seized a metal badge symbolizing the police department from the table and slammed it onto the 5-year plan. "Consider this, Lord Hizashi. When power is dispersed and balanced, and rules operate clearly, you, as Hokage, can truly transcend the shackles of family and origin, steering Konoha's future with purity, rather than exhausting yourself in the machinations of your father and the feudal lords, ultimately finding yourself alienated from all." A profound silence enveloped the library. The oil was nearly spent, the flame dwindling to a faint blue point. Hizashi stood frozen in the shadows, Shinshu's words cutting through layers of hidden pain and fear like a cold scalpel. His father's hawk-like gaze, the feudal lord's derisive criticisms, and Danzo's ever-expanding ambitions churned in his mind. He suddenly recalled his teacher Tobarama's long sigh, as if casting off an immense burden, finally escaping from the depths of Hizashi's chest. He raised his hand, not as Hokage, but with a certain weariness and relief as if the dust had finally settled, resting heavily upon Shinshu's shoulder. "You are right, Shinshu." His voice was hoarse, yet imbued with unprecedented clarity, akin to that day in the Land of Thunder when they seized the initiative. Konoha does not need a steward who can navigate both sides, but rather a blade that cleaves through thorns. Go forth. I, Sarutobi Hizashi, shall be your most steadfast support. Thus, the transformation of Konoha accelerated. With Hizashi's tacit approval and even encouragement, the power that had been restrained surged forth, flushing through the veins of the 5-year plan, eroding the riverbed of the old order. 3 years passed in the metamorphosis of Konoha. Infrastructure became the name that resonated throughout the ninja world. The combination of Hataki-Son and Akimichi Torike's transformed the strength of ninjas into miraculous craftsmanship. When torrential floods erupted along the northern border of the Fire Country, washing away several vital stone bridges, Son led the construction team like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, utilizing the precision cutting driven by lightning chakra mode. Combined with the enhanced strength of the Akimichi clan, massive granite blocks floated effortlessly in their hands. Son darted like lightning amidst the ruins. The lightning gathered in his hands, slicing through the stone with precision. Torike's transformed into a giant, deftly lifting the cut stones and securely embedding them in place. In just one night, 3 bridges spanning the raging torrent stood firm and majestic, even more robust than before. The nobility of the Fire Country erupted in excitement upon witnessing this miracle. The names of Konoha's construction team and Sarutobi Hizashi spread like wildfire through the noble circles. Clad in his Hokage cloak, Hizashi stood at the newly completed bridgehead, calmly accepting the astonished accolades of the nobility. He was no longer the monkey who smiled and sought budgets amid the clinking of glasses, but a symbol of miraculous creation. Orders for Konoha's construction team poured in like snowflakes, from repairing noble estates to digging irrigation canals, continuously replenishing Konoha with wealth and countless job opportunities for commoners, nurturing this ever-thriving tree. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha Hospital, another silent revolution was rewriting the definition of life. Senju Mei had collapsed upon the cold operating table, severe hemorrhaging from childbirth pushing her to the brink of death. The blood pressure monitor emitted an ear-piercing alarm, casting the shadow of death over the operating room. However, Tsunade's hands were as steady as a rock, her emerald pupils ablaze with unwavering focus. Sweat-soaked bangs clung to her cheeks as she placed her hands over Mei's abdomen, life surging from her palms. Chakra surgical knife ready. Revitalization technique at maximum power. Her voice was resolute. The emerald chakra flowed like the most agile shuttle, weaving precisely through damaged blood vessels and tissues. The technique for extracting the afflicted stripped away necrotic cells, while the revitalization technique urged healthy tissue to grow and heal at a visibly rapid pace. This tug-of-war with death lasted a full 4 hours. When the monitor finally displayed a weak but stable pulse, and a faint blush returned to Mei's pallid face, Tsunade staggered, as if all her strength had been drained, leaning against the wall for support. In the corridor outside the operating room, the clenched fists of the 3 sages finally loosened. This usually gentle man slid down the wall to the floor, silently weeping. The revitalization technique had snatched Mei's life from the Grim Reaper's scythe, bringing forth the future of the Senju clan's Konoha Maru, my grandfather is Hokage, into the world. The astonishing medical techniques spread like thunder, solidifying the esteemed reputation of the Konoha Medical Sanctuary, which became an indispensable destination for the elite of the Land of Fire seeking to prolong their lives. The morning light of Konoha pierced through the thin mist at the high windows of the Research Institute, casting a pure beam of light upon the central experimental table. Kato Dan stood within this beam, his fingertips steadily adjusting the intricate chakra circuits embedded within the forehead protector, resembling a spider's web. Arima Nanes closed her eyes in concentration, her formidable mental prowess acting like an invisible chisel, etching protective runes against genjutsu at the core of the forehead protector, while delicate strands of chakra flowed sinuously over the metallic surface. Yamashita Yubei, utilizing the art of heart-to-heart communication, established a remote connection with the tester, relaying the information stream from the forehead protector in real time. The mental link was stable, and the clarity of the image transmission met expectations. Yamashita Yubei's voice resonated through the communication. The Genjutsu defense layer activated, successfully filtering the impact of the Nariku technique. Arima Nanes opened her eyes, a hint of fatigue shadowed by a glimmer of satisfaction. Kato Dan took a deep breath, his fingers brushing over the chakra crystal embedded within the forehead protector, inscribed with sealing runes. This crystal, a fusion of the Yamashita clan's heart-to-heart communication technique, the Arima clan's essence of Jinjutsu resistance, and the Kato clan's spiritual perception, served as the very heart of the forehead protector. He gently pressed down the final clasp, completing the ultimate assembly. The prototype of the perception forehead protector, designated Dawn-01, finished its self-check, with all functions meeting design standards. Dan's voice trembled slightly, but remained extraordinarily clear. Nobunaga received the still-warm forehead protector, its cold metallic surface concealing a formidable power poised to revolutionize the battlefield. He envisioned the Konoha ninja squads coordinating seamlessly through the misty forest, saw Jinjutsu users thwarted before the forehead protector, and witnessed battlefield intelligence converging and circulating at unprecedented speeds. This creation, led by the young genius Kato Dan and embodying the wisdom of the Yamashita, Arima, and Kato clans under Nobunaga's visionary guidance, finally leaped from the blueprints into reality. It was no longer merely another gem in the crown of Konoha's technology. It was the first ray of dawn piercing through the fog of an old era of warfare. The chill of late autumn had crept up the banks of the Managawa River, and Nobunaga stood alone by the riverside, caressing a brand new perception forehead protector. The cold metallic edges pressed against his palm, while the distant sounds of construction mingled with the faint commands of rehabilitation training from the hospital, creating a unique background symphony. He raised his gaze towards Hokage Rock, where the silhouettes of the third Hokage stood alongside the first and second. The river's surface reflected the ripples of change. He recalled the heavy sigh of Hisashi that night in the library, the pale face and shining eyes of Tsunade as she saved Mei, and the trembling fingers of Kato Dan upon completing the forehead protector. This path was fraught with thorns: Kakuzu's sinister grin, Ayasu's cold rejection, Danzo's ominous shadow, and even the looming sword of Damocles hanging over the land of Whirlpool had yet to fade. Yet, the pulse of Konoha had transformed utterly. It was no longer a consumable item awaiting disbursement in the daimyo's ledger, but rather a colossal tree stretching its roots deep into the soil, striving to extend its branches towards the sunlight. Nobunaga held the perception forehead protector before his eyes, the cold mirror reflecting his youthful visage marked by the trials of time. The illusion in the mirror shifted, no longer a struggling beast soaked in blood, but a traveler holding a blueprint, igniting the torch of hope. He silently lifted the corners of his lips and firmly donned the forehead protector upon his brow. Chapter 29. 3 years of time, 3 years, like a fleeting shadow. During this period, the Hidden Leaf Village underwent a profound transformation, its rapid development aptly described as ever-changing. The once struggling ninja village, reliant on task commissions and funding from the Land of Fire, began to shed its old shell, revealing a captivating new form. The morning sun bathed the newly paved roads in a grayish-white sheen. No longer was it the dusty, muddy paths of the past. Now, they were smooth thoroughfares, laid with the latest achievements of the Materials Research Institute. This special construction material, forged from high-temperature fire release and precisely blended with water release techniques, combined with sand and gravel, quickly altered the village's landscape with its durability, smoothness, and ease of installation. It not only beautified the environment, but also greatly facilitated transportation and logistics. Children could safely run and play on the clean surfaces, merchant carts traveled swiftly and steadily, and ninjas conserved precious energy while executing their missions. The advent of cement infused new vigor into the body of Konoha. The demand for cement from the infrastructure department soared, visible everywhere from the renovation of village roads to the construction of highways connecting various regions of the Land of Fire, as well as the foundational work for large-scale hydraulic facilities, such as irrigation canals and flood control dams, and public buildings, like hospital expansions and new school campuses. Cement had become an indispensable cornerstone in the construction frenzy of Konoha. This transformation was not confined to the village itself. Nobles and wealthy merchants across the Land of Fire, having witnessed the solid and flat roads and magnificent new buildings in Konoha, eagerly extended olive branches to the Konoha construction team, hoping to pave their own territories with this miraculous material. Cement was quietly reshaping the landscape of the Land of Fire. The impact of this material extended far beyond. Recently, one of the core topics at the high-ranking ninja meeting revolved around strategic collaboration concerning cement. Konoha's leadership actively discussed a bold proposal to establish a strategic cooperation agreement with Mangekyo, granting them the technology for cement production. The Land of Wind possessed unparalleled conditions, with its vast deserts providing an inexhaustible supply of high-quality sand and gravel, while the skilled sand manipulation techniques of Sand Ninja served as a natural aid for mass cement production, allowing for precise control of material ratios and mixing uniformity. Should both parties successfully collaborate to form the Wind Fire Building Materials Company, they could not only leverage each other's strengths for large-scale production of cement mortar, but also, based on Mangekyo's geographical advantages, tap into the vast construction market of the Land of Wind and its neighboring regions. This would mark a significant step towards Konoha's technological export and mutual benefit, as well as a preliminary achievement of Nobunaga's strategy for the civilian application of chakra technology and control over core resources outlined in the 5-year plan. The news caused quite a stir within Mangekyo. The newly appointed third Kazekage, Reto, cautious in his approach following the death of his predecessor due to the forced experimentation of tailed beast sealing techniques, found the proposition intriguing. However, given Mangekyo's resource scarcity, particularly the financial strain of post-war reconstruction, the prospect of stable income through cement production was undeniably appealing. Support for the collaboration was gradually gaining momentum among the elder council of Mangekyo. The Konoha construction team, once a somewhat unfamiliar name 3 years prior, had now become a resounding emblem throughout the Land of Fire. The legend of Sarutobi Uchiha had already spread among the nobility, symbolizing Konoha's efficiency and strength. Under the leadership of Hatake Sakuen, with his lightning-release chakra mode's precise cutting, and Akimichi Torikase, with his multiplication techniques, divine power transportation. This team undertook the vast majority of large-scale infrastructure projects within the Land of Fire, from sturdy stone bridges spanning raging rivers to well-connected transportation networks, and the meticulous restoration of noble estates to the rapid construction of large warehouses. They combined the extraordinary strength of ninjas and precise chakra control with emerging materials, creating one engineering marvel after another. The continuous flow of orders not only brought substantial economic returns, but also allowed the income from infrastructure projects to quietly surpass the traditional commissions of ninja tasks, becoming a major economic pillar supporting the operations of Konoha. These funds were continuously injected into the Konoha Development Fund, supporting cutting-edge research at the Joint Research Institute, improving the welfare and security system, expanding orphanages, and stockpiling strategic materials. Konoha's financial conditions saw unprecedented improvement, significantly reducing its dependence on funding from the Land of Fire's daimyo. This shift stirred unease among certain individuals within the daimyo's residence, yet it also illuminated the prospects of deepening cooperation with Konoha for mutual benefit among more pragmatic advisors. The success of the Konoha infrastructure team is the most direct embodiment of Nobunaga's upgraded mission system concept. The power of ninjas is generating immense economic and social value. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's journey of training has not ceased. Over these 3 years, he has traveled back and forth between Konoha and the enigmatic Myaboku Mountain like a migratory bird. Under the attentive guidance of the sages Fukasaku and Shima, he has not only mastered the unique toad oil fire techniques of Myaboku Mountain, significantly enhancing his strength, but has also delved deeper into the legacy of the summoning beast's sacred grounds. His physique has grown increasingly robust under the nourishment of sage chakra, and his perception of natural energy has become remarkably acute. However, what often confounds and unsettles him are the prophecies of the great sage toad. This ancient being frequently utters perplexing words in a state that seems half asleep. Why do summoning beasts curl up inside small spheres? Why is the boundary between man and beast blurred, cohabiting in the same space? Is the source of chakra a connection or a prison? These riddles leave Jiraiya at a loss. He has sought answers from Nobunaga on several occasions, for in his heart, this young Uchiha is synonymous with vast knowledge. Yet, each time, he is met with Nobunaga's enigmatic smile, one that seems to perceive all yet remains shrouded in mystery. During one instance of persistent inquiry, Nobunaga remarked, "The wisdom of the great sage toad is as profound and unfathomable as the river of time itself." The small sphere he envisioned may not be a physical cage, but rather a binding of some rules or contracts. As for the boundary between man and beast, the ninja world is replete with wonders. The essence of summoning techniques lies in the contract and summoning, a connection that transcends species. What form this connection will evolve into in the future remains uncertain. Perhaps, this is the corner of the future we need to explore. Nobunaga's words not only failed to provide clarity, but intensified Jiraiya's inexplicable restlessness, as if he had brushed against the edge of some grand and unknown truth. What weighs heavily on his mind is his friend Orochimaru, whose whereabouts have been silent for 3 years. Learning from Tsunade that Orochimaru is honing his skills in the more mysterious and perilous Dragon Cave, Jiraiya can only bury his worries deep within and silently pray for his dear friend. Occasionally, he mentions Orochimaru to Nobunaga, who calmly replies, "Orochimaru has chosen his own path." The power of the Dragon Cave is ancient and dangerous, but with his intellect and disposition, he may well navigate the perils and even pursue the ultimate goal of the Dragon Cave, to transform into a dragon. The depths and dampness of the Dragon Cave have been the predominant theme of Orochimaru's past 3 years. He has voraciously absorbed the ancient wisdom of this sacred land of snakes, mastering numerous powerful and peculiar snake-style techniques, such as the Shadow Snake Hand and the Serpent's Array, while never halting his exploration of the essence of ninjutsu. Years ago, the theory of lightning chakra mode shared with him by Nobunaga took root and sprouted within him like a seed. By integrating his profound understanding of the nature of water release with countless perilous experiments and deductions, some of which brought him to the brink of losing control, Orochimaru successfully broke through the barriers of bloodline limits, perfectly fusing lightning and water to create the storm release bloodline limit. This ability, capable of swift manipulation and embodying the rapidity of lightning and the fluidity of water, has become a formidable new weapon in his arsenal. This power differs from the forbidden techniques he previously pursued. It stems from a qualitative transformation of his chakra, being more controllable and infinitely promising. Even more astonishing is the potent physical enhancement brought about by the lightning chakra mode. The continuous electrical stimulation boosts cellular vitality and meridian resilience, laying a solid foundation for him. With exceptional willpower, an unwavering pursuit of strength, and a profound understanding of the mysteries of the body, Orochimaru successfully passed the rigorous, even lethal, Sage Mode test of the Dragon Cave, the trials posed by the White Snake Sage and the encroachment of natural energy. Officially embarking on the path of cultivating Sage Chakra, this path starkly contrasts with the one he previously charted due to physical limitations. At this moment, Orochimaru is traversing a new road that interweaves the powers of the Snake Sage, bloodline limits, and formidable physique. His skin occasionally reveals faint snake-like patterns, and his pupils involuntarily become slit-like when concentrating, exuding a chilling yet powerful aura. The potential of his future is unfathomable. Upon learning of Orochimaru's successful mastery of sage techniques, Nobunaga remarked to his father, Shinsuke, "Orochimaru has found his own vessel and strength." Sage Chakra serves as a bridge to communicate with natural energy. Storm Release embodies the transformation of chakra, and the inheritance of the Dragon Cave provides him with direction. He is attempting to fuse all three. This is perilous. Yet if he succeeds, he shall transcend the realm of Jonin. However, the risks of losing oneself on the path of power are equally immense. I hope he can remain true to his heart and not be consumed by the power itself. Konoha Hospital has now become a renowned medical sanctuary in the ninja world. Seekers of treatment flock here, including many nobles from the land of fire and affluent merchants from other nations. Behind this brilliance lies Tsunade's indelible contribution. Over the past 3 years, she has poured her heart into breakthroughs in medical ninjutsu. From precisely cutting and separating diseased tissue without harming healthy organs with chakra scalpel techniques, to delving within to extract toxins and necrotic tissue with the extraction technique, and even reversing life and death by stimulating cellular regeneration through the creation rebirth technique. She has birthed a series of epic-making medical ninjutsu that have propelled Konoha's medical standards to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Countless patients once condemned to death due to severe injuries and complex ailments have been reborn here, and the title of Konoha Tsunade has resonated across nations, becoming synonymous with the sage of medicine. Nobles are even willing to pay exorbitant fees for a personal consultation with Tsunade. This not only generates immense revenue, but also significantly enhances Konoha's soft power and international standing. Her achievements extend far beyond this. Inspired by her grandmother Uzumaki Mito's In Seal, Tsunade has developed the astonishing In Seal creation rebirth 100 heal technique, combining her profound understanding of the creation rebirth technique with precise chakra manipulation. By normally storing vast chakra in her forehead's in seal and releasing it during battle, she can not only instantly recover from severe injuries, but also unleash power that transcends limits and sustain combat capabilities. Moreover, her intricate control of chakra integrated with the Senju clan's innate strength has led to a qualitative leap in her combat prowess. That chakra-infused fist can cleave mountains and split rocks. Jiraiya, having personally experienced Tsunade's fist during a friendly spar, still feels a lingering dread and instinctively wishes to take a detour upon seeing her. Nobunaga has commented, Tsunade has expanded medical ninjutsu from healing to the realms of enhancement and rebirth. The 100 heal technique is not only a life-saving trump card, but also the key to unlocking one's potential to the fullest. Her path is the ultimate bloom of vitality. With her in Konoha, it is a boon for the wounded and a guarantee of combat strength. At this moment, Tsunade has rare time away from the sterile scent of the laboratory and the bustling clinic, her face radiating with genuine joy. She is gently cradling her sleeping baby brother, Shozo, sitting beside her mother, Mei, in the hospital bed. Just 2 days ago, she used her newly perfected creation rebirth technique to snatch her mother back from the brink of death caused by complications during childbirth. The intertwining feelings of relief from this narrow escape and the joy of new life have infused the strong-willed princess of the Senju clan with an unprecedented warmth. The safe birth of her brother and her mother's recovery are her most precious rewards over the past 3 years. Gazing at her brother's peaceful sleeping face, Tsunade is filled with strength and hope. When Nobunaga visited Aunt Mei and little Shozo, he sincerely said to Tsunade, "Congratulations, Tsunade. You have not only saved your mother, but also welcomed a new family member." The power of guardianship serves as the cornerstone of Konoha's future. The prosperity and transformation of Konoha have not gone unnoticed by the outside world, provoking unease and reactions from neighboring villages. The leadership of the Cloud and Rock villages expresses disquiet over Konoha's rapid advancements in infrastructure, healthcare, and even potential technological exports, such as cement technology. Espionage activities have intensified, aiming to steal vital technological intelligence. Within the realm of the Fire Nation's daimyo, dissenting voices arise. Some conservative nobles fear that Konoha's growing independence could undermine the authority of the daimyo, leading them to conspire covertly to impose political or economic constraints on Konoha. Standing beside the Nankagawa River, Nobunaga gazes upon the revitalized Konoha with a profound expression. 3 years of development have validated parts of his grand vision. The wealth generated by infrastructure, the prestige gained through advancements in healthcare, and the potential for technological collaboration are gradually severing the chains of dependency. Jiraiya's confusion, Orochimaru's transformation, and Tsunade's achievements symbolize the rise and divergence of Konoha's new generation of power. Change has indeed occurred, Nobunaga murmurs to himself. As if conversing with the land itself, cement has paved the roads, healthcare has saved lives, and technology has traded for resources. Yet, this is merely the beginning. External covetousness will not cease, nor will internal resistance ever vanish. The collaboration with Mangekyo serves as a litmus test, determining whether the strategy for economic independence can take a crucial step forward. The true trial may come after the gradual decline of Granny Mido. He recalls the heavy future of the Land of Waves, and his gaze sharpens. Chapter 30. The study of the Sharingan deep within the Uchiha clan's fortified chamber. The air is thick with the scent of pine resin, ancient scrolls, and a peculiar, indescribable aroma emanating from the high concentration of chakra. Nobunaga sits cross-legged on a cold stone pedestal, his bare torso glistening with a fine layer of sweat, shimmering softly under the dim light. His breath flows deep and rhythmic, each exhalation resonating with the subtle undulations of surrounding chakra. 3 years of relentless physical training and profound exploration of his own strength have elevated his chakra manipulation to an astonishing level, rendering him intimately familiar with the power of the Sharingan. At this moment, he embarks on the most essential and perilous exploration of the nature of ocular power. Beneath tightly shut eyelids, his three-tomo Sharingan spins rapidly, its crimson glow pulsating in the darkness like a heartbeat. His consciousness delves inward, meticulously sensing every fluctuation of spiritual energy. The in-release chakra flows through the delicate, intricate network of veins within his eyes, gathering and surging in dynamic patterns. Each minute sting and surge of energy is precisely located recorded, and analyzed within his mental framework. Nobunaga's thoughts race like the most precise instruments, processing the emotional spectrum, the transformative essence of spiritual fluctuations, and the quality of in release chakra. He recalls the life-and-death confrontation with his father, Shinshu, during which his intense fighting spirit and devotion to safeguarding his family awakened his eyes, elevating him to the two-tomo Sharingan. Witnessing Masahiro shield him from a fatal blow at the docks of the Land of Waves, the tempest of mixed fury, heartache, and an overwhelming desire to protect ignited his ocular power like magma, unlocking the three-tomo Sharingan. These experiences solidify his belief that the awakening of the kaleidoscope is no mere coincidence. It is inextricably linked to a specific and intensely powerful mental state, closely intertwined with a unique emotional spectrum. This highly specialized spiritual fluctuation serves as the trigger that ignites the metamorphosis of in-release chakra, the key to unlocking the forbidden door of the kaleidoscope. He attempts to retrace those intense emotional moments in meditation, the weighty expectations of his father, the tragedy of Uncle Kagami's sacrifice, Masahiro's pale face stained with blood, his rage against the decaying chains of Konoha, and his fervent longing for a transformative future. Each emotion is carefully dissected, amplified, and simulated to resonate with his own in-release chakra, mirroring that unique spectrum. Yet, the artificially simulated emotions remain veiled, falling short of the raw, unfiltered intensity of genuine circumstances. The veins within his eyes throb with a dull ache, as if repeatedly pierced by invisible needles. This backlash results from his chakra's forced imitation of a power that transcends his current realm. The simulated spectrum lacks the authentic imprint of reality, Nobunaga muses, gradually opening his eyes. The crimson hue within his pupils has yet to fade, now imbued with a hint of fatigue. His gaze shifts to the corner of the chamber, where a specially crafted sealing container rests quietly. Within the eerie blue solution, the kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami, devoid of all luster, gazes vacantly into the void, the spinning pinwheel pattern in its depths radiating a disquieting aura under the faint light. Over the past 3 years, these eyes have become his most crucial study material. Through countless perilous experiments, combined with Tsunade's increasingly sophisticated medical ninjutsu for repairing damaged veins, the miraculous effect of creating regeneration techniques, Nobunaga has gained insights into the essence of the kaleidoscope far surpassing the clan's ancient texts. He approaches the container slowly, his fingertips brushing the cold surface, as if sensing the lingering remnants of Kagami's will and power deep within those eyes. His discovery is pivotal. Within Kagami's eyes, no specific technique structure is crystallized. This stands in stark contrast to some ambiguous records within the clan. The eyes do not serve as molds for recording ocular techniques. Rather, they function as compilers, Nobunaga whispers, his voice echoing in the stillness of the chamber, a converter that transforms spiritual energy, in-release chakra, into specific forms of power. Just as Senjutobarama, rooted in summoning techniques, constructed entirely different forbidden techniques, like Flying Thunder God and Impure World Reincarnation, the kaleidoscope's capabilities similarly derive from this transformed in-release chakra, compiled through the unique lens of the Sharingan, yielding results under specific mental states. Thus, the ocular techniques of Kagami, Shursue's Kotoamatsukami, Obito's Kimi, and Itachi's Tsukuyami and Amaterasu are all distinct, direct manifestations of the soul's reflection. This elucidates why Uchiha Sasuke, upon transplanting Itachi's eyes, failed to inherit Tsukuyami. Instead, he acquired a more potent ocular power, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Itachi's Susanoo form, a higher-tier power common to the Sharingan. While the specific techniques were unique products generated under Itachi's compiler, unable to be directly replicated. What then of the Tomo? Nobunaga's thoughts extend further. The 3 Tomo are sufficient to support the initial form of Susanoo, the skeletal structure, a commonality within the Sharingan, serving as both a vessel and amplifier for the vast in-release chakra. The kaleidoscope, however, can more efficiently and directly compile the in-release chakra triggered by various emotional spectrums into powerful, exclusive ocular techniques. The essence of the eternal Mangekyo lies in its possession of a formidable vessel and converter, 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, alleviating pressure, enhancing efficiency, and raising the ceiling, rather than merely inheriting the processes of predecessors. This realization illuminates his understanding, compelling his gaze to once again settle upon the kaleidoscope submerged in the solution. Simultaneously, a larger enigma surfaces in his mind. What evolutionary path does the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan follow? The Tensegan, the Pure Eye, and even the legendary Otsutsuki Eye. These ascending forms seem to rival the ocular systems of the Sharingan, while also suggesting a potential counterbalance. What secrets concerning the origins of chakra and the deeper mysteries of the Otsutsuki clan lie hidden beneath this? Does the Hyuga clan's rigid caged bird system relate to this as well? He recalls Masahiro's pure white eyes, a pang of melancholy stirring within him. Amidst the swirling thoughts, Nobunaga slowly raises his hands, forming an ancient and intricate seal. As chakra surges, an invisible force field radiates outward from him. Suddenly, a heart-stopping sight materializes. Crack, crack. A massive skeletal structure, dark golden and exuding an aura of ominous destruction, coalesces into existence. First, the rib-like thorax emerged, followed by robust arm bones and finger bones, all constructed purely from high-density in-release chakra, rapidly assembling and interconnecting, akin to the skeletal framework of a giant born from the underworld that enveloped Nobunaga's entire form. The initial stage of Susanoo. Although it existed merely in skeletal form, its towering outline, reaching several meters high, exuded a heavy oppressive aura, and the chilling chakra coursing across its surface sent shivers down the spine of any seasoned shinobi. The air within the secret chamber seemed to freeze, the flame of the oil lamp flickering perilously close to extinguishing under the weight of this power. At the center of the bones, Nobunaga stood, his three-tomo Sharingan glowing brilliantly in the darkness. Lacking a kaleidoscope, he nevertheless transcended the perceived limits of possibility through his unparalleled mastery of his ocular power and in-release chakra, coupled with a profound understanding of the essence of Susanoo, an immense vessel and amplifier of in-release chakra, bridging the gateway to the Uchiha clan's ultimate power. This was an unprecedented feat in the millennia-long history of the Uchiha. Maintaining Susanoo demanded an immense expenditure, akin to igniting a cold storm of flames within his chakra pathways. Nobunaga's forehead quickly became dotted with fine beads of cold sweat, while a prickling pain surged through his eyes, and the skeletal form quivered slightly from the intense fluctuations of chakra. Taking a deep breath, he gradually withdrew his chakra. The massive white skeletal structure crumbled like sand, dissipating, leaving behind a lingering chill in the chamber and Nobunaga's heavy breaths. Indeed, the strain on his eyes and chakra pathways exceeded all expectations. Even as he wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was on the right path, with Tsunade's regenerative abilities to mend his injuries. This journey could continue. Just then, a gentle knock echoed against the heavy stone door of the chamber. A crisp yet cautious voice from outside called, "Brother? Mom asked me to bring you some late-night snacks. Sweet red bean soup, with double the sugar." Nobunaga's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and a rare softness graced his face. He collected his breath, dispelled the fatigue from his eyes, and waved his hand to lift the defensive barrier of the chamber. The door opened a crack, and Fuyuki peeked in, half of his head visible, carrying a steaming food box, his curious and awed black eyes surveying the lingering chill within the chamber. "Still studying that frightening skeleton?" Fuyuki pouted, placing the food box on a small table nearby. "Be careful. Last time you bled from your eyes. You scared Mom half to death." "I know, you chatterbox." Nobunaga ruffled Fuyuki's hair, accepting the food box, the sweet aroma of red beans dispelling the coldness of the chamber. In that moment, the profound exploration of ocular power intertwined with the warmth of familial routine. However, in a shadowy corner far from Kanahagakure, another entity watched over the village, particularly the movements of Uchiha Nobunaga, through a strange perception that transcended distance. It was an indescribable shadow, flowing like ink, reminiscent of the essence of the deepest night, Kurizetsu. 3 years ago, during the cataclysmic battle at the docks of the Land of Waves, Nobunaga's conversation with Kikuyu, especially his astonishing theory on monetary strangleholds and the notion of ninjas wielding blades stained with the blood of the powerful, sent ripples throughout the dark undercurrents of the shinobi world. Kakuzu may have viewed it merely as the cynical musings of a precocious genius, but Kurizetsu, the devoted son who had concealed himself for a millennium with the singular aim of rescuing his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, sensed an unusual aura. The shadow of Uchiha Nobunaga writhed silently, whispering hoarse words only he could comprehend. Could he, a vessel not of Indra's reincarnated chakra, truly perceive the festering wounds that had plagued the shinobi world for a millennium? Most intriguing. For 1,000 years, Kurizetsu had acted like the most patient serpent, continuously provoking the conflict between Indra and Ashura's reincarnations, utilizing their hatred and strength to lay the groundwork for his mother's rescue. Uchiha Madara was his most significant and successful creation to date. However, at this moment, Madara, having feigned death to escape at the Valley of the End, lay in a hidden base beneath the shrine of the Uchiha during the Warring States era. He had merged with Hashirama's cells, and his eyes, containing the power of all creation, were in a crucial stage of development, requiring at least another decade. To avoid unnecessary complications, Madara had dismissed the idea of venturing outside, and prolonged isolation, coupled with Hashirama's passing, had rendered him increasingly reclusive and obsessive, filled with utter disappointment and skepticism towards the world. Aside from Kurizetsu's deliberately guided Moon Eye plan, he had effectively severed ties with the outside. Before his Rinnegan had fully matured, any reckless interaction posed too great a risk. Kurizetsu contemplated this, as two faint crimson glimmers flickered within the shadow, akin to the eyes of a venomous serpent. Yet, the insight, ambition, and the desire to shatter the old order demonstrated by this Nobunaga could perhaps serve as a valuable piece on the chessboard, or at the very least, a variable that warranted close monitoring. However, a colossal shadow loomed between him and Nobunaga, Kushina Uzumaki, the widow of the first Hokage and Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, whose formidable sensory abilities, akin to an unquenchable spotlight, illuminated the core of Konohagakure. Kurizetsu harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the sealing techniques and sensory capabilities of the Uzumaki clan, rooted in bloodline fears. The might of the adamantine sealing chains had left an indelible impression on him 3 years prior when he witnessed from a distance as Kushina commanded the Nine Tails to unleash a tailed beast bomb that obliterated the allied forces of 3 villages. He had no doubt that should he draw too close to the heart of Konohagakure and be detected by Kushina, the chains capable of sealing tailed beasts would undoubtedly imprison him as well, annihilating his millennium-spanning schemes. A wave of resentful energy emanated from the shadow of the aged yet immortal Kushina. He must wait. Wait for her to weaken, for her power to diminish, or a thought quietly germinated, to create coincidences, a seemingly natural, inconspicuous opportunity that would lead Nobunaga away from Konohagakure and out of Kushina's absolute domain of perception, allowing him to probe and even guide without revealing himself. The Moon Eye plan, an eternal dream of infinite Tsukuyomi, Kurizetsu began to weave a tempting web in his mind. Uchiha Nobunaga, your fury towards this decaying reality and your yearning for change align perfectly with the perfect world created by your mother. The real world is fraught with betrayal, suffering, and unending conflict. Consider Hinata's caged bird. Think of the inevitable destruction of the land of waves. Only the Moon Eye can bring forth everlasting peace. The shadow gradually melded into the deeper darkness, much like a lurking serpent retracting its tongue. His gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, firmly fixated on the direction of Konohagakure, honing in on the young boy deep within the Uchiha clan, who was studying forbidden ocular powers. Take your time. Patience is a virtue, Kurizetsu whispered silently, imbued with the coldness and anticipation characteristic of a millennia-old schemer. The seed had been planted, awaiting the moment to break through the soil. Nobunaga-kun, I hope you will not disappoint me on the path of the Moon Eye. Perhaps you are the companion I need. Within the secret chamber, Nobunaga remained blissfully unaware that he had been silently marked by the deepest shadows of the shinobi world. He finished the last sip of warm red bean soup, relishing the warmth brought by the sugar and the resilience of his chakra pathways restored by Tsunade's healing ninjutsu. He closed his eyes once more, his consciousness diving back into the exploration of the resonance between emotional spectrums and in-release chakra. The 3 tomos spun slowly in the darkness, as if responding to the silent call from the distant shadows. The transformation of Konohagakure surged forth like wildfire, new powers gestating, while ancient shadows quietly revived. The waters of the Southie River were destined to carry more intricate undercurrents, surging towards an unknown future. Chapter 31. The cult of the malevolent deity. The air in the land of hot water perpetually lingered with a faint scent of sulfur, mingled with the humid mist rising from the hot springs. This small nation, renowned for its hot springs and tourism, appeared peaceful and serene on the surface, yet beneath, It nurtured numerous shadows unbeknownst to the world. For 3 years, Shimura Danzo relinquished the Umbu to Sarutobi Hiruzen, distancing himself from the vortex of power in Konoha. Like a true exile, he wandered through the streets and alleys of the land of hot water, seeking the elusive traces of a cult that revered a malevolent deity, one whose creed proclaimed that slaughter was a form of salvation. The clues were scattered like a spider's web. Employing the remnants of the root network and his own stealth skills, he gathered fragmented whispers and twisted sacrificial signs at the fringes of Kuni, in abandoned shrines, and even within seemingly ordinary hot spring inns. The cultists operated with utmost secrecy, their doctrine necessitating the murder of those around them, compelling them to seek out individuals whose minds were warped by despair or extreme rage as potential recruits. This was destined to be a long and arduous hunt. Danzo's psyche, during these 3 years of exile-like searching, grew increasingly murky and chaotic, akin to the mists of the land of hot water. Once a master of the Umbu, he now felt like a stray dog. The profound sense of failure and insatiable thirst for power gnawed at him day and night. He stubbornly traced the root of his despair to the fateful moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen had stepped forward just before him as Senju Tobarama lay dying, a mere heartbeat ahead. It was this fractional delay that cost him the position of Hokage, forcing him to watch as Hiruzen donned the mantle of supreme power. Alone in a dark room of a secluded hot spring inn, Danzo unconsciously rubbed the cold kunai with his fingertips, his eyes glinting with venomous resentment. If it weren't for your preemptive step, if it weren't for your duplicitous balance, how could I have ended up like this? The resentment that had accumulated over the years was akin to aged poison, growing more potent and distorting his already obsessive nature. He was no longer merely acting for power. He was driven by a frenzy named proof and revenge. He aimed to demonstrate that Tobarama had chosen the wrong person, to show everyone that he, Shimura Danzo, was the true iron-fisted leader capable of guiding Konoha to greatness, or rather, to the pinnacle as he envisioned it. This extreme psychological state acted like a beacon in the darkness, drawing the attention of a certain entity. When he finally discovered a hidden stronghold of the cult deep within a forgotten valley, following the intense scent of blood and signs of desecration, an indescribable cold will descended upon him, firmly locking onto his soul. It communicated not through words, but through whispers that penetrated the depths of his psyche, filled with seduction and destruction. How pure and powerful a sacrifice your resentment and unyielding desire could be. A grand, cold, inhuman consciousness resonated within Danzo's mind, emanating an ancient, savage aura. The emaciated, fervent-eyed leader of the cult, who had once been the voice of this will, now seemed drained of all vitality, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. You are more fitting to bear my will than these ants. The dark god's whisper carried a hint of satisfaction, for it sensed a negative energy within Danzo's core, far more intense and substantial than that of ordinary cultists. This energy stemmed from a fall from grace, the loss of power, and a deep-seated jealousy and hatred towards his former comrade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as an unwavering obsession for revenge. This was a far more suitable offering than the chaos wrought by mere slaughter. In the ensuing spiritual exchange, or rather, a one-sided indoctrination, Danzo learned part of the truth. The malevolent deity claimed to be an ancient god from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, who had paid a tremendous price to assist the sage in sealing a powerful beast, ultimately leading to the deity's fall and leaving only a remnant. A chakra spirit sustained by the absorption of extreme negative emotions and life energy. The deity promised that as long as Danzo could provide sufficient pure and substantial offerings, life and spiritual energy, to aid in its rebirth, it would bestow upon him unimaginable power and eternal life. The words power and eternity ignited all of Danzo's ambitions like a spell. The failures of Konoha, Hiruzen's betrayal, and the threat posed by Uchiha Obito's twisted ideology all seemed to find an outlet and transcendent resolution. Without hesitation, he abandoned his initial purpose of seeking the cult, becoming the most fervent disciple and executor of this ancient deity. A meticulously planned, unprecedented grand sacrifice commenced. Utilizing the information he had gathered in Kuni and his remaining means, Danzo gathered the entire cult stronghold, along with the bewitched followers and dozens of desperate individuals he had secretly recruited in Kuni, all yearning for power, to that bloody valley altar. He wielded the blade himself, transforming into the most ruthless priest, guided by the forbidden sorcery imparted by the dark god. Channeling the fervor of the cultists and his own resentment, he initiated the sacrificial ritual. The valley echoed with anguished screams. The thick stench of blood hung heavily in the air, and the desperate, frenzied soul energy was devoured by the bizarre symbols at the altar's center like a vortex. Throughout the process, Danzo's spirit synchronized perfectly with the cold will of the dark deity, greedily absorbing the power born of destruction. When the last scream faded into silence, and only the nauseating blood and stillness remained in the valley, a massive, cold, ominous torrent of power surged from the altar's core into Danzo's body. Danzo let out a low growl. Unlike any human sound, his body trembling violently, as if countless worms crawled beneath his skin. After a moment, the anomaly subsided. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at his palm. The skin appeared slightly darker, exuding a peculiar resilience. He struck his arm with a kunai, and a deep wound instantly appeared, yet no blood gushed forth. The muscle tissue around the wound visibly writhed and fused, and within mere breaths, the wound healed completely, leaving only a faint white scar, an immortal body. Moreover, the malicious curses and sorceries imparted to him by the dark deity, which drained life and poisoned the spirit, were imprinted in his soul as if instinctual. He felt his strength surging like never before, as if he had been reborn. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was no longer the shadowy figure relying on political maneuvering and the power of the Umbu. He had become, in every sense, an agent of the dark god, walking the earth in devotion to slaughter and sacrifice. At the conclusion of this bloody sacrifice, an unexpected visitor intruded upon the valley, now shrouded in death. Shinobu, the young ninja from the Sky Village, obsessed with the pursuit of power, had heard the bizarre rumors surrounding the dark god cult in the land of hot water, particularly regarding the use of spiritual energy, which seemed to bear a peculiar connection to their secret research on the Zero Tails, an artificial tailed beast that attempted to feed on negative emotions. He sought inspiration and fragments of technique. Upon witnessing the hellish scene in the valley and the scarred man at the altar's center, emanating an ominous aura and slowly regaining his power, Shinobu felt an instinctive fear. However, the fervor of a researcher overwhelmed his trepidation. He did not approach, but rather observed from a distance, covertly examining the remnants of the ritual, sensing the lingering waves of spiritual pollution unique to the dark god's sorcery in the air. The curse acted directly upon the link to the essence of spirit and life, an incredible power that sparked excitement and danger in Shinobu's eyes. The dark god cult's method of harnessing spiritual power through extreme rituals and sacrifices, though utterly malevolent, provided revolutionary insights into the core dilemma he had been struggling with concerning the Zero Tails: how to more efficiently absorb, store, and transform immense amounts of negative spiritual energy. The gains from this journey to the land of hot water exceeded all his expectations. He departed quietly, the blueprint for the Zero Tails gradually taking shape in his mind. Power begets deeper madness and grander ambitions. With an immortal body and sinister sorcery, Danzo's insatiable desires could no longer be contained. His perception of the world had become utterly warped. The reforms in Konoha were a misguided path. The leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi was feeble, and the theories of Uchiha Nobunaga were the source of chaos. Only war. Only complete destruction and reconstruction. He returned to Konoha to contact the similarly aggrieved Kamachi and Mito, who had suffered losses in the reform. In a dimly lit chamber, a solitary oil lamp flickered. Danzo cast aside his cloak, revealing a face more sinister than 3 years prior, tinged with a pallid hue. He needed no words. Merely the release of a chilling aura derived from his malevolent jutsu was sufficient to alter the countenance of Kamachi and Mito, instilling a soul-deep chill within them. "What do you wish to do?" Kamachi's voice was icy, her eyes flashing with discontent and a hint of reluctant submission to Danzo's overwhelming power. "Initiate war. The Second Shinobi World War." Danzo's lone eye ignited with fervor, his aim to utterly annihilate the hidden cloud, hidden rock, and hidden mist, to sweep away all obstacles. He rose abruptly, the malevolent aura intensifying, declaring that only a united shinobi world, governed by absolute power unbound by decaying rules, could achieve true prosperity. "And I shall lead Konoha to this great endeavor. In due course, all that you have lost will be returned 100-fold. Or now?" Mito furrowed his brow. "What is the rationale? Konoha has just undergone reforms. Its surface prosperity is precarious. How can we justify such a rash declaration? How will we face the scrutiny of the daimyo?" Sarutobi and the Uzumaki clan will never consent. Rationale? A cruel, cold smile crept across Danzo's lips. As if he had long since anticipated this, the rationale is the astonishment of our allies. He approached a humble desk, swiftly inscribing upon coarse paper. The script resembling a serpent's crawl. It has come to our attention that allies from the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages are inexplicably bewildered. If this continues, our nation shall be no more. These allies, witnessing Konoha's reform and vigilance, have grown concerned over our treatment of commerce and travelers, fearing we infringe upon freedoms, and are alarmed by our burgeoning strength, which threatens the balance of traditional shinobi order. Such unfounded accusations conceal malevolent intent. Their ambitions are glaringly evident. The three villages, under the guise of alliance, have secretly conspired, repeatedly sending spies to infiltrate our territory, seeking to uncover our village's core secrets, thus destabilizing our peace. Despite our repeated protests, they have turned a deaf ear, accusing us of baseless suspicion and damaging diplomatic relations. What will become of Konoha's dignity? What of the Fire Country's prestige? To safeguard Konoha's sovereignty and ensure the legitimate rights of the Fire Country and our allies are not violently infringed upon by these three villages, we must rise in self-defense, obliterating this nefarious alliance with overwhelming force. This is not warmongering, but a necessary act of self-defense. I implore the Hokage and esteemed elders to discern our earnest devotion to protecting our village and nation. Danzo cast down his pen, the words on the paper exuding a potent scent of gunpowder and twisted rhetoric. He distorted the Uchiha's police department's crackdown on Mito and Kamachi's illicit enterprises into mistreatment of commerce, sullied Konoha's technological advancements and internal governance as threats to traditional order, when in truth, they disrupted the monopolistic interests of the old shinobi clans, exaggerated the three villages' potential covetousness of Konoha's resources, especially its medicinal bases, transforming them into spies and threats, and finally, raised the banner of protecting the Fire Country and its allies' interests within Konoha, attempting to enlist the support of the daimyo and the old aristocratic factions by leveraging their fears of Konoha's independent tendencies. The Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages had long formed a sinister alliance against Konoha. Their astonishment at our prosperity and strength masked their invasive ambitions. Spread this document. Danzo's voice hissed like a serpent, stir public sentiment within the village, pressuring Sarutobi. Meanwhile, I shall personally visit the Hokage's office. We shall see if our third Hokage, confronted with the astonishment of our allies and the impending threat of war, will choose to maintain his cowardly balance or fight for Konoha's survival. In the dim light, Kamachi and Mito exchanged glances, each seeing the flames ignited by this mad scheme in the other's eyes, long-suppressed resentment, the bitterness of lost power, and the fear mingled with a desire to leverage Danzo's terrifying strength. They nodded slowly. Since retreat was no longer an option amidst the tides of reform in Konoha, they would follow Danzo. Gambling on this war chariot named the astonishment of our allies for a chance to reclaim their fortunes. In the shadows of the chamber, Danzo's figure seemed to merge with deeper dark forces. His immortal form was cold, and the rhetoric of astonishment in his grasp was like a poisoned dagger, aimed directly at Konoha's heart, and also at the Hokage position he coveted. The clouds of the Second Shinobi World War, whispered by a malevolent god and fueled by the madness of an old adversary, were quietly converging in a grotesque and deadly manner. Chapter 32. The Allies' Response. Danzo's declaration, rife with distortion and malicious incitement, fell like a boulder wrapped in poisonous fire into the seemingly tranquil lake of the shinobi world, instantly stirring tumultuous waves and chaotic whirlpools. This proclamation, originating from within Konoha's elders, bore absurdity and destructive potential far surpassing any border conflict, targeting the very core of the three major shinobi villages and drawing the attention of the entire shinobi world. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Rock and Cloud villages were engulfed in a surreal bewilderment, as though struck by an absurd play. For years, they had expended countless resources in the efforts of elite shinobi in their village's most secretive laboratories, engaging in a grueling tug-of-war with those tailed beasts known as natural disasters. Deep within the Rock village, Inoki's dust techniques flickered, striving to tame the wild chakra of the Four-Tails Son Goku and the Five-Tails Mu with the resilience of the stone's will, but progress was slow and costly. On the perilous highlands of the Cloud Village, Reikage A and his elite struggled under the ferocious roars of the Eight Tails Gyuki and the seemingly languid yet treacherous chakra of the Two Tails Nikomata. Even the powerful but unwieldy Six Paths tools left by the Gold and Silver Horn brothers had not provided them an opening. Amidst their exhaustion and mental strain, Konoha unexpectedly hurled a calamitous accusation of forming an anti-Konoha alliance, sending spies to infiltrate and plotting treachery. Inoki and Reikage A exchanged glances, each holding the vehemently worded, logically incoherent manifesto, and a profound sense of absurdity washed over them. The signature thick brows of Inoki were almost twisted into knots, as the imposing chest of a mightily heaved with suppressed anger. What on earth was happening? Was that old fool Danzo's mind muddled by the countless failures in sealing the tailed beasts, leaving him burnt out by chakra? Unlike the anger and confusion experienced by the villages of Iwa and Kyomo, the newly burdened third Kazekage, Reto, responded with a swiftness akin to lightning, his stance resolutely unwavering. Sunagakure must maintain an unbreakable strategic partnership with Konohagakure. War? What a farce. The foremost concern for Sunagakure at present was merely to amass wealth. The village's coffers had long been ravaged by the harsh realities of the desert. Not long ago, the second Kazekage, Sabaku, had sacrificed his life to barely seal the raging one-tail, Shikaku, into the frail body of a child named Fu, leaving the village in a state of severe depletion. Compounding Reto's sleepless nights was the meager military funding from the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, which was being relentlessly siphoned by the lofty nobles to sustain their decadent lifestyles. A vast ninja village, guarding an interminable barren desert, relying on sporadic struggling oases, was tasked with maintaining the dignity and deterrence of one of the five great nations while also supporting the entire village of ninjas and their starving families. This immense pressure left the young Reto utterly exhausted, even contemplating the desperate measure of organizing an elite squad of ninjas to delve into the treacherous sands in search of gold. At this critical juncture, the infrastructure team from Konoha arrived like a refreshing rain after a long drought, bringing with them an astonishingly large cement order lasting over a year. The figures on that order, in Reto's eyes, were akin to solid gold, a lifeline to keep the village afloat, a sudden spring of water in the desert. At this moment, any thought of turning against Konoha seemed utterly foolish to Reto, tantamount to severing his own means of survival. The stubbornness that flowed through Sunagakure, reminiscent of the first Kazekage's audacity to publicly reprimand Hashirama Senju at the Five Kage Summit, compelling the god of ninjas to nearly kneel for a contract with Sunagakure, was now firmly suppressed by the pragmatic new Kazekage in the face of harsh realities and immense benefits. The first Kazekage had, in the Valley of the End, witnessed Hashirama control the colossal wooden Buddha to mercilessly pummel Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails, an experience that left him with a profound sense of dread, culminating in his sudden death from exhaustion and fear before Hashirama's passing. This served as a constant reminder to Sunagakure that Konoha's depth was unfathomable, far beyond mere surface prosperity. Peace, especially peace that could yield substantial profits, was the only path to survival for Sunagakure at this moment. In the Land of Water, the atmosphere in Kirigakure was even more ominous and enigmatic. Although the third Mizukage nominally occupied his position, beneath the throne lay turbulent currents and sharp ice shards. The Hozuki clan, a prominent family within the village, had birthed the illustrious second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, whose contributions to Kirigakure were nothing short of remarkable. He had established the Kiri Shinobi Academy, trained the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen, and founded the feared Umbu, instituting an extremely strict code of secrecy, which had endeared him to the hearts of the villagers. Consequently, the Hozuki clan and several allied great ninja clans perpetually questioned the source and control of the third Mizukage's authority. They continuously mounted challenges in the shadows, with the core of their inquiries targeting the uncertainties surrounding the second Mizukage's demise. Were there any last words before his passing? Why was the key information confirming his death monopolized by the third Mizukage and his trusted Umbu? These piercing questions dug deep into the joints of Kirigakure's power structure like poison kunai. The third Mizukage, beleaguered, had to carefully placate the watchful Hozuki clan and the rebellious 7 ninja swordsmen, while secretly accelerating the cultivation of his loyal Umbu forces to tip the scales of power in his favor. In this tense environment of fierce internal strife and insecurity, Danzo's missive, filled with the stale rhetoric of war, felt to Kirigakure like the distant buzzing of a mosquito from a far-off land. The Mizuki's office lacked even the interest to thoroughly analyze its contents, simply dismissing it with a curt and frosty four-character response. Absolutely unfounded. This not only denied Danzo's baseless accusations, but also served, to some extent, as the third Mizuki's statement to all internal factions. Kirigakure was preoccupied with its own affairs and requested no external disturbances. The crafty Inoki, with his keen perception, swiftly grasped Tsunegakure's rapid alignment and Kirigakure's aloof dismissal. This stubborn yet shrewd Tsuchikage, well versed in the philosophy that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, exhibited remarkable pragmatism and adaptability. Almost simultaneously upon receiving the Kazekage's statement, he dispatched a formally worded and warmly enthusiastic official document to the Hokage's office. The contents of this document artfully sidestepped Danzo's incendiary accusations and instead focused on the Earth country's prized resources, the vast reserves of high-quality marble and quartz within its territory. Iwagakure expressed an extremely strong desire to establish a long-term, stable, mutually beneficial strategic supply relationship with Konoha's infrastructure team, promising full support for the expansion of advanced technology and engineering capabilities across the broad lands of the Earth country. As for war, the subtext of Inoki's message was crystal clear. What an international joke. What could possibly be more important than prospering together? Iwagakure had many mouths to feed and a community to develop. Collaborating with Konoha, the rising giant of infrastructure, held far greater benefits than becoming entangled in an inexplicable conflict instigated by disgruntled politicians. Amidst a chorus of dismissals, cooperation, and indifference, the Cloud Village, with its treacherous terrain and fierce populace, displayed the most resolute and haughty stance. Officially, the Cloud Village maintained a complete silence on the matter, issuing no formal statements or responses. However, whispers from the inner circles of the Cloud Village revealed sentiments that struck like a blade laced with thunder, delivering scornful blows to Danzo's already distorted pride. Danzo? Humph. What status does he hold? A mere washed-up elder of Konoha. A dog without a master who has lost even his umbu, dares to engage in direct dialogue with the esteemed rakeage of the Cloud Village? These unabashedly contemptuous remarks were like the most vicious curse, searing into Danzo's heart, already twisted by the corrupting influence of dark powers and filled with hatred. When the news reached Danzo, he was in a shadowy hideout. Instantly, a surge of chaotic chakra, infused with brutality and coldness, erupted uncontrollably from within him, causing the room's temperature to plummet and frost to form on the wooden furniture, shattering the chair beneath him into splinters. His bloodshot eye glimmered with a destructive impulse, compelling him to rush to the treacherous highlands of the Land of Lightning. Eager to impart a lesson to that arrogant about the price of underestimating Shimura Danzo with his newly acquired immortality and cursed power. This profound humiliation ignited a firestorm within him, more effectively than any declaration of war could, dousing the fuse of destruction with searing oil. When the full copy of the allied nations' astonished discussions and the Kirigakure's deeply insulting internal remarks were simultaneously presented to the Hokage's office by the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, akin to the sky before a storm. Bang! Hiruzen's palms slammed heavily onto the sturdy desk, producing a thunderous sound that made the teacups jump and spill their contents. Danzo, how audacious he was! The third Hokage, known for his gentle demeanor, was now a tempest of fury, his hair and beard standing on end, eyes ablaze with an unprecedented wrath threatening to erupt. Without the consultation of the Jonin Council and lacking the Hokage's approval, he dared to fabricate facts in a personal capacity and issue a provocative declaration of war to the three great ninja villages. What was his intention? Did he wish to plunge Konoha into an irreversible abyss? He rose abruptly, his Hokage cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A heavy aura of authority enveloping the office. Who did he think he was? Still the master of the Umbu, able to act with impunity? He was now merely an elder responsible for the peace of the village, not a madman who could ignite the flames of war at will. Sarutobi's voice rumbled like suppressed thunder, his actions trampled upon Konoha's decision-making process, undermining the fragile trust we had painstakingly established with Suna and Iwa. Moreover, he had positioned Konoha in opposition to the entire ninja world. After his anger, a profound concern and a decisive need for immediate action washed over him. Sarutobi forced himself to regain his composure, issuing commands with rapid clarity. 1. Urgently convene a meeting of the Jonin Council and the elders. It is imperative to clarify the situation to all high-ranking officials, unify our stance, and ensure that Danzo's reckless rhetoric does not represent Konoha. 2. Stringently seal off information and control public opinion. Before an official stance is established, Danzo's declaration must not spread widely within Konoha to prevent unnecessary panic or extreme sentiments. 3. In the name of the Hokage's office, urgently send a formal diplomatic note to the 4 Kage of Suna, Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo. The core message: sternly condemn Danzo's irresponsible statements, making it clear that his words represent only his personal views and do not reflect Konoha's official stance. Reaffirm Konoha's commitment to peace and its dedication to resolving disputes through cooperative development. Apologize sincerely for any inconvenience and distress caused to the ninja villages due to this incident. Express particular gratitude to the Wind Shadow, Redo, and the Earth Shadow, Anoki, for their steadfast commitment to peaceful cooperation, and clearly state that Konoha places great importance on strategic cooperative projects with both villages, such as cement orders and mineral supplies, which will proceed as planned. 4. Immediately summon Danzo. Sarutobi's gaze was icy. I want him to personally come to the Hokage's office and explain himself before all the elders. He must be held accountable for his actions. Sarutobi understood well that Danzo's move was not only a dangerous overreach, but also a severe blow to Konoha's reforms over the past 3 years. A blatant provocation that trampled on the Hokage's authority. Any misstep in handling this could lead to internal division within Konoha and a rapid deterioration of its external environment. At the other end of Konoha, in the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Uchiha Nobunaga had just concluded an intense training session combining taijutsu and fire techniques. His clothes soaked with sweat, yet his eyes remained sharp and clear. His younger brother, Fugaku, rushed over, breathless, waving a slip of paper that bore the shocking summary of Danzo's declaration. Brother, look, Elder Danzo has lost his mind. He says he wants to wage war against the 3 villages. Fugaku's face reflected the youthful confusion and a hint of fervor incited by thoughts of war. Nobunaga took the paper, his gaze swiftly scanning the provocative rhetoric filled with astonishment, threats to allies, and calls for self-defense. After a moment, an unmistakable scoff escaped his lips, laden with scorn and a keen understanding of the world. Oh, astonishment among allies? Elder Danzo, that relic of the past, is still playing the same old tricks of the warring states, fomenting hatred and discord? Nobunaga flicked the paper aside as if it were filth. He walked to the sidelines to grab a water bottle and took a few swigs before addressing the bewildered Fugaku. Fugaku, remember this. Times have changed. Why is Suna eager to embrace us? Because they are impoverished. Redo needs our orders to sustain his village. Why has Iwa immediately sought cooperation? The old fox Anoki sees clearly that collaborating on infrastructure and selling stones is far more beneficial than clandestinely pursuing tailed beast experiments. Kiri is too preoccupied with its own turmoil. The Mizukage can barely secure his position, let alone concern himself with Danzo's madness. And as for Kumo, Nobunaga's lips curved into a sardonic smile. As arrogance merely underscores his temporary confidence. But for Danzo to think he could intimidate others with such a fallacious and poorly constructed declaration to unify Konoha, it is utterly foolish. Does he believe that the current ninja world can still be swayed by mere slogans to incite war? Nobunaga gazed towards the Hokage building, his expression solemn. What purpose does this uproar serve, other than creating endless trouble for Uncle Hiruzen, digging a diplomatic pit for Konoha, and making a mockery of us in the eyes of other villages? Oh, right. He seemed to recall something, his tone laced with cold mockery. He has indeed managed to make the Raikage remember him as a washed-up elder, albeit in a manner he would never wish to accept, being scorned and insulted. True power, Fugaku. Nobunaga patted his brother's shoulder, gesturing towards the newly laid, gray-tinged concrete road and the distant sounds of construction. It does not arise from such antiquated war cries, but from the means at our disposal to transform the world, create wealth, and benefit all. Hospitals save lives, infrastructure breeds prosperity, and technology brings forth abundance. These are the realities that will silence our allies or, more accurately, compel them to compete for collaboration with us. Elder Danzo is trapped in the illusions of his past and can no longer discern reality. Fugaku nodded, half comprehending. observing the calm and insight in his brother's eyes that belied his youth. Glancing once more at the absurd declaration summary in his hand, the fervor that had surged within him began to cool, replaced by a deeper contemplation of Nobunaga's words. The malevolent fire and war cries ignited by Danzo seemed to devolve into a one-sided farce, met with indifference or apathy from various factions within Konoha and the ninja world. Yet, the ambitions and madness revealed behind this farce, along with the fissures it caused in Konoha's stability and diplomatic relations, loomed like ominous clouds, silently overshadowing the village. Chapter 33. The roots. The autumn winds of Konoha, infused with the spirit of harvest and transformation, swept across the intersecting concrete avenues, brushing past the heavily guarded library deep within the Uchiha clan's territory. 3 years had sufficed for Nobunaga's vision of the future, outlined in his 5-year plan, to transition from mere blueprints on paper to tangible realities within reach. Beneath the surging tide of progress, the hidden roots and the pursuit of power were quietly flourishing. In the core area of the Joint Research Institute, the plaque of the Mental and Perception Application Research Room gleamed with a cold light under the fluorescent lamps. There was no cacophony of noise, yet the air was thick with an invisible tension, a unique field forged from the collision of precise thought and shadow chakra. Yamashiro Mori, typically composed, was now intently focused on a complex model suspended before him, intricately woven from countless strands of chakra. Nara Shikaku leaned against the wall, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle, his mind racing through every possible variable. Akimichi Taiho, a massive figure seated in a specially designed wide chair, appeared affable, yet his small eyes sparkled with intellect that belied his size. He was responsible for providing stable chakra output and sensing the macro-energy field. The secret techniques of the 3 clans engendered a remarkable chemical reaction within this research room. The Yamashiro clan's traditional techniques of mental intrusion and disruption were centered on penetrating the spiritual realm. The Nara clan's shadow imitation techniques and shadow stitching exemplified the materialization of chakra, manipulating physical existence. Meanwhile, the Akimichi clan's multiplication techniques and chakra sensing offered substantial energy support and spatial positioning. Nobunaga once paused here, leaving behind a pivotal insight. The defense and restraint of the spirit require not merely intrusion, but also control and isolation. The technique of heart transformation serves as the key. Shadows become the prison, and perception acts as the chain. When these 3 elements converge, can they forge an impenetrable barrier of the spirit, one that the enemy cannot perceive or surpass. This notion resonated instantly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the talents of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Nara clans. Years of relentless research and collaborative effort bore fruit that was both bountiful and perilous. The art of tongue censorship, a dreaded taboo for spies. This technique is based on the contract model of heart transformation, integrating the principles of shadow binding from Nara. Upon successful execution, the recipient becomes ensnared by invisible mental chains that entwine their linguistic center. Any attempt to divulge specific secrets triggers a deadly constriction of these chains, obliterating their linguistic capabilities and potentially leading to a mental backlash, effectively silencing any leaks. Its essence lies in the precise targeting of secret concepts and the establishment of triggering mechanisms, a feat of great complexity. Yet the outcome is heralded as the ultimate barrier in intelligence defense. Yamashiro Hachi dedicated countless efforts to this endeavor. The puppet master technique of body and mind further advances this art, epitomizing the pinnacle of spiritual manipulation. The practitioner, through an enhanced version of heart transformation, forcibly injects their will into the target, simultaneously employing the chakra thread characteristics of Nara's shadows to meticulously control the flow of chakra and certain bodily nerves of the target. The target becomes akin to a puppet, their movements, speech, and even facial expressions dictated by the practitioner. This not only demands formidable mental suppression, but also requires precise manipulation of chakra flow, placing an immense burden on the practitioner, rendering it a nightmarish technique for interrogation and infiltration, difficult for anyone outside the elite Inuzuka, Aburame, and Nara clans to execute. The binding technique and self-binding technique emphasize immediate mental suppression and action immobilization. The binding technique, rooted in the heart disturbance technique, instantaneously disrupts the target's mind, plunging them into brief confusion and inertia. Meanwhile, The self-binding technique is even more ferocious, directly exploiting the target's negative emotions, such as fear and anger, as triggers, detonating specific mental seals that cause their mental energy to recoil, akin to being ensnared by their own shackles, rendering them incapacitated as if tripped by their own shadow. These techniques, derived from ancient esoteric arts, have been innovatively developed by the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Nara clans under Nobunaga's insightful guidance, forming a series of new sealing and binding techniques that envelop the core area of the Konoha Research Institute like an invisible yet resilient web. As for spies from other villages, they would find it impossible to extract core data. Even lingering near the perimeter of the Institute for an extended period would induce profound discomfort and a sense of impending danger. Those who attempt to infiltrate are often ensnared by the invisible bindings or the lethal tongue censorship upon triggering the first line of mental defense, collapsing silently, becoming mere subjects for Nara Shikaku's analytical study. Yet, even the most meticulously constructed defenses harbor flaws. No fortress, however impregnable, can withstand the treachery of hidden nails within. Shimura Danzo sat in the dimly lit study of his residence. Outside the window lay the bustling streets of Konoha, a stark contrast to his current state of mind. Scattered across his desk were several intelligence reports, fragmented and disorganized, yet they clearly pointed to the alarming achievements of the Research Institute, detailing formidable mental restraints and terrifying control capabilities. These fragments of information did not emanate from the now inaccessible inner sanctum of the Institute, but rather from seeds he had sown during his tenure as the captain of the Umbu. Strategically placed throughout Konoha, these loyal ninjas, while unable to breach the core, managed to gather whispers and vague intelligence from various positions regarding the astonishing effects of the new techniques developed by the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Nara clans, as well as the designation of certain areas of the Institute as mental no-go zones. A tumult of jealousy, resentment, and intense anxiety surged within Danzo. The undisguised disdain of the third rakeage from the Cloud Village cut deeply, akin to a red-hot iron branding his pride. This raw humiliation starkly illuminated his reality. Having lost the authority of the Umbu and the power and platform to operate in the light, he, Danzo, might as well be a mere withered bone in the eyes of those wielding true power. His once proud qualifications and tactics seemed utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming force and the tide of transformation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation soared amidst reforms. Uchiha Nobunaga's influence burgeoned. And while Uzumaki Mido remained venerable, he, Danzo, found himself ruthlessly left behind by the swiftly advancing train of Konoha. The sting of humiliation burned him. Yet deeper machinations began to take root. A head-on confrontation would be a folly. Only by reclaiming a legitimate identity and platform could he gather strength for future action. Days later, in the Hokage's office, Danzo unusually shed his dark garb symbolizing the shadows of the ninja, donning a somewhat worn but formal robe representing the elders of Konoha. He slightly hunched his back, donning a deliberately contrite and weary expression as he entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. With a voice tinged with hoarseness, even feigned aging, he proclaimed, "I am here to admit my errors." He averted his gaze, avoiding Hiruzen's probing eyes. Hiruzen set down the documents in hand, the pipe turning slowly between his fingers. His gaze behind the smoke deep and complex, refraining from immediate response. Danzo inhaled deeply, summoning immense courage. My remarks regarding the allies' astonishment were born of momentary folly, clouded by anger and old grievances. My extremism, lacking thorough contemplation, nearly led to a grave mistake, causing great distress to the village and to you. I am profoundly ashamed." He paused, his tone becoming earnest. "Under your leadership, Konoha is undergoing a renaissance, teeming with promise. As an elder, I should have lent my unwavering support rather than sow discord." Hiruzen gazed at the old classmate and rival before him, who had fought and collaborated with him for much of their lives. Witnessing Danzo's rare humility, especially in referencing Konoha's progress under his command, struck a chord within Hiruzen, stirring the strings of Hokage authority and camaraderie. Danzo's posture greatly satisfied Hiruzen's deep-seated desire for recognition, particularly from an old adversary. "Let the past remain in the past, Danzo." Hiruzen's voice softened. "Your recognition of this matter is commendable. The village indeed requires unity." A spark of brilliance ignited in Danzo's eyes, and he seized the moment. "It is for the future of Konoha to rectify my missteps, that I propose an idea." He straightened his posture, his tone becoming grave. "In times of peace, though seemingly stable, undercurrents of unrest persist. The young ninjas we nurture, while possessing exceptional talent, still require honing in practical experience, particularly in complex situations and executing specialized missions. The umbu serves as the village's blade, yet even a blade requires continuous and specialized tempering." He fixed his gaze upon Hiruzen. "I propose we select a cohort of the most outstanding graduates from each class at the Ninja Academy, those with exceptional potential and resolute wills, to establish a special training division. This division would not fall under the conventional task system. Its sole mission would be to supply the umbu and the village's future core strength with the fiercest, most loyal elites, adept at safeguarding Konoha from the shadows. They shall be the deep-rooted network, quietly nourishing this towering tree of Konoha with the most robust sustenance. Hence, I shall name it Roots." "Roots?" Hiruzen mulled over the name, his eyes flickering. The intention of cultivating reserve talent and supplying elites to the umbu bore a commendable rationale, one beyond reproach. Especially after witnessing the power of the new techniques from the Research Institute, Hiruzen acutely understood the importance of high-caliber talent. Danzo's proactive proposal to nurture the roots of the village seemed a means of atonement, a way to reintegrate and contribute anew. While joyful might be an exaggeration, Hiruzen indeed felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction in wielding control over the situation. The capitulation of a long-standing adversary, who humbly offered constructive proposals, significantly alleviated the discontent in his heart caused by the astonishment of foreign nations. The notion of cultivating elite reserves for the umbu holds its merits. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually nodded, finally revealing a faint smile. "Danzo, your intentions are commendable. Since you have expressed this desire, you shall take the lead in preparing this matter." With a grand gesture, he made his decision. "As for personnel, you are permitted to select several seasoned and loyal veterans from the existing umbu members to serve as instructors and core personnel for Root. Please draft a detailed plan as soon as possible. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage." Danzo deeply bowed, a barely perceptible, icy smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The roots have successfully penetrated the soil, though the beginning is modest. This shadow known as Root shall become a nurturing ground for him to regain his strength. The news of Shimura Danzo establishing Root quickly rippled through to Uchiha Shinsho. At that moment, he was ensconced in the quietest corner of the library, immersed in an in-depth analysis of the essence of the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku burst in, exuding the youthful urgency of a young man. "Brother, have you heard? That old man Danzo is up to his tricks again. The Hokage actually agreed to let him establish this route and even allocate personnel to him. He certainly harbors ill intentions." Shinsho lifted his gaze from the cluttered table of scrolls, diagrams, and experimental notes, his bloodshot three-tomo Sharingan casting a brief glance at Fugaku. A flicker of irritation at being disturbed, but more so a calm understanding. "Root?" He scoffed lightly, his tone as indifferent as if discussing a trivial matter. "Just a decaying corpse in a grave, akin to a grasshopper post-autumn." He picked up his pen and added a subtle annotation to a complex diagram of ocular pathways. "Brother, don't dismiss this matter." Fugaku pressed, leaning over the desk. "That old man is devious. When he was the umbu captain, he caused us no shortage of trouble." Shinsho set down his pen, gazing out the window as if he could see through the layers of buildings to the vibrant construction of Konoha and the brilliance of innovation emanating from the Research Institute. "Fugaku, remember this," he spoke in a deep, resolute voice. "Times have changed. The locomotive of Konoha, speeding forward, draws its power from the wealth created by infrastructure, from lives saved through medical advancements, and from innovations brought forth by technology, fortified by the spirit of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans." Danzo, clinging to stale scheming and old tactics of infiltration through the umbu, he has missed the train. He cannot keep pace. A route founded on outdated thinking can only draw limited sustenance. What significant change can it affect? He turned his gaze back to Fugaku, guiding him as an elder brother would. His intention is merely to find a place to curl up and amass his meager strength, fantasizing about a day of resurgence. Let him be. In the face of absolute power and the momentum of the times, his petty maneuvers are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, merely adding to the amusement. Hiruzen granting him root is less a sign of trust and more a form of pacification and limitation, providing him with a visible cage. preferable to allowing him to orchestrate unpredictable destruction from the shadows. Shinsho picked up another thick notebook from the desk, filled with meticulous records of his systematic research on the Sharingan's developmental techniques, research on expansion of ocular meridians and chakra-bearing thresholds, which detailed the distribution of the Sharingan's unique meridians, their strength limits, and methods to gradually enhance their capacity through specialized chakra nurturing and mental refinement, thereby reducing backlash damage when utilizing ocular techniques. This is a valuable outcome stemming from years of physical experimentation and support from Tsunade's medical expertise. Emotional spectrum and shadow manipulation chakra activation model, which delved into the unique spiritual wave frequencies triggered by extreme emotions, anger, protection, sorrow, awakening, etc., and how to efficiently convert mental energy into shadow manipulation chakra, catalyzing the evolution of the Sharingan, awakening, Tomo evolution, and even the transition to the Mangekyo. This represents the core research combining his experiences, the Mangekyo samples from Kagami, and theoretical extrapolation of the eternal Mangekyo. Susanoo, an introduction to the ultimate form of shadow manipulation chakra construction. This is the most critical yet perilous section. Shinsho based it on his own successful communication and temporary maintenance of the initial stage of Susanoo, attempting to analyze the condensation, structural stability, energy consumption patterns, and the terrifying physical burden on the user. It is filled with complex theoretical deductions and alarming energy models. The immediate priority is not to dwell on the struggles of a has-been. Shinshu's fingers gently brushed over the notes infused with countless efforts and pains, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance surpassing any Sharingan, a vision to ensure the Uchiha clan truly possesses the key to our bloodline's future. Once these techniques mature and proliferate, the Uchiha's power will experience an unprecedented leap, even if another Hashirama emerges externally. Before an Uchiha who has grasped the mysteries of higher-level ocular techniques, it would not be an insurmountable situation. His voice resonated with an irrefutable conviction, an exploration of the essence of power, and an unwavering plan for the clan's future. In Shinshu's eyes, Danzo's root is but a remnant of a bygone era. What flows from his pen is the light of the Sharingan, capable of illuminating the Uchiha and potentially altering the landscape of the ninja world. Fugaku observed his brother's focused and fervent expression, gazing at the intricate diagrams and notes on the table and reflecting on Danzo's trifles. He suddenly realized his brother was entirely correct. He scratched his head. So, brother, may I see that emotional spectrum? I've been practicing fire style lately, but my chakra seems a bit erratic. Shinsho cast him a glance, irritably closing the notebook. Focus on mastering your body technique first. Without a solid foundation, looking at these will only lead to disaster. Yet, amid his admonishment, a hint of appreciation for his brother's curiosity glimmered in his eyes. However, he stood up, stretched his stiff muscles. It was time for today's martial training. If you wish to learn something substantial, come with me to the training ground. Let me see if you've been slacking these past few days. Within the library, the brief topic of root was entirely cast aside. Only the rustling of Shinshu's notes and his boundless aspirations for future power flowed through the tranquil space. The sunlight outside illuminated the newly paved cement roads of Konoha, while the shadow of root quietly began its growth. Chapter 34. The return of Orochimaru in the autumn of Konoha. The sky was clear and bright, the sunlight casting just the right warmth upon the shimmering waves of the Southie River, elongating the silhouettes of the young and powerful figures by the riverbank. The air was infused with the scents of earth, grass, and the faint aroma of river water. A long-lost blend of anticipation and a subtle complexity quietly coalescing in this place. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Shinsho, the most brilliant stars of this generation in Konoha, gathered here at this moment. Their gazes were all directed toward the end of the riverbank path. After 3 years, the familiar yet oddly rhythmic footsteps resonated once more from the path leading out of the village, symbolizing departure and the unknown. The footsteps approached steadily, carrying a unique, serpentine grace and detachment. A figure slowly emerged from the shade of the trees, stepping into the bright sunlight. It was Orochimaru. He still wore the slightly oversized dark attire, accentuating his tall and slender frame. His trademark long black hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, a few strands brushing against his pale, nearly translucent cheek. His features appeared even more refined than 3 years prior, yet they bore an even greater lack of color, resembling a finely crafted jade statue, exuding an inhuman chill. What stands out most are those eyes, with golden slit pupils contracting under the sunlight, reminiscent of the gaze of a cold-blooded creature. No longer the sharpness tinged with curiosity from the past, they now exude an unfathomable depth, as if harboring a multitude of secrets akin to a frigid abyss. Merely being scrutinized by those eyes caused Jiraiya to instinctively withdraw his playful demeanor, while Tsunade's emerald gaze flickered with a hint of gravity. The 3 years spent in the dragon's cave had acted like the most rigorous chisel, reshaping his essence, transforming the boy who once focused intently on research in the Ninja Academy laboratory, occasionally provoked to anger by Jiraiya, into a presence cloaked in an aura of chill, mystery, and overwhelming power. Orochimaru. Jiraiya could not contain himself, feigning nonchalance while barely concealing his excitement, stepping forward with a flourish, poised to clap the other on the shoulder. "You rascal. It's been 3 years, and your flair for the dramatic has only grown." What an entrance! However, the moment his hand was about to make contact with Orochimaru's shoulder, it halted abruptly. An instinctive alertness sent chills down his spine, as if he were about to touch not the shoulder of an old friend, but rather a coiled, venomous serpent. Orochimaru merely inclined his head slightly, his golden slit pupils flicking over Jiraiya's hand, the corners of his mouth barely lifting in what might have been a smile, yet devoid of warmth. "Jiraiya, you remain as verbose as ever." His voice was even more hoarse and somber than Jiraiya remembered, as though he had not spoken in ages, sounding like gravel rolling in his throat. "Nevertheless, it feels rather pleasant to see you again." Tsunade stepped forward, scrutinizing Orochimaru intently, her brows knitting together. "You appear to have changed considerably." She perceptively sensed the latent energy within Orochimaru, resonating with nature yet brimming with primal wildness, as well as the unmistakable weariness that hinted at the tribulations endured in the dragon's cave. The price and the gain always accompany one another. Orochimaru's response was succinct and vague, his golden serpentine gaze shifting to Tsunade, revealing an inquisitive yet ineffable challenge. "Tsunade, it has been quite some time. It seems these past 3 years have not been squandered on your part either." Tsunade stood slightly behind, her black hair tousled by the river breeze, her 3-tomo Sharingan calmly reflecting Orochimaru's figure, as if attempting to penetrate the chilling facade and discern the changes within. "Welcome back, Orochimaru." He nodded, his voice steady. "We are all quite curious about the powers bestowed upon you by the legendary abode of the Snake Sage." This simple statement acted as a key, unlocking the inevitable display that would follow Orochimaru's return. He required a ritual to demonstrate the fruits of his transformation to both his old friends and himself. "Power?" Orochimaru repeated softly, a flicker of fervent light igniting within his golden slit pupils, revealing an almost obsessive pursuit of knowledge and power itself. "Let us see." No sooner had he spoken than his form suddenly blurred. Snake shadow stealth. It was as if he melded into the shadows of the ground, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a few wisping tendrils of dark smoke in his wake. The next moment, serpents of myriad colors and shapes, of various sizes, surged forth from the riverside's grass and trees, even from beneath the calm water's surface, like a tidal wave. They hissed ominously, their cold slit pupils glinting as they flicked their forked tongues, densely covering a vast area, moving with lightning speed to launch a cunning assault on Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others. A potent stench filled the air. This was not a summoning technique. It was as though a part of his very chakra had manifested into this lethal domain of serpents. Jiraiya let out a yelp, quickly forming hand seals, summoning technique, toad mouth binding jutsu. A massive, slimy toad tongue appeared from thin air, sweeping through a cluster of serpents and swallowing them whole. Tsunade snorted, her feet pressing down with force, causing the ground to crack. With a straightforward and brutal punch, she smashed through the nearby thicket, turning a dozen serpents into a bloody pulp. Tsunade stood resolute, while Jiraiya instinctively protected his vitals and retreated hastily, feeling the oppressive weight of the situation. Tsunade, strong as she was, felt her blood surging. The high-frequency sound waves rendered her extremely uncomfortable. She grunted, her emerald chakra enveloping her body, stabilizing her stance. As the blinding light and sound waves gradually dissipated, leaving the trio with a ringing in their ears, Orochimaru stood still, surrounded by a faint halo of white natural energy. His skin now adorned with intricate patterns resembling serpentine scales. His golden slit pupils, enhanced by the sage power, appeared even more enchanting and formidable. He did not pursue them, but gazed at them calmly, like an artisan displaying his masterpiece. Sage art, gale release, lethal binding. In the next moment, Orochimaru brought his palms together, without hand seals, unleashing a beam of light, a pale blue near-white laser, purely forged from a high-density fusion of lightning and water attributes. The laser shot forth with a velocity that surpassed visual capture, carrying a disquieting, cutting, and obliterating essence. Wherever it passed, the air left behind a scorched and distorted trace. Heading straight for Tsunade. So swift. Tsunade's pupils constricted. Danger! Jiraiya shouted. Thanks to the rapid rotation of his three-tomo Sharingan, Tsunade reacted almost instinctively. Faced with this unyielding and terrifying bloodline sage technique, he opted for the most direct and physically demanding response. Eighth gate, the door of view, open. Boom. A torrent of furious, unprecedented green chakra erupted from Tsunade, akin to a volcanic explosion. His skin flushed crimson, veins bulged like coiling dragons beneath the surface, and a powerful current radiated from him, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The terrifying amplification of power that accompanied the opening of the sixth gate propelled his speed and strength to unfathomable heights. Whoosh! He left a phantom in his wake, his true form moving at an almost imperceptible speed, narrowly evading the deadly laser beam. The laser grazed his shadow, piercing through a massive rock behind him, creating a smooth circular hole, and then the immense stone shattered under the internal pressure. Immediately after dodging the laser, Tsunade did not pause. With the explosive power bestowed by the 8 gates of Uchiha, he appeared before Orochimaru as if by teleportation, his crimson three-tomo spinning rapidly, locking onto the latter's golden snake-like pupils. Phantom Chains Technique. Uchiha Fist Zhu Tianfu. The formidable in-release chakra surged through his gaze, instantly infiltrating Orochimaru's mental realm. In the perception of sage arts, Orochimaru vividly witnessed 4 massive, black flame-imbued wedges materializing from thin air, descending upon his ethereal limbs with the power to imprison souls. This was a potent jinjutsu from the Sharingan, specifically designed to target spiritual entities. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils suddenly constricted. The sage chakra endowed him with formidable mental resistance. Yet this jinjutsu, emanating from Nobunaga's three-tomo, was of unparalleled strength. He snorted coldly, unleashing his mental power to momentarily halt the descent of the 4 wedges. Simultaneously, his body instinctively reacted, slithering backward like a boneless serpent, creating distance from the fiery waves unleashed by Nobunaga. The brief skirmish unfolded in mere moments. Orochimaru showcased the dazzling and terrifying snake-style ninjutsu he had acquired from the Dragon's Cave, alongside his storm-release bloodline and the even more astonishing sage mode. Meanwhile, Nobunaga exhibited his Uchiha Fist, a synthesis of Uchiha fire release and physical combat, coupled with his ferocious body techniques and formidable three-tomo jinjutsu. The riverside fell into a momentary silence. Jiraiya, rubbing his still buzzing ears, gazed at the devastation left in the wake of their clash, scorched earth, shattered rocks, and pockmarked ground, and exclaimed, "Hey, you 2 monsters, if you keep this up, half of Konoha will be demolished." Though exaggerated, his tone was laced with astonishment. The eerie strength of Orochimaru and Nobunaga's composed response instilled a sense of pressure within him. Tsunade, her clenched fists gradually loosening, also felt the sweat of tension from the rapidly shifting battle. She observed the fading crimson marks on Nobunaga's body after he released the 6th gate, and then turned her gaze to Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils, which glimmered unnaturally under the sage light, igniting a fierce fighting spirit within her. As the heir of the Senju clan and a medical sage, she could not afford to lag behind these 2. It was imperative to accelerate her training in the 100 healings technique. The sage aura surrounding Orochimaru gradually receded, the serpentine patterns fading into his skin, and his golden pupils returned to their usual state, yet the profound sense of gloom remained. He surveyed his 3 former companions, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Nobunaga. "Your growth is indeed impressive, Nobunaga-kun." His raspy voice conveyed little emotion, touching upon the use of the 8 gates and his eyes. Nobunaga too dispelled the state of the 8 gates, breathing lightly as the three-tomo faded, returning to his usual appearance. "Your sage arts and storm release are the true surprises, Orochimaru," he candidly stated. "To master them to such a degree in 3 years, truly commendable for a genius." A brief silence enveloped them once more. Jiraiya attempted to lighten the atmosphere, stepping forward to drape an arm around Orochimaru's neck. This time, Orochimaru did not evade, though his body stiffened momentarily, playfully saying, "Hey, Orochimaru, stop being so grim. You finally returned. Come on, let's go celebrate with some Ichiraku ramen. It's on me." He endeavored to pull Orochimaru back into their familiar rapport, attempting to dispel the unsettling chill that clung to him. However, Orochimaru merely extricated himself from Jiraiya's embrace, replying coolly, "No need. I have little desire for food." His tone was detached. He scanned the familiar Konoha, where the river flowed and shadows danced among the trees, yet it seemed incapable of stirring any emotion within him. The 3 years spent in the Dragon's Cave, living alongside serpents, absorbing natural energy, enduring inhuman suffering, and witnessing the fragility of life and the brutality of power had forged his heart into one of coldness and isolation. The facade of forced cheerfulness he had maintained during their academy days, suppressed by Nobunaga and overshadowed by Jiraiya's boisterousness, had now shed like a serpent's skin, revealing a more primal and solitary essence. His gaze towards them held a tinge of nostalgia for their past, yet it was overshadowed by an analytical and observational quality, as if a chasm named power and understanding lay between them. Nobunaga keenly sensed this shift. He understood Orochimaru all too well, his obsession with power, his insatiable thirst for knowledge. The sage arts from the Dragon's Cave had made him formidable, yet they also distanced him further from the world of humanity. Allowing this estrangement to persist would lead him to recklessly sprint down the path of power and knowledge, potentially slipping into an unfathomable abyss. "Orochimaru," Nobunaga began, his voice steady, shattering the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Since you have no interest in food, let us discuss matters of substance." He took a step closer, meeting Orochimaru's probing and distant golden pupils with unwavering intensity. "Your power, along with your experiences and insights from the Dragon's Cave, represent an invaluable treasure for Konoha and the Research Institute. To leave them untouched or merely for personal pursuit would be a tragic waste." Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed slightly, as if assessing the true intent behind Nobunaga's words. "I propose," Nobunaga continued, his tone resolute and imbued with an undeniable weight, "that the Hokage's office appoints you as the chief consultant for the Konoha Joint Research Institute. You will have the freedom to join any research group, be it medical, biological, sealing, or barrier, or even independently lead projects that pique your interest. The resources, data, and equipment of the Institute will be at your disposal. Your sole task will be to transform your knowledge, your power, and your unique understanding of the world into a driving force propelling Konoha forward." Nobunaga's words rippled through Orochimaru's eyes like a stone cast into a deep pool. The proposition of being a chief consultant, with the liberty to join any group and lead independent projects, struck at the very core of Orochimaru's deepest desires, a grand platform for conducting his potentially groundbreaking research without constraints. His obsession with the mysteries of ninjutsu, the essence of life, and the origins of power had only intensified through his experiences in the Dragon's Cave. Yet upon returning to Konoha, he had anticipated grappling once more under the weight of rules and scrutiny. Nobunaga's proposal, however, offered him an almost limitless experimental ground. In his golden pupils, the cold aloofness began to dissipate, replaced by a more fervent and pure glow of a researcher. It was an excitement for the unknown, a longing for the ocean of knowledge. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, suppressing the turmoil within. Ultimately, a faint yet genuine curve emerged on his pale face, a true smile belonging to a researcher. "Chief consultant, you say?" Orochimaru's raspy voice took on a hint of amusement, sounding far more intriguing than mere ramen. He lifted his gaze, sweeping over Tsunade and Jiraiya before settling on Nobunaga's face. "I accept this proposal, Nobunaga-kun. I hope the Research Institute will not disappoint me." He embraced this identity, perhaps marking a pivotal anchor in his return to the world of humanity, a chance to momentarily suppress the darker, more radical curiosities that lurked within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouettes of the four cast long shadows by the banks of the Southie River. Reunited, Tsunade observed Orochimaru's solitary figure, now imbued with newfound direction amidst the encroaching twilight, while glancing at Nobunaga, steadfast as a rock, and the ever-enthusiastic Jiraiya, who remained devoted to his comrades. Her heart swirled with mixed emotions. Orochimaru had returned, bearing a potent yet enigmatic strength and an even deeper, inscrutable disposition. Meanwhile, Nobunaga, with the title of chief consultant, had temporarily charted a forest named Konoha for this uncontainable serpent's shadow. What the future held remained uncertain, but at this moment, comrades stood united once more, even as their shadows stretched long, distorted, and transformed. Chapter 35. The undercurrents of the Joint Research Institute. The return of Orochimaru served as an exceptionally potent catalyst for the rapidly functioning intellectual furnace of the Konoha Joint Research Institute. Upon officially entering the core laboratory of the medical team as the chief consultant, he brought not only the peculiar serpent techniques and fierce wind release from the Dragon Cave, but also a profound and almost obsessive desire to explore the very essence of power, along with a strong impact on the existing research framework. The head of the medical team, Tsunade, renowned throughout the ninja world for her creation of the resurrection technique, stood with her arms crossed, her emerald eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible vigilance, observing Orochimaru deftly manipulating the intricate chakra microflow guiding apparatus. She watched as he carefully infused a trickle of wild natural energy extracted from the unique environment of the Dragon Cave into a specially designed petri dish, inscribed with swirling sealing runes. At the bottom of the dish lay slices of Hashirama cells, treated through multiple dilutions and chakra applications at specific frequencies, pulsing faintly with a delicate glow. Natural energy was ferocious and challenging to tame. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed in the disinfectant-scented laboratory, his golden-slit pupils fixated on the subtle changes where the energies converged. Introducing it directly into the human body was akin to confining a wild beast within a fragile cage. A moment's carelessness could lead to petrification. His fingertips danced with faint electric sparks, a precise control of wind-release chakra, guiding the natural energy particles away from the overly vibrant life force of the Hashirama cells, circulating them along predetermined rune pathways. Your line of thought. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, understanding the inherent dangers involved. Are you using the seals as filters and converters? To initially purify and tame the wild natural energy outside or on the surface of the body before pumping it into the body via sealing techniques. Precisely so. Orochimaru replied with a slight curve of his lips, filled with the fervor of a researcher. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan serve as an excellent framework for constructing stable containers and energy conduits. And the research on the Sharingan by Lord Nobunaga. He glanced at the scrolls on the adjacent rack concerning the expansion of ocular meridians and the capacity of visual power, revealed the potential for energy transmission and form transformation within intricate channels. This has greatly inspired me. He picked up a specialized chakra engraving needle, its tip dipped in a unique ink mixed with his own chakra and subtle natural energy. Imagine, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a ghostly light, if we could design a living seal that imprints upon a specific energy node in the body. This seal itself would function as a miniature sage art synthesis factory. He skillfully traced an exceedingly complex composite rune on the edge of the petri dish, utilizing his own chakra as a guide, continuously absorbing thin natural energy from the outside world, achieving initial fusion and transformation within the seal. It would be akin to a miniature wet-bone forest or a dragon cave attached to the body's surface, continuously and safely producing semi-finished sage chakra flows, which could then be delivered to the user through the conduits formed by sealing techniques. Thus, the immense risks of direct fusion could be circumvented, significantly lowering the barriers and dangers associated with acquiring sage chakra. This concept was bold and perilous, sparkling with the flames of a technological revolution while exuding the cold aura of inhumane experimentation. Tsunade silently observed the small, subtly glowing, and slowly rotating rune on the tissue, which could weakly absorb the ambient natural energy and convert it into a relatively gentle energy flow. She had to concede that this line of thought was theoretically revolutionary. If successful, it would mean that ninjas could gain a portion of sage power without undergoing the rigorous trials of the three holy lands. Yet, the risks remain substantial. The stability of the seal, the efficiency of energy conversion, and the long-term burden on the body would require extensive experimentation and validation. She intoned solemnly, a reminder both to Orochimaru and to herself of her responsibilities as the team leader. Thus, we require the finest team and the most elite resources. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the laboratory, ultimately resting upon a somewhat frail youth focused on recording data at an instrument in the corner. For instance, your assistant. The assistant, Bairu, trembled imperceptibly at the mention of his name. He set down his pen, adjusted his thick glasses, and turned around with a hint of awkwardness. Orochimaru-sensei, he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, tinged with the fatigue of sleepless nights, yet within his deep eyes flickered a long-suppressed fervor. As one of Tsunade's most capable assistants, he diligently contributed to the medical team, earning recognition from many, including Tsunade herself, due to his solid theoretical foundation and meticulous experimental approach, particularly in cell culture, chakra microflow manipulation, and data analysis. He displayed extraordinary talent. However, this acknowledgement, this honor of working in a cutting-edge field, felt like a double-edged sword, painfully stabbing at Bairu's heart day and night. He possessed a sharp mind, capable of grasping Orochimaru's intricate yet unsettling concepts, designing complex data models to validate the energy flow of the seals, and adeptly operating the most precise instruments to process Hashirama cell slices. Yet he himself was a ninja with chakra aptitude so mediocre it bordered on pitiful. No matter how hard he tried, his chakra volume, refinement speed, and affinity for attribute changes remained at a level barely adequate for a chunin. This dissonance, being pivotal in the hall of wisdom, yet as humble as dust in the realm of power, gnawed at his self-esteem and peace like a persistent parasite. Countless nights, he watched as his chakra, regardless of his relentless practice, remained stagnant, feeling the barren energy flow within him. An indescribable sense of despair and restlessness would surge, leaving him restless and sleepless. Your modeling of the fusion of various attribute chakras is quite exquisite, Orochimaru remarked, taking a few steps closer, his golden slit pupils seemingly piercing through the thick lenses of Bairu's glasses, gazing into his very soul. Particularly your report on the compatibility thresholds of multi-attribute chakra and energy dissipation compensation, which provides crucial parameters for the stable structural design of the seals. This understanding of the essence of energy is beyond what most can achieve. Orochimaru's praise was devoid of flattery. It was a genuine acknowledgement from one researcher to another. A faint, unnatural flush crept onto Bairu's pale face, a mix of excitement and deeper bitterness. To receive recognition from this once humble chief of the Ninja Academy, now a genius wielding sage power, was a secret desire deep within him. Yet, this acknowledgement also served as a mirror, reflecting his irreparable flaws, possessing the skills to slay dragons yet lacking the strength to bind a chicken. He lowered his head, concealing the complexity in his eyes. You flatter me, Sensei. I am merely fulfilling my duties. He keenly sensed that Orochimaru's gaze lingered on him a moment longer than usual, imbued with scrutiny and assessment, which made him feel uneasy. This unease was not unfounded. Orochimaru's extraordinary perception, especially augmented by the sage techniques from the Dragon Cave, allowed him to detect a faint, elusive trace of chakra on Bairu, an unsettling cold chakra mark originating from Shimura Danzo. This mark was typically used for internal communication or identity verification, exceedingly discreet. Yet prolonged exposure always left subtle traces. For Orochimaru, who constantly navigated dangerous energies, this trace glimmered like a firefly in the darkness. It seems you have had some exchanges with Elder Danzo? Orochimaru inquired casually, his voice low, yet it struck Bairu like a venomous snake's gaze, causing him to tense up, his heart racing. And no, nothing special. Bailu almost blurted out his words, his tone tinged with a hint of panic. He merely mentioned that Elder Danzo occasionally inquired about the routine management of laboratory supplies under the guise of security checks. He struggled to compose himself, adjusting his glasses in an attempt to mask the tumult within with a facade of professionalism. Orochimaru cast a deep gaze upon him, his golden slit-like pupils betraying no semblance of emotion, yet the slight curl at the corners of his mouth hinted at a knowing amusement. Oh, a routine matter, is it? He refrained from pressing further, as if it were merely a casual remark, and turned back to focus on the adjustments of the cursed seal experiment. However, this brief exchange cast a deeper shadow of doubt in Bailu's heart. He felt as though he stood on the precipice of a cliff, one side presenting the tantalizing allure of power, the other a potentially irreversible abyss. While the medical team's laboratory engaged in cutting-edge explorations, a transformation quietly unfolded at the periphery of Konohagakure, in the sun-dappled, yet deliberately forgotten old training grounds. Once a dilapidated repository for ninja tools and training facilities, It had now been repurposed for the newly established Root organization. Danzo Shimura sat in his simply furnished, dimly lit office within Root. Outside, the area was sealed off by high walls and barriers. Unlike the various ninja clans that categorically refused to supply their core members to Root, he, drawing upon his connections as a former Umbu captain and his keen understanding of the darker aspects of human nature, quietly ensnared certain special targets like tendrils creeping through the shadows. Most of those he recruited were the marginalized figures from various ninja clans, the Uchiha branch members of modest talent, overlooked within their families, Hyuga clan ninjas, sidelined due to injuries yet yearning to prove their worth, the disheartened scions of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mitarashi clans, who felt the sting of internal competition, and even a few youths temporarily exiled for their transgressions, or those seduced by Danzo's lofty mission of protecting Konoha from the shadows. While their skills may not have been top tier, they were often more eager for opportunity, easier to control, and more susceptible to the cold doctrines of absolute loyalty and emotional detachment espoused by Root. Under Danzo's iron-fisted control and the subtle intimidation brought forth by the Dark God's curse techniques, Root began to function like a finely tuned machine. Intense training in taijutsu, assassination, infiltration, and intelligence gathering took place day and night. The old warehouse was transformed into a training ground simulating various environments, while the abandoned facilities became sites for brutal survival trials. Utilizing fragmented information obtained from the research facility, such as the basic structure of chakra shields, the principles of simple perception barriers, and certain mental resilience training methods, combined with his extensive experience and the bizarre techniques acquired from the Dark God, Danzo developed a unique and ruthless training system. In a short time, these fledgling members of Root were forged into a chillingly sharp force through blood, sweat, and even the elimination of their peers, the foundation of Root quietly swelling in a manner concealed from the public eye. Yet Danzo's ambitions extended far beyond this. Upon learning of Orochimaru's research into cursed seals and natural energy, and having felt the powerful and strange allure of the Dark God's cursed power, a more audacious thought began to take root in his heart, encased in the promise of immortality. The cells of Hashirama Senju, the forbidden source of boundless vitality and formidable would release. The core data and samples of the Root Seed project were under the strict supervision of Tsunade herself, with participants predominantly from the Senju clan and their trusted medical elite, thus heavily guarded. A direct assault or theft would be fraught with peril and would inevitably invoke the wrath of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo needed an insider who could access the core without arousing immediate suspicion, someone capable of manipulating the Hashirama cells, who similarly craved power and was willing to take risks, a pawn in his grand design. Naturally, his gaze fell upon Bailu. This core assistant of the medical team possessed the authority and expertise to handle the Hashirama cells. More importantly, his eyes, concealed behind spectacles and filled with unfulfilled ambition and desire, appeared to Danzo as a beacon of light amidst the darkness. One night, during a routine maintenance of the experimental equipment, Bailu found himself remaining until the end. As he wearily exited the brightly lit research facility and stepped into the cold, quiet street, a figure emerged like a specter from the shadows of an alleyway. Bailu-kun, you have worked tirelessly for the medical team. You must be exhausted. Danzo's voice was calm, yet carried a penetrating quality that resonated deeply. He slowly stepped from the shadows, the moonlight casting an eerie glow on his face, marred by a cross-shaped scar, accentuating his ominous presence. An almost imperceptible cold pressure, emanating from the Dark God's cursed power, enveloped Bailu like a palpable shroud. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. He recognized Danzo and felt the unnerving, inhuman aura surrounding him. Elder Danzo? His voice was hoarse, instinctively retreating a step. There's no need for alarm. Danzo waved a hand dismissively, his gaze piercing like a cold probe into Bailu's very soul. I merely wish to converse with you about power, about the possibilities of altering one's fate. He deliberately released a hint of pure Dark God's cursed power, the temptation inherent in that force, transcending the limits of mortal existence. Struck Bailu's deepest desires like the sweetest poison. You possess a brilliant mind and command the most advanced techniques, yet you remain shackled by this mundane vessel. Danzo's words were akin to a devil's whisper, precisely tearing through Bailu's facade, exposing his raw, bloody vulnerabilities. Have you ever pondered why the cells of Hashirama Senju, brimming with infinite vitality, can only serve as samples for others' research? Why must the powers of the Uchiha Sharingan, the mighty sealing techniques of the Uzumaki, and the perceptive prowess of the Hyuga be confined by bloodlines? He stepped closer, lowering his voice yet imbued with lethal seduction. I hold the key to the realm of power, immortality. This is not mere fantasy, but a blessing bestowed by the Dark God, a miracle transcending the boundaries of mortal life. And I can sense that the seed of discontent with mediocrity has already broken ground within you. Danzo's aged fingers pointed at Bailu's chest. Tell me, Bailu, do you not yearn to shatter this wretched fate? Do you not wish to grasp all those legendary powers within your own hands? Like assembling building blocks, to fuse the Sharingan, Byakugan, would release, and sage techniques into a singular, unparalleled, perfect body. A thunderclap resounded in Bailu's mind. His entire being trembled, his face turning pale and then flushed with a sickly hue. Danzo's words acted as a key, instantly unlocking the door of greed and madness that had been suppressed within him for countless nights. Fusion, to amalgamate the pinnacle powers of different bloodlines and attributes. As one would graft plants, using immortality as the foundation to withstand the shocks of fusion. Employing Dark God's cursed techniques as the adhesive to harmonize the conflict of diverse powers, and with his profound understanding of chakra's essence and fusion techniques serving as the scalpel. A groundbreaking, heretical concept, the Gyro technique, took shape in Bailu's mind, ignited by insatiable desire. It was no longer a nebulous thought, but had developed a preliminary theoretical framework, using immortality as the basis, Dark God's cursed power as the medium, and elite bloodlines as the materials. Hashirama cells. Bailu's voice trembled, hoarse with extreme excitement as he abruptly raised his head. His eyes behind the lenses ablaze with a terrifying light, no longer the calm of a researcher but the fervor of a gambler. I need it. As the first and most crucial core material. Tuanzo gazed into the eyes of Bailu, where madness lay unabashed, and the corners of his mouth, concealed beneath bandages, slowly curled into a chilling, satisfied arc. The fish is hooked, a wise choice, Lord Bailu. Tuanzo's voice slithered like a serpent. Thus, our transaction is concluded. You shall provide me with the core pillar cell samples of the root plan. In return, I will bestow upon you the secrets of immortality and certain runes of the dark arts. Let us await the blossoming of your ghostly vine, Guru, and see what splendid flowers it yields. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the alley into deeper shadows. A clandestine transaction, entwined with the cutting-edge research of Konoha. Forbidden powers, and the greed of humanity, quietly reached fruition within the unseen shadows. The seed of the cursed mark was still gestating within the laboratory, while the ghostly vine, a parasitic tendril born of madness, had already broken ground. Beneath the brilliant light of the Konoha Research Institute, a profound undercurrent surged and flowed. Chapter 36. 3 years of development. The prosperity of Konoha Hidden Village unfolded like a richly hued tapestry, gradually spreading across every corner of the village during 3 years of rapid development. The Joint Research Institute, a crucible of Konoha's finest intellect, continuously spewed forth streams of innovation. These results, stemming from breakthroughs in chakra technology, medical advancements, materials innovation, and mental applications, rapidly flowed into the market through Konoha's efficient conversion mechanism, transforming into a torrent of wealth that supported the village's operations and nourished every participating clan, fortifying their foundations and futures. Walking along Konoha's main thoroughfare, the once dusty scenes of the past had long been replaced by smooth, grayish-white cement pavements. Flanking the roads, brand new shops stood in abundance. The Oil User clan and the Inazuka family jointly operated a bright storefront for their insect medicine, displaying exquisitely packaged, effective healing ointments and health products made from special insect secretions and Nara-cultivated herbs, alluring a steady stream of customers. In collaboration with the Kato family, the Mind Mirror Workshop nestled in the mountains bustled with activity, offering simplified versions of spiritual protective headbands and chakra communication accessories. While these products paled in comparison to the cutting-edge creations of the Research Institute, their stability and affordable prices turned them into standard gear for mid-level and low-level shinobi on missions, attracting even merchants from the Land of Fire who came in droves for bulk purchases. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan territory, leveraging the authority and reputation of the police department, now the General Security Bureau, young Uchiha opened thriving businesses, including a ninja tool maintenance shop, a chakra therapy clinic utilizing results from some meridian research, and even a specialty fire-style barbecue restaurant, a commercial extension of Nobunaga's early popcorn technique. The accumulation of wealth was palpable. The younger generation of Uchiha radiated confidence and vigor, invigorating the entire clan territory with newfound vitality. This wave of prosperity even swept through the Mito and Uzumaki families, who had previously been ambivalent towards reform. Mito-en stood in the upper chamber of his family's newly renamed establishment, the illusory music hall, gazing down through one-way glass at the bustling hall below. This was no longer the smoky den of vice filled with money and desire. In the center of the hall, a massive light and shadow stage showcased intricate shadow plays provided by the Nara clan, combined with luminous insects controlled by the Oil User clan, narrating thrilling tales of ninja legends, eliciting applause from the audience. Surrounding the stage were immersive experience zones partitioned into private booths, employing simplified illusions from the Akimichi clan and mental guidance techniques from the Yamanaka clan, allowing patrons to embark on exhilarating sensory journeys such as flying or deep-sea diving. Elegantly attired staff in improved kimonos glided through the space, serving exquisite snacks and beverages. This venue had become a fashionable landmark for the new elite of Konoha and visitors from the Land of Fire, with revenues only increasing. Meanwhile, the enterprises under Uzumaki Koharu had completely shed the disreputable secret medicine workshops of yore. In their stead emerged a vibrant life vitality center, meticulously designed to resemble a small research institute, located near Konoha's medical district. A massive billboard displayed a bust of Tsunade with authorization, accompanied by the striking slogan, "The crystallization of techniques from Konoha's medical sage." The windows showcased a series of well-packaged products, including chakra-activating supplements, meridian-soothing essences, and energy-boosting oral solutions. Though the core ingredients and effects could not compare to the genuine results of Tsunade's team, they primarily leveraged Nara pharmacology and gentle chakra-guiding techniques for health supplements. However, under the banner of the Research Institute's technological transformation and Tsunade's philosophy, coupled with precise marketing strategies that analyzed customer demographics using the remnants of intelligence networks, they quickly penetrated the high-end market, garnering immense popularity among the nobility and affluent circles of the Land of Fire, resulting in substantial profits. The successful transitions of these two establishments became the subject of jest in Konoha and served as an alternative testament to the wisdom of those who adapted to the tide of change. Their existence mirrored the current clamor and vitality of Konoha, silently provoking the gaze of those marginalized by prosperity. In the Hyuga clan territory, a bastion that upheld the ancient caged bird system, an atmosphere of dissonance and anxiety pervaded against the backdrop of Konoha's flourishing vibrancy. Towering walls, stern guards, and exquisite courtyards continued to uphold the supreme authority of the main family and the silent compliance of the branch families. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, discontent and resentment surged like an underground current, growing ever more tumultuous. The invisible cagebird curse, imprinted upon the foreheads of the branch families and etched deep within their souls, was the root of all their contradictions and worries. On the training grounds, the youth of the Hyuga branch diligently practiced the gentle fist under the stern gaze of the main family's instructors. Sweat soaked their training garments, their movements precise as if measured by a ruler, yet their eyes betrayed an exhaustion and an ineffable sense of loss. They looked at the slightly outdated protective gear worn by their peers within the clan, contrasting it with the new equipment adorned with Nara herbs and Oil User silk insignias that other shinobi clans sported. They listened to hushed discussions about how much dividends other clans had received this year, how the clan's public funds were stretched thin, and the difficulties in updating training apparatus. Have you heard? The Inuzuka family earned quite a sum just from selling those ninja dog vitality pills. A branch youth quickly gestured exaggeratedly to his companion as the instructor turned away, his eyes filled with envy. What's that compared to the Uchiha's chakra therapy clinic? I heard appointments are booked 3 months in advance. One session costs as much as our half-year stipend. Another youth whispered back, his tone tinged with bitterness. Is the main family still unwilling to relent? A worried glance was cast toward the main family estate. Shoo, speak cautiously. Someone nearby urgently cautioned, instinctively touching the location of the curse mark concealed beneath their forehead protector. That cold sensation served as a constant reminder of their societal boundaries and the price of transgression. These fragmented discussions pierced the heart of Hyuga Kenkayo like countless fine needles. As he sat alone in the inner sanctum of the main family estate, a symbol of ultimate authority, with the family's income and expenditure report laid before him. The shocking deficit starkly contrasted with the flourishing reports of other clans, suffocating him with a sense of despair. Outside, the iconic Byakugan statue in the center of the clan cast a long shadow in the evening sun, seemingly enveloping the entire future of the Hyuga clan. Yet deeper shadows loomed, stemming from the increasingly acute contradictions within the clan and the growing skepticism towards the caged bird system. Kenkayo was not a fool. He understood the value of the Hyuga Byakugan. Its 360-degree perspective and precise capture of chakra flow played an irreplaceable role in medical dissection, precise experimentation, and battlefield reconnaissance. Nobunaga had once pointed this out candidly. However, it is precisely this pride rooted in bloodline, along with his unwavering commitment to the caged bird system, which he deems essential for preserving the purity of the Byakugan and the authority of the clan, that led him to categorically refuse Nobunaga's olive branch, isolating the Hyuga from the transformative tides sweeping through Konoha. He believed that, bolstered by the profound heritage of the Hyuga and the capabilities of the Byakugan, he could carve a path independent of others, particularly the Uchiha. However, reality delivered a stinging blow. The pace of Konoha's development exceeded all expectations, with various ninja clans sharing resources through the Research Institute, resulting in rapid technological advancements. The insight of the Byakugan, which the Hyuga took great pride in, could not be fully realized in the absence of cutting-edge technological support and collaborative platforms. While other clans prospered, the Hyuga found themselves depleting their resources, watching as the gap widened. Discontent within the clan grew increasingly vocal. Even the most conservative elders began to waver in the face of the clan's ongoing losses, with some openly questioning Takakatsu's initial decisions. What troubled Takakatsu even more was that this economic distress was exacerbating the internal rifts fostered by the caged bird system. The dissatisfaction among the branch family members became increasingly apparent. Although they were too fearful of the curse mark's terrifying power to openly rebel, their repressed silence, the occasional flashes of resentment in their eyes, and their private complaints about the incompetence and conservatism of the main family were like poison, corroding the clan's cohesion. He understood well that once the branch family members were exposed to the broader world within the open environment of the Research Institute, witnessing other ninja clan members earning respect and resources through their own abilities, their resentment towards the caged bird system and their doubts about the main family would spread like wildfire, potentially undermining the very foundation of the Hyuga. "Chief, if this continues, the hearts of our youth will scatter," lamented a senior elder in a meeting. "Is our Byakugan truly less valuable than the Uchiha Sharingan? Less useful than the oilwoman's insects? Just look at the eyes of the branch family members when they see us. Indeed, just look at the Tono clan. They can sell aphrodisiacs and health products with great success. Are we to beg while sitting on a golden rice bowl?" Another elder exclaimed passionately. "If this keeps up, the branch family may cause a stir. The curse mark can bind the body, but it cannot bind the heart. I have heard that Lord Uzumaki Mido holds significant sway over the Research Institute. Even Nobunaga must show her respect. Should we not humble ourselves before her? It is better than being manipulated by the Uchiha." Takakatsu sat in the main seat, his expression as cold as water, while his heart churned tumultuously. The clash between pride and reality tormented him deeply. Did he not wish for change? But to whom should he bow? To the very Uchiha Nobunaga whom he once admonished his daughter to avoid. That would be akin to slapping his own face in public, admitting to his earlier short-sightedness. Furthermore, would the Uchiha genuinely welcome the Hyuga? Would they seize the opportunity to encroach upon the Byakugan? What worried him even more was that once the branch family members joined the Research Institute, gaining access to core technologies and independent research opportunities, would the main family still maintain the same firm control over them as before? In such an environment that emphasized collaboration and openness, would the curse mark become a ticking time bomb? Yet, if they continued to remain isolated, the Hyuga clan would be completely marginalized, perhaps destined to fall from the core circle of ninja clans in Konoha. That was merely a matter of time. At that point, the so-called authority of the main family and the purity of the Byakugan would become as insubstantial as water without a source and wood without a foundation. Should the dissatisfaction of the branch family lose its final restraint, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 37. Being honest. Seeking to join Nobunaga, Takakatsu mulled over this name. The visage of his daughter, Masahiro, flickering in his mind, her increasingly cold demeanor, yet a subtle glimmer of light in her eyes whenever the Research Institute was mentioned. He recalled a time when Nobunaga had presented a paper on the precise extraction of chakra and the preliminary exploration of meridian maintenance, attempting to showcase the potential for collaboration with the Hyuga. Back then, he had deemed the endeavor presumptuous, even malicious. Reflecting now, he realized that the ideas on that paper aligned remarkably with certain advanced research directions within the institute. Yet Masahiro, as the celestial maiden of the main family, found her talents and efforts constrained by her status within the Hyuga. 30 years of shifting fortunes. Takakatsu closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The arrogance stemming from the Warring States period began to crack under the weight of stark reality. The heavy responsibilities of the clan and the internal crises brought about by the caged bird system. He understood that there was no turning back. For the survival and future of the Hyuga, he must humble himself, even if it meant shattering certain principles he had once fiercely defended, and bear the immense risks associated with the continuation of the caged bird system. After nights of heated arguments, deliberations, and ultimately resigned compromises, Takakatsu made a decision that would undoubtedly shake the upper echelons of Konoha. Rather than approaching Nobunaga directly, he donned the most formal attire of the clan head and, with the utmost decorum, requested an audience with Lady Uzumaki Mido, the widow of Senju Hashirama, now the most esteemed elder in Konoha, whose relationship with the Uchiha was both delicate and solid. Within the Senju ancestral home, the scent of sandalwood wafted softly. Lady Mido sat regally, her red hair still vibrant, though the passage of time had etched deeper lines at the corners of her eyes. She regarded the deeply bowing Takakatsu, this clan leader known for his rigidity and obstinacy, now displaying an unprecedented level of respect, even hinting at a barely perceptible plea. Lady Mido, Takakatsu's voice was slightly hoarse, striving to maintain calm. The Hyuga clan has taken it upon itself for generations to safeguard Konoha and uphold the dignity of our clan. However, as times change, Konoha has transformed significantly, with various ninja clans uniting in the Research Institute to pursue collective advancement. The Hyuga deeply regrets its failure to engage timely in this endeavor and contribute to Konoha. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his strength, and continued, "The power of the Byakugan may have modest applications in medical diagnostics, precision experimentation, and chakra flow observation. The Hyuga clan is willing to dedicate its humble efforts to join the Konoha Joint Research Institute, working alongside esteemed colleagues to bolster Konoha's prosperity. I humbly request, Lady Mido, that you, recalling our shared battles of yore, might facilitate an introduction." His words were exquisitely courteous, albeit somewhat stiff, yet the meaning was unmistakable. The Hyuga had yielded, lowered their heads, and expressed a willingness to join the very platform they once scorned, acknowledging the direction of change. Takakatsu did not mention Nobunaga, nor did he reference his previous refusal. He spoke solely of contributing to Konoha, placing his stance at its lowest, only seeking to board this already speeding train. Lady Mido studied him quietly, her perceptive gaze devoid of mockery or delight, only embodying a profound serenity and understanding. She recognized the immense value of the Byakugan and was acutely aware of the immense pressure behind Takakatsu's submission and the predicament faced by the Hyuga. Allowing the Hyuga to join would undoubtedly benefit the Research Institute and enhance Konoha's overall strength. However, the manner of acceptance and the equilibrium required would necessitate caution. Clan head Takakatsu, please rise. Mido's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. Konoha belongs to all ninjas, and the Hyuga clan, as one of the founding families, has contributions and strength that cannot be denied. The purpose of the Research Institute is to harness the strengths of all clans for collective advancement. The potential of the Byakugan in medical, scientific, and many future fields is boundless. If utilized wisely, it would indeed be a blessing for Konoha. She paused, subtly shifting the focus to the key decision-makers. This matter pertains to the overall structure and development direction of the Research Institute. Nobunaga, as one of its primary proponents, possesses profound insights into the value of the Byakugan. I shall consult with him to ensure that the Hyuga's inclusion will be mutually beneficial and provide new opportunities for Konoha. Clan head Takakatsu, please await good news. In Tokugawa Ieyasu's heart, A heavy stone fell, yet it also stirred a complex bitterness. Mito agreed to mediate, but ultimately, the decisive authority would still rest with that Uchiha boy. He bowed deeply once more, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Mito. Vortex Mito's communication was remarkably efficient. During an internal meeting of the Research Institute's senior officials, she conveyed Hinata's intentions to Nobunaga. Nobunaga was not surprised. He had anticipated Hinata's predicament. He perused the documents in hand, which detailed the potential applications of the Byakugan's X-ray capabilities in cellular-level surgeries, as well as the significance of chakra flow observations for constructing the 8 gates load model. Many of these concepts were inspired by early observations made by the unintentional insights of Shiro. He addressed Mito, stating, Lord Mito, Hinata's inclusion will be beneficial for the Research Institute. The Byakugan's X-ray abilities serve as an irreplaceable super microscope and live scanner in biological research, precision manufacturing, energy observation, and even future potential space exploration. Its value far exceeds mere monetary measures. He set the documents aside, his gaze clear and pragmatic, but then shifted the conversation with a subtle sharpness. However, as Hinata is new, there will be a need for adjustment, and there exist specific internal challenges. First, while the Byakugan is powerful, integrating it with existing technologies and translating it into tangible research and development capabilities requires project guidance and team collaboration. Second, and most critically, he fixed his gaze on Mito. The rigid family division system within the Hinata clan, particularly the existence of the caged bird seal, may severely impede team collaboration and knowledge sharing, potentially triggering internal conflict. The Institute advocates for open collaboration, respecting individual abilities. If a branch family member enters the team shackled by the possibility of being manipulated by the main family, how can they focus on research? How can genuine trust be established with other members? This is not merely an efficiency issue, it is an ethical dilemma. His tone was serious. Ieyasu must demonstrate resolve to make adjustments. At the very least, within the internal project teams, merit and contribution must take precedence over family divisions, ensuring the independence and personal safety of branch family members during research activities. Otherwise, Hinata's inclusion may not only fail to provide support, but could also become a source of instability within the Institute. Nobunaga did not explicitly state it, but he was acutely aware of the brutality of the caged bird and foresaw the violent conflicts this system might incite in an open environment. Mito nodded, her gaze profound. I understand. Ieyasu will be duly reminded. The value of the Byakugan is worth the wait, but the attitude of integration, efficiency, and necessary adjustments to internal systems will determine how far Hinata can go in the Research Institute, and whether they can truly assimilate into the future of Konoha. She understood the sensitivity surrounding the caged bird. It was not merely a family matter for Hinata, but also related to the harmony within Konoha and the stable operation of the Research Institute. Soon, Ieyasu received an official response. The Konoha Joint Research Institute welcomed the Hinata clan's inclusion. Vortex Mito and Nobunaga represented the institute, stating that based on the Byakugan's characteristics, they would prioritize their placement in the biomedical group, supporting deep surgeries and cellular observations, the energy research group, assisting in detailed chakra flow modeling, and the newly established space perception and defense preliminary research team. Simultaneously, the Institute would send coordinators to assist Hinata in familiarizing themselves with the processes and forming teams. However, following the welcome message, there was an additional note, subtly worded yet laden with significance. The Institute upholds principles of openness, collaboration, and respect for individuals, striving to provide a safe, equitable environment that allows all researchers to fully realize their potential. It is hoped that during their participation in the Institute's projects, the Hinata clan can ensure the independence and personal safety of its members in research activities, avoiding any internal systemic disturbances that might affect team collaboration and the research atmosphere. The Institute looks forward to working with the Hinata clan to create a mutually beneficial future. This response felt like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited within Ieyasu. He mulled over the additional note repeatedly, each word piercing like a needle into his heart. To avoid internal systemic disturbances, to ensure independence and personal safety. This was clearly a demand for him to make concessions regarding the caged bird system within the Institute, at least during the project participation. This struck at his very core. The news returned to the Hinata clan, stirring a wave of complex unrest. The elder members of the main family exhaled in relief, finally boarding the ship, but upon reading the additional note, they fell into intense debate. Conservative elders slammed their fists. This is an outright interference in our clan's internal affairs. The caged bird is a law of our ancestors. How can it be disregarded for the sake of the Institute? Meanwhile, the younger branch family members ignited with newfound hope. Perhaps this relatively equitable platform of the Institute could allow them to gain more recognition based on their own abilities? After hearing the news, Shiro practiced alone in the training field for an extended period, her bangs soaked with sweat, obscuring the fleeting, indescribable light in her eyes, a light filled with anticipation, deep anxiety, and a hint of fear regarding the unknown fate ahead. She understood better than anyone that the Institute's invitation was both an opportunity and a potential thrust into the eye of the storm between the main and branch families. Ayasu stood before the window of the main family residence, gazing at the brightly lit Konoha village beyond the clan grounds, where Uchiha enterprises thrived, where the shops of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi flourished, and where a steady stream of people flowed. He took a deep breath, feeling little joy, only the heavy weight of responsibility. A weary sense of relief, and a more profound, looming concern for the future. The Hinata ship had finally embarked on the main course of Konoha's transformation. Yet this journey had only just begun. Would they sail far across this ocean, rife with opportunities yet fraught with challenges, and reclaim their former glory? And what of that invisible caged bird's shackles? Were they the ancient shield that protected the family, or a burdensome anchor hindering their progress? The scepter of Vortex Mido and Nobunaga's blueprint directed this ancient vessel, yet simultaneously ignited the fuse of transformation and conflict within its hull. The future path of the Byakugan was destined to be anything but smooth. Chapter 38. The Fear of the Daimyo in the 5th year of the Hidden Leaf Village. The blueprint of its first 5-year plan had solidified into tangible reality. Cement roads crisscrossed, connecting revitalized areas. The complex of the Joint Research Institute shone with the brilliance of intellect under the sun. Hospitals bustled with visitors, imbued with an aura of hope. And orphanages resonated with the sounds of children reading and laughing. However, beneath this flourishing exterior, a concealed undercurrent was quietly gathering. Its source pointing directly to the opulent power center of the Land of Fire, the daimyo's residence. In the heart of the Land of Fire's capital, deep within the imperial palace, the daimyo sat upon a lavish couch, his desk strewn not with elegant poetry but with 2 cold reports, one detailing Konoha's latest quarterly financial summary and the other analyzing the 5-year evolution of Konoha's task system. His well-groomed fingers traced over the glaring figures within the reports, total number of tasks, SD level steadily increasing year by year. Completion rate, Konoha ninjas significantly declining, particularly for C-level and lower tasks. Change in task undertaking entities, among the subjects undertaking C-level and lower tasks. The proportion of non-ninja organizations such as the Konoha Villagers Mutual Aid Society, Ninja School's Practical Department, and Konoha Infrastructure Logistics Team has surged from less than 5 years ago to over 65 today. Dependency on Konoha's financial allocations. The daimyo's annual allocations as a proportion of Konoha's total revenue have plummeted from 72 5 years ago to the current 38. Konoha's self-generated income, from technology patents, infrastructure exports, medical exports, chakra equipment rentals, etc., has significantly increased. Clearing refuse, searching for lost pets, mending fences, assisting an elderly lady with her shopping. These mundane tasks echoed within the vast hall, accompanied by a chilling incredulity. Once the lifeblood of the lower-ranking ninjas, these D-rank missions were akin to ride-sharing services, unremarkable yet essential for their livelihoods, binding them in a perpetual state of toil. They were the reins tethering their loyalty. He forcefully slammed the report onto the table, producing a dull thud. And now, these menial tasks had been relegated to the common folk, to those still in ninja academies. What, pray tell, were the ninjas of Konoha engaged in? They were laying down indestructible concrete roads. They were toying with world-altering instruments in research facilities. They were performing miraculous life-restoring jutsu in hospitals. They were undertaking lucrative missions that strayed far from the core interests of the Land of Fire. The elder standing beside him lowered his head even further, sensing the latent authority and profound panic in the Lord's words. The Lord rose abruptly, pacing to the window, gazing out at the courtyard that symbolized power, his voice as frigid as tempered ice. What is a ninja? A blade. a sharp weapon wielded by the Lord. Their sharpness, their loyalty, their very existence, all stem from our nurturing. Through missions, we provide them with currency, bestow upon them a sense of worth, and grant them shackles. They must ever remember who controls their sustenance, who decides their fates and honors. He turned sharply, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. But now? Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cursed 5-year plan, along with that Uchiha brat. They are severing this tether. They are teaching ninjas to forage for themselves. They are transforming Konoha into a monstrous entity capable of operating independently from the Lord's estate. Look at those statistics. Observe the smiles on the villagers' faces. Witness the jingling coins in the pockets of those academy children. They no longer have to scramble for a couple of D-rank missions. They have found new avenues for survival. Meanwhile, those Chunin and Jonin are receiving fewer missions, yet their ranks are rising, and their rewards growing more substantial. They are straying from the paths we have set for them. Only when one idles do they indulge in fanciful thoughts. They develop Hokage thinking. The Lord savored this phrase, a sinister expression creeping across his face. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established the ninja villages to end the chaos of the warring states, to provide ninjas with a sense of belonging, and to enable the lords to better wield this power, not to allow them to become self-sufficient and unwieldy. Sarutobi has forgotten his roots. He has forgotten who bestowed upon him the title of Hokage. He has forgotten that Konoha's foundation rests upon the financial support of the Lord. Panic coiled around the Lord's heart like a cold serpent. He envisioned a terrifying future. Konoha, with its robust technology, medical prowess, and infrastructure capabilities, not only becoming self-sufficient, but also beginning to project influence outward, attracting the allegiance of neighboring nations. The ninjas would no longer view the lords as their sole benefactor and object of loyalty. The Hokage's authority would eclipse that of the lords. The power structure of the Land of Fire would be irrevocably overturned. He, along with the aristocracy he represented, would be rendered a mere ornament. There was no time to waste. The Lord slammed the window frame. This burgeoning trend must be nipped in the bud. Konoha must be reminded who the true masters of this land are. He swiftly returned to the table, unfurling a piece of official stationery emblazoned with the crest of the Land of Fire, and wrote with fervor, to Lord Sasuke. The current situation in Konoha is most concerning. The ninjas are deviating from their usual paths, and village affairs are showing signs of independence. If this continues, it will not bode well for the nation, nor for the ninja world. You are the pillar of the country and a venerable elder in the ninja community. I implore you to return to the capital post-haste to discuss countermeasures to restore order and uphold the traditional bonds between the Land of Fire and Konoha. Having finished, he summoned a trusted attendant. Send this with utmost urgency, ensuring it reaches Lord Sarutobi Sasuke personally. Subsequently, the Lord unfurled 4 additional sheets, his expression grave and charged. To the lords of the wind, earth, lightning, and water countries. This time, his wording was more direct, infused with warning and urgency for alliance. To the esteemed lord of certain country, the 1,000-year order of the ninja world relies on our 5 nations co-governing, with the ninja villages as the blade and the lords holding the hilt. This is the foundation. Yet now, the hidden village of Konoha behaves erratically, exceeding its bounds. Its so-called technological innovations and economic autonomy are merely attempts to monopolize commerce with ninjutsu and infiltrate other nations under the guise of infrastructure, all while enlisting the common people and amassing wealth. Their intentions are suspect. You must understand, once the ninjas completely shed economic dependency, their ambitions will run wild like unbridled steeds, becoming impossible to rein in. Konoha's current prosperity is not solely its own fortune, but marks the beginning of the collapse of the ninja world order. Consider, if all ninja villages emulate Konoha, becoming self-sufficient and autonomous, disregarding the lords, will our blades not turn against us? At that point, the ninja villages will no longer serve as shields for the lords, but rather as swords poised over our heads. Konoha's actions are not merely a concern for the Land of Fire. They pose a threat to all 5 nations. Their monopolization of technology stifles trade routes of other countries. Their economic independence undermines our authority. Should this trend persist, the balance of the ninja world will surely tip, and our shared governance will vanish. To prevent disaster and maintain the overall stability of the ninja world, I urge you to discern the gravity of the situation and swiftly command your ninja village to implement necessary economic countermeasures against Konoha. cut off its external support, halt its expansion, and compel it to return to the proper path. Immediate actions required. 1. Trade blockade. Strictly prohibit merchants from your country from selling any strategic materials, such as rare metals, special herbs, large machinery, to Konoha. 2. Market boycott. Fully boycott Konoha's exports of cement, medicines, chakra tools, and other goods, sealing off its overseas markets. 3. Financial sanctions. Freeze Konoha's assets in banks and affiliated businesses within your country. 4. Diplomatic isolation. Unite in voice to condemn Konoha for disrupting the traditional economic order of the ninja world and monopolizing technology, demanding its acceptance of joint oversight from the 5 nations. The peril facing Konoha is not solely our nation's concern. It is a shared enemy of the 5 nations. I hope you can set aside past grievances and join hands with me to safeguard the larger picture. Only through united pressure can we extinguish this wildfire and preserve the dignity of our 5 nations for generations to come. I sincerely await your response. For messengers, clad in plain attire and possessing a discreet demeanor, silently departed the capital with these letters, each laden with words sharp enough to stir the winds of the ninja world. Thus commenced an economic strangulation campaign against Konoha, amidst the Lord's trepidation. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, the scene in the mission release hall corroborated the Lord's apprehensions. The hall remained bustling with activity, yet the dynamics had shifted. The area once crowded with lower-ranking ninjas vying for low-level tasks now bore signs indicating a community assistance zone and a ninja academy practice area. A D-rank mission read, assist Old Man Fujiwara in clearing leaves from the back alley. Reward, 300 ryo. A farmer nervously posted the commission. Soon, a young villager eagerly accepted. Uncle, I'll come by this afternoon. Nearby, several students wearing Konoha headbands, under their teacher's guidance, accepted a C-rank mission. Assistants helped the police department maintain order during the morning rush in the commercial district, directing foot traffic. Reward, 800 ryo per person, team mission. The children's faces radiated with excitement and responsibility. In the core ninja mission area, the electronic screen displayed a scrolling list of tasks that, though fewer in number, offered higher rewards and increased difficulty. B-rank mission. Escort a large merchant convoy from the Wind and Fire Building Materials Association to Sunagakure. Reward, 300,000 ryo per team. A-rank mission. Investigate unusual tsunamis and chakra fluctuations along the coastline of the Land of Lightning. Reward, 800,000 ryo per team. S-rank mission. Research Institute Commission establish a large-scale chakra sensing array. Reward, negotiable. Expected no less than 500,000 ryo. Several jonin gathered around the screen, discussing with a newfound calmness, devoid of the urgency that once characterized their interactions. With a sigh, the shinobi remarked that the tasks of clearing refuse and searching for cats had fallen to the villagers and students, sensing that their skills had become somewhat superfluous. A seasoned shinobi, holding 1,000 scrolls, quipped half-heartedly. Come now, interjected the lethargic Nara shinobi beside him. Are you lamenting that money burns your hands? Or do you wish to assist the elderly lady in finding her plump cat that loves to scale rooftops? Currently, things are quite satisfactory. There's ample income and the tasks are far more engaging. Indeed, another chimed in, reflecting on how they once perceived ninjas solely as warriors, only to realize that roles such as paving roads, healing, conducting research, and maintaining order are equally commendable. At least they no longer had to compete with comrades over meager D-rank missions for mere survival. He recalled the scene from a few years prior, where they scrambled for the task of clearing river debris, shaking his head. This leisurely existence, which afforded them mental relaxation and contemplative space, was precisely what the feudal lords feared, the fertile ground for the Hokage's philosophy. Meanwhile, at the root base on the village's periphery, Shimura Danzo listened intently to his subordinate's report, a glint of cold light flickering in his lone eye. Humph, they are destroying their own defenses. Instead of honing their skills through missions, they allow civilians and inexperienced youths to engage in such trivialities. This is nothing short of degeneration. His voice was hoarse, laden with disdain. Saratobi Hiruzen and that Uchiha brat are blinded by the petty gains before them. This will only sap their fighting spirit and corrode the shinobi way. Ninjas are born to be tempered through missions and battles. Such complacency is poison. Rising to his feet, he gazed toward the brightly lit center of Kanahagakure. his eyes betraying unmasked ambition and coldness. But this is for the best. They have willingly scattered their strength, entrusting these menial tasks of maintaining order to the powerless civilians and children. Should anything arise, these will be the most vulnerable links in Konoha's chain. The route requires sharper blades and more loyal instruments. He turned and commanded, inform Ao to expedite the plan. Target the Mito and Uzumaki clans' transitioning industries. Let them realize that without the support of Root, their new ventures will not flourish. Additionally, keep a close watch on the movements from the feudal lord's direction. A storm is brewing. Yes, the Root ninjas melted into the shadows. A sinister smile graced Danzo's face. The surface prosperity of Konoha was, in his eyes, merely an illusion. The feudal lords would not remain passive, nor would the other ninja villages, and Danzo would seize the greatest advantage amid the impending tempest. He craved chaos, he craved crisis. Meanwhile, within the Senju ancestral home, Uzumaki Mito sat quietly. Her formidable sensing abilities enveloped the entirety of Konoha. She could feel the village's vitality, as well as the underlying currents of suspicion from the feudal lords, Danzo's agitation, and the brewing storm in the distance. The trees wish to be still, yet the winds do not cease. Mito sighed softly. In her hand, an ancient talisman engraved with the Uzumaki clan's emblem emitted a faint, warm glow. She understood that Konoha's trials were perhaps only just beginning. The lights of Konoha shimmered brilliantly in the night, casting reflections of hope, while also casting long, unsettling shadows. The panic of the ruling powers had transformed into 4 secret orders, shooting forth in all directions across the shinobi world. Beneath Konoha's apparent prosperity, roots spread in darkness, awaiting the moment to break through the soil. The success of the first 5-year plan was not an endpoint, but rather a brief calm before a greater storm. Chapter 39. Economic sanctions. The decree from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, imbued with trepidation and intrigue, was akin to a boulder cast into the deep waters of the shinobi world, stirring disparate waves in the lands of wind, earth, lightning, and water. The decisions made within the grand halls of each nation were steeped in their own calculations of interests and internal conflicts, ultimately crystallizing into heavy commands that fell upon the desks of the 4 Kage. In Sunagakure, within the office of the Wind Shadow, the 3rd Kazekage, Reto, a young leader renowned for his mastery of magnetism, found himself furrowing his brow as if ensnared by an invisible sandstorm. Clutching a copy of the feudal lord's stern decree, his fingertips whitened with exertion. Outside, a tempest of yellow sand raged, mirroring Sunagakure's current plight, barren, oppressive, devoid of escape. Trade blockades, market restrictions, financial sanctions. Reto murmured the keywords from the order, each syllable grating against his nerves like grains of sand. He slammed the decree onto the table, the solid iron sand surface echoing a dull thud. Absurd. This is tantamount to digging our own graves. Lord Wind Shadow, be cautious with your words. A clear, commanding female voice interjected. At the lower end of the table sat Chiyo, the sage of Sunagakure and wife of the 2nd Kazekage. Her youthful visage unmarred by time, exuding a mature and sharp elegance. Her bright purple hair was elegantly styled, revealing a smooth forehead and keen, perceptive eyes. Clad in the standard garb of a high-ranking Sunagakure shinobi, she wore a light-colored advisor-s robe, her posture straight and her long, powerful fingers gently tapping the map laid before them. The Lord's commands reflect the will of the Land of Wind. We have no room for negotiation. No room. Reto spun around sharply, particles of iron sand floating around him unconsciously, colliding and emitting faint screeches, betraying his inner turmoil. Chiyo, look at this list. Prohibiting the sale of any strategic resources to Konoha? What strategic resources do we possess? Aside from sand, we have puppets. Konoha is our largest buyer of cement. Their continuous orders have barely allowed the village to catch its breath over the past 2 years. To blockade Konoha? To sever their cement supply? What about our orders? The scant reserves we managed to accumulate will vanish in an instant. He pointed toward the barren land outside. The Land of Wind is already resource poor, and the allocations from the feudal lord diminish year by year. Our finances are already stretched thin. It is Konoha's orders that have provided work for our puppet masters and output for our mines, however meager. Severing this lifeline, how will we sustain our ninja? What will we use to procure food, medicine, and chakra metal that we cannot produce ourselves? Seated next to Chiyo, the strategist known as Izo adjusted his glasses. his gaze glimmering with calm analysis. What Lord Windshadow states is indeed valid. However, the feudal lord's concerns are not without merit. Konoha's approach is indeed undermining the traditional foundations of the shinobi world. Allowing its development unchecked may not bode well for Sunagakure in the long run. The key lies in executing the order while safeguarding our interests to the greatest extent possible. Safeguarding interests? Redo scoffed. How can we safeguard? The feudal lord demands we cut off Konoha's financial lifeline, which is also ours. Is it possible to feed one hand with the other? No. It is akin to amputating one hand to nourish the other. The likely outcome is that we'll end up losing both. Perhaps we could seek a compromise? A trade elder tentatively suggested. For instance, we could appear to enforce the blockade while secretly maintaining limited circulation of critical supplies through discrete channels. Alternatively, we could rebrand some less sensitive goods for export. Foolish. Chiyo interjected sharply, her voice low yet imbued with a chilling edge. Do you think Konoha's intelligence division is a mere decoration? Do you believe the feudal lord of the land of fire would place spies in other nations? If discovered, we would offend both Konoha and the feudal lord. At that point, we would lose all external support and plunge into true despair. Silence enveloped the conference room, broken only by the howling wind and sand outside, echoing the lament of Sunagakure's fate. Redo wearily returned to his seat, rubbing his temples. He understood Chiyo's concerns all too well. Sunagakure was too weak, caught between two colossal powers, where a single misstep could lead to utter destruction. He turned to Izo. Izo, your intelligence network is the most extensive. What are the stances of the other three nations, particularly Iwagakure and Kimogakure? Will they truly adhere to the orders? After a moment of contemplation, Halazang remarked, based on the current intelligence, the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning share a closer relationship with their respective kage, characterized by a cooperative dynamic rooted in a balance of power. Onoki and A are exceptionally formidable kage. Upon receiving orders, their attitude is one of indifference. Indifference? Retsudo furrowed his brow. Indeed, Halazang elucidated, for them, the daimyo's commands represent political tasks that must be executed. However, the extent and manner of execution afford them considerable latitude. As long as the incentives suffice, they can adapt flexibly. The ore from Iwagakure and the lightning release metals and cloud iron from Kimogakure are strategic resources that Konoha desperately needs. They would not easily relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. I surmise that they will symbolically announce sanctions, raise tariffs, and impose certain non-tariff barriers, yet privately. As long as Konoha can offer a sufficiently attractive price or identify suitable intermediaries, transactions are likely to continue in a more covert manner. A flicker of hope sparkled in Retsudo's eyes, only to dim once more. And what about us? What do we possess? Aside from puppets and a meager supply of ore, how can we negotiate terms with Konoha? Would Konoha risk offending the daimyo of the Land of Fire for our trifling offerings? We have geographical advantage. Halazang's eyes glimmered with insight. We serve as the gateway for Konoha to the Land of Wind, an indispensable element in Konoha's envisioned economic belt encircling the Land of Fire. More importantly, we possess sincerity. Lord Kazekage, perhaps we could proactively alert Konoha, expressing our predicament and the necessity for cooperation in navigating this crisis together? To alert Konoha? Retsudo felt a jolt of apprehension. This would undoubtedly be tantamount to betraying the daimyo's orders. The risks are immense. Yet, this seems to be the only potential avenue for Sunagakure's survival. He turned to Chiyo. After a prolonged silence, Chiyo, her bright eyes reflecting a complex calculation, slowly nodded. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The survival of Sunagakure supersedes all else. However, this matter must remain exceedingly confidential. It can only be communicated by you, Lord Kazekage, directly to Konoha's highest echelons, and absolutely no written traces must be left behind. Retsudo inhaled deeply, as if to draw the bitterness of the wind and sand into his very being. He made his decision. Halazang immediately utilized the highest level secure line to contact Lord Vortex Mido of Konoha or the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I wish to speak with him personally. In the Mist Village. Within the office of the Mizukage, the third Mizukage, a figure whose visage lay shrouded in shadows and whose aura was chilling, silently regarded the secret decree sent by the daimyo of the Land of Water. The office was permeated with the briny scent of seawater and an ineffable sense of oppression. Unlike Sunagakure's struggle, the response from Kirigakure was nearly numb. The Mizukage casually handed the decree to a nearby masked Umbu shinobi. Relay the order, effective immediately. Implement economic sanctions against Konoha. Execute trade blockades, market boycotts, and financial freezes as per the daimyo's directive. Understood. The Umbu shinobi accepted the command with an impassive tone, as if merely carrying out a routine patrol task. With a wave of his hand, the Mizukage dismissed the Umbu, leaving him alone in the office. He approached the window, gazing out at the village obscured by dense fog and the tumultuous sea in the distance, his eyes betraying no emotion. To execute? How simple that seems. The situation in Kirigakure is far more intricate than in Sunagakure. The first Mizukage, Hakuren, was originally elevated to power by the daimyo of the Land of Water to balance and suppress the unruly shinobi factions within Kirigakure. In his generation, the daimyo's control has only intensified. His position as Mizukage is less a testament to strength and prestige and more a compromise struck between the daimyo and several prominent shinobi clans, particularly the Hozuki clan. His hold over the village is far less secure than that of other kage from the previous generations. Economic sanctions? This order appears straightforward, yet within Kirigakure, it may incite a silent storm. The Hozuki clan, the Kagaya clan, and the Yuki clan, with their deep-rooted histories and substantial influence, control vital industries and resource channels within the village. Their connections to the outside world, especially to the Land of Fire's merchants, are extensive. The daimyo's decree will undoubtedly infringe upon their interests. Will they heed it? The corners of the Mizukage's mouth curled into a cold smirk, laced with self-mockery. The clan heads may outwardly show him respect, but have they ever truly regarded him as anything beyond a figurehead? They possess their own channels and considerations of interest. The daimyo's commands may merely be seen as empty words, far less tangible than cold, hard cash. They could very well pay lip service while secretly undermining the order. What troubles him further is the increasing infiltration and control that the daimyo's estate exerts over Kirigakure. The daimyo seems increasingly uneasy about the growing shinobi factions within Kirigakure. Recently, envoys from the daimyo's estate have been making frequent visits, suggesting that he should tighten village management and eliminate sources of instability. The Mizukage is acutely aware of the implications behind this. The daimyo desires him to weaken the shinobi clans and bolster central authority, transforming Kirigakure into a more compliant instrument in the daimyo's hand. The blood mist. The Mizukage whispered this term, which has recently surfaced in high-level secret meetings. This concept, proposed by the daimyo's envoy, aims to select the most loyal and ruthless shinobi through brutal internal purges and oppressive governance, severing the clan's influence over the village and creating a force entirely devoted to the daimyo. This plan is merciless, sanguinary, and ominously foreboding. The Mizukage instinctively recoils, yet he understands all too well that he is powerless to resist the will of the daimyo. He feels like a solitary boat adrift in the dense fog, unable to steer against the current. The order for economic sanctions may merely be the prelude to an even greater storm. He can only comply, the outcomes beyond his control, and he has no desire to delve deeper into the implications. The future of Kirigakure, much like the sea beyond his window, is shrouded in fog, steeped in uncertainty. In Iwagakure, within the office of the Tsuchikage, Inoki's diminutive form hovered in the air as he scrutinized the secret decree in his hands, his wrinkled visage betraying no emotional fluctuation, save for the keen glimmer in his astute eyes. Humph, that old coot from the Land of Fire can no longer sit idly. Inoki scoffed, tossing the decree to a tall, bronze-skinned young man beside him, Orochi, the future Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. As one of the village's elite shinobi, Orochi was entitled to partake in pivotal decision-making. What is your perspective, Orochi? Inoki inquired. Orochi accepted the decree and gave it a cursory glance, responding in a deep, rumbling voice, Tsuchikage-sama, we are obliged to execute the daimyo's orders. However, the manner of execution is still within our purview, is it not? Konoha is our primary customer for Iwagakure's, or, especially with their expansive infrastructure plans. Severing this revenue stream would incur substantial losses for our village. Precisely, Inoki nodded with satisfaction. The daimyo's concerns are his own. We, Iwagakure, are solely concerned with tangible profits. The orders must be executed, yet we must maintain appearances. Relay the message, effective immediately. Impose a special security tariff of 300 on all ores and metallic materials exported to Konoha, along with strict export quotas and review processes. Orochi paused, perplexed. 300? Isn't that akin to a complete embargo? Will Konoha still be willing to trade? Fool. Inoki shot him a glare. Of course, no one will buy at face value. Yet, we can be a bit more flexible. For instance, certain special clients and strategic partners can apply for tariff reductions or quota exemptions. As for reviews, as long as the materials are satisfactory, the process will be expedited. Do you understand? Orochi's face lit up with realization. So, Sachikage-sama intends to operate through informal channels, perhaps involving some neutral merchant associations? Indeed, Inoki stroked his beard, his eyes shimmering with cunning. Remember, Iwagakure's principle is this: profits must be earned, and the daimyo's facade must be upheld. Konoha desires our ores? Very well, but the price must be multiplied several times over. Let them comprehend the repercussions of offending the esteemed daimyo. Simultaneously, allow the daimyo of the Land of Fire to witness our unwavering commitment to executing orders. As for the specifics of our execution, that is a matter for our own internal affairs. In the village of Cloud, within the Raikage's office, the third Raikage, A, stood bare-chested, his well-defined bronze muscles gleaming under the light like molten steel. After perusing the secret edict from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, he crumpled the document and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. TCH. Boring political antics. A's voice rumbled like distant thunder. The antics of that group in Konoha have frightened those pampered daimyo? What a farce. He cast a glance at his cousin, the tall and stern-looking youth, Yatsuki, whose hawk-like gaze was sharp and piercing. Dressed in a dark cloud shinobi uniform, Yatsuki exuded an aura of calm efficiency. He lacked the flamboyance of Killer Bee, but possessed strength comparable to A's and a more meticulous mindset. Yatsuki analyzed the situation and commanded in a low tone. Yatsuki responded with calm clarity. Brother, the daimyo's order is a political pressure that must be addressed. However, Konoha's demand for cloud iron and lightning release metals is imperative, with prices sufficiently enticing. To sever trade entirely would incur significant losses and severely hinder our upgrades to the lightning release armor and the maintenance of the tailed beast seals. While executing the command is inevitable, we must maximize the benefits for Cloud. Of course, I am aware of the losses. A slammed his hand on the table. Those daimyo understand nothing of ninjutsu. Our research into lightning release armor technology, as well as the maintenance of the eight-tail seal, requires vast amounts of funding and rare metals. The price Konoha offers is high and the supply chain stable. Cut it off? Are we to mine ourselves? He stood tall, his imposing figure radiating authority. Issue orders. Implement the highest level of economic sanctions against Konoha. All export goods must receive special approval from the Raikage's office. The criteria for approval will be determined by whether it poses a threat to the safety of the Land of Lightning, and I alone will decide what constitutes a threat. Additionally, inform those merchant associations with whom we collaborate to temporarily halt shipments to Konoha until our security assessment is complete. How long will the assessment take? That depends on my mood. Yatsuki nodded slightly, understood. This action will not only appease the daimyo's demands, but also ensure we retain control over our trade. If Konoha wishes to continue receiving supplies, they must pay a higher price or concede in other areas. We can utilize this period to reassess our trade terms with Konoha, striving for more favorable conditions. A flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Indeed, the daimyo desires face. We shall grant it. But the substance must belong to Cloud. If Konoha wishes for our resources, they must pay. If the price is right, I could even sell them the bathwater of the eight tails, as long as they dare ask. Both Iwagakure and Kumogakure shared a remarkably aligned stance, outwardly compliant, yet secretly profiting. The daimyo's edict was merely a tool for them to inflate prices and garner greater gains. The interests of the ninja villages took precedence over all else. Chapter 40. The Belt and Road Initiative and the 9-year ninja education. As the 4 great ninja villages stirred with intrigue and ulterior motives due to the daimyo's sanction, the core decision-makers of Konoha were not idly waiting. Within the residence of Uzumaki Mido, a high-level meeting concerning the future of Konoha was underway. Attended by only 3 individuals, Uzumaki Mido, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Nobunaga. The atmosphere was tense and focused. Mido placed a scroll summarizing the initial reactions of the 4 great ninja villages upon the table, her red hair framing a visage tinged with concern. Though her gaze remained steady, the situation is more complex than anticipated, but there is not entirely devoid of hope. The 3rd Kazekage Reto conveyed their plight and willingness to cooperate through secret channels. The positions of Awagakure and Kimogakure are ambiguous, clearly waiting for the right price. The status of Kirigakure remains uncertain, yet their execution capabilities are questionable. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, the smoke swirling as his brow furrowed. The daimyo's actions are indeed ruthless. Trade blockades, market boycotts, and financial freezes aim to sever our external economic lifelines. While our self-generated income is increasing, the critical imports of strategic materials are being obstructed, severely impacting infrastructure, medical services, and even research projects. The overture from Sunagakure is promising, but their resources are limited. The Awagakure and Kimogakure are like famished wolves, never satisfied. He turned to Nobunaga. Nobunaga, you mentioned a new plan previously. Now is the time to elaborate. Nobunaga nodded, devoid of any hint of panic, radiating a composed insight and a determination akin to a point of no return. He unfurled a meticulously crafted map, clearly marking the geographical locations, resource distributions, and primary transportation routes of the Land of Fire and its neighboring smaller nations. Mito-sama, Hiruzen-san, external blockades have become a reality. Rather than passively enduring attacks, we must take the initiative to break the deadlock. Nobunaga traced an arc on the map with his finger. My proposal is to establish the Ring of Konoha Economic Belt and unveil a maritime trade route, collectively known as the Belt and Road Initiative. The Ring of Konoha Economic Belt. Nobunaga's finger emphasized several smaller nations surrounding the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, the Land of Iron, the Land of Rice, the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of Waves. These nations, rich in resources, minerals, medicinal herbs, timber, and fisheries, were nonetheless feeble in national strength, with underdeveloped infrastructure and a lack of funds and technology for development. They too faced pressure from larger nations and the challenges of their own growth. We can take the initiative to forge deep strategic partnerships with them. The core model is, Konoha will provide technology, funding, and manpower to assist them in constructing urgently needed infrastructure such as roads, bridges, water conservancy, ports, and even small hospitals and schools. Nobunaga's voice resonated powerfully. In return, they can choose to pay in cash or through rights to resource extraction. Long-term usage rights for specific projects, such as mines, forests, and fisheries, or future profit-sharing arrangements. He elaborated, for instance, if we assist the Land of Iron in constructing a main road and accompanying water facilities that traverse north and south, they would grant Konoha a 20-year mining right to a premium iron mine within their territory. If we help the Land of Water develop geothermal resources and establish a hot spring rehabilitation center, they could provide us with a 50 share of the center's profits for the next 30 years or permit us to set up a medicinal herb cultivation base with priority purchasing rights. The benefits of this approach are evident. First, we circumvent the direct blockades imposed by larger nations, securing a stable and controllable supply channel for strategic resources. Second, we export our excess construction capacity and technology, revitalizing Konoha's construction teams and related industries. Third, we assist these smaller nations in their development, earning their friendship and dependence while expanding Konoha's influence, thereby establishing a circle of friends centered around Konoha in geopolitical terms. Fourth, and most crucially, Nobunaga's eyes gleamed with intensity. We will firmly grasp resources that could have been monopolized by larger nations through this cooperative model, enhancing our strategic autonomy and capacity to withstand risks. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with inspiration, momentarily forgetting his pipe. Brilliant. Transforming passivity into initiative. Turning a crisis into an opportunity. Nobunaga, your concept of the Ring of Konoha Economic Belt is nothing short of genius. He then contemplated the challenges ahead. However, the financial investment is substantial, and the risks are considerable. Are the political situations in these smaller nations stable? Can cooperation be sustained? The financial issue can be addressed by issuing special bonds through the Konoha Development Investment Company or attracting investments from various ninja clans and merchant associations within the village, to be repaid with resource revenues in the future. Nobunaga appeared deeply contemplative, acknowledging the political risks. Thus, we must exercise caution when selecting our partners, prioritizing those nations with relatively stable relations with the Land of Fire and minimal internal strife. Simultaneously, the inclusion of safeguarding clauses in the cooperative agreement is essential. And we may even consider dispatching a select few elite ninjas to reside permanently under the guise of security advisors or project guardians to ensure our interests. Mito nodded slightly, her eyes betraying approval. This strategy is feasible. By exchanging construction for resources, we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. I shall leverage the connections of the Uzumaki clan with neighboring small nations to facilitate initial negotiations. Next, we turn our attention to the new era maritime trade route. Nobunaga's finger traced the eastern coastline on the map, highlighting several natural harbors in the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. Overland transportation is constrained not only by terrain and weather, but is also vulnerable to interception by major powers along the route, presenting high risks and substantial costs. Conversely, maritime routes offer far greater expansiveness. Most ninjas, including high-ranking ones, lack the capacity for prolonged combat and navigation over vast seas. Naval warfare demands exceptional control over chakra, environmental adaptability, and team cohesion, far surpassing what land-based operations require. This implies that safety at sea is significantly higher in comparison to land routes. Nobunaga articulated, we should focus on developing the ports of the Land of Waves, even considering leasing or cooperative development, to establish a trade hub facing the Eastern Ocean. Simultaneously, we shall expand and enhance the port facilities within the Land of Fire. Through maritime transport, we will bring back resources acquired from the surrounding economy of Konoha for further processing, subsequently exporting our produced pharmaceuticals, cement, chakra instruments, and even some non-core technological products, such as improved farming tools and basic construction materials, via a substantial merchant fleet to distant overseas markets, such as the Land of Water, bypassing their land blockade, and even to the unknown continents further east. Nobunaga envisioned this blueprint, maritime transport, with its large carrying capacity, relatively low costs, and minimal political interference. Once this shipping route is established, land blockades imposed by major nations will become inconsequential. Hisashi listened with rising enthusiasm but still harbored concerns. While maritime transport is advantageous, challenges such as shipbuilding, the recruitment of navigational talents, including ninjas capable of responding to maritime combat, mapping sea routes, weather forecasting, and pirate prevention present a completely new set of challenges that will require significant investment and time to overcome. This will be the focal point of our next 5-year plan. Nobunaga asserted decisively, we need to establish the Konoha Maritime Department to concentrate our resources. First, we should recruit experienced shipbuilders and sailors from the Land of Waves and even the Land of Water in private, while simultaneously training our own navigational talents and maritime ninja forces. Secondly, we must collaborate with the Research Institute's barrier and meteorological teams to develop more accurate maritime weather forecasting and navigation technologies. Thirdly, we will create ninjutsu and equipment suitable for maritime operations, such as enhancements to water-based techniques, wind and wave-resistant chakra shields, and long-range communication methods. Finally, we will form our own ocean-going merchant fleet. Initially, we can collaborate with reputable merchant guilds and gradually transition to Konoha's independent operations. Nobunaga looked at Mito and Hisashi. This is a long-term and arduous undertaking, but once completed, Konoha will be entirely liberated from reliance on overland supply lines, gaining genuine strategic depth and economic freedom. This is the only lifeline to break the blockade and forge a path to the future. Mito and Hisashi exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and resolve mirrored in the other's eyes. Nobunaga's vision of the Belt and Road is not merely an economic plan. It is a grand geostrategic concept, imbued with foresight and audacity. Excellent, Hisashi exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. We shall proceed as Nobunaga has suggested. The Konoha Economic Belt and the New Era Maritime Trade Route will be designated as the core strategies of our next 5-year plan. Lord Mito, please coordinate diplomatic resources to prioritize establishing cooperation channels with the Land of Grass, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of Waves. Nobunaga, you will be responsible for spearheading the development of detailed implementation plans, particularly regarding the establishment of the Maritime Department and the training programs for maritime ninjas. I will spare no effort in coordinating funds and resources. After discussing the grand external strategy, Nobunaga presented a detailed proposal regarding the reform of the Ninja Academy. External pressures necessitate a strategic breakthrough, while internal strength is the foundation for addressing all challenges. Nobunaga's tone was serious. The current 6-year ninja school education system can no longer meet Konoha's rapid development and the demand for high-end talents. We require a more specialized and in-depth educational framework. He pointed to the proposal. I suggest we establish a 3-year professional training academy in addition to the existing 6-year foundational education. Students must pass stringent assessments to gain admission. Each academy will be led by top ninjas or experts within their respective fields, focusing on specialized and elite training. Nobunaga elaborated on the 4 planned advanced training academies. 1. The Wind Demon Academy, led by ninjas proficient in physical techniques, swordsmanship, and summoning techniques, such as the Moonlight and Nara clans. Capable of incorporating masters from the Land of Iron. It will teach the profound mysteries of advanced physical techniques, renowned sword styles, the deep contracts and collaborative combat with summoning beasts, as well as survival and stealth skills on the battlefield. The goal is to cultivate close combat masters, assault team leaders, and elite scouts. 2. The Xianyuan Academy, dominated by ninjas skilled in intelligence, assassination, and body flicker techniques, such as the Oil Girl and Inazuka clans, along with some Uchiha masters of body flicker. It will instruct advanced intelligence gathering and analysis, code breaking, camouflage and infiltration, Konoha-style assassination techniques, non-forbidden, and the pinnacle of Konoha-style body flicker and its variants. The objective is to train top spies, elite members of the Umbu, and battlefield assassins. 3. The IGA Academy, led by ninjas excelling in Jinjutsu, shadow, and clone techniques, like the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamaka clans. It will teach advanced Jinjutsu creation and dismantling, high-level applications of physical and attribute clones, mental interference and defense, tactical expansions of Nara shadow techniques, and composite strategies based on Jinjutsu and shadow techniques. The aim is to nurture Jinjutsu masters, tactical commanders, and experts in mental defense. 4. The Koga Academy, guided by ninjas proficient in the 5 elemental basic techniques and nature transformations, such as the Sarutobi, Shimura clans, and various elemental specialized jounins. It will instruct the ultimate development and form alterations of single-element techniques, the fusion of dual or even triple elemental chakra properties, the simulated applications of bloodline limits, non-genuine, large-scale technique applications and control on the battlefield, and the precise manipulation and efficient refinement of chakra. The objective is to cultivate ninjutsu artillery, battlefield controllers, and chakra manipulation experts. The Advanced Training Academy will span 3 years. Nobunaga emphasized that those who successfully graduate within this period will be directly awarded the title of Chunin. This serves not only as recognition of their professional abilities, but also as motivation. Those who fail to meet graduation requirements after 5 years will retain their Genin status and receive a certificate of completion, acknowledging their training experience, with the opportunity to advance to Chunin through task accumulation and special assessments in the future. As for those who cannot even complete the 6-year foundational education, they will not be granted the title of ninja, but may transfer to other sectors within the village, such as construction, logistics, medical assistance, craftsmanship, etc., ensuring that everyone is utilized according to their strengths. Mito regarded the comprehensive proposal, nodding slowly. This tailored approach to education and professional training will not only significantly enhance the overall quality and combat effectiveness of Konoha ninjas, but also supply urgently needed high-end professionals to the Research Institute, Medical Department, and even the future Maritime Department. Linking further education with promotion also serves to invigorate the students' enthusiasm. Nobunaga, you have considered this thoroughly. Hisashi wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the traditional promotion model of Genin, Chunin, and Jounin is overly simplistic and fails to reflect the disparities in specialized fields. This academy-style training will enable us to concentrate resources and cultivate a batch of elite forces excelling in specific domains within a short time. This is crucial for addressing the complexities of the future. I concur, and we must commence preparations immediately. As the meeting concluded, Mito, Hisashi, and Nobunaga stood by the window, gazing out at the brightly lit Konoha village. In the distance, the shadows of the 4 great nations' sanctions loomed nearby. Clandestine messages from Mangekyo brought both opportunities for cooperation and risks. Internally, Danzo's roots stirred in the darkness. Yet at this moment, they felt no fear. Only a resolute determination to forge ahead against the odds and a fervent ambition to create the future. The blueprint for the belt and road has been drawn, and the clarion call for the reform of the Ninja Academy has been sounded. The colossal vessel, Konoha, under the vigilant guardianship of the Whirlpool Watergate, the adept steering of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the skilled navigation of Uchiha Nobunaga, is adjusting its course, revving its engines, and preparing to break through the tumultuous waves, sailing towards a new maritime realm teeming with unknowns and challenges, yet brimming with limitless hope. Chapter 41. A new atmosphere. The dawn at Konoha village resembles diluted gold dust, gently cascading upon the newly blossomed cherry trees. The sound of the water flowing in the Nagakawa is clearer than ever, harmonizing with the rising cries of infants in the village, marking the most vibrant tide of newborns since the village's inception. Uchiha Nobunaga stands at the training ground's elevated platform, gazing down upon the sweat-drenched, sparkling-eyed clan members. His three-tomo Sharingan rotates slowly, capturing the vitality of the entire village. Before the bulletin board, the latest issue of the Konoha Parenting Communications is surrounded by an eager crowd. The scent of ink mingles with the morning dew, and the names listed within carry the aspirations of families, tugging at the heartstrings of Nobunaga, the prophet. Haha, it's Nara's little Shikaku. That lazy lad, when it counts, is quite reliable, exclaimed a member of the Akimichi clan, laughter booming. Umph, our Akimichi's Choji is truly robust, responded a nearby Akimichi, puffing out his chest with pride. When Lord Fuin held him, the little one devoured dumplings with both hands, unmistakably inheriting our clan's fine appetite and chakra talent. Not far away, members of the Yamanaka clan could hardly conceal their joy. Yubei's little Hachi, I hear, possesses an exceptionally strong sensing talent. His cries can create spiritual fluctuations, destined to be an outstanding sensory ninja. Inazuka's claws, holding onto his majestic ninja dog, Hokamaru, stood beside his wife, cradling a baby girl. The infant, with her big, curious eyes, reached out instinctively towards the nearby puppy, Kuro. This is our little paw. Inazuka's voice dripped with affection, as Kuro, naturally close to ninjas, had been guarding her since birth. Kuro seemed to understand and affectionately nuzzled the swaddling, eliciting delighted giggles from the baby. Yuno Shigeki, the head of the Yuno clan, remained quiet, wearing sunglasses, standing slightly apart from the crowd. He spoke little, yet the subtle buzzing of the active parasitic insects around him played a silent symphony, proclaiming the continuation of the Yuno clan's bloodline and their faith in the future. The Karasuma clan also welcomed a new generation. The birth of Karasuma Nane's great-grandson, Karasuma-son, added a weighty expectation for this illusionist family regarding the future. Most notably, the Hyuga clan's head, Hyuga Kiyoshi, welcomed the birth of healthy twin brothers, Hayashi and Hizashi. These nearly identical siblings, from the moment of their arrival, carried the purest bloodline of the Hyuga clan and boundless expectations. Their full moon banquet became Konoha's most grand celebration in recent times, with the immaculate Hyuga emblem adorning the family estate and guests arriving in droves. Everyone understood that the birth of these twins not only signified the flourishing of the Hyuga clan, but also symbolized a deeper entrenchment of the Byakugan bloodline within Konoha, inadvertently intensifying the clan's desire for control over the branch families, as the heir was now determined. Observing this vibrant list, Shino, Choji, Hachi, Shikaku, Inazuka's Claw, Yuno Shigeki, Karasuma-son, Hayashi, Hizashi, Nobunaga's lips curled into a gratifying smile. These names, once so familiar in memory, now vividly materialized in this world. They were no longer mere characters on paper, but seedlings poised to take root and flourish in the fertile soil of Konoha, which he had personally nurtured. This burgeoning vitality stirred within him a profound sense of responsibility and invigorating motivation. Reflecting on the prolonged progression of the latest version, he thought, casting his gaze over the construction of the joint research facility and medicinal herb base in the distance, is this not what it is all for? To safeguard these tender lives, to allow them a brighter future unshackled by fate. All the preparations I undertake are rendered meaningful. This joy and impetus brought forth by new life swiftly transformed into an even more intense drive as Nobunaga returned to Uchiha territory. Unlike the somewhat ostentatious celebrations outside, the training ground of the Uchiha clan was suffused with a more concentrated, fervent atmosphere. The air crackled with a subtle current, a manifestation of the chakra released by the simultaneous operation of countless Sharingan. Since Nobunaga dedicated himself to synthesizing his profound understanding of in-release, spiritual energy, and the essence of ocular power, systematically organizing and optimizing the in-depth development and advancement guide for the Sharingan. The overall strength of the Uchiha clan experienced explosive growth. This manual was not merely a compilation of techniques, but rather an unprecedented, revolutionary exposition and guidance on the microscopic operation of chakra, the thresholds of mental stimulation, the dialectical relationship between emotion and ocular power, and the transformative path of ocular prowess post-3 tomo. Benefiting from the stability provided by the recent police department reforms and the promotion of Nobunaga's physical cultivation philosophy, integrating lightning release body refinement to enhance meridian capacity. The younger generation of the Uchiha clan has built a more solid foundation. The results were immediate and astonishing. Originally, the ocular awakening rate within the Uchiha was not particularly high, yet it now soared to a staggering figure, nearly 80%. On the training ground, the flickers of red light were no longer sporadic. Instead, pairs of blood-red eyes ignited in the morning light during intense confrontations, resembling a sea of burning stars. The single Tomo Sharingan swiftly rotated, discerning every subtle movement of opponents. The double Tomo began to replicate and predict, deconstructing and learning basic taijutsu and ninjutsu. Most striking were the elites who had awakened the 3 Tomo. Their ocular power transcended mere insight and replication. Its intensity, precision, and endurance underwent a qualitative leap. The ability to capture dynamic vision reached an astonishing level, rendering the trajectory of rapidly moving shuriken as if in slow motion. The construction of illusions became increasingly intricate. Blurring the line between reality and trickery, their perception of chakra flow became acutely refined. Most importantly, some exceptionally gifted 3 Tomo holders, such as clan leader Uchiha Shinshu and several elder statesmen, sensed their mental power had reached a critical threshold under the nurturing of their ocular abilities. Nobunaga had privately discussed with them a legendary ocular technique, Susanoo, rumored to possess the power to alter destiny. Although not yet fully mastered, they distinctly sensed the embryonic form of a vast and turbulent chakra entity, slumbering deep within their bloodline, akin to standing on the edge of an abyss. Feeling the cataclysmic force contained within, Shinshu even confided after a spar with Nobunaga that he seemed capable of momentarily condensing a few spectral rib shadows of Susanoo, albeit with immense consumption and difficulty in maintenance. The younger generation's performances dazzled with brilliance. The prodigies Uchiha Fugaku, Hakadai, Yakum, and Iron Fire, under Nobunaga's new training methods, significantly advanced their awakening times, successfully awakening their Sharingan as early as their first or second year at the Ninja Academy. Now, they had already become the undisputed top students of their respective grades, revered by their peers. The rivalry between Fugaku and Hatake Sakumo became the most captivating spectacle at Konoha Ninja Academy in recent years. Both 6th graders greatly surpassed their contemporaries. Fugaku's Sharingan endowed him with unparalleled insight, illusion resistance, and replication capability, seamlessly integrating with the Uchiha's refined fire release and shuriken techniques, rendering his offense and defense impenetrable. Shoma inherited the unparalleled swordsmanship talent of his father, Kakashi, wielding a ninja blade with the swiftness of lightning and the stealth of a phantom. Although he lacked a bloodline limit, he compensated with a beast-like intuition and a body technique honed through rigorous training, benefiting from the foundational physical conditioning advocated by Nobunaga. He matched Fuyuki in their simulated confrontations, often drawing the attention of senior students and even teachers. Both had already reached a level that qualified them for early graduation. Yearning to embark on the true path of a ninja, to undertake missions, and to refine their skills. However, Nobunaga understood the potential devastation that premature exposure to harsh tasks could inflict on youthful spirits. To ensure they solidified their foundations in the relatively safe environment of the Ninja Academy, particularly stabilizing the enhancement brought about by new training methods, he allied with Tsunade, based on the medical team's research on the development of young ninjas, to persuade Shurhide and Kakashi to firmly suppress their multiple applications for graduation, mandating that they remain for a full 6 years. This decision left the proud Fuyuki and ambitious Shoma somewhat disheartened. But Nobunaga's words, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood, an unstable foundation cannot support the heavens, temporarily quelled their impatience. At this moment, standing at the edge of the training field and observing the intense simulated duel between Fuyuki and Shoma, Nobunaga felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Fuyuki's 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, accurately detecting every subtle movement of Shoma's shoulder before he drew his blade, the instantaneous exertion of his leg muscles allowing him to predict the trajectory of the blade, narrowly evading the lethal glint capable of slicing through rock, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. Shoma, like a wraith, slid sideways, his ninja blade tracing an arc of profound intricacy, cleaving the enormous fireball in two and sending the remnants hurtling towards Fuyuki. Enough, you two may graduate now, Nobunaga called out. The two ceased their movements in perfect synchronization, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they turned toward Nobunaga. This year, they would finally participate in the official graduation examination. Fuyuki felt his ocular power condensing further under the pressure of rigorous training. Fuyuki, Nobunaga beckoned, and as the young man approached, he asked, "Have you decided on your direction for further studies post-graduation?" He referred to the impending establishment of the four major advanced academies, Kazamaki, Shinyuan, IGA, and Koga. Fuyuki's eyes sparkled with determination, clearly having made plans. "Brother, I wish to major in the Genjutsu specialty under Elder Shinsei at the IGA Academy. Elder Shinsei's expertise in Genjutsu, combined with my Sharingan, will undoubtedly unleash even greater power. Additionally, I want to minor in the fire release ninjutsu at the Koga Academy to enhance the lethality of my fire techniques." Elder Shinsei was the radical faction advocate for the Hokage position at the clan meeting years ago, and now, under Nobunaga's reforms, had shifted his focus to Genjutsu research and education. Nobunaga nodded approvingly. This choice aligned perfectly with his previous suggestions. Excellent. The combination of ocular techniques and Genjutsu is indeed the forte of the Sharingan, and Elder Shinsei will provide you with the best guidance. Mastery of fire release is equally essential. Strength is the foundation of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Shoma had also approached. The silver-haired youth's gaze was sharp as a blade. "Brother Nobunaga, my father wishes for me to enroll in the Kazamaki Academy, majoring in sword techniques. Furthermore, I wish to minor in the lightning release ninjutsu at the Koga Academy." Kakashi, as the top instructor at the Kazamaki Academy, was renowned for his sword techniques. The swiftness and ferocity of lightning release would beautifully integrate with the Kakashi sword style, creating a deadly offensive flow. Swordsmanship is the cornerstone of your Kakashi clan. Pursuing further studies under Kakashi is the right path. The addition of lightning release will only enhance your prowess, Nobunaga encouraged, patting Shoma on the shoulder. "I look forward to seeing you both become the shining stars of Konoha on your respective paths." Watching these two spirited young prodigies poised to soar, Nobunaga felt a swell of hope for the future. They would be the backbone of both the Uchiha and Konoha in times to come. Chapter 42. The Caged Bird and Izanagi. However, not all newcomers were enveloped in pure joy. As the Hyuga clan celebrated the birth of the twin brothers, Hinata and Hinata, an invisible shadow of restraint loomed ominously over the talented young girl, Hinata Mihiro, who possessed the rare and pristine Byakugan. Due to her exceptional research aptitude and keen insight into chakra flow, she had been highly valued by Nobunaga and admitted into the Uchiha-led Konoha Frontier Ninjutsu and Bloodline Limit Research Institute as a core researcher. Her inclusion brought groundbreaking advancements in observing the structure of the Byakugan, analyzing the flow mechanisms of Gentle Fist Chakra, and providing medical assistance based on the Byakugan's prospective capabilities, particularly in the cell-level surgeries and meridian research led by Tsunade, where her Byakugan played an irreplaceable role. Yet, this identity also placed her in an exceedingly awkward and perilous situation. According to the stringent clan rules that had persisted for millennia, the main family held absolute authority, and branch family members were required to obey unconditionally. Once the heir of the main family was determined, a caged bird curse seal would be inscribed by the main family to ensure that the secrets of the Byakugan never leaked and to completely sever any possibility of rebellion from the branch family. This seal was not merely a mark of servitude, but a lethal shackle that could be detonated at any moment, destroying the brain and eyes. With the core curse symbol held by the main family, capable of deciding the life and death of the branch family members with a mere thought. 2 years ago, Mihiro was supposed to marry the son of the elder according to family arrangements, officially becoming a tool for the clan. However, Nobunaga justified her indispensability to the Research Institute and, in collaboration with her mentor and several moderate elders who recognized her talents, including some within the Hyuga main family who valued the Research Institute's resources, He managed to postpone the marriage until now. Mahiro herself used the heavy workload of research as an excuse to seldom return to the Hyuga compound, pouring all her energy into research work as a temporary escape from her fate. She even privately studied fragments of the caged bird's secret teachings, seeking a way to break free but achieving little success. However, with the birth and healthy growth of the main family's heirs, the twin brothers Hinata and Hinata, the question of the main family's heir was now settled. The elder of the Hyuga clan, long troubled by Mahiro's deviation from control, could no longer contain himself. He repeatedly pressured the current head of the clan, Yasu, during family meetings, his tone growing more severe with each instance. Yasu, at a tense internal clan meeting, the elder, leaning on his cane, spoke with a cold, oppressive voice. We can no longer delay regarding Mahiro. She bears the blood of the Hyuga, yet has spent years outside, even serving foreign clans. The heir of the main family has been born. She must immediately be assigned to the branch family, or else return to marry and fulfill her family duties to propagate the clan. Or else. A glint of severity flashed in the elder's murky eyes. According to the ancestral rules, let the caged bird seal be placed immediately. Make her fully understand her position. Shall we allow this daughter of the Hyuga to continue evading clan rules and become a potential threat to the Hyuga clan? Who knows what secrets she may leak from her research? The secrets of the Byakugan cannot be allowed to leak. Yasu furrowed his brow. He did not undervalue Mahiro's talents and understood the value of the research institute, as well as the resources that would come from her joining the institute, despite the current difficult adjustment period. However, the elder represented the most entrenched conservative forces within the clan, and the caged bird was a foundational rule for the survival of the Hyuga clan, making it impossible for him to openly defy it as clan head, especially now, with the birth of Hinata and Hinata, from the coldest perspective of clan interests. Mahiro's value seemed to have diminished significantly. Yasu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he were tightly bound by invisible ropes. He attempted to defend himself. Elder, indeed. Jinbai's research is beneficial for the village, even aiding in the understanding of Byakugan itself, and it can bring tangible advantages to the clan. The elder interrupted with a cold sneer, beneficial for the Hyuga, or for the Uchiha, or perhaps for that ambitious Nobunaga. Kazuyasu. Do not let the facade of cooperation blind you. A branch family is a branch family, and tools are merely tools. When the heart is elsewhere, even the strongest power becomes a calamity. I ask once more, should she return to marry, or remain a caged bird? There is no third option. He struck his cane heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud, akin to a final ultimatum. The meeting ended on a sour note. Kazuyasu's silence equated to tacit approval of the elder's demands. The news struck Jinbai like a cold blade, instantly piercing the fleeting tranquility she had built amidst her busy research. Her complexion turned pale, her fingers trembling slightly around the experimental apparatus, as an icy despair gripped her once more. Was she ultimately unable to escape that fateful brand? The shadow of the caged bird loomed closer than ever before. Jinbai promptly sought out Nobunaga. In her dimly lit laboratory, filled with intricate instruments, she suppressed her inner fear and indignation, conveying the elder's coercion and her father's Kazuyasu's stance to Nobunaga. Upon hearing her words, Nobunaga's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, and an invisible pressure momentarily enveloped him, dimming even the lights of the laboratory. He was furious at the elder's obstinacy and short-sightedness, but more so, he felt a weight of inevitability. He was acutely aware of the cruelty of the caged bird and the rigid traditions of the Hyuga clan. Having long anticipated that once Jinbai lost the protection of her critical value, she would inevitably face this day. For this reason, he had been preparing in secret, drawing inspiration from the kaleidoscope of the mirror and the Uchiha's forbidden technique notes that dissected the principles of Izanachi. Jinbai, lift your head. Nobunaga's voice was deep and powerful, infused with a peculiar calming force. I promised you I would not let you become a caged bird. I, Uchiha Nobunaga, will uphold my word. Jinbai's eyes widened in disbelief, mingled with hope, yet confusion prevailed. To resist the caged bird? This was almost tantamount to opposing the millennia-old rules of the Hyuga clan and the entire main family. How could that be possible? Nobunaga did not provide a direct explanation, but gestured for Jinbai to step into the center of a peculiar small barrier formation within the laboratory. The runes of the formation shimmered with a ghostly blue light, isolating them from all external scrutiny. His expression was incredibly serious, even tinged with an unprecedented caution. What follows is one of my personal research's highest secrets, and the most feasible method I can conceive to counter the caged bird. One that approaches the very essence of its being. You will be the first user of this invention and the first to be informed. This technique involves the highest taboo of the Sharingan. If leaked, the consequences would be catastrophic. Jinbai's heart raced as she watched Nobunaga intently. He extended his right index finger, which did not form seals, yet suddenly emanated an exceptionally pure chakra of in release imbued with intense spiritual will. This chakra was not formless but coalesced at his fingertip, twisting and eventually transforming into intricate, arcane, seemingly sentient black sealing runes. These runes slithered like ink serpents, radiating an ancient, forbidden power imbued with a sense of reversal. Jinbai's Byakugan allowed her to perceive the complexity of the sealing techniques and the ultimate transformation of in-release chakra contained within these runes. This technique is named the Seal of Izanagi, Nobunaga stated, each word resonating within the tranquil barrier. I have analyzed part of the core principles of the Sharingan's technique Izanagi to reverse predetermined realities, restoring one's state, integrating the advanced sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, the sealing techniques, and the ultimate transformation technology of in-release chakra, culminating in this rewritten spell after countless efforts. Izanagi, as a core member of the Research Institute, Jinbai was well aware that this was one of the Uchiha's highest secrets, at the cost of permanently blinding one eye of the Sharingan. It could render any damage or even death experienced within a certain time frame as illusory, turning unfavorable realities into dreams. She gasped, how could this possibly be inscribed? The cost. This was not the complete version of the Izanagi technique, which involved deeper layers of time, space, and fate's distortion, far beyond what a mere seal could bear. Nobunaga explained, what I have stripped away and reconstructed is one of its core principles, reversal and restoration. I have set the target of this reversal and restoration to the very moment when this seal is filled. The black sealing runes at his fingertip began to slowly drift towards Jinbai's forehead, ultimately vanishing at her brow, leaving behind an almost imperceptible light grade, akin to an inconspicuous mole. This seal itself bore no offensive or defensive capabilities. Its purpose was to act as a trigger and an energy converter. It requires a reservoir of potent in-release chakra to activate. Nobunaga continued. You must continuously infuse your chakra, especially your spiritual energy, into this seal using the special method I will teach you. Transform it into a unique in-release power capable of driving the reversal principle. This process will depend on the infusion speed of your chakra. He handed Jinbai a scroll detailing the nurturing methods and frequencies, insisting she adhere strictly to the requirements. Jinbai felt a faint chill emanating from her brow, accompanied by a strange connection, as if a miracle lay dormant, waiting to be awakened. When the in-release power it nurtured reached a critical point, the seal would emit a fluctuation perceptible only to her. At that moment, the seal would automatically record her current state. If a member of the main family brands you with the caged bird, the seal can be triggered under your control. Nobunaga's tone was resolute. It will unleash a one-time, localized Izanagi effect, using the entirety of the in-release power stored within the seal to forcibly reverse the caged bird seal that has just formed on your forehead, along with its binding effect on you at that moment, restoring it as if it had never been inscribed. To the eyes of the main family's practitioner, the entire process might merely appear as a failure of seal inscription or some unforeseen rejection. They would struggle to connect this to a deliberate, active reversal. After all, reversing reality was a power belonging to the divine realm. Jinbai was utterly astonished. Reversing reality? Restoring the brand? This is nothing short of a divine technique that could upend the very understanding of the ninja world. Although the cost is immense and requires an accumulation of substantial in-release power and can only be used once, it is a genuine hope to escape the caged bird. A possibility she had never dared to imagine. Jinbai's voice trembled with overwhelming joy and gratitude, tears welling in her eyes. I understand, Nobunaga. Thank you, thank you. She bowed deeply, her voice quaking yet unwaveringly resolute. Nobunaga regarded her, his heart not entirely at ease. This was merely a stopgap measure. The seal of Izanagi may resolve Shiro's personal dilemmas, yet it cannot shake the very foundation of the caged bird system entrenched within the Hyuga clan. Moreover, such acts of defiance against the clan's head, if exposed, could yield catastrophic consequences. The pressure exerted by the elder of the Hyuga clan is akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, with the ripples only just beginning to spread. Beneath the facade of prosperity in Konoha, the power struggles among families and the ancient rules persist as hidden undercurrents, surging relentlessly in the depths, unnoticed. Chapter 43. Kurizetsu. In the 26th year of Konoha, during the late autumn, the newly expanded port of the Land of Waves is enveloped in the briny sea breeze. Laden with moisture, caressing the grand fleet docked at the harbor. The massive merchant vessel, the Breaking Wave, stands resolutely. With faint glimmers of chakra engines emanating from its hull, a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by Orochimaru, symbolizing Konoha's determination to break the blockade. Workers are diligently and methodically loading crates marked with the insignia of the Konoha Joint Research Institute, containing efficient hemostatic drugs, innovative cement components, and enhanced chakra farming tools onto the ship. These goods will circumvent the traditional land trade routes strictly controlled by the four great nations, utilizing newly established maritime routes to trade with distant continents. From the command tower at the port, the high-ranking Uchiha Shinshu peers through a specially crafted telescope, his three-tomo Sharingan scanning the horizon where several patrolling boats, bearing the Mist Village insignia, linger in the distance. Since Konoha resisted the pressures of a joint economic sanction by the four great nations a year prior and boldly launched the Konoha Economic Belt and the New Era Maritime Trade Route Strategy, collectively known as the Belt and Road Initiative, the scrutiny and harassment from the sea has never ceased. The four hidden villages, Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Sand, dare not openly provoke war, deterred by the formidable presence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuri, Uzumaki Naruto. However, they have united their respective daimyo to impose comprehensive economic strangulation on Konoha, significantly raising tariffs on Konoha's goods, strictly limiting or outright banning the flow of strategic resources, such as rare metals and specific medicinal herbs, into Konoha, and severing nearly all official technological exchange channels. They aim to suffocate this awakening lion with economic shackles. Yet, Konoha's counterattack has proven sharper than they anticipated. The reforms spearheaded by Shinshu, particularly the transformation of the Joint Research Institute's Jungoa and the infrastructure frenzy, have already amassed substantial capital and technological reserves for Konoha. The Belt and Road Initiative adeptly sidesteps the core spheres of influence held by the four great nations. Konoha, with its advanced infrastructure capabilities, cement road networks, water conservancy projects, robust medical technologies, specialized medicines, surgical procedures, and unique chakra technology products, basic civilian tools, swiftly establishes deeply intertwined economic partnerships with the smaller nations surrounding the Land of Fire and even further afield, such as the grass, rain, iron, rice, waterfall, river, hot water, and Land of Waves. Konoha provides technology, capital, and manpower to assist these smaller nations in constructing their urgently needed infrastructure and key industries. In return, Konoha secures stable mining rights, medicinal cultivation bases, fishing rights, and future profit-sharing agreements. These smaller nations become stepping stones for Konoha to break the blockade and acquire resources, while also serving as new markets for Konoha's goods, especially in the past 2 years, as the overseas trade fleets continually return with rich intelligence about the eastern, southern, central, and even northern continents. Shinshu has further urged Sarutobi Hisashi to expedite the construction of a maritime ninja army and has entrusted Orochimaru with the development of more efficient and safer maritime transportation ninja tools, such as optimized chakra engines and storm-resistant hull designs. The objective is clear: to completely sever the constraints imposed by the four great nations and engage directly with the broader overseas world, employing economic might to crush political encirclement. Lord Shinshu, a ninja donning a maritime department uniform, approaches swiftly, presenting a sealed scroll. The Mist patrol boats have again requested to board the Breaking Wave under the pretense of inspecting contraband. We have refused as per the plan, and they have not taken further action, but they continue to follow us. Shinshu lowers the telescope, a cold smile gracing his lips, as anticipated. Inform the captain to set sail as planned. Elevate the security level of the route to Class A and place the escort squad on high alert. Should the Mist dare to cross that line, his eyes flickered with a crimson glint. Let Orochimaru's newly developed shipborne defensive ninja tools show their capabilities. Yes, sir. The ninja departs with determination. Shinshu gazes at the undulating sea, his heart devoid of tumult. The Mist's harassment is merely a minor annoyance. What truly casts a shadow over his heart is the plea for help from the Land of Whirlpools. In the Land of Whirlpools, the sacred domain of the Uzumaki clan, the once serene village is now shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The Uzumaki clan emblem, symbolizing sealing techniques, appears to have dulled. The daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools gazes sorrowfully at three nearly identical state documents from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, and Land of Water. The core message is singular, demanding the Land of Whirlpools to immediately and unconditionally provide the core sealing technique inheritance of the Uzumaki clan to maintain the balance and progress of sealing techniques within the ninja world. While the wording seems grandiloquent, it is laden with veiled threats. After the stern refusal from the Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Erasure, and Mito, representing Konoha, the three nations simultaneously announced a comprehensive economic sanction against the Land of Whirlpools. They sever all trade relations and freeze the Land of Whirlpools assets within their territories. Even more disconcerting, the leaders of the three ninja villages, Anoki, and the third Mizukage, issued strong statements, hinting that if the Land of Whirlpools continues to be obstinate, necessary measures may be taken to ensure the safety of the ninja world. This is undoubtedly a blatant threat of war. Uzumaki Erasure, the clan leader renowned in the ninja world for his mastery of sealing techniques, now feels a profound sense of helplessness. Though the Uzumaki clan excels in sealing arts and possesses vast chakra reserves, their relatively sparse population renders their national strength incapable of contending with the three great nations. Faced with the united pressure from the three nations, the Land of Whirlpools resembles a fragile boat amid tumultuous waves. Mito Erasure looks toward the seated figure, who, despite being over 50, still exudes an aura of authority, the venerable Uzumaki Mito. You need not worry, clan leader. Konoha and the Land of Whirlpools are like lips and teeth. We rise and fall together. Hisashi has allocated a batch of emergency supplies, which will be escorted by an elite team and arrive shortly. The Konoha Liaison Office in the Land of Whirlpools has also been elevated to the highest alert level. She pauses, her voice imbued with undeniable strength. As for those three greedy individuals, this old body can still withstand a storm for you. As long as I draw breath, they will not dare to act. Nevertheless, Mito is acutely aware that Konoha is now entangled in a colossal exertion. Resources originally earmarked for the Belt and Road Initiative and naval construction must now be diverted to support the Land of Whirlpools in facing the potential proxy war or minor conflicts instigated by the three nations. This undoubtedly slows Konoha's developmental pace and exposes vulnerabilities in the carefully constructed economic countermeasure network devised by Shinshu. At the border of the Land of Rain, on a desolate cliff, a figure draped in an old black cloak stands silently, gazing down at the winding road below. It is Uchiha Madara. After years of silence, he has finally fully assimilated the formidable yang release power drawn from Hashirama's cells. The purple ripples in his Rinnegan have become stable and profound, devoid of any risk of losing control. Aside from not having awakened the unique ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, his strength has returned to its zenith, even surpassing his former self. The long-dormant heart of Madara stirs once more. That guy Tobarama may be detestable, but with him around, Konoha should not lose the war, right? Madara murmurs to himself, his tone tinged with complexity. He has been away from Konoha for too long, and his understanding of the current state of the ninja world is limited to scattered rumors. He, in a state of deep contemplation, decided to emerge personally and observe the current state of the protracted ninja war ignited by his feigned death and the distribution of tailed beasts by Tobarama. Had Konoha, as he anticipated, been struggling for survival amidst the flames of war? However, what lay before him was starkly different from the battlefield he had envisioned. Below the cliff, a broad and smooth road, shimmering with a gray-white hue in the rain, bore the hallmark of Konoha's concrete technology. A sizable merchant convoy was traversing this thoroughfare, escorted by a joint guard from the Land of Waves and the Land of Grass, laden with provisions, textiles, and peculiar metallic components. The merchants moved with orderly precision, their guards vigilant yet devoid of the tension characteristic of imminent battle. To his astonishment, among the convoy were several ninjas adorned with Konoha forehead protectors, who seemed not to be the primary escorts but rather technical advisors or liaisons, engaging amiably in conversation with the convoy leader. With his formidable perceptive abilities, Madara caught snippets of dialogue carried by the wind. Once this transaction is complete, our village's new hospital can commence construction, thanks to Konoha's cement and blueprints. The chakra water pumps from Konoha have resolved our irrigation dilemma. I heard the ship, the breaking wave, returned with rare minerals from the southern continent. The new project at the Research Institute is now underway. What? The separation of powers? Oh, you mean Konoha's system of checks and balances among the Hokage, elite ninjas, and the Security Bureau? It sounds quite novel. However, they are indeed doing well. At least I haven't heard of them causing chaos like our feudal lords. Peace. Trade? Development? Madara's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of confusion flashing through his Rinnegan. This was in stark contrast to his memories of a world governed by the law of the jungle. Rife with conflict, Konoha had not succumbed to the war. Rather, it appeared to be leading a new order. What was this concept of separation of powers? A new scheme devised by Tobirama? He stealthily followed the merchant convoy for several days, eventually entering a small town affiliated with the Land of Grass. Here, he witnessed even more jarring revelations. Within a small hospital constructed with Konoha's aid, physicians garbed in white coats, emulating Konoha's medical department, utilized tools and medicines provided by Konoha to treat patients. In a newly established school, children were studying courses that included basic arithmetic and Konoha's standard curriculum. At the marketplace, goods from Konoha, agricultural tools, medicines, daily necessities, exchanged hands seamlessly with local specialties, indicating a smooth flow of currency. He even spotted a bulletin board displaying information about the cooperative economic projects surrounding Konoha, articulated in multiple languages, detailing Konoha's investments, technical support, and expected profit sharing. The currency economic cooperation system, Madara murmured, as these phrases clashed violently in his mind. Throughout his life, he had pursued power, believing that only absolute strength, such as his Moon Eye plan, could usher in peace. Yet, all that lay before him suggested an alternative path. Through the establishment of rules, systems, the development of production, economy, and the promotion of exchanges, trade, one could also maintain a relatively stable, even progressive state. Although small nations remained dependent on larger ones, Konoha, this dependence seemed to yield tangible improvements rather than mere exploitation. Particularly, the notion of separation of powers, while still not fully grasped by Madara, subtly hinted at a constraint and balance against absolute power, fundamentally conflicting with his belief that strength equates to truth and that a single ruler must dominate the world. Had he been mistaken? This thought struck like thunder, reverberating through the long quiet lake of his heart. If peace and development could be achieved through such seemingly feeble means, what then was the significance of his painstakingly devised Moon Eye plan, for which he risked severing ties with his closest friend and even faced death? Was it merely to conjure an illusory dream? The reality before him, though imperfect and rife with the struggles of small nations and the machinations of great powers, was undeniably authentic and moving forward. In his Rinnegan, the ancient violet ripples seemed to ripple ever so slightly, stirred by the tempest within their master. Madara was engulfed in an unprecedented state of confusion and contemplation. However, his wavering resolve was utterly intolerable to an entity lurking in the shadows of history. In the darkest corners of the ninja world, Black Zetsu seeped from the crevices like molten tar, its yellow serpent-like eyes brimming with anxiety and rage. Damn it! Damn it! That fool Uchiha Madara! Black Zetsu raged internally. A millennium. A full 1,000 years. Mother, I have waited so long for the reincarnation of Indra to awaken the Rinnegan. Just as our plan was about to enter its most critical phase, he falters upon witnessing Konoha's trivial prosperity and some absurd system. It had observed Madara's indecisiveness at the border of the Fire Nation, perceiving his internal turmoil and the slightest doubt regarding the Moon Eye plan. This left it feeling as if plunged into an icy abyss. Madara was a pivotal piece in its millennia-long scheme, an indispensable key to resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki. Should Madara abandon the Moon Eye, how long would it take to await the next Rinnegan wielder? That could mean hundreds, even thousands of years of torment. It could not afford to wait. No. He must be made to recognize the ugliness and hopelessness of this ninja world. Black Zetsu's thoughts raced. War? There must be war. A large-scale, all-encompassing war throughout the ninja realm. Only with blood and fire could it extinguish that laughable fantasy in Madara's heart, leading him back into the embrace of the Moon Eye. The target became crystal clear, the land of whirlpools. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were one of the key obstacles preventing the full revival of the Otsutsuki's outer path. If it could incite the three great nations, and perhaps drag in Sunagakure, to wage war against the land of whirlpools and its backer, Konoha. Not only would it weaken Konoha's momentum, but it would also allow Madara to witness just how fragile the so-called peace and development were in the face of absolute conflict and the crushing force of power. When the flames of war reignited and lives were reduced to despair, Madara would naturally reaffirm his belief that only the infinite Tsukuyomi could offer true salvation. A sinister plan swiftly took shape in Black Zetsu's mind. Like a specter, it infiltrated the land of water, employing its innate stealth and transformation abilities to easily blend into the heavily guarded Kirigakure. It transformed into a weary emissary from Sunagakure, presenting a meticulously forged scroll, seeking an audience with the elder of the village. Lord Elder, the disguised Black Zetsu rasped, laced with urgency, I come bearing a secret edict from Lord Mizukage. Konoha harbors ambitions to consume the surrounding smaller nations through its Belt and Road Initiative, ultimately seeking to monopolize the ninja world. More concerning, according to our classified intelligence from high-ranking officials in Konoha, Uzumaki Mido is aging, and signs of instability in the Nine-Tail Seal have begun to surface. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. It presented the Forged Scroll. This is a copy of the recently signed Military Defense Mutual Assistance Pact between Konoha and the Land of Whirlpools, which explicitly states that Konoha will establish a permanent military base in the Land of Whirlpools and deploy strategic sealing barriers against the Land of Water. Once this base is established, Kirigakure will never know peace. Lord Mizukage proposed that the four nations of Wind, Lightning, Earth, and Water should seize the opportunity while Uzumaki Mido is weakened and Konoha is distracted abroad, joining forces under the pretense of protecting the legacy of sealing techniques to carve up the Land of Whirlpools and seize the Uzumaki sealing arts. This is an unparalleled opportunity to curtail Konoha's influence and strengthen ourselves. I urge you to act swiftly, Lord Elder. The scroll bore a remarkably lifelike imitation of Konoha's Hokage seal and the signature of the Uzumaki clan leader, with the terms of the pact crafted to incite discord. Black Zetsu believed that under the immense pressure from Konoha's Belt and Road strategy and the allure of the Uzumaki sealing arts, Kirigakure's higher-ups would find it difficult to resist. Once Kirigakure took the lead, it could leverage the situation to sway Iwagakure and Kumogakure, inevitably sparking a storm of war against the Land of Whirlpools and Konoha. Watching the elder's face shift between uncertainty and resolve as he took the scroll, Black Zetsu internally cackled with glee. Let the fighting commence. Let them fight with all their might. With blood and destruction, pave the way for Mother S' return. The intricate and eternal truth of this ninja world unfolds before our eyes. The chill of late autumn carries with it a sense of impending doom, sweeping over cliffs and harbors, brushing against the somber plains of the Land of Rain. In the 26th year of the Hidden Leaf, turbulent undercurrents have coalesced into a fierce vortex, threatening to topple the facade of peace. A storm, ignited by millennia of scheming, looms ever closer, intent on plunging the entire world into chaos. At the heart of this maelstrom lies the once mighty Whirlpool Village, now precariously hanging by a thread alongside the Hidden Leaf Village, which struggles valiantly against the rising tides. Chapter 44. Shadows of War. 3rd Mizukage, Hakuya, clutched the meticulously worded, anxiety-laden report from the elders, feeling as though he were grasping a piece of scalding hot coal freshly pulled from the depths of the sea. The crux of the report was brutally simple. The naval forces of the neighboring Hidden Leaf have swelled to an extent surpassing even the chakra of the Nine Tails. A meeting is called. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Hakuya's command instantly thickened the air in the Mist Village's high-level conference room, making it more oppressive than the usual humidity. Representatives from various bloodline clans filed in, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions, resembling a gallery of bewildered faces in the ninja world. The representative of the Kagaya clan wore a habitual scowl, yet his gaze pierced like poisoned thorns. Fixated on the mention of the Leaf's navy as if to sink it with sheer will, the Kirigakure clan representative stroked his chin thoughtfully, gesturing the hand signs for water release, pondering whether their technique could conjure artificial rain in naval warfare. As for the others, some furrowed their brows tightly, while others displayed flickering eyes, caught between the desire to seize funding for upgrading their jutsu libraries and the genuine fear stirred by the threat of naval power. Esteemed members, Hakuya cleared his throat, his voice embodying the calm that could tame tumultuous seas, at least on the surface. We have all witnessed the developments. The maritime capabilities of the leaf have escalated beyond mere growth. They now burn through a budget akin to that of a tailed beast. If this continues, our proud water release and maritime supremacy may transform into mere targets for their exercises. He paused, observing the faces of his compatriots filled with concern for their homeland, and introduced the pivotal topic. The elders propose that we can no longer afford to wait for the leaf to bring their fleet to our doorstep before we respond with water release. It is time to reach out to our old friends, the wind, lightning, and earth shadows. How do we reach out? Interjected the representative from the Kirigakure clan, suggesting they jointly condemn the leaf's navy for being too powerful and contrary to the ninja spirit of subtlety. That's a narrow view. Hakuya smiled slightly, a cunning glint akin to that of a deep-sea leviathan in his eyes. The goal is to exert combined pressure, targeting the land of Whirlpool and Whirlpool Village. They are closely allied with the leaf, though that alliance was gifted by Senju Hashirama. Squeezing their economic lifeblood will leave the leaf struggling to fund their naval expansions. More importantly, his gaze sharpened, we must find a way to gauge the depths of Whirlpool Village. Their sealing techniques hold the key to countering Jinchuriki. With the leaf relying on Uzumaki Mito's human-sized tailed beast containment, how can we compete without a solid sealing technique? Shall we truly wait for Lady Mito to retire naturally? 5 years, 10 years. In a decade, the leaf's economy may bury our villages under a mountain of wealth. This proposal sent ripples of intrigue through the conference room, igniting a collective consciousness defined by a desire for collaboration in mischief. The Bloodline clan representatives nodded in agreement, recognizing the brilliance in redirecting the chaos toward the leaf while simultaneously satisfying their own ambitions to acquire sealing techniques. A masterstroke, indeed. A single arrow aimed at both the leaf and Whirlpool. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the rock and cloud villages. In the Earth Shadow's office, Anoki hovered midair, his expression a chaotic palette of emotions as he read the urgent dispatch from the mist. Shocked by the leaf's insatiable appetite for infrastructure? Certainly. Tempted by the mist's proposal? Even more so. The pace of the leaf's development over recent years eclipsed even his super lightweight rock technique, sending shivers down the spine of the Earth Shadow. We can no longer provide the leaf with resources, Anoki decisively declared, instructing his confidants to inform those money-hungry individuals below that the unofficial trade routes with the leaf, commonly known as smuggling, would be severed starting today. His eyes gleamed with resolve. Whirlpool Village. The Uzumaki sealing techniques are indeed a valuable asset. The Mist's proposal to probe these waters seems wise. It is the perfect opportunity to test the current state of the leaf without the scheming Senju Tobarama around. The prospect of securing sealing techniques to counter Jinchuriki invigorated Anoki, easing the ache in his back. Meanwhile, near the Cloud Lightning Gorge, the third Rakage, A, was enthusiastically greeting a hapless boulder with his chest, channeling his frustration over the leaf's quiet accumulation of wealth. Upon receiving the letter from the mist, he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, his large eyes scanning the paper, erupting into a booming laugh. Those leaf ninjas are building ships faster than we can repair our lightning vehicles? Absurd. His voice resonated like thunder, rattling the ears of the secretary beside him. Water Shadow's idea is brilliant. The land of Whirlpool? Sanction them. Whirlpool Village. Let us test the waters. Damn it. The Rakage's thought process was consistently clear and forceful. In the Wind Shadow's office in Sunagakure, the third Wind Shadow held the impassioned letter from the mist, filled with grandiose proposals for the sake of peace in the ninja world, akin to cradling an ancient jar unearthed from the desert, inscribed with wishes of prosperity, yet hollow inside. Increase economic sanctions against the land of Whirlpool? Actively instigate friction to glean the truth about Whirlpool Village? The Wind Shadow blinked, glancing at the equally bewildered Chiyo and Izo beside him. What play are the Water Shadow and his allies performing? The Leaf's naval strength is formidable, but they are separated from the land of Whirlpool by the sea. Will sanctions truly diminish their fleet? The impoverished Sand Village often adopted a more pragmatic approach, focusing on tangible realities, exhausting efforts for no reward, and avoiding risky ventures whenever possible. However, Chiyo, twirling the strings of her puppets, spoke slowly, her eyes gleaming with the cunning characteristic of Sunagakure, undeterred even by sandstorms. Since the three of them seem so eager, they must have ulterior motives. The Uzumaki sealing techniques are likely the treasure they covet. We in Sunagakure, however, cannot afford to exert our full strength. The funding from the Wind Daimyo is scarcely enough to keep our puppets well-oiled. Yet, she pivoted her tone, revealing a fox-like smile. But we do possess our own specialty. The second Hokage's painstakingly crafted tailed beast sealing technique, commonly referred to as the Hokage's version of the Green Giant, has been gathering dust in our archives. It would be a waste to let it languish. Why not? The Wind Shadow's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we sell it, or rather, engage in a technical exchange? Precisely. Aizo interjected, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light of wisdom and mercantile cunning. We package it, complete with a beautifully crafted and exaggerated manual, and share it with the mist, rock, and cloud. In return, we shall acquire the urgently needed scrolls of jutsu, high-quality metal materials, and provisions. Are they not eager for sealing techniques? We, in Mangekyo, are altruistically willing to part with it. As for the sealing technique's reliability, I've heard that when a Jinchuriki becomes overly emotional, the tailed beast chakra flows uncontrollably, but that is merely a minor issue. Unable to control the power? Then let it be uncontrolled. Using the tailed beasts as disposable strategic weapons might yield a more shocking effect. The proposal from Mangekyo wafted through the air like a refreshing breeze, invigorating the three villages preparing to orchestrate a grand scheme. When mist, rock, and cloud received their responses, their expressions momentarily froze. The sand village's sealing technique sounded alarmingly like receiving a firecracker with a manual for a dud that could explode at any moment. Yet the arrow is knocked, and the sealing technique is preferable to having none at all. The leaders of the four great ninja villages pondered this, tacitly disregarding any comforting notes that might exist in the manual, and decisively concluded, let's proceed. Quickly, supply them with materials, ninjutsu, and provisions. In an instant, the secret express delivery business of the four great ninja villages surged, all aimed at Mangekyo. Simultaneously, each village was fervently selecting those resilient souls, the unfortunate ones. No, rather, the future Jinchuriki warriors. As the four great ninja villages earnestly collaborated for a common cause, each with their own hidden agendas, the true puppet master lurking in the shadows of the ninja world remained undisturbed. Deep underground, Kagaya's most ancient and dedicated provocateur revealed its signature, eerie smile, reminiscent of a jar of pickled vegetables long forgotten. Humanity is truly an easily incited species. While reflecting on the innate flaws of beings, it skillfully extracted pure white zetsu from the earth, transforming them into various personas. The gossiping fisherman of the Mist Village, the disgruntled drinker in the Rock Village Tavern, the fervent youth at the Cloud Village Training Ground, and the despairing ninja at the Sand Village Tea House. These zetsu spies seamlessly infiltrated the nooks and crannies of each village, employing their rhetoric, honed by Kagaya's expert provocation, to vigorously disseminate the enhanced version of the Leaf Village threat. Have you heard? Next year's budget for Konoha includes the construction of a super warship capable of housing tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama has been resurrected. They are transforming Konoha's secret base into a verdant paradise. It's a wood-release warship. The new ninja tools they're developing can strike the moon directly from our village. The moon. The daimyo of the Fire Country has declared that henceforth, only Konoha shall exist as a legitimate ninja village. All others are illegal organizations. These absurd and terrifying rumors, like droplets falling into boiling oil, ignited a frenzy within the already wary and envious atmosphere of the four great ninja villages towards Konoha. The militarists were stirred with fervor, the peace advocates fell silent, and the neutral faction trembled in fear. A palpable tension hung in the air above the four villages, akin to the calm before a storm. With a fervent resolve to not spare Konoha, Uchiha Madara observed the unrest in the four villages through his Rinnegan, witnessing the fidgeting of the Mist, Rock, and Cloud villages, the clearance sale in the Sand Village, and the familiar atmosphere of impending war within the ninja world. A subtle, elusive smile graced his lips. How intriguing! His deep voice echoed in the vast mountains. With Tobirama absent, the great vessel of Konoha had lost its helmsman, though the whirlpool still existed. Without Tobirama's cunning intellect, how would you respond to this united front of four villages? Would you, like Hashirama, attempt to soften hearts with love? Or, Madara's gaze brimmed with pure, almost cruel anticipation, akin to an audience eagerly awaiting the commencement of a dramatic performance. Let me witness what new wonders your will of fire can conjure, devoid of that old coin's impure reincarnation. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, The elite ninja of the intelligence department were sweating more profusely than during infiltration missions in the Land of Rain. Urgent reports poured in like snowflakes, each consistent and alarming. The Mist, Rock, and Cloud villages exhibited unusual activity, while the Sand village showed abnormal supply movements. The 4 villages likely formed a secret pact, with their target possibly being us. Unidentified ninja activities were detected in the direction of the Land of Whirlpools, with unclear intentions. The leaf threat theory was rampant within the villages. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew tenser, even more so than before the Valley of the End battle. 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice wavered slightly. Thud. Danzo slammed his palm onto the table, the force causing the teacups to dance. We cannot remain idle, Hiruzen. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp, betraying no sign of panic, but rather a thrill of excitement, as if he had long awaited this moment. Send the word out. Immediately. Convene the Jonin Council. Konoha, this towering tree, after a brief period of peace and prosperity, was finally facing its first true storm from all directions. The question remained, would the ninjas of Konoha be bent by this tempest, or would they emerge more resilient from the storm? The grand play woven from vigilance, greed, conspiracy, and provocation surrounding the Land of Whirlpools and sealing techniques had officially begun. Chapter 45. The excited Konoha. The atmosphere at the Jonin Council in Konoha was as fervent as the bustling lines outside a ramen shop during the new year. Voices raised and excitement palpable. The 3rd Hokage had dropped the bombshell that the 4 great ninja villages might be banding together for an assault, expecting a wave of solemnity and tension. Yet, what was the reaction? For villages? Excellent. Just the opportunity we need to stretch our legs. After years of focusing on infrastructure and shipbuilding, our hands have grown restless. One burly Jonin thumped his chest, shaking the documents on the table, his expression as if proclaiming that the long-awaited action had finally arrived. Exactly, chimed in a nearby ninja adept in fire release, rubbing his fingers together, sparks flickering at his fingertips. Friends arrive? We shall offer them good wine and fine meat. Enemies? Heh. Our Konoha's artillery, referring to various impressive ninjutsu, is not to be underestimated. Let them witness what true technological prowess and the modernization of ninjutsu entail. This sentiment echoed among the majority of the Jonin, their enthusiasm loud enough to nearly lift the roof. The development of Konoha over these years had collectively invigorated the ninjas, their confidence swelling as if filled with air, surpassing even a Kimichi Choji in his most inflated state. A navy? We have it. An economy? We are strong. Sealing techniques? Lord Uzumaki Naruto oversees them, as steady as a rock. The alliance of 4 villages? Sounds daunting, yet upon reflection, it is merely a group of envious neighbors banding together for a cooperative raid. Konoha, as the great boss, felt no pressure, even experiencing a slight thrill. Uzumaki Naruto sat at the head of the table, observing the elite ninjas below, who were so eager they seemed ready to rush out and engage in friendly sparring with the 4 great ninja villages. A smile involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. There was some comfort in their enthusiasm, but more so, a sense of exasperation at these reckless individuals. Clearing her throat softly, her voice, though gentle, commanded attention with the unique power of a Jinchuriki, capable of calming even the most restless-tailed beasts, and instantly silenced the assembly. Your spirits are high, and I am most pleased. However, remember, even when hunting rabbits, one must exert their full strength. The unusual movements of the 4 great ninja villages likely target the Land of Whirlpools, specifically Uchiha village. It is our staunchest ally and the cornerstone of our sealing techniques. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on the renowned elite Jonin, Sarutobi Sasuke and Hitaki Sakumo. Sasuke Sakumo, both straightened instantly. You too shall lead. Selecting 200 elite Jonin, and depart immediately to reinforce Uchiha village. Sending Chunin and Jinin now might not quell the restless undercurrents. Yes, Sasuke and Sakumo responded in unison, their voices steady and resolute. 200 Jonin. Such a scale was enough to wage a localized war. The confidence of Konoha was evident. Naruto paused for a moment, adding with a hint of shrewdness, as for the cost, the excellent docks of the Land of Whirlpools shall henceforth be developed and utilized by Konoha. Reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? This was no mere cost. It was a mutual benefit, conveniently providing Konoha's navy with an ideal forward base. The elite Jonin comprehended the underlying message, their expressions reflecting their admiration for Naruto's wisdom. As the council dispersed and the crowd surged, one individual, Shinjo, swam against the current, purposefully making his way towards the true anchor of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Lord Naruto, please hold. Shinjo respectfully bowed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity or perhaps mischief. Naruto halted, glancing at this newly advanced jonin whose growth had been meteoric, akin to a rocket, often exhibiting unorthodox thinking. Shinjo, what is it? He inquired gently. Nobunaga took a deep breath, as if contemplating a proposal that could profoundly impact the ninja world. Lord Mito, I wish to request permission to study the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Diamond Lock. Mito raised an eyebrow. The Diamond Lock was indeed one of the core sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, possessing immense power and demanding exceptional chakra control. What could this young man possibly want to study it for? Did he intend to enhance sealing techniques to combat tailed beasts? Before Mito could inquire further, Nobunaga's next words detonated like a deep-sea bomb within her consciousness, resonating with the fury of a restless tenant deep inside her. You see, Nobunaga said, his expression earnest as he explored a scientific conundrum. I have been contemplating the ultimate utilization of tailed beast chakra. The chakra from these beasts is virtually limitless and incredibly dynamic. If, and I stress if, we could devise a method to stabilize and convert tailed beast chakra into a controllable energy source, it would be akin to possessing an inexhaustible supply of clean and efficient energy. Imagine powering large ninja tools, providing heating and electricity for entire villages, or even serving as the core energy source for future transportation in the ninja world. This would be nothing short of an energy revolution. His eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning a future where the ninja world thrived on tailed beast energy, with households in Konoha using Ninetales heating systems and streets bustling with Ninetales-powered vehicles. However, a thunderous roar erupted, saturated with unbridled rage and humiliation, as if to declare, when did I become a mere battery? The ferocious outburst exploded from within Uzumaki Mito. The shock wave of chakra, even tightly sealed by powerful techniques, twisted the surrounding space momentarily, sending chills through the nearby ninjas. Mito's body trembled imperceptibly, her gentle demeanor instantly replaced by tension as veins throbbed at her temples. She struggled to suppress the chaos raging within her, striving to maintain her composure. That furious voice echoed within the shared consciousness between Nobunaga and Mito, filled with disbelief and wrath. Uchiha, born of malevolence. You vile, greedy, and shameless wretch. For a millennium, I have witnessed countless fools attempting to enslave and exploit my power. Yet you, with your absurd notion of transforming me into an energy core, a battery. Your fantastical idea is more nauseating than even the wood release of that imbecile Hashirama. You are undoubtedly the most wicked and blasphemous ninja of the past 1,000 years. There is no one else like you. I shall tear you apart. The Ninetales roar acted as a tangible sonic assault, inundating Nobunaga's consciousness. He felt the dignity of the strongest tailed beast being ground beneath his theory of energy transformation, sparking an indignation more humiliating than confinement within a seal. Mito inhaled deeply, her formidable willpower forcibly quelling the tumultuous chakra of the Ninetales. She regarded Nobunaga, her expression a complex tapestry of helplessness towards the Ninetales' loss of control, astonishment at his audacious idea, and a hint of exasperation. Nobunaga, Mito's voice carried an almost imperceptible weariness. Your idea is indeed unique. However, the Diamond Lock is not intended for such purposes. Moreover, the nature of the tailed beasts, particularly the Ninetales, is one of chaos and destruction, not a docile energy source. We shall discuss this matter at another time. She nearly fled the scene, fearing that a moment's delay would unleash the battery within her, transforming the venue into ruins. Nobunaga stood in place, scratching his nose as he observed Mito's hurried departure and the lingering echoes of the Ninetales' furious tirade in his mind, shrugging innocently. Such a strong reaction? I merely proposed a theoretical possibility. Scientific inquiry should not invite personal attacks. Despite the Ninetales' verbal onslaught, Nobunaga felt little dismay. After revealing his prowess over the years, he had naturally ascended to the rank of Jonin, becoming a vital asset to Konoha. The once unified Saiyan squad had disbanded as Masaki was promoted to Special Jonin, each member now bearing more significant responsibilities. Captain Sakaki Saiyan was currently leading a team to the land of whirlpools, while his former comrade, Marahoshi Kosuka, a modest and practical veteran, had seemingly gained new insights after a mission in the Land of Waves. He opted for long-term intelligence work, stating, "I wish to see with my own eyes the true workings of this vast ninja world, to uncover the realities hidden behind mission scrolls and village walls." Over the past 2 years, fragments of information trickled in from across the continents, primarily through Kosuka and some clandestine channels, allowing Nobunaga to piece together intriguing insights. One particular lead captured his fascination: the Land of Sky, a nation renowned for its flying ninja tools and aerial fortresses. According to history, they eventually developed something called the Zero Tails, a synthetic-tailed beast formed from the dark chakra generated by the shadows of human hearts. This technology is quite intriguing. His thoughts raced like a wild stallion. If mass production could be achieved, my heavens, this would equate to possessing a truly limitless source of emotional energy. Although its origin is somewhat negative, it would be abundant and fulfilling. This seems far more feasible than the tailed beast energy concept I was just chastised for. However, the spark of excitement was swiftly extinguished by the cold reality. Alas, the anticipated Second Ninja World War is still a decade away. The Sky Ninja Village only began its earnest development of Zero Tails after their defeat in the Second War. Attempting to exploit them now would be futile. The lambs have yet to be born. But who was Nobunaga? His mental agility could not be stifled by such trivial temporal differences. His thoughts leaped and bounded to new heights. Wait a moment. He smacked his thigh. The Zero Tails rely on the darkness of the human heart. What about that fabled box of bliss from Grass Ninja Village? The monstrous entity sealed within, Wu, possesses the ability to sense malevolent thoughts and, remarkably, a form of immortality akin to that of the tailed beasts. Nobunaga's eyes widened. This entity resembled a synthetic or modified biological weapon. The technical route seemed eerily similar to that of the Zero Tails. A bold hypothesis took shape in his mind, growing increasingly plausible: the Sage of Six Paths. This must certainly be one of his experimental creations. After all, he had to contend with the troublesome Kagaya and the ever-watchful Otsutsuki clan, the cosmic adversaries. Nobunaga felt as though he were on the cusp of unveiling a monumental secret hidden within the annals of ninja history, from the foundation of the ninja sect. The dissemination of chakra, the creation of tailed beasts as strategic deterrents, to the development of formidable ninja tools, such as the Phantom Gold Rope and the Seven-Star Sword. And perhaps even including Wu from the Box of Bliss, along with legendary creatures possessing immortality, like the Morio and the so-called immortal evil deity worshipped by the cult. His thoughts sharpened. These entities were not born of divine nature or inherent malice. They were likely products of the Sage of Six Paths' clandestine research into biological weaponry or energy entities, devised to combat the Otsutsuki clan. Nobunaga shivered with exhilaration, realizing the depth of the sage's foresight. In preparation for alien adversaries, the Sage of Six Paths has indeed devised more than one brilliant strategy. From ninjutsu to ninja tools, and even various bizarre biological energy weapons, his intricate plans are nothing short of astonishing. This is not merely a creation myth. It is evidently a prelude to an interstellar defense war against alien invasion, spanning millennia. It appears that the depths of this ninja world are far more profound than he had ever imagined. The Zero Tail of the Sky Ninjas seems to be but one of many elusive technological branches. The road ahead appears to be fraught with surprises. Chapter 46. Tailed Beasts in the heart of the Uzumaki residence in Konoha Village. A tranquil study lay immersed in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the ancient wooden floor. Nobunaga stood alone before the window, his silhouette serene, yet within his Sharingan. Countless stars seemed to whirl and collide in rapid succession, engaged in a cerebral dance of deduction. His fingertips unconsciously tapped a rhythmic pattern against the window frame, an external manifestation of his racing thoughts. Immortal and indestructible, this core tenet gripped Nobunaga's focus like a magnet. The Nine Tails, Eight Tails, and even the legendary malevolent spirits, the Yukai, worshipped as wicked deities, all exhibited a disconcerting commonality. Even when utterly obliterated by the mightiest forces, their chakra purified and form annihilated to the void. It seemed as if they had been completely erased from existence. Yet, the passage of time invariably bore witness to their return. This was not a mere recovery from injury, but rather a reconstitution from nothingness, a regaining of consciousness, power, and form. Such a phenomenon defied logic. The fundamental law of conservation of energy seemed to fail in the realm of chakra. If they were scattered, the chakra should dissipate into the cosmos. Akin to raindrops merging with the ocean, naturally assimilated and diluted. Even if some remnants remained, it would require an extensive accumulation of natural energy over time to restore them. However, the truth was that their resurrection often followed discernible patterns, specific locations, ritual guidance, emotional resonance, at times appearing almost random, yet occurring at a pace far exceeding what natural restoration would dictate. What did this signify? It indicated that the force driving their reassembly was not merely sourced from passive external energy, but rather stemmed from an active gravitational source or unifying directive. The essence of the soul's abode, perhaps akin to the Tsutsuki's wedge. Nobunaga's thoughts leaped to another example of immortality, the Tsutsuki clan's wedge. The principle of the wedge involved the extreme compression of a powerful existence's soul core, encompassing memory, power, and existence imprint, as if engraving a template. When an appropriate vessel, typically a living entity possessing chakra, was found, this template would activate, unleash its power, and forcibly overlay and rewrite the vessel's soul and existence, achieving the transfer and resurrection of the sower. This represented a parasitic or usurping form of immortality, centered on the transfer of templates and the overlaying of vessels. Yet here lay a fundamental contradiction. Nobunaga's gaze sharpened, and sparks of insight ignited in his mind. The resurrection of the tailed beasts fundamentally conflicted with the wedge model. Upon their disintegration, first, no observable marks or remnants akin to a wedge were detected. Second, their revival did not depend on locating specific vessels, as their aggregates were often the chakra itself. Third, and most crucially, their consciousness seemed to revive directly alongside the aggregation of chakra, without the process of overlaying another existence. This eliminated the dependency on vessel-based immortality of the wedge model. Thus, the chakra itself harbored the imprint of existence. Nobunaga's thoughts crystallized. Since it did not rely on external templates and vessels, the only viable explanation was that the very chakra constituting their core was inscribed with all information pertaining to their existence. It was as if a complete design blueprint and operational program were etched into each chakra particle, even if scattered, as long as the core source of chakra remained unobliterated, or, in other words, its imprint was not entirely erased. The dispersed chakra particles could, through resonance and guidance from the imprints, reorient themselves amidst the abundant natural energy and sea of chakra, attracting and aggregating once more. This imprint served as their soul's coordinates, the foundational rules of their existence. But where lay the essence and source of this imprint? Nobunaga was not satisfied with superficial conclusions. His thoughts delved deeper. What caliber of imprint could maintain its directional integrity and drive such large-scale aggregation after chakra particles were dispersed, diluted, and merged into the vast ocean? Ordinary soul imprints or chakra marks lacked such formidable power. This was a feat even Asura and Indra had not accomplished. This imprint must be profoundly linked to the foundational rules constituting this world, as the tailed beasts are derivatives of the power of the ancient divine tree-s fruit. Their chakra is inherently a part of the world's primal force. Therefore, could their imprint not be a manifestation of the world's rules embodied within them? The ultimate conclusion was self-evident. It was a projection of those rules. The grand vision within Nobunaga's mind gradually crystallized. Perhaps the tailed beasts, and certain specific malevolent entities and wicked deities, are indeed manifestations of some world rule or natural phenomenon in the chakra dimension. For instance, the nine tails symbolizes an amalgamation of immense chakra and negative emotions, while the yukai embodies darkness and destruction. Their existence is inherently a part of the rules. Thus, their disintegration does not signify true death, but resembles a temporary extinguishing of this rule's projection. As long as the foundational elements constituting that rule, the chakra cycle, human emotions, natural energy, etc., remain intact, this rule's projection will, by its intrinsic logic, naturally, and even inevitably, recoalesce and manifest. Their resurrection is not merely an individual rebirth, but rather the self-repair and remanifestation of the rules. Is this not the ultimate truth of immortality? The door to the study creaked open gently, revealing Tsunade's figure at the threshold, her expression tinged with curiosity. Nobunaga, have you been contemplating the division of the Nine Tails chakra all this time? Her words carried an unmistakable concern. Nobunaga, pulled from his profound contemplation, turned to face her. The stellar trajectories in his eyes had yet to fully dissipate, but were now directed toward the present. In response to Tsunade's apprehension, he did not offer a rebuttal, but instead articulated one of his core insights with an air of understanding and conviction. Tsunade, this is not merely chakra. What we are confronting may be an imprint and manifestation of existence's very rules. To comprehend it holds far greater value than risk. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared silently at the doorway, his golden serpent-like eyes glimmering with an insatiable curiosity. Nobunaga-kun, Lady Tsunade, Lord Mito has granted her consent and is prepared. The key awaits our touch to unveil its secrets. His voice bore a hint of suppressed excitement. Tsunade inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. Grandmother ultimately acquiesced. However, Nobunaga, regarding your earlier private conversation with me about the Hashirama cells and the Mangekyo Sharingan. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. You mentioned that the Hashirama cells represent the pinnacle of Yang Release's creative power, while the Mangekyo embodies the ultimate manifestation of In Release's spiritual force. Only a powerful In Release can suppress or merge that wild vitality. Indeed, Nobunaga affirmed, his Rinnegan meeting Tsunade's gaze. The balance of Yin and Yang is the fundamental principle of chakra. The Hashirama cells represent the zenith of Yang Release, proven potent by your grandfather. Yet they also carry the peril of overexertion. The Mangekyo Sharingan, conversely, epitomizes the Uchiha clan's In Release, its ocular power capable of distorting reality and reflecting the mind. If we can discover the convergence point between these two extremes, it would not only signify a perfect application of the Hashirama cells, but may even touch upon a higher echelon of power. This is also one of the directions in which I wish to collaborate with you. After all, the root plan requires a more solid foundation. Tsunade remained silent for a moment, her eyes shimmering with contemplation, clearly weighing the immense risks against equally vast possibilities. Ultimately, she uttered a single word, agreed. The three of them walked side by side, the atmosphere heavy yet charged with anticipation. Upon arriving at the quiet room's entrance, they found Uzumaki Mito seated within, her gaze calm and steady as she regarded them. Grandmother, Tsunade respectfully bowed. Mito inclined her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the three individuals before ultimately resting upon Nobunaga. Nobunaga-kun, my agreement to partition a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra is not a decision made lightly. The power of the tailed beasts, particularly that of the Nine-Tails, possesses an indestructible quality that resembles a living manifestation of a cosmic principle. To comprehend it may grant us glimpses into the deeper mysteries of chakra and even the essence of life itself. While risks are undoubtedly present, the value of exploration renders it a worthy endeavor. Her voice resonated with a steady wisdom. She then turned her attention to Tsunade. Little Tsunade, you have become the helm of the root plan, bearing the future of Konoha upon your shoulders. Understanding how to utilize resources while balancing risk and reward is a decisive skill you must cultivate. Mito paused momentarily, her tone tinged with a profound understanding of worldly affairs. The interplay of yin and yang, spirit and flesh, is intrinsically dualistic, mutually arising and opposing. The utmost yang necessitates a corresponding yin for harmonization. This perspective aligns with the fundamental truths of chakra. If you can unite your efforts, perhaps you can indeed forge a new path. There is no need to seek my counsel on every matter. You must develop your own judgment and sense of responsibility. In the center of the quiet room, a complex ceiling array composed of intricate golden chains held within it a mass of energy resembling concentrated molten lava, a turbulent and roaring crimson gold essence that exuded a chilling ferocity and pure vitality. This was the fragment of the Nine-Tails chakra that had been severed. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes were instantly captivated by the crimson gold mass, and he barely managed to contain his breath, releasing a low, excited sigh. What a perfect research specimen. A rule imprinted within the sea of indestructible chakra. Each tremor speaks of eternal law. His fervor for research was thoroughly ignited. Nobunaga stood before the ceiling array, his Rinnegan reflecting the wild crimson gold core. The hypotheses that had previously occupied his mind now materialized before him. As he gazed intently at the energy, a grand conjecture resurfaced within him. Could it be that the tailed beasts are, in essence, a tangible projection of some cosmic principle? Their revival is not merely the rebirth of individuals, but rather a manifestation and reconfiguration of the very rules themselves. In the quiet chamber, only the restless cries of the Nine-Tails chakra and the heavy breaths of the gathered individuals could be heard. An exploration into the essence of chakra and the mysteries of world order had officially commenced in the radiance of the sealed crimson gold light. Chapter 47. The Frenzied Danzo Outside. The sun shone brightly, yet it could not dispel the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Shimura Danzo stood before the expansive desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness. Hiruzen, we can no longer allow them to continue unchecked. Uchiha Nobunaga, Orochimaru, and Tsunade have completely strayed from the righteous path of the shinobi. His voice was low, laced with a deliberately cultivated tone of concern. The essence of tailed beast chakra? The indestructible law? They are even experimenting with the direct severing of the Nine Tails power. This is playing with fire. They are treading upon forbidden ground. Danzo's fingers rapped heavily against the desk, producing a dull sound. And that Uchiha Nobunaga, conducting physical enhancement experiments using fire techniques, is utterly distorting the very nature of chakra. Not to mention those bizarre mental binding techniques he has developed with Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Should these studies spiral out of control, the consequences for Konoha would be unfathomable. They must be ordered to cease immediately. This is a matter of the village's safety. Sarutobi took a deep draw from his pipe, exhaling smoke that obscured his profound gaze. Leaning back in his chair, he calmly surveyed Danzo's anxious and slightly contorted face. Playing with fire? Forbidden ground? Hiruzen's voice was low but imbued with undeniable authority. Danzo, your perspective remains too narrow, lacking the broader vision expected of a high-ranking official. The power of tailed beasts, the essence of chakra, the imprint of rules, these are precisely what will determine whether Konoha can stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. The direction in which Nobunaga and the others are exploring is uncharted territory, brimming with unimaginable potential. He paused, the pipe twirling between his fingers. As for the severing of the Nine Tails chakra, that is a research initiative personally endorsed by Lady Mito, overseen by Tsunade. Can Lady Mito's judgment not sufficiently demonstrate its value and controllability? Furthermore, Uchiha's physical enhancement, as well as the new techniques from Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, serve to expand Konoha's ninjutsu boundaries and enhance our overall strength. In these times of looming war, any opportunity to bolster our power and gain insight into the essence of things is invaluable. To order a halt? That would be the true short-sightedness and folly. Not only would it stifle Konoha's future potential, but it would also dishearten the young talents who are striving for the village's future. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage Danzo. Danzo was rendered speechless by this outburst, his chest tightening with frustration, his facial muscles twitching slightly. The meticulously prepared complaint he had crafted felt utterly impotent in the face of Hiruzen's grand perspective and Mito's endorsement. The fire of anger in his eyes threatened to overflow, yet he could only suppress it, resulting in a cold huff escaping through clenched teeth. He understood that with Hiruzen, this path was a dead end. The last rays of the setting sun were blocked by heavy curtains. Only a flickering oil lamp illuminated the room, casting the distorted, shifting shadows of the three figures upon the rough stone walls, akin to phantoms. Mito and Uzumaki Koharu sat uneasily upon wooden benches, observing Danzo, who was on the brink of a breakdown. Hiruzen has been blinded. He is deceived by the Uchiha's ambition, ensnared by the machinations of that old hag from the Senju clan. Danzo's voice was hoarse, tinged with a desperate madness echoing in the confined space. He saw no danger, only the glimmer of illusory power. Konoha would only head toward ruin under his leadership. We must take extraordinary measures. He leaned in closer, the light of the oil lamp illuminating the bloodshot eye beneath his bandages, gleaming with a dangerous glint. Let us unite. While he is still reveling in those so-called studies, let us eliminate him. Appoint a new Hokage. Only by thoroughly uprooting these decaying roots can Konoha be reborn. He deliberately lowered his voice, infusing it with a persuasive force. Just think, once we succeed, your clans will hold unparalleled status within Konoha. However, the response that greeted his grandiose rhetoric was not the anticipated fervent support, but rather two faces that paled instantly, revealing unmistakable alarm. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Mito's voice quivered, instinctively retreating as though to distance herself from a detonating explosive tag. Assassinating the Hokage? This is treason, a death sentence. How could we possibly contemplate such an act? Uzumaki Koharu gasped, waving her hands in a flurry. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Danzo, you must calm down. setting aside the formidable guards surrounding Lord Hiruzen, whose strength is immeasurable. What if we even succeeded? Who would take on the mantle of the new Hokage? You? Summoning her courage, she scrutinized Danzo with a piercing gaze. Ask yourself honestly, do you possess the public's support within the village? Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Inazuka, would they follow you? Even if we entertain the most far-fetched of scenarios. Your Shimura clan, in terms of financial resources and connections, pales in comparison to both the Uzumaki and the Uchiha clans. Her words remained unfinished, but their meaning was strikingly clear. Mito interjected, her tone laced with barely concealed disdain. Indeed, Danzo, to put it bluntly, your accumulated resources during your time in the Umbu and the allocations from the village over these years would hardly withstand the costs of a Hokage election, not to mention the considerable investments required to stabilize the situation thereafter. This is simply absurd. Danzo found himself stifled, rendered speechless by their nakedly realistic analysis. The chamber fell into a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the burning oil lamp and Danzo's heavy, restrained breaths filled with boundless fury. The grand vision he had meticulously crafted appeared to them as nothing more than an illusion, tinged with ridiculousness, an overestimation of his own ambitions. A sense of defeat and the humiliation of being belittled gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. After a prolonged struggle, Danzo finally extricated himself from the rage that had nearly consumed him, his voice as frigid as the ice in a cellar. You see quite clearly. The sarcasm dripped heavily from his words. Mito Gate-en and Torin Koharu exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of apprehension and awkwardness. In an effort to alleviate the tension and to demonstrate his own worth, Mito Gate-en cleared his throat and attempted to shift the topic. Ahem, do not take offense. Recently, our two clans were sorting through ancient family texts in search of historical roots for our industrial transformation, and we stumbled upon some long-forgotten tales that might offer you some insight. Danzo's piercing gaze turned towards him, and though he remained silent, his eyes unmistakably conveyed the sentiment. Spit it out. Torin Koharu, understanding the cue, lowered her voice. Infused with an air of unveiling long-buried secrets, the ancient texts reveal that our clans, Mito Gate, Torin, and your Shimura family, are not originally from Konoha. Our ancestors hailed from an ancient organization in the land of grass, known as Kusa no Jitsu. Kusa no Jitsu? Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, clearly intrigued by the name. Indeed, Mito Gate-en continued, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Our forebears established Kusa no Jitsu to seek ways to revitalize the land of grass. Later, in pursuit of greater strength and support, the ancestors of our three clans chose to ally with one of the two most powerful clans in the ninja world at the time, the Senju clan. Following the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to participate in the founding of Konoha. He paused, lowering his voice further. Laced with both reverence and confusion, as a token of our allegiance to the Senju, our ancestors presented a legendary artifact to Lord Hashirama. What artifact? Danzo involuntarily held his breath. The forbidden object of the ninja world, the Box of Bliss. Torin Koharu pronounced each syllable with gravitas, causing the air in the chamber to thicken momentarily. It was said that as long as sufficient chakra was provided, this artifact could grant the holder any wish, fulfilling their ultimate dreams. A look of perplexity crossed Mito Gate-en's face. Yet, strangely, shortly after obtaining the Box of Bliss, Lord Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, returned it without a word. The ancient texts remain cryptic on this matter, only noting that our ancestors ultimately concealed the Box of Bliss deep within the Ghost Lantern City in the Land of Grass, entrusted to the descendants of Kusa no Jitsu to guard as a final legacy and secret inheritance. The Box of Bliss can grant any wish, Danzo murmured, his single eye igniting with an unprecedented, almost greedy fervor. The earlier frustrations and anger were instantly overshadowed by the tantalizing allure of this astonishing revelation. A dangerously audacious scheme took shape in his mind. In Ghost Lantern City, Danzo abruptly raised his head, a chilling and sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, akin to a serpent spotting its prey in the dark. Excellent. What a splendid token of allegiance. A frenzied glimmer danced in his eyes as he calculated. Since Hashirama is blind to its worth, I, Danzo Shimura, shall gladly accept this grand gift, and perhaps further ignite the flames for those self-righteous fools. Mito Gate-en and Torin Koharu were struck by the unmasked madness and murderous intent in his gaze. their hearts racing. Lord Danzo, what do you intend to do? Danzo's smile turned icy, his voice echoing as though from the depths of the underworld. What to do? Quite simple. Disguise ourselves as a Wagakure, Kumogakure, or Kirigakure ninjas, and launch a surprise attack on Ghost Lantern City. Seize the box of bliss. He paced slightly, each step resonating with the rhythm of conspiracy. Firstly, this black pot will conveniently be placed squarely upon the heads of Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. They have coveted the strategically significant Ghost Lantern City for quite some time, and this will provide the perfect justification. Konoha's wrath will inevitably lead to an expedited war preparation against the three villages. Under Hisashi's grand strategy of appeasement, I wonder how he will maintain it. In the chaos, we will find our true opportunity. Secondly, Danzo's eyes sparkled with intensity. The box of bliss, the ultimate treasure that can fulfill any wish, will be mine. With it, I shall wield power, influence, and eliminate any troublesome adversaries at my whim. This is the true trump card that I, Danzo Shimura, require. He regarded the two, who were left speechless, his tone resolute and commanding. You two clans must fully cooperate in this endeavor. Provide the internal blueprints of Ghost Lantern City, the schedules of the guards, and intelligence on the weaknesses of the Kusa no Jutsu Guardians. Remember, this is your only opportunity to prove your worth. With that, Danzo turned away, dismissing their complex expressions, and abruptly opened the heavy door of the chamber. The light from outside briefly flooded in, outlining his menacing silhouette reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, only to be shut out again by the resounding thud of the door. Within the chamber, only the flickering glow of the oil lamp remained, alongside the astonished faces of Mito Gate Un and Torin Koharu, still reeling from the revelation. A current far more perilous than their previous assassination plan against Hisashi had begun to swell within Danzo's heart, aimed directly at the despair-laden Ghost Lantern City in the Land of Grass, and that fabled box of bliss capable of distorting fate. Chapter 48. The box of bliss in the dim light. A dozen ninjas, their presence heavy and their gazes lifeless, stood before Danzo, clad in unmarked dark attire. They resembled phantoms emerging from the shadows. These were the meticulously selected death warriors, nurtured by the Shimura clan for many years, proficient in elemental ninjutsu, valuing orders above their very lives. The target, Ghost Lantern City in the Land of Grass. Danzo's voice was as cold as steel as his single eye swept over each expressionless face. Your mission is singular, to seize the box of bliss hidden within the city. He slammed a rough leather map and a stack of documents onto the table, valuable intelligence on the internal layout and guard distributions of Ghost Lantern City, unearthed by Mito Gate N and Torin Koharu from their clan's dusty tomes. Remember, Danzo's tone grew heavier, imbued with an unyielding brutality. During the operation, you must not reveal Konoha's identity. Disguise yourselves as wandering ninjas, or as discarded pawns of Iwa, Kumo, or Kiri. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he added, leave behind subtle clues. Perhaps a colloquialism tinged with the Iron Country accent, or mimic the lightning tattoos of Kumogakure, or scatter a few kunai fragments of a Wagakure style to muddy the waters. Let the entire ninja world believe that it is those three villages coveting the treasures of Ghost Lantern City. Understood? Yes. The Death Warriors chorused in a low, emotionless murmur. Watching them blend seamlessly into the night, Danzo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The power to fulfill wishes through the box of bliss was within his grasp. He envisioned the overwhelming authority and the sweet taste of revenge once that forbidden treasure fell into his possession. Days dragged on in Danzo's anxious waiting, each moment stretching unbearably long. However, what he received was not good news, but a chilling splash of ice water. A blood-soaked figure, gasping for breath, crawled back to the stronghold. He was the sole survivor of the death squad, adept in the body flicker technique. Lord Danzo, I survived. The survivor's voice was hoarse and fragmented, his eyes filled with lingering terror. Ghost Lantern City has formidable experts. Many Jonin, the lord of the city. Muto, his fire techniques are sealing jutsu. The great fire prison. Just a touch, and my chakra was completely locked away. Most of my comrades were captured. I barely escaped with my life. Annihilated. Danzo's voice escalated, laced with incredulity and barely concealed tremors of rage. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. How could his carefully selected warriors be defeated by mere Kusagakure? Muto? The Great Fire Prison? An S-rank sealing technique. A wave of humiliating fury surged through Danzo. The temptation of the box of bliss, combined with the disgrace of his subordinates' total defeat, ignited the deep-seated obsession and madness within him. Useless. All of you are useless. He let out a low growl, kicked over a nearby low table, and his eyes flickered with a predatory ferocity. It seemed that only I could personally undertake this journey. Danzo's voice carried a hint of deliberate fatigue. The border tensions between the land of lightning, the land of water, and our land of fire have escalated. And the movements of the cloud and mist villages are shrouded in mystery. I must personally lead a reconnaissance mission to uncover their military deployments and true intentions. The justification sounded grandiloquent, yet his gaze remained hidden in shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at him, smoke swirling from his pipe. Go, but exercise utmost caution. Should there be any unusual movements, relay the information promptly. He did not delve deeper, perhaps due to the pressures of the front lines that consumed his attention, or perhaps out of a final trust in this old comrade. Danzo nodded slightly, turned, and left, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Reconnaissance? Huh. His destination was singular, the city of Kirigikure. The moonlight was dim, and the sea breeze carried the scent of salt and rust, caressing the massive prison that stood upon the solitary island. Towering stone walls loomed like the spine of a colossal beast, casting grotesque shadows in the night. Danzo led a select group of his most trusted root operatives, stealthily approaching like specters. Without a word, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly waved his hand downwards. Action! In an instant, several shadows darted forth like arrows, targeting the watchtowers and key points of the city. The sharp sound of alarms pierced the night sky. Other root ninjas, who had long been lying in wait within the city, also launched their assault. The sounds of metal clashing, the explosions of ninjutsu, and the cries of the wounded erupted. The Umbu of Kusagakure surged from the darkness, engaging in a brutal clash with these unwelcome intruders. Release the prisoners. Danzo's voice rang like ice, clear amidst the chaos, reaching the ears of the root ninjas. He needed greater turmoil to obscure his true objectives. The prison doors were violently forced open, and a flood of vicious inmates, driven by pent-up resentment and madness, roared onto the battlefield. The entire city of Kirigikure transformed into a hellish nightmare. Amidst this overwhelming chaos, Danzo's figure slithered like a venomous serpent through the shadows between the buildings. He disregarded the carnage and screams behind him, following the map's guidance directly to the innermost vault that housed the legendary Box of Paradise. The heavy stone door of the vault was forcibly breached. Amidst a cloud of dust, Danzo stepped into a vast and chilling chamber. A few flickering azure wall lamps illuminated several figures standing at the ready ahead. At the forefront stood a man clad in the distinctive prison warden garb of Kusagakure, exuding an aura of calm resilience. His gaze sharp as an eagle, he was the city lord, Mutu. Beside him were several elders with masks representing various zodiac animals, dressed in ancient attire, their presence equally enigmatic. They were the guardians of the Kusagakure clan. Shimura Danzo. Mutu recognized this dark figure from Konoha, his voice grave and warning. Cease your actions. The Box of Paradise is not a blessing, but a curse. It harbors a terror capable of consuming the entire world. It is beyond human control. Lord Hashirama returned it precisely because he foresaw the great horror within. You are inviting disaster upon yourself. Danzo halted, his single eye fixed intently on the ominous black box at the end of the chamber. It stood silently, its surface adorned with intricate and eerie carvings, as if silently beckoning him. Terror? Power has always accompanied fear. Danzo suddenly erupted into a low, eerie laugh, his face contorting into a mask of sincerity. Lord Mutu. Esteemed elders. Why the tension? Do you not know that I, Shimura Danzo, am also a lost branch of Kusagakure? The blood that courses through my veins shares its origin with yours. He spread his arms wide, his voice seductive. I come not for personal gain, but to fulfill my ancestors' long-held aspirations. With this ultimate power, I shall unify the chaotic shinobi world and restore the former glory of my land of grass. This is the true purpose of Kusagakure's existence. The revival of Kusagakure begins today. Nonsense. An elder retorted angrily. Kusagakure has never harbored a bloodthirsty wretch like you. Without the specific ritual to open the box, even if you acquire it, it is merely a hunk of scrap metal. It will only bring calamity. Then hand over the ritual as well. Danzo's patience waned, his voice turning frigid. killing intent radiating palpably. Seize him. Muta ceased further discourse, instantly forming hand seals with several elders. Fire, wind, and earth techniques intertwined to create a lethal net, violently assaulting Danzo. Faced with this combined attack capable of annihilating a Jonin, a glimmer of madness and determination flashed in Danzo's eyes. He did not dodge. Instead, he slightly shifted to avoid the critical blow, his hands forming seals with equal swiftness. Thud. Boom. Several attacks struck him squarely. Blood sprayed forth. One particularly fierce strike, accompanied by arcane sealing runes, fiery prison of heaven, wrapped around Danzo's right arm with precision. A terrifying sealing force surged in, violently suppressing the flow of chakra within him. Ugh, Danzo grunted, his face paling instantly as the sensation of chakra stagnation rendered him somewhat stiff. Yet he bore the excruciating pain, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, his right hand, ensnared by several chains, shot out like a ghostly claw, deftly scraping a few drops of blood from the bodies of Mutu and the elders as he passed. I've succeeded. Danzo's face twisted into a grim and contorted smile. He disregarded the bleeding wounds and his sealed right arm, fervently licking the kunai that had absorbed the blood of the four. Subsequently, he used his finger as a pen and their blood as ink, ignoring the torment of his sealed chakra, forcibly channeling the dark power to rapidly sketch a bizarre, twisted, and ominously charged array on the ground. This was the curse technique. By blood as the guide, by soul as the offering. Great Lord of Evil, heed the call of your servant. Danzo's voice turned hoarse and frenzied, imbued with an inhuman cadence, invoking the cursed art. Buzz, a chilling, malevolent aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, descended abruptly. The temperature in the entire vault plummeted to freezing. The azure flames on the walls flickered wildly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. As Mutu and the elders looked on in horror, Danzo stepped into the geometric array composed of triangles and circles. An ebony spear appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. With a fervent and merciless zeal akin to a martyr, Danzo thrust the black spear violently into his own chest. Thud. Ugh. Almost simultaneously, the chests of Mutu and the elders felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. A black curse seal, identical in shape to Danzo's wound, erupted from thin air, bursting forth with a violent explosion. Blood and viscera gushed out. The searing agony and rapid loss of vitality forced them to emit piercing screams. Why? The cursed god's wrath left Mutu incredulous. Staring down at the gaping void in his chest, his eyes filled with terror and despair, as his body slumped as if all its bones had been extracted. The elders fell one after another, their life force extinguished. The glow of the curse faded slowly, and the suffocating aura of the cursed god receded like a tide. Danzo staggered a step, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The pressure of the sealing technique and the backlash of the dark art exacted a heavy toll. Yet, he paid no heed, his eyes fixed ahead, gleaming with ecstatic light. After lying within the array for 30 minutes, he finally rose, dragging his wounded body step by step toward the silently standing box of paradise. The box felt icy to the touch, its bizarre carvings seeming to come alive, subtly writhing beneath his fingertips. He eagerly retrieved an ancient scroll wrapped in special beast hide from Muta's possession. This was the secret ritual to open and control the box of paradise. Finally in hand, Danzo's voice trembled with an excitement that could no longer be contained. He caressed the cold box, as if tracing the steps to supreme power. Yet, he was utterly unaware. In the shadow of a colossal stone pillar at the entrance of the forbidden vault, a small figure huddled, desperately covering his mouth with filthy hands, his wide, terrified eyes peering through his fingers, fixated on the gruesome and horrifying scene before him. Wu Wei, the only son of the Lord, witnessed his father's brutal murder, the elder's tragic demise, and the devil with a cross-shaped scar on his chin seizing the treasure chest, all imprinted deeply in his young soul. In those once clear eyes, only boundless fear and a seed of hatred grew wildly. Tuanzong unfurled a sealed scroll, stowed away the Elysium box, and without a glance at the corpses on the ground, he turned and vanished into the darkness beyond the vault, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a trembling child, forever marked by the curse of blood and shadow. The sea breeze of Ghost Lantern City carried a mournful wail, caressing this island recently stained by a silent blood sacrifice. Chapter 49. Investigation. The assault on Ghost Lantern City led to the tragic deaths of Lord Wu Tian and the Elder Council, alongside the theft of the forbidden object, the Elysium Box, sending ripples through the already tumultuous waters of the shinobi world. This island, isolated in despair, instantly became the eye of the storm across the shinobi realm. The 5 great ninja villages, driven by concerns for their safety, covetous glances at the forbidden object, and worries over regional balance, dispatched formidable investigative teams to this blood-soaked and enigmatic island with utmost urgency. The salty sea breeze could not dispel the heaviness and hostility that lingered in the air. The once imposing prison fortress now lay in ruins, with remnants scattered about, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and faint blood. The flags of the 5 ninja villages fluttered in the makeshift camp, each distinct and the atmosphere taut, like a bowstring ready to snap. The representative of Cloud Hidden Village was not the third Reikage, but rather Yue Bai, a candidate for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Towering and robust, his sun-kissed skin concealed explosive power, while his wild white hair crackled like lightning. Exuding a volatile chakra that tinged the air with a faint sense of numbness, he stood with crossed arms, his gaze surveying the surroundings like a lion patrolling its territory, unabashedly displaying hostility towards Konoha and impatience towards the so-called investigation. The representative from Rock Hidden Village was the fiery Old Z, his sturdy frame and dark red skin, a testament to years of lava refinement. With eyes that occasionally glowed with the intensity of molten rock. Known for his fiery temperament and staunch pro-war stance, he fixated on the Konoha group, his anger and suspicion palpable. In stark contrast, the representative from Mist Hidden Village, Kagaya Mikage, exuded a chilling aura. Tall and gaunt, his nearly translucent skin and strands of gray-white hair clung to his cheeks. As an elder of the Kagaya clan, he inherited their fervor for battle and a keen sensitivity to bloodshed. He keenly observed the battle remnants on the ground, his fingers unconsciously tracing the spine at the back of his neck, a faint, shark-like smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The representative from Sand Hidden Village, Hai Laozong, embodied the wisdom of a sage. Lean and deep-eyed, draped in a brown cloak of the Sand Elders, he methodically twisted a string of ancient prayer beads. As Chio's younger brother, he was well-versed in strategy and equilibrium. While appearing calm as he observed the reactions of others, his mind raced, assessing the situation's pros and cons and potential entry points for the Sand Village. From Konoha, the elite Jonin Yamaguchi Yuhei and the eager Uchiha Nobunaga represented their village. Yuhei's serious demeanor and furrowed brow reflected his understanding of the arduous and perilous nature of their mission. In contrast, Uchiha Nobunaga appeared remarkably composed. Clad in a sleek dark blue combat uniform with an Uchiha crest draped casually over his shoulders, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding a relaxed posture. Yet, his deep black eyes scanned the surroundings and every opponent like a hawk, his lips curling into a subtle, almost theatrical smirk. Before the investigation could formally commence, the air grew tense, thick with anticipation. The oppressive silence shattered as Old Z let out a rough, contemptuous grunt. He stepped forward, the hard stone beneath his feet cracking like spider webs. His fiery gaze, akin to an erupting volcano, pierced through Nobunaga and Yuhei. Konoha, spare us the pretense of being investigators. Who doesn't know that your hidden villages Tuanzong delights in such underhanded schemes? The death of Lord Wu Tian and the theft of the Elysium Box, was it not a play orchestrated by you? His voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing through the ruins and capturing every gaze. This unabashed accusation ignited the powder keg of tension. Yue Bai from Cloud Hidden grinned maliciously, his body crackling with lightning. Clearly in agreement with Old Z's assertion, Kagaya Mikage licked his lips, his bloodthirsty gaze intensifying. Hai Laozong's fingers, which had paused on the prayer beads, resumed their motion, his eyes sharp and assessing. Even the surviving grass ninjas on the island looked at the Konoha delegation with fear and anger. The pressure bore down on Yuhei like a tangible tsunami. Just as he opened his mouth to defend himself, Nobunaga subtly raised a hand to halt him. Faced with Old Z's volcanic rage and palpable hostility, Nobunaga stepped forward, the arc of his smile deepening with a hint of provocation. Oh, his voice, though soft, reached every ear, laced with just the right amount of confusion and intrigue. Old Z, while food may be carelessly consumed, words must be chosen wisely. You so boldly accuse Konoha without a shred of evidence. Where is your proof? Before old Z could retort, Nobunaga swiftly shifted gears, his tone sharp and direct. Baseless accusations serve no purpose, only allowing the true culprit to hide in the shadows. Laughing, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze landing on Yue Bai, Kagaya Mikage, and Hai Lao Zong, before fixing on old Z's furious visage, proclaiming, "Why don't we, the 5 representatives, personally inspect the corpses of the assailants? Let us uncover what clues the audacious attackers who dared assault Ghost Lantern City and slay the Lord have left behind. What do you say?" This proposal caught everyone off guard. An initiative to inspect the bodies? And together, no less? Old Z was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Yue Bai's grin faded slightly, replaced by a contemplative gaze. Kagaya Mikage ceased his tracing of the bone blade, interest flickering in his pale features. Hai Lao Zong resumed his motion with the beads, his eyes deepening in thought. "Very well." Old Z huffed heavily. "Let us inspect. I'm eager to see how Konoha spins this tale." In the dim, damp morgue, the air was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid scent of disinfectant. A dozen bodies, clad in dark, unmarked uniforms, lay arranged on the cold stone table, some mangled, others charred, their fates tragic. These were the corpses of the assailants, gathered after a fierce battle by the grass ninjas. The 5 representatives entered, guided by the grass ninjas. In the dim light, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with anticipation. Without hesitation, Nobunaga strode toward one of the corpses, his movements professional and decisive. He donned deer-hide gloves, unperturbed by the nauseating odor, and began to meticulously examine the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen," Nobunaga gestured towards the first corpse, specifically pointing to the inner side of the shoulder blade, where an inconspicuous tattoo mark was discernible. Though deliberately damaged, the twisted lightning motif remained recognizable, closely resembling the totems of thunder beasts nurtured by certain tribes in the village of Cloud Hidden. His gaze shifted calmly to Yatsuki. The latter's expression shifted slightly, and he gruffly retorted, "Umph. Mere imitation to frame someone. Is it so easy to replicate the tattoos of Cloud Hidden?" However, a subtle unease in his eyes did not escape the keen observations of Ebi and Kagaya. Nobunaga chose not to engage further and moved to the next body. He peeled back the corpse's palm, revealing a nearly imperceptible dark red powder between the fingers. This mineral powder, which Nobunaga pinched between his fingers and inspected under the light, displayed a dark red hue and exuded a distinctive sulfurous rust scent. It was a byproduct unique to the region of Crimson Flame Valley within the village of Rock Hidden, often used as a temporary enhancement coating for earth-based ninja tools. He then turned his attention to Old Purple, whose face flushed crimson like boiling lava. "Nonsense. How could something from Rock Hidden appear here?" "What is it then?" Nobunaga interrupted, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Is it something that was deliberately brought here? Or did the deceased have prolonged contact with it?" "Old Purple, why are you so agitated? I am merely stating the objective existence of these traces." Ignoring Old Purple's growing ire, he proceeded to the third corpse. This body had been torn apart by a sharp weapon, the edges of the wound exhibiting peculiar grayish-white ossification. Nobunaga carefully manipulated the edges of the wound with tweezers. The surrounding tissue revealed an unnatural grayish-white ossification with subtle crystalline structures. This distinctive pathological feature aligned remarkably with the post-traumatic sequelae caused by the bone pulse abilities of the Kagaya clan from the village of Mist Hidden. He glanced at Kagaya, whose pale visage betrayed no emotion, yet her fingers resting on the bone blade tightened momentarily. Finally, Nobunaga approached a relatively intact corpse and lifted the shroud covering it. He pointed to an exceedingly concealed brand on the ankle, a minuscule rune composed of sand-like grains. And this, Nobunaga's voice carried a meaningful tone, should be quite familiar to our friends from Sand Hidden, a simplified variant of the sand manipulation seal, commonly used for covert identification among members of the Sand Hidden's Dark Division. Although it has been obscured, the core structure of the rune remains unchanged. Ebi's hand, which had been moving the prayer beads, came to a complete halt, and a grave expression emerged in his deep-set eyes for the first time. The entire mortuary fell into a profound silence, broken only by Nobunaga's calm voice and the cold breath emanating from the corpses. Each trace, he pointed out, precisely implicated the other 4 major ninja villages, excluding Leaf. While it could not be conclusively established that these villages were responsible, the inadvertent clues left behind were like venomous thorns, piercing deeply into the hearts of the representatives from the 4 major ninja villages. The expressions of Yatsuki, Old Purple, and Kagae shifted to one of extreme discomfort. Ebi also reigned in his previous composure, his sharp gaze darting between Nobunaga and the other three faces. Humph. Absurd. Old Purple was the first to shatter the silence, attempting to salvage his dignity, yet his voice lacked its former conviction. Who would believe such a clumsy frame-up? How do we know you, Leaf, did not deliberately leave these traces to obfuscate the truth after committing the murders? Frame-up? Nobunaga raised an eyebrow, a smirk of unmasked mockery gracing his lips. Old Purple is correct. These traces could indeed be deliberately left by the perpetrator, aimed at framing others and inciting discord among the 5 major ninja villages for their own profit. He spread his hands, thus. What we ought to do now is unite our efforts to uncover the true mastermind behind this, rather than casting blame at one another and being used as pawns. He surveyed the representatives from the 4 major ninja villages, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Gentlemen, would you not agree? We have gathered here with a common goal. Yet now, with clues tangled and the truth difficult to discern, our cooperation is more essential than ever to unravel this mystery. If we allow internal discord and mutual suspicion to fester, we play directly into the hands of the true conspirator. Nobunaga's words, seemingly conciliatory, effectively placed the 4 major ninja villages in an exceedingly awkward position. To continue blaming Leaf would only serve to complicate their own suspicions. How could they trust one another? As anticipated, Yatsuki scoffed and turned his ire from Old Purple to Kagaya. The rarity of the bone pulse from mist hidden appearing here is quite a coincidence, isn't it? Kagaya smirked coldly, and the mineral powder from Crimson Flame Valley of Rock hidden is hardly common fare, is it? Ebi interjected with a serious tone. Enough? This is not the time for mutual blame. The pressing matter is to ascertain the truth. The mark from sand hidden may be a forgery, but the other traces pointed out by the Leaf representative warrant thorough investigation. Skillfully redirecting the conversation back to the investigation, he subtly hinted at the suspicions surrounding the other villages. The fragile alliance among the 4 major ninja villages, already tenuous, crumbled under the weight of Nobunaga's evidence, plunging them into a mire of mutual distrust and blame-shifting, with little concern left for pursuing Leaf. Observing the representatives of the 4 major ninja villages embroiled in a conflict, Yamanaka Yobiyu exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, his gaze toward Nobunaga filled with admiration. This young Uchiha had single-handedly turned the tide of a nearly one-sided predicament through mere calm observation and incisive rhetoric. Chapter 50. The Unveiling of Danzo. However, at this delicate balance point, a youthful yet profoundly vengeful voice, like a cold dagger, brutally shattered the temporary calm. It's him. That demon. The crowd turned towards the sound, where in the dim light of the mortuary entrance stood a frail figure, supported by an elder from grass hidden. It was none other than the 5-year-old Mujin. His face was as pale as parchment, his small frame trembling violently with fear and fury, yet his eyes were fixed, like poisoned daggers, upon the Leaf delegation. Encouraged by the grass-hidden elder, Mujin mustered all his courage and shouted with all his might. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. The leading demon. He wore a straw hat, but here. He trembled as he pointed emphatically at his chin, where a deep, cross-shaped scar marked his skin. He killed my father. Killed the elders. Ebi repeated the words cross-shaped scar in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. As a master of intelligence, he instantly thought of one person, Shimura Danzo. Yatsuki let out a thunderous roar, his body crackling with uncontrolled lightning, scorching the walls of the mortuary. This name, already echoed throughout the ninja world due to prior discussions among allies, had become synonymous with the darkness of the ninja community. His signature image, bandages obscuring his face and a cross-shaped scar on his chin, had been etched into the memories of the intelligence agencies across the major ninja villages. Old Purple's volcanic aura erupted in a sudden blaze of fury, overwhelming any previous embarrassment. Leaf. It is indeed you. It was Shimura Danzo. What more can you say? This child witnessed it firsthand. Kagaya licked her lips, the bone blade humming ominously. Oh? The master of Root from Leaf personally took action? Quite the bold move. Ebi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his voice colder than ever. Yamanaka Yobiyu, Uchiha Nobunaga. Now, with a witness present. Although the evidence on the attacker's corpse is fraught with doubts, the characteristics of your village's Shimura Danzo perfectly align with this young friend's identification. This is the most direct evidence. Your village must provide a satisfactory explanation that will convince the 5 major ninja villages. His gaze swept across the other 3 representatives. And at this moment, the 4 of them reached an unprecedented consensus due to the exposure of Danzo. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon the 2 from Leaf like tangible waves, crashing mercilessly against them. Yumoon stepped forward, his towering figure casting a vast shadow. His voice rolling like thunder. Listen, Konoha. Return and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. And that old woman, Uzumaki Mido. Konoha must take responsibility for this matter. Surrender Shimura Danzo. Hand over the box of bliss. Issue a public apology. Compensate for all losses incurred by the city of Hozuki and the land of grass. Otherwise, the old man, Otsutsuki Kagaya, interjected, his chakra molten and distorting the very air. Otherwise, even with Uzumaki Mido at the helm, even if Konoha is strong, we, the 4 hidden villages of Awagakure, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, will unite to seek justice from Konoha. We are prepared to instigate the Second Shinobi World War, regardless of the consequences. Kagaya emitted a chilling, mocking laugh, akin to the cry of a night owl, her bony blade aimed directly at Nobunaga. Do not presume we jest. Danzo's heinous acts equate to Konoha declaring war on the entire shinobi world. Can Uzumaki Mido, no matter how powerful, withstand the fury of our 4 villages? You have 3 days. If Konoha does not provide a clear response within this time, we will march our armies forward, leading to mutual destruction. The ultimatum from the 4 great shinobi villages, laden with the icy threat of war, reverberated through the cold mortuary chamber like a death knell. Each word bore the weight of a mountain, nearly suffocating Yamashiro Yubei, whose pallor and the cold sweat beating on his forehead betrayed his anxiety. The specter of the Second Shinobi World War loomed more vividly than ever above him. Only Uchiha Nobunaga stood resolute amidst the onslaught of palpable hostility and threats of war from the representatives of the 4 great villages. The familiar curve of his face had vanished, replaced by a profound calm, akin to the eye of a storm. He neither defended himself nor displayed anger. Instead, he surveyed the 4 aggressive faces, Yumoon, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Hozuki Kagaya, with an intensity as if engraving their visages into his mind. Finally, his gaze settled on the small figure of the 5-year-old Mu Wei, whose eyes blazed with a fierce hatred, lingering for a brief moment. His expression was complex, seemingly encompassing insight, compassion, and a subtle heaviness. Very well, Nobunaga finally spoke, his tone as tranquil as a frozen lake. I comprehend your intentions. We will faithfully relay the witness accounts, accusations, and threats back to Konoha, reporting to the 3rd Hokage. However, may I pose a question to you? For a Jonin, is the transformation technique truly that challenging? Or do you believe Elder Danzo incapable of harming a mere child? He ceased his words, turning away. The deep blue of his short robe slicing through the oppressive air with a decisive arc. Yamashiro Yubei inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and followed closely behind. As they departed the death-laden mortuary, they were met with the cold, scrutinizing eyes of the representatives from the 4 great villages, and the piercing glare of Mu Wei. Steeped in unrelenting hatred, the icy winds of Hozuki City brushed against their faces, yet failed to dissipate the suffocating pall of war hanging thick in the air. Nobunaga stood at the bow of the ship, glancing back at the island prison, which loomed like a monstrous beast under the somber sky, his gaze harboring the brewing of a silent storm. 3 days, Yamashiro Yubei's voice was hoarse and strained with worry. Nobunaga did not turn back. His eyes fixed on the surging waves, his voice deep and resolute. Return. The storm is upon us. The chilling winds of Hozuki City seemed to follow Nobunaga and Yamashiro Yubei, carrying with them the oppressive scent of impending war back to Konoha. Within the innermost depths of the Hokage building, in a core conference room fortified with soundproofing and anti-scrying barriers, the atmosphere was thick, as if solidified lead weighed heavily upon them. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat firmly in his seat, the pipe between his fingers extinguished, ash and dust unnoticed upon the table. His brow furrowed deeply, etched with unprecedented gravity and fury, veins pulsating with tension. Uzumaki Mido sat beside him, her crimson hair still commanding, yet her seasoned eyes reflected an ineffable worry. Uchiha Nobunaga and Yamashiro Yubei stood at the lower end, recounting the events witnessed in Hozuki City. The ultimatum from the 4 great shinobi villages, and the harrowing identification by the 5-year-old Mu Wei, relaying each detail with icy precision. with every detail relayed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the table, producing a muffled, oppressive rhythm, akin to the foreboding thunder preceding a tempest. Upon hearing the demand to surrender Shimura Danzo, to relinquish the box of bliss, or face the stark threat of war, the tapping abruptly ceased, the solid wooden table bearing the imprint of his fingers. Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice erupted, each word a volcanic eruption of wrath. Bring Shimura Danzo here, immediately. The Umbu outside instantly took their leave, the air seeming to be drawn from the room by his roar, leaving only the heavy sound of breathing echoing within the conference chamber. Uzumaki Mito's gaze flitted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious face to Nobunaga's calm demeanor, finally resting in the void. As if sensing something intangible, the conference room door opened silently. Shimura Danzo entered, clad in his customary dark robes, his face obscured by bandages. He appeared oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere, moving steadily, even bearing a familiar, sinister calmness. He approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodding slightly. Hiruzen, Mito-sama, what urgent matter summons me? What matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted, his chair scraping violently against the floor. His eyes blazed crimson, pointing at Danzo, his voice trembling with rage. Shimura Danzo. Look at this. Look. A scroll detailing the Hozuki City incident and the ultimatum from the 4 great shinobi villages was hurled onto the floor before Danzo, producing a sharp sound. The land of grass. Hozuki City. The lord was brutally murdered. The grass elders were annihilated. The forbidden item, the box of bliss, has been stolen. The delegations from the 4 great villages are in Hozuki City. Their intelligence operatives, their elders, their elite jonin. They accuse you, Shimura Danzo, claiming that your so-called root attacked Hozuki City, engaging in murder and theft. A 5-year-old child witnessed the scar upon your chin. The evidence is irrefutable. The witnesses are present. Now a Wagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure have united, issuing a war threat to us, Konoha. We have 3 days to surrender you, to hand over the box of bliss, or face an army at our doorstep, leading to mutual destruction. Tell me, what is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar echoed like thunder within the enclosed space, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. Each accusation struck like a heavy hammer. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming evidence and the Hokage's wrath, Shimura Danzo's form merely swayed slightly. He slowly bent down to retrieve the scroll, his movements still measured and unhurried. Scanning the scroll's contents swiftly, he lifted it to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's fiery gaze. In his eyes, there was no hint of panic, guilt, or fear, only a chilling calm. Perhaps even a sense of absurdity at being wronged. Absurd. Danzo's voice was resolute, carrying his characteristic rasp and undeniable authority. Hiruzen, Mito-sama. Are you truly prepared to condemn me based solely on the ramblings of a 5-year-old child, on the baseless slander of the 4 great shinobi villages? He clenched the scroll, stepping forward, his one eye flashing with righteous indignation. I, Shimura Danzo, have dedicated my life to Konoha. I dwell in darkness, safeguarding the light. What relevance does the Hozuki City incident have to me? Several days ago, under the directive of the Hokage, I led an elite team to the border between the land of lightning and the land of water to gather intelligence on the enemy. Our movements were meticulously documented by accompanying Umbu operatives. How could one possibly venture to the distant city of Kirigakure? He slammed the scroll onto the table, producing a resounding noise, attempting to intimidate while questioning. And that child? Humph. A mere infant driven mad by the horrors of bloodshed. What credibility does their testimony hold? As for the 4 great ninja villages, they have long coveted Konoha. This is merely an opportunity to concoct a scheme to frame us and undermine our village. Hiruzen, Mito-sama. How could you fall for the enemy's divisive tactics and doubt your own comrades who toil for the village? His defense was forceful, brimming with the indignation of loyalty being questioned. Had it not been for my prior knowledge of certain truths, I might have been swayed by his righteous fervor. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, a tempest of anger roiling within him, yet he found himself momentarily speechless by Danzo's emphatic rebuttal and alibi. Could it truly be a frame-up? However, the child's identification was so precise. At that moment of stalemate, the previously silent Mito Uzumaki slowly opened her eyes, which had been slightly closed. Her gaze was like a tangible probe, penetrating the facade that Danzo had so carefully maintained, locking onto him. Danzo, Mito's voice was not loud. Yet it possessed a penetrating power that silenced the entire meeting room. Your words may deceive others, but the aura that surrounds you cannot escape my perception. Her brow gradually furrowed, her red hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, a vast wave of chakra subtly emanating from her being, an exceedingly obscure, cold, and malevolent chakra, imbued with an ominous and blasphemous essence, entwines itself within your very soul. This aura is chilling and foul, carrying a desperate curse and the sweet scent of another realm, strikingly reminiscent of a certain taboo recorded in the ancient texts of my Uzumaki clan. This is not something an ordinary ninja could be tainted by, certainly not something that could be acquired from merely executing a border reconnaissance mission. Mito's gaze became sharp as a blade, piercing into Danzo's soul. Hashirama once toyed with the box of bliss, and the energy emanating from that box is of the same origin as the malevolent chakra you now possess. Danzo, will you still attempt to argue? What forbidden power did you employ in Kirigakure? For the first time, Danzo's body stiffened imperceptibly. A flicker of undeniable horror crossed his eyes. He never anticipated that Mito Uzumaki's perception could be so acute as to detect even the cursed aura originating from the dark god ritual he so desperately sought to suppress. Mito-sama, what do you mean by this? Danzo's voice quivered slightly, struggling to defend himself. I know not of what you speak. Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi abruptly interrupted him. Mito's perception was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He hesitated no longer, issuing a stern command, seize him. However, Mito Uzumaki was faster. Diamond lock. With a sharp command, Mito swiftly formed seals before her chest. Several dazzling, colossal chains, forged from pure golden chakra, erupted from the void behind her like a living golden serpent. These chains, materialized from chakra, contained the pinnacle of the sealing power of the Uzumaki clan. Ignoring the distance of space, imbued with the sacred will to purify evil and bind all, they flew at incredible speed to ensnare Shimura Danzo. Ugh! Danzo emitted a muffled groan of agony. The golden chains dug into his flesh as if they were scorching irons. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming sealing force that instantly invaded his limbs and meridians. The cursed chakra from the dark god ritual within him writhed in a frenzy, as though it had encountered its nemesis. Yet it was brutally suppressed and constrained by this sacred sealing force. Every pathway for him to channel chakra was locked instantaneously. He felt as though he were nailed to an invisible cross, unable to move, his lone exposed eye filled with disbelief and a hint of concealed terror. This was the Uzumaki clan's diamond lock, capable of suppressing tailed beasts and sealing forbidden powers. In the hands of the nine-tails Jinchuriki, Mito, its might was earth-shattering. No matter how Danzo struggled, under the sanctified golden light, he appeared utterly powerless. Hiruzen and Mito's voices bore a trace of exhaustion, but more importantly, an undeniable resolve. This man carries a deep malevolence, inextricably linked to the tragedy in Kirigakure, and has touched upon unspeakable taboos. You shall handle him. How to explain this to the 4 great ninja villages, how to quell this storm, will be left to your discretion. She withdrew much of the power of the diamond lock, but several slender golden rune chains remained, coiling around Danzo's crucial chakra nodes like a brand, ensuring he could not summon even the slightest power. Danzo, as if stripped of his spine, staggered back, pallid and breathless, casting a venomous glare at Mito and Hiruzen. Mito rose, no longer regarding the fallen Danzo. Her gaze turned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, laden with an unprecedented seriousness. Yet that aura of malevolent chakra emanating from him compels me to return immediately to Uzumaki. The ancient scrolls housed within our clan's secret archives may contain the origins and means to confront it. This matter may be more troublesome than we envision. Her eyes brimmed with vigilant foreboding toward the unknown horrors and a premonition of potentially greater calamities. Hiruzen Sarutobi surveyed the utterly subdued Danzo, then turned his gaze to the grave Mito. A tempest of fury, betrayal, and the heavy burden of looming war surged within him. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his voice raspy with fatigue and determination. I understand. Mito-sama, please return swiftly. Leave this to me. Mito nodded slightly, not lingering. Her red-haired figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantly at the doorway, headed straight for Uzumaki. Left behind were the collapsed Danzo, gasping like a defeated beast. the enraged and conflicted Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the stoic Uchiha Fugaku and Yamashiro Aibino, who witnessed everything unfold. The chilling threat of war, the immense scandal within, and the shadow of forbidden powers converged into a tempest above Konoha, awaiting the final explosion. Fugaku stood in the shadows, observing the scene before him, his gaze deep as an abyss. What fate awaited Danzo? How would Konoha respond to the declarations of war from the 4 great ninja villages? What critical information would Mito-sama return with? In the eye of the storm, where would Konoha, this colossal vessel, steer? All answers lay within the imminent countdown of 3 days. Chapter 51. Survival of the fittest. The sterile scent of disinfectant mingled with the low hum of machinery. This was one of the core areas of the Joint Research Institute. Uchiha Fugaku stood before Tsunade and Orochimaru, unreservedly relaying everything that transpired in the Hokage's office, including the ominous chakra aura detected by Mito-sama emanating from Danzo, along with his speculation that it might stem from a dark god. The power of the dark god. Tsunade abruptly lifted her head from the microscope. Her emerald eyes ignited with a blend of disbelief and profound exhilaration. She tore off her gloves, stained with cell culture fluid, and slammed them onto the laboratory table. That old fool. Confirmed personally by Mito-sama? Her voice quivered with excitement, entirely disregarding Danzo's identity crisis, her attention fully captivated by that forbidden power. Can it distort rules and grant wishes? Or is it a more fundamental form of energy? A mutant of chakra? Or an alien energy independent of the chakra system? A barrage of questions erupted from her lips, and she instinctively reached for her forehead, as if contemplating how to extract and study that power from Danzo. Beside him, Orochimaru exhibited a more restrained reaction, yet his golden snake-like eyes suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks, gleaming with an insatiable curiosity sharper than any instrument's light. He set aside the precision probe he had been calibrating for high-accuracy chakra flow analysis, his serpentine tongue unconsciously flickering at the edge of his lips. The distortion of reality's rules, the imprint of immortality, he murmured, echoing the concept mentioned by Nobunaga. Each word fell into his mind like stones cast into a deep pool, stirring vast ripples. Thus, the rules governing the aggregation of tailed beast chakra were imprinted upon Danzo. Did this malevolent divine power possess a connection that transcended worldly comprehension? Was it a reflection from a higher dimension, or merely a manifestation of the same source on different planes? His gaze seemed to pierce through the instruments before him. Resting upon a certain ethereal truth, his voice laced with a fervor akin to reverence. Nobunaga. This might be the unprecedented key to our exploration of chakra and the very essence of the world. His fingertips brushed the cold metal of the lab table, as if sketching a perilous formula. Concerned for Danzo's safety? He was utterly indifferent. His sole focus lay upon that very power itself and how to dissect it on the operating table. Watching the two geniuses, now in a state of research hyperfocus, Nobunaga rubbed his temples in exasperation. The looming crisis of war instigated by Danzo seemed temporarily forgotten, replaced by an insatiable thirst for the malevolent god sample. However, this could be viewed as a silver lining. At least this unadulterated thirst for knowledge could provide a flicker of motivation amidst the gathering storm. In stark contrast to the insatiable quest for knowledge in the Konoha laboratory, the atmosphere within the makeshift conference center of Kirigakure was